to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Caitlin alongside. Sean will be back next week.
Allegedly.
How was your Christmas, Bobby?
It was busy. It was sick. I was sick the whole time. That's
you still
thanks
sick?
to Sean. That's thanks to Sean.
What do you got?
I don't know what it is. It started out with just like I hate to even say this into a microphone and give Peyton a chance to save it, but it started off with I couldn't swallow. Like it hurt. It hurt whenever I would swallow.
Been there.
Yeah, you've been there. You know what I'm talking about. But that was an issue. And I was having a problem with that. And then it started being like my head just felt full. And then it was like somebody had their fist inside my sinuses and they were just trying to push out. And so, it's just steadily gotten worse and got in the way of Christmas a little bit.
Do you sinus rinse? Do you do those sinus rinses?
No, my dad said something about that last night. He was
great.
like, you need to Navage, is what he said.
I don't have the Navage. I got the other one. I got the electric one. It's like
Doesn't it feel weird though?
Neilmed.
Yeah. But doesn't it feel weird? Like I've done it before. It feels weird.
Well, I mean, as long as you put salt, like saline salt in it, you can't just do water. Water will burn the hell out of you.
Well, and if you do water, you can get like all sorts of
amoebas.
Yeah, the brain-eating amoeba in there.
You got to use, first of all, it's got to be distilled, right, or bottled or whatever.
Sure.
So it can't be tap water. You got to heat it up a little bit. I do like 30 seconds in the microwave, and then because you don't want it too hot, but then you got to put that salt solution in it.
But you want to put radiation from the nuking it in the microwave or whatever.
I don't believe in that.
I don't either.
I don't believe in that.
Yeah, that's not even a real thing. But it was, we ended up going to, I had a shorter trip this morning. Didn't matter, couldn't sleep because I was sick. But I had the trip from Great Wolf Lodge in Grapevine where we took the kids.
You stayed at Great Wolf Lodge last night?
Yeah, I'm in trunks, dude. Look.
I wondered what the hell you were wearing. I didn't see your bottom. But I was wondering what the hell you were wearing.
Yeah, it's trunks. I have trunks on.
All right, so hang on a second.
Yeah.
You won't get in the pool at Sean's house, but you'll get in the Great Wolf Lodge water?
Why wouldn't I? It's constantly being saline rinsed or whatever.
There's a lot of kid urine in there, man.
I think most people would think that a house pool is much more sanitary than a water park.
I'm not like questioning how sanitary Sean's pool is, other than Sean actively saying he pees in his pool. Sean has owned that, has said he will pee in his pool.
Uh-huh.
But we went to Great Wolf Lodge. It was great. Last night I was like, crap, I got to go walk out to the car and get a charger. Otherwise I will oversleep when my phone dies. And so as I was walking out, I ran into Lucius.
Oh, he was there.
Not that Lucius, different Lucius. This was Lucius and Charity. And as I was walking by, she goes, "Do you work at the Fan?" And I was like, "Yes." And I turned around and we talked to them. Big Tolos. They said they'd be listening this morning.
All right.
So shout out to Lucius and Charity. But it was that was nice. We did that. That was fun. But the big thing was I bit the bullet this year, and because I did all my shopping late, I was like, okay, well, I've got to be able to, like, I've got to come through in a big way, and so I'm gonna have to do something I don't want to do because of how late I pushed everything.
Okay, what you just did gift cards that you did?
I got the girls' cell phones.
Oh baby.
8 and 11.
iPhones?
Oh, that
No, hell no, not iPhones.
Yeah.
Shut
Come on.
up.
Green messages. Here we go.
11. That's
Oh,
totally normal.
No, but I know it's normal, but it's not been normal in my house. Jacob didn't get a phone until like senior year.
That's late. You gotta at least have one when you get your license, right? Or he didn't have a car.
He didn't have a car, so he didn't need it.
My nieces got cell phones, and they're, let's see, I think they're like 12. No, they're 13, 12 or 13, and like 8.
Well, and so this was, I've hesitated because I had a friend who told me, he was like, delay that as long as you can.
Oh,
Delay
for sure.
getting them a phone as long as you can, because as soon as they have one,
you'll never see them again.
you never see them. And he said the biggest benefit of them having a cell phone is it's a new thing to have as a punishment. Like, all right, you lose your cell phone. And he's like, and it works. It works really well as a punishment. He's like, but it's not worth all the other stuff that comes with it. So I tried not to, but they had it on both of their lists this year for Santa. And I was like, all right, let's just do this, because I waited too late. I delayed things way too long, and so now I've got it set up to where.
What'd you get them?
Like the Samsung Galaxy S24.
Oh, you went full on.
Yeah, they got
Samsung.
They got like new phones. Yeah,
Okay.
they're new.
All right, yeah,
So-
because like my youngest niece got like a kid's
Gab or
Android.
where, one of those,
something like that.
I
And
can't
then
remember.
the older one got an iPhone.
Her parents didn't want her to have like a nice phone.
Man, but it is a great punishment. But here's the problem: the punishment comes with more trouble than it's worth.
That's what he had said. He said,
And I don't mean like the phone, like being on the phone. When you take that phone away from them, you're dealing with a whole new level
just
of
an animal, a
and you're
monster.
dealing with a monster. So you wind up giving that phone immediately back. I know. I have a buddy who took his kid's phone away from him for the whole weekend, like a couple of weeks ago, and I don't know how he handled that. He must have taken the phone away and left the house for the weekend, because there's no other way that you could. I could not take my kid's phone away from them and then stay around them,
because it's too much.
It's too much. The hounding, the screaming. I just couldn't do it. I'd be like, all right, just take the phone back and shut up.
So they both and it was cool for them. They got to call they call my dad instead of grandpa. They call him Pops.
That was their first phone call?
No, it wasn't their first one, but like yesterday, typically, like if my dad calls, I'm on the phone with him, and then I just hand the phone off. And so then I was like, all right, well, you're gonna have to answer 2 unknown numbers because they're about to call you. Which my dad, I think, was disappointed in me as a parent. That just like you gave in, you gave him phones that early. And so he, the girls got to call him, and it was good though. He got to talk to him, and they were all pros with it. But they had a great reaction. To me, it'll be worth it just for the reaction they had when they got their phones. When they got their phones, they were freaking out.
Yeah.
And so to me, it was worth it. Overall, a good Christmas. But I did, because I waited so long, I ended up
Caving.
I caved on something I didn't think I would cave on. And I was like, all right, get them both cell phones.
Peyton, how was your Christmas?
It was good. It was 2 full days, basically. As soon as I got off of work on Christmas Eve, Tuesday. So, I went straight over to my parents' house, then Mackenzie's house for the night, and then we opened presents at her house yesterday morning, and then it was back to my parents' house. It was an all-day thing for 2 days straight. Yeah, working this early after Christmas, the day after Christmas, is not the plan. Not the plan. It should be a holiday, really.
Oh, it is in Canada, right? Boxing Day.
Is that today?
Yeah, it's day after Christmas.
What is that? This is the biggest return day of the year.
You're right. It's supposed to be, but it's a holiday. So, y'all are gonna hate me this next year.
Why?
Because I'm already laying out in my head. I'm like, I think today I'm gonna drop a sheet in Tim's box.
I'm gonna go take it
for taking the whole week off of Christmas in 2025.
You're taking that week off?
I'm gonna just like I'm picking I'm getting ahead of this because the problem was I waited too long this year on every holiday, including I count the NFL bye week or the Cowboys bye week as a holiday.
Yeah,
waited too long, and you and Sean got your dibs on it, and then. Whenever we've tried to have 2 off at a time on something like that, then they freak out back there. So I was like, all right, I got to get ahead of it. NFL schedule release day, 5 minutes later, my little sheet will be in Tim's box. Later today, Christmas 2025, that'll be in Tim's box. I'm getting 365 days ahead of this because Peyton's right. It does feel a little like weird when Christmas is in the middle of the week and you're just taking off Wednesday. I now agree with you. when we've talked about the 4-day work week, when it's like, why not do 2?
Oh, the first week back of the year, next year, like, so 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I don't know how I'm going to do 5 full days.
Well, 2. So you had mentioned, we had talked about the 4-day work week. Do 2 days. Somebody had suggested take off Wednesday, 2 days. So you never work more than 2 days in a row. You never have 3 days of work
Manageable,
in a row.
very manageable.
But you also had said like, I'd rather have the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right? Yeah, I now see it. Because it is like, it's like having 2 Mondays.
Yeah.
And I don't like that.
I think you could go ahead. I'm not going to fight you for Christmas week. I love working Christmas week.
I don't mind working
Because
Christmas week. I just need after Christmas. If there's a couple days after Christmas, that's once Christmas hits, I need that until we're back into normal.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, you want to work when, like, nobody's paying, like, the bosses aren't paying attention. That's when you want to work.
Ever paying attention on Monday
Yeah,
afternoon?
they
None of that. Because I got a phone call about it.
Yeah.
How was your Christmas, Chop?
It was good. We did a lot of different, like, so Sarah and I were like, we almost treated Christmas like Hanukkah. We opened like one present a day for like 3 or 4 days in a row. We were like, we don't want to wait. We don't want to wait.
A lot of people treat Christmas like Hanukkah.
Yeah, so we just didn't want to wait.
It actually is Hanukkah.
It was good. This hat that I'm wearing, I got this. This was like, I was like asking for this for like months. Because this hat, when it first came out, was like $130.
You should have just asked Kelsey Charles for it.
I did.
She never hooked it up?
Never got back. Never got back.
She did just have twins.
I don't care about that. I mean, she's not working right now. I mean, she's on maternity leave.
She's working the hardest job of all, motherhood. It was such a difficult job, it killed mine.
I got Sarah the absolute worst gift I could have gotten her. I thought it was great.
Vitamin D?
I thought it was great. But I got her a towel warmer.
Why is that bad?
It's impractical.
I think I would use that
great.
all the time.
I would use it all the time, but we don't use a new towel every time.
Oh, I do.
I used to as a kid. When I wasn't doing laundry, I did. I just said, Mom, do my towels.
Yeah. I've been doing my own towels for 19 years, that means.
Yeah. But we also don't have a place to put it. Like, our bathroom's tiny. Our bathroom's just... Is
it like the trash can thing that kind of sits on the ground, you throw it in there, and it warms it up?
Dude, I was just thinking,
okay.
Why not just have it there then it's like a blanket warmer in your living room?
Wow, that's an idea.
And then, like, you just have warm blankets whenever it's cold.
That's a hell of an idea.
I think it works really well.
Oh, wow.
Or the robes? You throw the robes in there?
Oh, the robe. Yeah, the robe we had for our... Yeah, then you're like, it's a little chilly. You just pull that robe out, throw it on.
Oh, baby.
I think this was a good gift.
Okay.
I think we're salvaging
the best
this.
gift I got her a set of golf clubs. That was the best one.
Is she a big golfer like you? I know she does
She's
golf.
coming into it. She's coming in. She really enjoys it.
But now you've got could you beat her right now with your finger? I don't mean beat her with your finger. I mean, like, could you?
Yeah. I bet you right now, like, I would just change my grip up. I could still play.
Yeah.
I got invited to play today. I was like, I can't, man. I got my finger.
The whole did you get her fitted for these clubs?
I did not. No.
What does that mean?
Length and how
girth.
How hard your swing is. So they want to give you the right shaft. You got to give her a good shaft.
Sure.
Yeah. So
especially after the towel warmer incident,
right?
You really need to give her a good shaft.
So there's that, and then wedge bounce, wedge grind. You got to give her the good bounce and grind.
Yeah, you do.
So
goodness, no. See, this is what I heard. Bill Burr did a bit on this one time where he was. It wasn't even a bit. He was just doing a podcast with Bert Kreischer and Nate Bargatze, and they were talking about they were talking about how they got fitted for their clubs and they're doing this and. He's like, this is why you amateur golfers are the funniest, and just how sensitive you are. Because he's like, who does this? Who for their hobby goes like they're not good enough at it, so they got to get fitted for the right equipment. Like that says like this is such a you're just not good enough. That's what you need to accept.
It is odd. It is odd. I've never gotten. I got fitted once, and that was like the last set I got. Other than that, I just had. Just a set that I bought, and I never bothered to with it because it's like I'm not a professional golfer.
You're a scratch golfer though.
Not really anymore. I don't keep score though. Like when I go play golf, I don't care about keeping score. I'm out there literally just to enjoy myself. If I keep score, I get frustrated because I have to continue to get better. I don't care about that. I just all right, just go play.
That's fair.
I know what I shot anyway. I don't need to score. I know how many over par I am.
It sounded like. Will didn't think you kept score properly, though. That one time that you guys golfed with him in Holland, and remember he got all mad about the way y'all were playing?
Oh, because it was a skins game, so it was a carryover, and I happened to be the benefactor of his putt that was made.
Yeah, and he's like, that's not fair.
Yeah, well, you should have read the directions before you came to the party. Okay, that's what I got to say about that.
It was a good Christmas overall, though. It sounds like for everybody involved.
Yeah, we had a good time. Saw the fam. A lot of Italian food though, lasagna, and then
the gold silverware. Actually, it would just be goldware, I guess. At that point, you call it silverware.
Yeah, my mom, she went all out.
Why do you think she chose gold?
I have an idea as to why she chose gold.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
I have an idea. Boy, you should have seen the gift she gave everybody. Not everybody, just my nephew.
It's like one of these
she gave
Trump 47 coins that are $100 that you see on TV.
She gave nephew Nick Tindy hands.
Uh-huh.
2 Trump shirts and a Trump coffee mug. I'm like, Ma, where did you go? What did you do? Where did you go to buy these things? I got them all online.
I was gonna say that I feel like at 2 a.m. I see commercials for these.
Yeah,
did you ever send her the video of the Trump Bitcoin or whatever that you love the Trump coin?
Of course I did. Of course I sent her that video. I was
Bitcoin.
I was like, this. What are we doing here? This guy's he's losing it. What are we doing here?
It's good though.
Oh, I loved it. Merry Christmas, boys and girls. The 3 things that I figured out and we found out about the NFL yesterday, and pretty bad, pretty rough Maverick news. All coming up next on Sean and RJ on the Fan.
Like snakes in Sean's yard.
product. I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Stay of the Hour Weight Loss. That's soda, Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's Ant inside in midcourt, 75-58, up by 17. Around his back, he'll free himself, firing on the three and hits. 4th 3 of the night for Anthony Edwards. That one came with a little bit of distance behind it.
Bobby Belt has backed himself into the corner at 8 a.m. with power rankings that we have, and we will get to the NFL yesterday here in a second on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I haven't backed myself into anything.
You just don't. You're just too stubborn to realize that you have. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Caitlin alongside. The Mavericks get a double whammy yesterday. They lose 105-99 to Minnesota. Anticlaus. That was actually a good nickname that Mark Jones gave him.
Good, I liked
yesterday.
it. And Mark Jones is not usually anybody I enjoy on a call. But
I'm not a huge fan. I think he's I think he's a little generic. I didn't realize we were getting Jay Billis.
I like Bilas.
I generally like him in college. He's these college guys that come in and do the games. Like they have to bring up all their college points.
Right.
That's just what Herb.
I saw him at Arkansas.
Oh yeah. I was surprised so good. He was terrible at Georgia.
Let me tell you, I've known this kid since he came from St. Mary's.
But it was honestly the moment Luca goes out in
second quarter,
2 minutes to go in the second. It's what happens.
Yeah, and now the reports they're not good. Boy, when I sent it to the text last night, Sean was quick to text back and go, "Oh, okay, I guess this wasn't being dramatic this time. This was legit."
I mean, when you don't return, at the moment he didn't return, it was like, all right.
Well, and when he plants, so when you saw it, were you just like calf, I guess? When I saw him plant, I'm like, I can't tell his leg's so wrapped up. I hope that's not one of those Achilles things where we see the...
Well, you would see the shutter.
But that's the thing. It's so wrapped up.
Yeah.
I don't know if... But the way he just kind of planted gently, it looked like, and then he just couldn't move. You could definitely tell he didn't feel good.
That he didn't. He didn't. And then, he's walking off, and I'm like, all right, is it the right or the left? Because the reports are saying left, but it looks like he's favoring the right.
I couldn't tell at all which one he had.
And I'm like, is he limping on the right? Does he need to know how to limp? I'm like, what's going on here? But yeah, it appears to be a real injury.
Yeah, no, this is
serious.
Tim McMahon and Shams Charania saying that this is the Mavericks are bracing for an extended period of time without Luka Doncic, which is unfortunate. But hey, yesterday I will say that's the one positive.
They did play well without him.
They pushed, they stormed back. They were
almost as if he doesn't make anybody better.
Stop it. They were furiously coming back in this one, and I thought that they were going to be in a position. I really thought late in that game I was like, they're going to come back, they're going to win this thing. And then, of course, it fell a little short. But Kyrie was fantastic as soon as Luka went down. Kyrie just dominated in the second half, but ultimately falling a little too short.
Clay started out relatively hot.
He's figuring things out from three.
Three of his first five or whatever. But cooled off. I guess it was two of his first three. So he finished with 12. Kyrie at 39, though. But at the end of the day, when you lose Luka and you only get, not even half the minutes that he normally plays.
Yeah.
He's normally good for far more than 32 minutes. You're going to struggle. You're going to struggle to win.
Yeah, but I do like seeing Clay finding that 3-point shot a little bit more. So, I mean, in this month, he's shooting 43% from three. It looks more like old Clay.
It does.
Rather than old Clay.
Right, because the first month or so of the season, it looked like old
Oh yeah, no. November looked like old clay.
Very old.
Yeah,
clay.
November looked like really old clay. This just looks like classic clay.
This is
vintage
classic clay. Yeah, this is vintage clay. And I bet you we have to prepare for that. Streaks.
Yeah, I mean it's natural with the kind of player that he is, and where he's at in his career.
And at age, yeah, it's natural with age and player and all that stuff. So, Mavericks fall to the Timberwolves, 105-99, and now they are preparing for life without Luca, LWL, and now they've got the Suns tomorrow in Phoenix.
Didn't you argue for? Was that you or Sean that argued for Clay off the bench? As like a Jason Terry
I
role.
would not have a Mavericks opinion this early in the season.
No, but I mean during the offseason when we talked about should Clay be like Jason Terry instant offense because of the way when he had come off the bench in Golden State, the success he had.
Again, I would not have. That's not that.
It's probably Sean then, but it does just make me wonder because he had some success doing it last year in Golden State. Would he be more effective coming off the bench, doing the instant offense Jason Terry thing?
Yeah,
or
I
Nick
wouldn't
Van
hate
Exel.
it. You manage his minutes better.
Yep.
I mean that's key, right? You're going to want to do that for somebody who's of age.
Of age. That's not usually how that term is used.
No, it's not. But I needed to find a way.
No Diddy.
Jeez. So I figured 3 things out in the NFL yesterday.
All right, hit me.
Number 1, Pittsburgh was always a fraud, and there's a reason they never even remotely were considered in my power rankings.
Because of Russell Wilson.
No, because they're not good. They're not any good. They're good. They're solid, but they're not a threat. Number 2,
unlimited.
Every AFC wildcard team wants the 5 seed to play Houston. And then number 3, the Chiefs always were the favorites, and they never. And I'm so mad at you guys you did it again, second year in a row. You beat me into submission to take the Chiefs out of number 1 in my power rankings. I did it for 2 weeks.
You're submissive. What can I say?
I will not make that mistake again.
I supported you, RJ.
You did support me, Peyton.
No, you didn't, Peyton. You had Kansas City 4 in your power rankings, too.
Yeah, at least I have them in there, Bobby. You have them outside your top 10.
I mean, we don't do top 10, but yeah, if we did it, you wouldn't hear them.
They always were the favorites, and they are the favorites. And that was just that.
Yeah. No, I loved it. This was a vintage Chiefs game yesterday. A touchdown for the Steelers pulled off the board by a holding call, and then immediately an interception. Yeah, makes sense. I've seen this story before. This is the story of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, but
I agree with Arian Foster. There is a bleeping script the way this team wins football games.
The drive before at the end of the third, I think they ran the same play 11 times in a row.
Probably.
It was an RPO that was like just a nickel dime pass, and then they finally ran at the end, around the goal line. They finally ran it there, but it was classic Chiefs, man, and they're there. Here they are,
once again,
they're the favorites.
I look at that football team and look, they played better yesterday, and Mahomes was better yesterday, and he's getting more consistent contributions from Travis Kelce, and all that's great. That's still let's look at the numbers here, Chop, just from yesterday. It's another game where peripherally they don't look like the better team. 23 first downs for Pittsburgh to 20 for Kansas City. Pittsburgh goes 8 for 16 on third down. Kansas City goes 3 for 10. Kansas City has 9 penalties for 90 yards. Pittsburgh has 4 for 25. But it's two very timely turnovers. None for Kansas City. It's the fortunate one of those 4 penalties on Pittsburgh happened to be on the play where they scored a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
It's just it's very convenient with that football team.
Listen, I'm not going to argue that
they gave up 202 rushing yards. And Pittsburgh lost.
Yeah. Because you know why? Because running the ball doesn't matter.
There you go.
That's why.
There you go. Were you surprised that at 31-2 in Baltimore versus Houston, that was not scoregami? In fact, that was the 3rd time that score had happened.
So I was at my mom's at that point of the day, and they don't have a smart TV over there, which I've got to figure out a way to get them a smart. That's like number one for them. And when Luca told me the score of that game, I was like, no, that's not right. It was the same reaction I had when he told me Shohei's contract. And I was like, you're using the MLB on Facts Instagram account. I need you to go back and give me the real number, because that's not true.
You're getting baseball sacked.
Yeah, and then I'm like, and he's like 31-2, and I was like, no, that's not true. What's go to the app and show me the real score.
Did you leave a one off of Houston? 31-12 maybe?
Yeah, 21,
21, something. 12,
yeah. 31, 31, 32, 31. What is it? I was like, that's not a real score. That's not a real score.
No, it doesn't sound like one, but I'll tell you the biggest thing they mentioned yesterday, they said, I saw a tweet that was like, Beyonce deserves a raise. They deserve to double whatever they paid her because these two games sucked. These are two very uninteresting games.
I mean, the Kansas City game
was interesting for a period.
Yeah,
but
they pulled away. They pulled away,
but not very
after
long.
the turnover at 22-10 or whatever it was.
Netflix handled it though. Hey, shout out to Netflix. They responded.
Well, did they?
They did.
Did they?
I think they did.
All right. Well, hang on a second.
Did you have issues with? Well, you don't have Netflix.
I don't have Netflix, but I was able to. I watched. I watched the game was on NFL Network last night.
But before we get to Netflix, did you see LeBron James responded to you?
To me?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah, because you asked Jerry Jones about Christmas Day games, and he wasn't even asked about it. But last night in his post-game interview, LeBron says, "I love the NFL, but Christmas is our day."
Not anymore.
Well, you got a response from LeBron. You should be proud, though.
There you go. The NBA is going to move to Christmas Eve.
The NBA is going to just got to understand they're not the NFL.
So it went about as well as the Jake Paul fight, apparently. So at the beginning, the streaming quality on the pregame was fine. All right, it was fine. But Kay Adams' microphone was not on to start the broadcast.
That feels like a Peyton issue. Whoever's the Peyton back at Netflix, not you, Peyton. I'm sure you would have done a great job. But whoever's the Peyton back at Netflix messed that one up.
And then when Mina Kimes was doing her stand-up in the pregame, Netflix cuts to an ad for Squid Games 2.
Thank God. Thank God. I'm tired of Mina Kimes being forced down my throat.
You don't like Mina Kimes?
I think Mina Kimes is fine. I've got the Dave Portnoy take on Mina Kimes, which is Mina Kimes is fine. I have a natural aversion to Mina Kimes just from how hard ESPN has pushed her on us. It's just like, you will love her. She is the next. You will love her. That I have an issue with.
Yeah, I think she's smart.
She's good.
I think she's smart. I think
she's
her football
good.
takes
Let me enjoy her on my own. Let me just come to find out that like, oh, she's really good. Don't like the like constant like, you will take Mina as the expert. That's where I get a little worn down.
What was the controversy with her a couple weeks ago? Everybody was reposting something that she clipped.
Oh, I don't know. I missed that one.
Everybody was reposting something that she had said. I don't remember what it was.
But this does not sound like too big. Like when I was watching the game, when the actual game was on, I didn't see any issues with it, and the Beyonce halftime was clear. At least for me.
What'd you think of the score bug? Oh, that's the other thing. They started the game, the Chiefs Steelers game, and Pittsburgh. They had already docked them a timeout on the score bug.
I hadn't noticed that. But no, it looked fine. I mean, it was a little goofy.
Yeah. Then, so the Wall Street Journal reports that they paid $150 million for the two games.
Peyton, did you watch any of this?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Mainly the first game.
What did you think about the? Because I liked it. Like I didn't. It wasn't like an issue for me. But did you have any issue with the score bug? The way it was kind of like it looked like almost like an arch, like a bridge.
No, I've never been nitpicky with score bugs. They're all fine to me as long as they look different than the years before, which I know is the first time on Netflix. But no, it looked fine to me. I wasn't nitpicky about it.
Have you seen what it looked like, Chop?
Mm-hmm.
You have an issue with it?
No, I didn't think it was terrible.
I thought J.J. Watt was good though in Booth. I thought he was pretty good.
Which I think Sean has expressed some skepticism about him, which he's not been
about
great.
JJ?
I think he's been fine. I agree with Peyton. He was fine yesterday. There have been some times where he's done pregame analysis stuff from just a little like give me like authenticity. Like he does feel a little prepackaged.
He's not smooth yet.
No.
He's not smooth, and it almost sounds like he's trying to not offend still. Right? He's still friends with a lot of these guys, so he's trying not to offend. But largely, I was fine with it. But I watched it later.
But it looks fine.
It looks fine.
And there were no I did not have nearly any streaming issues. Remember when Houston Texans were all the talk on BSPN in preseason? Hey, I got to own that. That's what 302 has to say. I got to own that because I had Houston in the Super Bowl. I think I had Houston winning it. So I missed on that one. Still going to miss.
Did have, let's see. You had San Fran win it. You had San Fran beating Houston.
Oh, okay. But I had Houston in the Super Bowl for sure.
Peyton had San Fran over Kansas City. Sean and I have Kansas City beating Detroit.
Yeah,
we're still alive.
Y'all look great.
We're looking good.
Peyton and I are screwed.
Yeah, you guys are done. All right, my favorite seggy of the day.
Let's take Peyton's load.
It's the payload next to the fan.
Does it sound like a smart idea to get legal?
Roger that, Sally.
to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Razor waves.
That first one?
Nutmeg maidens?
Sweet
No.
nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it sometimes called?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is time for the load, the payload here every Thursday at this time. That's right, Bobby. Thanks for laughing at that. We started off, guys, with a debate.
The master
big
debate?
Not the presidential debate. Not a Christmas debate.
That wasn't much of a debate, if you ask me.
No, it was one-sided. The dishwasher debate.
More like a lecture.
The dishwasher debate.
This was a debate in the kitchen between two women. I mean, I assume
Obviously.
they're women. Yeah, I don't know any guys in this story. I didn't read the story, but, you know.
I do most of
headline.
the dishwashing in my household.
Really?
Do you?
She does the cooking, I do the cleaning.
Ooh. Okay, so you're if whoever cooks, the other person cleans kind of thing. It's not
I mean,
one-sided.
generally, I just, yeah, basically.
You know what I do?
I like that rule.
What? Make the money.
Oh. There we go.
Got a trad wife, baby.
A trad.
Harrison Butker would be proud, Bobby. But no, this is a debate in the kitchen dishwashing debate. It's a debate of how much you rinse the dishes before you throw them in the dishwasher. You know, when do you allow the dishwasher to do its job? Because for me, it's always been like, I'm not going to rinse the whole plate off and then throw it in basically clean. You know, like I'm not throwing globs of food on there on the dishwasher and on this dish to throw it in the dishwasher, but I'm leaving like some smeared pasta sauce, some ketchup on there. Let the dishwasher do its thing.
Man, this was like, of all the fights Roy and I could have gotten into politically, the biggest one we got.
You don't like Jill Stein?
Yeah.
You don't like Jill Stein? You don't like her? You don't think she's got some great ideas for America?
The biggest.
I love you, Roy.
The biggest one we got into was in, I think it was in Arizona. I think it was in Surprise. We were staying in the condo. And he made some, it was some dip, some kind of a dip with like cherries and sour cream or whatever the hell was it. I don't know.
Ew.
And he just took the bowl and put the entire bowl unrinsed right in the dishwasher.
No.
And I was like, Roy, you've got to clean this off. And he's like, no, you don't. He took to Twitter, and like Twitter was pretty split on it. And I was like, you got to at least rinse the thing off. Like, this is crazy. What? And he goes, listen up, Grandpa. That's what he grandpa'd me. He's like, this is not the same dishwashers you had in 1983. And I was like, well, I was 4 years old, so I don't remember 1983 very well. But, you know, this was like, you know, I don't like scrub it clean.
No, but it's got to be rinsed.
It's got to be well rinsed.
Yeah,
well
and it doesn't matter how good the dishwasher is. I don't care what people say. Like, it's got to be rinsed off to some extent.
Yeah.
Now, I'm talking out of my depth here. Dishes not really my thing. But it is something where I feel like anybody who doesn't rinse their dishes is the same one who, when you show them food spots on their dishes or whatever else, goes, it's just water spots.
Yeah.
It's just water. Really? Because mine never have water spots. Why is that?
Better
Why
drying agent.
Yeah, I guess so. Must be something like that. But no, this is way down the list of things I would ever want to do, by the way. Dishes. The wife and I have this talk a lot. I would much rather do laundry than dishes, and she's the opposite.
Laundry's tedious, man, because you got to fold everything, and I'd rather do the dishes.
10 times out of 10 give it, because I can, like, dishes just, I hate it. I hate whenever, like, a little bit of splash gets from the sink onto, like, your shirt or something, and then, like, just feel soaking. I hate it.
Yeah, I mean, and this one, again, it's not like, it's just to the point, because Mackenzie, my fiance now, I can't call her my girlfriend.
Wow.
But, you know, she'll be doing the dishes, and she'll, like, rinse the entire plate off and then throw it in there, and I'm just like if we had, you know, like, again, I'm not leaving chunks of food. I agree with that. But, like, if we had something with ketchup or, you know, some kind of sauce, pasta sauce, like, the plate's going to be dirty because I expect the dishwasher to do that thing. If I'm rinsing the whole dish off and it looks clean, I might as well throw soap on it and, you know, scrub it a little more.
Brandon from Fort Worth says, I basically wash them before putting them in the dishwasher. 972, I just wash my own dishes as soon as I'm done. That's the thing. As soon as you're done, just rinse and put it in the sink.
Yeah, if you let it sit, it's not going to be, you know, if you take like pizza sauce, or let's just say like spaghetti sauce, whatever it is, whatever you have, any condiment, ketchup, as soon as you're done with it, just rinse it off. It'll come out real quick, real easy. Now, we had this discussion at my mom's house because my older sister's in town, and she's nephew Nick's mom, and he had on a dress shirt underneath his sweater, and she goes, "Your collar's gray. Your collar's gray."
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, you're washing. Are you washing the whites with the colors?
And
I'm like, I do that. And
I don't wash whites with colors.
Oh, I mix everything, but I do cold water. Everything's on cold water, and yeah. So that was the other thing. My mom doesn't understand how you could mix whites and colors. I mix everything.
214, as a plumber, it needs rinsing to prevent food being clogged in the drain. There's that one there.
That's what we have. That's the problem we have over here.
Oh, that is, yeah. Tim's email. Tim's email.
Because some idiot poured a whole thing of coffee grounds or whatever in there. That's what that was. Whoever did that, screw you.
940, no worries, booby. Talking out of your depth is your normal practice. Well, I go deep plenty of times, 940. Don't worry about it.
Whoa! Yeah, dishwasher drains are the same they were 40 years ago. They're tiny. That's right. That's probably right. I assume. I have no idea. I don't really know. I'm not a plumber.
Find a lady to ask.
But, yeah, I do rinse. I do rinse, Pete. All right, next one.
All right. Payload every Thursday at this time. Guys, it's almost, believe it or not, in a week we'll be in 2025. How about that? The year is almost over.
This year did go by super fast.
Yeah.
It did.
It really did.
Do you guys get involved with the New Year's resolutions? Have you thought about a New Year's resolution? Or have you ever done it? And if you did it, at what point did you stop committing? Because those never last. I've never known someone that's like actually gone through with the commitment of a New Year's resolution.
Well, I mean, I don't think it was a New Year's. I mean, I stopped smoking in December 22nd of 2021.
Congratulations.
And I was just like,
how much were you smoking? Were you just an occasional smoker, or were you like a pack
smoking. I was a stress smoker, so if it was a bad day, I'd have a pack.
Wow.
If it was a fine day, I'd have a third of a pack.
Wow.
Were you a lights guy?
Marlboro Light, yeah. But I was like, I was a bored smoker too. Like if I was just sitting there and if I had a new pack, I was like, you know what? I just got to get through this pack to get to the next one. I was bored. So it depends.
I can see that. So was that a New Year's resolution though?
I mean, I guess so. It was like late December.
I just use it a lot of times as, I don't know that I would say a resolution. I look at it as if there's something I want to do or something I want to change, like a change I want to make. It's just an easy timestamp to just say, it's the beginning of a year. I'll start that. Like it's just an easy starting point of just like, I'll do that. But I don't guess I think of them as resolutions. I guess they are, but I don't think of them that way, and I don't have them every year.
Like I've been slacking off on the diet here during Christmas, right? I've had Italian food the last 2 days, so it's just like, you know what? I'll just get back I'll get back to it on New Year's Day,
right? Because it's just an easy reset. Yeah.
I want to drink and I want to have fun on New Year's Eve and eat all the crap. It's like anytime I'm going to my mom's house, it's like I'm going to be eating crap. That's what's over there.
That's one of the benefits of not having a mom. I don't have to.
Very nice.
I don't have anywhere to just go and eat like crap.
Because I did one in 2020. I was the generic gym guy, and I did for the first 4 months of the year. I went to the gym 5 or 6 times a week.
Well,
and then we all know what happened in 2020. Gym shut down because of COVID, and that was enough for me to stop going.
Wow, that'd be too.
They shut down? I didn't.
My gym did.
I don't remember them shutting down.
Yeah, Lifetime in Mansfield shut down for at least a couple weeks, 2 or 3 weeks.
Listen to this guy.
Yeah.
Lifetime
Fitness, gold member. That's how we do it.
Now, when you say you were going 5 to 6 times a week, and then we know how that ended, so was it just a aggressive cutoff, like you were going 5-6 times a week and then nothing, or was it like you trickled down, like, well, I'll use the apartment one, or I'll go here? Like, how did it come to be?
Well, because I was motivated every day. It was like a routine for me. Just go. Like if I worked, I worked, but then after work, I'd go to the gym or find some time in the morning to go to the gym. Like it was a routine for me. And then after I stopped going for 2 or 3 weeks because the gym got shut down, and I was like, you know what? I don't know. I got lazy, I guess. I got out of the mood of going, and I rarely went back. And then 2021, I tried another one. I was like, all right, new year, new me. I'm going to start investing. And I'm still trying to recover from my losses. Man, my goodness, man. The Robin Hood ate me up.
You picked the worst.
Resolutions work. 817 says January 1st, 2025. That'll be 1 year sober.
Good for you, man.
So congratulations, 817.
Good for you.
We got one more story here, guys. It's Payload every Thursday at this time. We've all rode the airplane before, right?
Rode the airplane.
Like it's a Ferris wheel.
We've all got in the airplane before.
Like that.
Have you ever been a victim of the seat squatter? Someone in your seat when you get on board?
All right, is that what they call it, the seat squatter?
That's what they're calling it now. Apparently, people are squatting. They're squatting houses, and now they're squatting for seats. They're just sitting in your aisle seat or your window seat.
Yeah, I mean, someone's been in my seat, but that's always because they just are too stupid. I don't understand these people. How do you not understand the letters and how you can't figure that out?
Is it too confusing for people? I don't get it. It's one side or the other, but like you can see where your seat is. I don't understand how people get confused.
It's got a diagram on the row.
Right, I know. They're like, oh, I thought this was C instead of A, and
but yeah, I've never had somebody like refuse to get up.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like
it's just
you always do the same thing. You look at it and go,
oh,
I think you're in my seat.
Yeah, you're in my seat. And they're like, well,
what seat are you?
And they're like, it's this seat. It's fine. You can just take the other seat. It's like, well, no, man. It's my seat.
The more uncomfortable seat squatter is at like at a game. Like if somebody's sitting in your seats at like a baseball game, I've had some resistance there. Well, no, these are my seats.
Because then you got to verify, like, okay, where's your ticket? And they go, oh, I don't have my ticket. Sorry. And
yeah, I've had that issue more.
Well, that's where you just get the usher. The usher takes care of it, right?
On a plane, I think everybody's so generally worked up by the idea of crossing federal regulations that they're never going to intentionally sit in the wrong seat. But the bigger issue to me is like at Southwest is where are you standing in line at what are you standing where you're supposed to be? Then you got to be like, I'm a 21. Which one are you? Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The Southwest is like you take your backpack and you put it in the middle. It's like I'm just saving the seat for somebody else.
Because of course you can always get the flight attendant to assist you, but these seat squatters, man, they're getting smart. They're the ones that are like, oh, I really need a window seat because I can take a nap there. Do you mind if you switch with me? It's like one of those kind of seat squatters.
I would say absolutely not.
Yeah,
Move.
I want to do the same thing. I'll take a nap.
Or like what if you get someone, an old guy with a bad leg, and they're in the aisle and they're like, I really need to stretch out my leg, man.
Does your wallet have a bad leg too? You could have bought a seat.
Could have bought
wanted,
that
but
seat.
you didn't.
Yeah. Right.
So I want to sit on the window because I want to like drool all over the window.
Move it, peg leg. I'm sorry.
Ichabod.
Yeah, I agree. Get these seat squatters off my plane.
Wait, that's not right, is it? Ichabod wasn't a peg. Was Ichabod a peg leg?
There you go.
You're sending me into a coffee.
Was Ichabod a peg leg?
I don't know. I just start laughing at
Hey, move it, Ahab.
I'm just laughing at calling anybody Ichabod. That's the dog race, right? The Ichabod.
That's the Iditarod.
Well, same thing. Same thing.
I'm thinking of Ahab. Move it, Ahab.
Yeah,
Ahab.
Captain Ahab. Yeah, that's what it is. There you go. Great load, Peyton.
Great payload. The college football kegger is coming up next here on 105 through the Fan after we get.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
They are going to have to do something about these playoff games because the NFL destroyed college football in the TV ratings.
Oh, no.
This was the Chiefs-Texans, and then you had Steelers-Ravens. Now, they were up against, first off, and that it's not really fair, the Chiefs-Texans and Steelers-Ravens, they were on NBC and Fox. They were up against SMU Penn State on TNT and Texas Clemson on TNT.
Dynamite!
All right, so TNT doesn't do football ever. So you're not used to going there. Like, you're used to go to TNT for the NBA. You're not used to going there for football. But Chiefs-Texans did $15.5 million.
Okay.
Penn State SMU did $6.5.
Not as good.
Ravens-Steelers did $15.5 million. Clemson-Texas did $8.5. Better. The night games on Friday, Indiana-Notre Dame did $13.5. Tennessee-Ohio State did $14.5 million. So they were closer to the NFL, but they were also largely non-competitive games for 75 to 85% of the game.
Sure.
So that's an average of 10.5 million viewers, which was still beat by 4 college games this year. The average of 10.5 million was still beat individually by 4 college games this year. That's a problem. That's a problem. Now, the competitiveness of the games was not there.
No, that kind of ruined it. That's one of the reasons why we were talking last week. Like, they're going to have to change some things about the playoff.
They are.
Now,
they're going to try to get away from the NFL, too. They're screwed by 2 things. Sorry about it.
2 things.
They're screwed by Conference Championship Saturday, right? The NFL doesn't start their Saturday games until the week before Christmas. They've never done that because they were like, we're not going to infringe on college. Well, now college is infringing on them. So the NFL's like, well, we're not moving. We've been here.
And the NFL's doing a lot right now. They're saying we're not moving. We're moving in on NBA's day.
But they've never
going for all of it.
But they've never moved in on college, and I don't think they're going to. They've really never moved in on high school football either, for the most part. So college is screwed by A, the Conference Championship Saturday. They could play these games then, and B, they want to keep Army-Navy standalone. They don't want to move Army-Navy. And they're not going to move the playoff into Army-Navy game territory. So unless they start their season a week earlier, they're going to run into the same problem here where they're going to compete with the NFL on the Saturday.
Yeah, it's going to be an issue. And there are a lot of different things they can tweak. You know, you mentioned the how bad Penn State SMU got beat by Houston, Kansas City. Mm-hmm. And that's 2 teams in the state of Texas to begin with. So you would think that would be a draw. Like I mean, that's competing for Texas viewers. Sounds like Houston wins out. And the other thing was, I bet you Kansas City won out. No, but you know what I'm saying? I'm saying within the state, like that that game winning is there's supposed to be a local draw for people in the state of Texas in both games.
Yeah.
And it gets destroyed. It's not close.
I would assume if you were a Texan fan and a Longhorn fan, you were watching the Longhorns.
Sure, but Texans, it wasn't Longhorns and
right. It was SMU.
It wasn't up against that. It was up against SMU. Now, the other thing was SMU Penn State. Didn't that start an hour before the Kansas City game?
I think so.
So they had they even had lead-in time to get people locked in on the game. Now the other thing is, if you've got the first hour and it's a blowout early, people are like, "Well, I'm going to turn on the Kansas City game,"
which it was. It was 28-zip, right?
Yeah. And Texas Clemson, same sort of thing. Texas felt like they were
in control,
blowing them out, or not blowing them out that early, but they were in control. And you're just like, all right, I'll go over to watch the Baltimore-Pittsburgh game. Or in my case, you had YouTube TV and you were watching both at the same time.
All right, let's get to this. We did not get to this earlier in the week. This is the Stephen A. Shannon Sharp, Kirk Herbstreit battle.
You know what we didn't get to either, and we need to play it at some point? We need to play that Shane Gillis audio of him going after Saban.
Oh, call him Alabama Jones.
Oh, Saban was so hurt.
Oh, he was so
He
hurt.
was so mad. We'll get to that later. But we've got audio to cover still this week.
So we didn't get a chance. We didn't have to get a chance to play this, but so this is in the broadcast of Ohio State, Tennessee. This is in the broadcast. This is Kirk Herbstreit going at Ohio State fans and shows on ESPN, specifically naming First Take, for saying that Ryan Day is going to get fired if they lose this game.
Now, Kirk, how much of this softens the blow of that Michigan loss? More work to do, right, for folks to forgive and forget that one?
I can't speak on behalf of the lunatic fringe. I'm not sure how they operate. Yeah, the lunatic fringe at Ohio State is as powerful as anywhere in the country.
How big is the fringe?
Well, it used to be 8 to 10. I think it's grown now to about 15 to 20. So I don't know. I'm sure they'll be happy tonight, be fired up about what the Ohio State team did. But God forbid they lose to Oregon. They may want to fire them again.
But that's not reality. I mean, that's the thing. When you hear pundits on this network and other places talk about that with certainty, it's nonsense, frankly. I mean, the public doesn't pull the trigger and get rid of the coach.
No.
The administrators do, and they're behind them.
Yeah. First Take tried to fire him. They thought he was done. So I'll be excited to see what they talk about on Monday after this performance. They had him out. They're trying to find replacements. But here he is. Here he is. He's still got his hat on. He's still coaching.
All right. That's Herbie. And Fowler to an extent.
Fowler, I think, said the thing that was probably more aggressive than Herbie.
Oh, they said with the pundits.
Fowler specifically went after people that said like that was nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Herbie just said factually they tried to have him fight. Like they had this as a topic.
Yeah.
I'll be interested to see what they say.
Yeah, and when he said the fringe 8 to 10, now it's 15 to 20.
He was talking about their fan base.
Yeah, I think he was talking about 8 to 10,000, not 8 to 10 people.
Oh, I think he's talking about percent. 8 to 10% of the fan
8 to
base.
10%. Okay,
that's what I assumed.
Right,
8 to 10% of the fan base,
right.
15 to, and now I think it's 15 to 20. That's what
Which
I thought.
I think is probably close. He's probably right. 15 to 20.
Yeah,
that's normal. What it is.
Sure.
Stephen A. took a lighthearted approach to the response.
And I say this in fun to both of them. Stop it. Chris Fowler, it's ridiculous. No, it's not. Kirk Herbstreit, First Take, got to get him fired. That is not true. I did. Not First Take. That was me, Stephen A. I'm going to own that. And what did I say specifically, Kirk Herbstreit? Because you got to quote me accurately, my brother. I watch you on College Football Game Day. I don't misquote you. Don't misquote me. What I said was, this man, Ryan Day, if he doesn't get a national championship, he should go. Even with a 66-10 record, I didn't stutter one bit. I ain't stuttering now. You get the job at The Ohio State, which you know, Kirk Herbstreit. You got to beat Michigan. This man has lost 4 years in a row. 3 straight to Jim Harbaugh, and then to Sharon Moore. Okay? And then not only do you lose 4 straight to Michigan, you get to the college football playoffs, and you get bounced out by Tennessee. That's what I was saying. You can't lose Tennessee now. You got to go handle your business. To their credit, they blew them out. They beat Tennessee like they stole something, okay? Major props to you.
Okay. Nothing.
Fine.
Yep, you're going back and forth. You get to Shannon Sharp. And
this is the one I've been waiting for.
Shannon did not get the memo from the bosses at ESPN that we don't fight. And because Herb Street didn't get the memo either, apparently, because he started it.
Did you ever, at ESPN Radio, did you ever get any sort of feedback of, hey, don't take shots at ESPN people? Or do you know if that existed for folks there?
That existed for sure. Yeah, but the rules have changed with McAfee. Everything. It's
different.
It's different. McAfee changed the rules for everybody. And so did Shannon, for that matter, because Shannon was like, don't come at me with that.
Even though I'm going to let it slide. I'm going to be a good teammate. I'm going to let it slide. Everybody's at ESPN, because had you not taken the route you taken, I would have lit their ass up. But I'm going to let it slide. You know what, guys? Congratulations, Ohio State. You won the game. But, hey, if we're going to be on the same team, if we're going to work for the same network, don't do that. Kurt, Chris Fowler, I promise you, if you ever mention anything, any platform that I'm on again and talking about, I wonder what they're going to say in negativity, I promise you, ESPN ain't got enough bosses to keep me off y'all for what I'm going to say. So I'm going to let y'all slide today. I'm going to turn it over to D.O. before I get myself in trouble. But don't play with me. Go ahead, D.O.
Damn. I got to follow? Go ahead. Man.
Oh,
he's so phony tough.
Shannon?
Yes.
I think his biceps are pretty big.
His biceps are pretty big.
Think he's phony
no
tough.
doubt about it. But the whole little the stuff I could say, the stuff that could be said back about Shannon, both public and private, is substantial.
That's my Michelle.
Don't do that.
Oh,
that's my Michelle.
There's plenty that could. If we're just talking about, I'm not even talking about like fist fight or anything else. If we're just talking about a war of words that would be damaging, Herb Street could hurt Shannon more than Shannon could hurt Herb Street, I think.
Ooh. Well, I'll tell you this. The difference is that
I don't think there's a lot that we can learn about Herb Street that would be like, wow, really? Like, I think people know about Herb Street. I think there's a lot that could be said about Shannon that is not out about Shannon.
Yeah, but Herbie's got like Herbie's got a buttoned up persona. If you tarnish that, you look at him differently.
But I don't think there's think there's much to tarnish.
We don't know that, right? You don't know that.
Okay, I'm just talking about from behind the scenes, knowing the things that I know about Herb Street and their reputations and everything else just in media circles. I don't think there's much to tarnish about Herb Street.
Right.
I think there's plenty that could damage Shannon.
Right, but what I'm saying is, like, you tarnish Herbie's image, like, he would take that hard. If you do something with Shannon showed with that That's My Michelle video. He just made fun of it. He just made fun of it. He's like, I did it. What are you going to do
So
about
there you go.
it?
Yeah, Shannon
would own it.
Would
Shannon
maybe
would own
cares
it.
less.
Yeah, he would own it better.
Herb Street would maybe care more.
Right, and that would tarnish him more.
But the things you could say publicly about the two of them that are not known would damage Shannon more, I feel like.
I don't know. I don't know any dirt on Shannon. I don't know any dirt on Herb Street either. But yeah, I'm sure. Like, I mean, you could do this with a lot of people. I bet damage or
who do you think we could damage most at the station? 877-881-1053. Who do you anticipate that we're covering up their just diva personality?
Walchuk for sure.
Walchuk.
Yeah, we could damage Walchuk the most.
Get him fired.
Yeah, we could damage Walchuk the easiest. Because also it's a power. Who would care the most to have their reputation damaged?
I don't think anybody here cares.
At the station?
Yeah.
Oh, I disagree with that.
Ooh, I can't wait to hear the names at the break. I think most everybody here is kind of an open book.
Open book, yes, but I think there are some people that would care if their reputation got damaged, for sure.
Sure, I just think most of them would. I think most everybody here at the station would handle it like Shannon. We anticipate.
Yeah,
it's like, I did.
Bassick would handle it the best. I think he would just laugh it off.
No, Bassick would like make it seem worse than it was as a joke.
Yeah, he would.
Like it'd be like,
and then he'd do that stupid giggle.
It's like we could be like, hey, did you know that Mike yelled at his lawn guy or something like that? And then Mike would be like, I didn't just yell at him, I punched him in the face.
Yeah.
And then I kicked his kid in the stomach.
You're absolutely right. He totally would do that.
He would make stuff up about himself that isn't even true.
Yep. All right, that's a little bit of college football kegger. We might have another one tomorrow. We got more stuff?
We got plenty of room.
We got plenty of room.
Oh, we got so many things today. Like, we actually loaded up today.
Yeah.
There's so many different things we got today.
Yep.
We got chopping it up. We got power rankings. We moved neighborhood watch up. How young is Peyton Russell? There's so many things today that we definitely got room for a kegger tomorrow.
Maybe a little NFL overreactions or not in the expressway, commercial-free expressway, along with chopping it up next to the Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. We have Chopping It Up coming up at 7:40. It is not Hump Day.
Chopping It Up normally is on Hump Day, though.
Chopping Up normally is on Hump Day. We're going to do it here at 7:40. We got the Neighborhood Watch at 8:20.
With a little bit of a twist at 8:20 that I'm going to have to conceal from you.
Okay.
So we get there. But it's a nice surprise.
You got Babe at 8:40. How young is Peyton Russell?
Oh, we were just kicking around names, Peyton.
Yeah, you're in trouble.
Oh, no.
You're in trouble. 9 o'clock. You are in trouble.
And I got to come up with my my backup 1960s name for you.
Oh.
For Peyton to double or nothing.
Okay. Well, good luck.
Good luck coming up with something you don't know.
Yeah.
we you know what? I think you've gotten it right all 3 times that he's gone to you. The closest we got was Sam Jones.
Yeah.
Who the only reason you knew who he was because you heard Chris Russo mention him 3 days before in an audio clip, and I didn't know it.
And I don't think I remember. Did he play for the Celtics?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you didn't know who he was before that. You were just like,
I had no idea.
Celtics guard, because it was somebody had died, and we were talking about famous backcourts or something.
Bill Russell or Red?
Or no, it came up because of the Kyrie Luca thing.
Walton died.
No, it came up because the Kyrie Luca best backcourt of all time. And so Sam Jones had been mentioned a few days earlier, and that's the only reason you knew who he was.
That's right. There's a lot up in this brain. Not a lot of good things, but there's a lot up there.
You had that one stashed away.
All right, let's do a little NFL overreactions or not here on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's do it.
Falcons made the right move, moving to Penix. And cutting Kirk. They're going to cut Kirk. They haven't cut him yet, but they're going to.
Not an overreaction. They should have made the move 3 weeks earlier.
Yeah.
In fact, that's the only criticism I have is that they waited too long. Because Kirk had gotten so bad. You know, I was watching. I got
Does he
lost.
play next year?
Yeah, he'll play for somebody. He'll be a bridge for somebody like the Giants or something like that. He'll be brought in that kind of a capacity, I would think.
Yeah, I wonder, did he come back for the ankle just too soon, or the Achilles just too soon?
Could be. I mean, we're seeing the Achilles we saw Aaron Rodgers needed time.
Mm-hmm.
So
he's better now. He's been better.
Yeah, he's been better the last 3 weeks, which is about 15-month mark. So,
yeah.
And that's closer to where people say you should be coming back from.
Right.
So,
especially as you're older.
Yeah, I could see Kirk being a successful bridge quarterback next year, or if somebody wants to move on from their guy, stepping in, being insurance, whatever it is. But no, should have been done sooner. And they waited a little bit too long on that one. Mm-hmm. But
do you think Rodgers will be should start for somebody next year because of what he's done the last few weeks? He's getting better.
Sure. I mean, depending on the Raiders. If Raiders want to bring him in for a year, yeah. It just depends on where we're talking about.
Yeah.
By the way, I was watching last night. I got lost down a YouTube rabbit hole while I was feeling sick in bed while the girls were downstairs at the Great Wolf Lodge arcade. And so I'm just sitting there laying down, and I started getting lost down a rabbit hole. I watched a classic game from, it was a 20-minute cut-up highlights of a classic game from 2011 between Michigan State and Wisconsin. And it was Kirk Cousins versus Russell Wilson.
Oof.
With Le'Veon Bell and Monty Ball as the running backs for, and that was the
was JJ on that team?
No, JJ was a rookie, but this was the Michigan State tie game. It was the Michigan State Hail Mary game where they knocked it down and Michigan State caught it at the goal line and got the ball barely over the edge before Wisconsin pulled them back. It was a great game, but it's just you're watching it, you hear all these NFL names, it's like, damn. Michigan State and Wisconsin had some players here.
Who was the Michigan State running back?
Le'Veon Bell.
Oh, gosh, yeah. Woo! The Chiefs' offense is better than we give it credit for.
Overreaction.
Overreaction?
It's an overreaction. Actually, it's not. It's probably not. I want to overreact to it, but the reality is it's probably about what it is. They have not been great this year. The peripherals say they've been better than it feels like. Like when you talk about the counting numbers, Chop, it does look like their peripheral statistics say they've been better than just the generic counting numbers. So I'll say an overreaction.
ESPN does a terrible job with their. They are averaging 24 points a game. The last couple of games they've put up,
they've been better the last few weeks for sure.
So here's a little nugget for you.
They're 11th in scoring, 13th in yards.
Okay.
But again, those are counting numbers. If you look at EPA per play and different things like that, they're closer to the top. They're in the top 10, I think.
All right, so how about yards per play yesterday? They had 6.7 yards per play. Pittsburgh averaged 5 yards per play.
Yeah, it's good.
All right. That equates to normally to this is my guy Bo from the football glory hole. That equates to about an 11-point win. They won by 19. So they also get credited or dinged, however you want to call it, with 8 luck points yesterday. This is how Vegas kind of built, kind of bakes in all their numbers. There's a little insight here. So 6.7 yards per play to 5. If you have like a 1.7 yards per play win in that situation, you're looking at about an 11-point victory. So they still covered, but they won by 19.
They're 4-0 this year when they failed to score 20 points. It's not sustainable.
Well, you're going to lose that bet with Sean.
No, I'm not. And I don't have a bet.
You're going to lose that
gentleman's agreement.
Gentleman's agreement with Sean.
Yeah, there you go. Now here's the thing. There are certain peripherals that they look really good on. They're number 1 in the NFL in third down conversion rate. They're 50% on third down this year.
Oh, that's not sustainable.
But I mean, 50% on third down, they've been the best in the league there.
Yeah.
Red zone percentage, they're 22nd.
That's not sustainable either.
You think they go up?
Yeah.
But it balances either way. They're going to get fewer red zone opportunities because they're going to fail more on third down. And when they get into the red zone, they're probably going to be more efficient as time goes on.
Yep. So those things they'll balance. They'll balance a little
Patrick
bit.
Mahomes, by the way, leads the NFL in attempts and completions. I didn't realize he was throwing the ball that much.
Wow. He threw it 38 times yesterday.
No, and I know he throws a lot, but I didn't realize he was highest in the league.
Next one. Pittsburgh is the biggest fraud in the NFL.
Ooh, that's a good question. No, overreaction.
Okay.
Yeah. Kansas City.
Oh, God.
I mean, look, if you want to talk about not matching your record, Kansas City doesn't match 15-1 more than Pittsburgh doesn't match 10-6. But outside of that,
oh my God, it just made me dawn on me that there's only 1 week left.
Yeah,
but for them.
Yes.
For them.
Yeah. I mean, is Washington 10-5? Does that feel like a 10-5 team at this point in the season?
You think it's worse?
Yeah, I don't know that they've played well enough that you would consider them to be
they got such a good start. That's
2 wins for every loss type of team.
They got into such a good start.
I'll say overreaction. Biggest fraud is Kansas City, still at 15-1.
Okay,
they are plus 97 at 15-1. They're not even at 100-point differential. Jeez.
The Lions losing to the Bills was the best thing to happen to them.
Michael Martinez, not sustainable. It's week 17. By the way, this is on the YouTube. I just have to address this really quickly. Yes, not sustainable. Just like the Raiders going 13-3 through 16 weeks of the season wasn't sustainable with a 33-point differential and they lost in the playoffs. Or like how the Vikings being 12-4 wasn't sustainable and they lost in the playoffs. Same sort of thing. It's not sustainable. The Chiefs will lose in the playoffs. There you go, Michael Martinez. There's your little shout out.
Those are the Lions.
Go ahead. What was your overreaction?
The Lions losing to the Bills was the best thing to happen to them.
Overreaction because I mean it's set up right now where if the Vikings win out they get the number 1 seed now.
Well, yeah.
So that's it. Did it awaken them psychologically?
Focus them.
Maybe. I mean they were pretty locked in. It's just it felt like they've had so many injuries.
Yeah.
And it's tough to sustain that. I don't know. That's difficult. I'll still say overreaction. I think Detroit was locked in and. That's a damaging thing to them where it sets up now where Minnesota could take the number 1 seed, which is nuts to say to me. Like, I can't believe we're sitting here talking about Minnesota, of all teams, being in position to take the number 1 seed away from Detroit.
I think Minnesota loses this weekend at Green Bay.
If they don't, though.
If they don't, it sets up. But I don't think Minnesota could beat Detroit.
I mean, they almost did.
Yeah.
It was a last-second field goal.
I know, but Detroit was in control of that game.
But it was the last-second field goal. They were in position to win it.
They were.
They can beat them.
But it was.
Would I pick them? No. But can they beat them? Yes.
Yeah.
Darnold's numbers, by the way, have you taken a glance at him? 67% completions, 3,700 passing yards, 8.2 yards per attempt, 32 touchdowns to 11 picks.
He's been good. He's been great this year, man. They got a tough decision to make. Because they either have to pay him or move him.
You got to move him. Do you think he's going to be able to replicate this? I wouldn't trust it.
I don't know. You trust J.J. McCarthy? I like J.J. I think J.J.'s...
I like J.J. a lot.
I think J.J. has a chance to be the best quarterback of that class.
I don't disagree.
I think he's really, really good.
I think J.J. was the most... J.J. looked the most like a pro quarterback on tape to me. Even though I had him as the third quarterback on the list, he's the one who looked, or fourth. I had him behind Penix, May, and Williams.
I think Penix... Yeah, I think Penix is the most ready.
But if you just talk about pro throws, like most... throwing guys open, throws to the middle of the field. J.J. McCarthy had the most of those throws on his tape.
Okay. I don't think losing them is the best thing to happen. They just, their offense was on fire in that game against Buffalo. If Cincy makes the playoffs, they're a bigger threat to the Chiefs than the Bills are.
Overreaction, because we've seen Buffalo beat Kansas City this year. The only team that has.
On the road, though.
On the road, yep. But or Kansas City was on the road, but still, they were in control of that game. They were better. Sure. They were better than Kansas City, and I think they're better than Kansas City right now. So no, I'll say overreaction, but I absolutely think. No, I absolutely agree and think that Cincinnati would be a threat, just because of the way their offense can pressure teams, and so. No, I'll say overreaction, but still a team that can threaten.
Okay. I think it's. I would say if I had to pick one team that could beat them, I would choose Cincy over Buffalo on the road. I think Buffalo absolutely could beat them at home,
but they're not in Burrowhead.
In Burrowhead, I think that is.
Do you like to Burrowhead?
Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. Overreactions or not.
Like when he goes in there and just handles the Chiefs.
I do. Yeah, I really do. The NFL needs to do what the college football playoff eventually is going to do and seed teams based on record, not division. Because here's what's going to happen. You're going to get 14-3 Minnesota or Detroit playing at 9-8 Atlanta.
No, I'll say overreaction. Just because the NFL's I've become.
I have a big problem when it's a 5-game difference like that.
Comfort level.
What do you mean?
Like we've settled into a level of comfort with the way the NFL does things. Like I've come to expect it. Now it's early enough in the CFP that it's like, all right, change some things, and I think there's a wider gap when you're talking about the number 5 team Texas versus number 12 Clemson. Like that's a wider gap and sets up a wider gap when you go to Arizona State for Texas and Arizona State. That's a bigger disparity than Minnesota versus whoever.
Yeah, but like if Detroit goes to Atlanta on the road, like Detroit will be a 9-point favorite on that game.
Sure, but I think that Atlanta has a better shot to win that game than Arizona State does against Texas.
For sure, yeah, the pros. I hate that geography gets you into the playoffs.
Geography, sure, but I also
just like based on where you are.
But it does place value on there's a reason all the leagues have settled on valuing division champions. It does create better parity.
Yeah, because these leagues were created when we traveled by train.
No, but I mean, like Major League Baseball didn't used to have that setup.
What do you mean?
Like Major League Baseball, it used to be like we didn't have division, like the division winner with the 3 or the 3 different baseball divisions or whatever else. It used to be just kind of got the two teams in there, and that was decided. And so there's a reason like all these teams or these leagues move to that. When it's regionalized, it helps create rivalry. It helps value division games. It creates more juice for those. Like I understand why they do it.
I don't have a problem with you getting into the playoffs based on your division. I don't like that you have a 9-8 team hosting 14-3. That I have a major problem with.
It
that
balances
to me
over time, though.
I know, but I don't care about overtime. I care about this year. How does that help this year's team? Right? How does that help this year's Vikings or Lions or give me an AFC team that
Chargers.
There isn't. Yeah, but right.
Whoever, yeah.
Yeah, so like how does it help them? If they've had a better year, to me it devalues the regular season.
Chargers and Broncos very well could finish with better records than the Texans.
Yeah. Like, how does that to me that devalues
or
the regular season.
Steelers, Chargers, Broncos, like they could all have better records going to Houston.
Good, absolutely. Saquon will set the rushing record.
not an overreaction.
I agree.
I think they want him to get it, and I think they're gonna. I think they will let him play all the way through it. And look, he deserves a ton of credit for doing it. Now, would you asterisk it?
Why?
One extra game than Eric Dickerson.
I mean, it is what it is, right?
Did Maris need to be asterisked?
Well, that was 8 extra games.
Right. And people, I think over time, history said you shouldn't have done that.
They shouldn't have done it.
Agreed.
We
don't asterisk career home runs and go, well, you had more career games to get to that number.
Yeah, I mean, look, you want to look at it with context. Like Hank Aaron took a lot more games to get to that number than Babe Ruth might have. All right,
it's worth mentioning. I don't think it's worth historically noting and dinging.
Yeah, I agree. It's like because Jim Brown had he played in like 12-game seasons.
Yeah, Jerry Rice. So when I don't think it was referenced at all at the time, when Randy Moss broke Jerry Rice's single season touchdown record, Jerry Rice had scored 22 touchdowns that year in 12 games.
Was that the strike year?
No, he just had injuries. But he scored it in 12 games. Randy Moss took 16 to get to 23.
Wow.
Gosh, he had 22 receiving touchdowns in 12 games.
Good gosh. You get 2 a game.
But no, it's Randy Moss at 23, which it should be that he has the record and health is part of it.
Yeah. Health's part of it.
But still,
I have a much bigger issue with the games because of the schedule than the health. I mean, the health is the health. Like, you that's part of the game. I would have a much bigger reasoning to put the asterisk on the schedule, but I still wouldn't do it. That's what the season is. That's what the league is. It's a passing league now anyway. Like that record was bound to fall. The fact that it stood that long was beyond me.
He had 22 touchdowns that year, Chop, on 65 receptions.
Every third catch was a touchdown?
It was a touchdown for Jerry Rice that year. In fact, the last 6 games of the season, he scored 14 touchdowns.
What in the hell were they doing? What year was that?
87. So he finished the year with 3.
That was the strike year.
No.
81 and 87, right?
No, 87 was a 14-game season, or was a 16-game season. 82. They had a strike where they missed a game in 88, I think it was. 88 missed a game.
Okay.
But you look at his final games of the year, that year, Chop, 3 touchdowns against Tampa, 3 against Cleveland, 1 against Green Bay, 3 against Chicago, 2 against Atlanta, 2 against the Rams.
Wow.
He was a machine.
Woo. All right, so here's it was 82 NFL strike, an 8-week strike during the season. And in 87, there was a 1-month strike. Huh. Oh, well.
Well, why did he have 16 games?
Maybe they did it late.
Yeah, because they missed a game. They were 13-2. The 49ers were 13-2 that year, so they played 15 games.
15 games?
Yeah.
All right, interesting. All right, there's a little NFL overreactions or not here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. We have power rankings coming up at 8, Neighborhood Watch at 8:20, Babe Laufenberg at 8:40. But 7:40, we usually do this on a Wednesday. We're going to do it today.
Yeah.
We will chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
This is the time of year where you are one of 2 type of relationship person. You're either
single or taken.
Well,
or both.
Yep. You're either a Scrooger,
not both,
or a Sledger.
Meaning?
I can sledge.
Bet you can't.
That's not what Mackenzie tells us.
Whoa.
The one of the type is called Scrooging. It's a dastardly dating trend according to Ask Men. Ask Men magazine or website.
I Scrooged Kristen yesterday.
Scrooging refers to the savage act of dumping a partner because you don't want to buy them a gift for Christmas.
That's soft.
That's just cheap.
It is a little cheap. It is a little cheap.
I'm going to text you what I was going to say.
Yeah, I know what you were going to say. People who break off relationships ahead of Christmas or birthday aim to avoid the financial expense of buying a gift, hence the Scrooge reference. Now, there is another one. It is the opposite of sledging. Sledging is the trend.
Troy Hughes, Tommy Sledging.
Tommy Sledge, yes. where you stay in a dead-end relationship because you don't want to be alone on Christmas and New Year's. So which one are you? Are you a Scrooger or a Sledger?
I'm married.
No, in your life. In your life, what have you been? This is an easy one for me.
Sledging is much more likely than Scrooging.
Yeah.
I've never been in a position where I was either one of these, but I would definitely find myself sledging more.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in karma, so I knew if I was a Scrooger, that would come back to bite me and haunt me forever. So I was a Sledger for sure. Just stay, even if things weren't going great, I'm like, you know what? It's the holidays. I need someone to go on dates with, do cute stuff with. So let me just stick with this relationship.
Cute stuff. Who's the last relationship you did that with?
Not gonna say.
877-881-1053, Scrooger or Sledger?
Which one were you?
Oh, I was a Sledger, big time. I have a belief. I don't believe the moment Thanksgiving hits, I think you're stuck until New Year's Day.
Because you don't like you are one who does not like being alone either, right?
I don't mind being single. I like to have people around me though.
But but we've talked before. I think Sean's made this point before. Like you would never you don't want just solidarity. You want and it's easier to go to activities and different things like that when you have somebody.
Yeah. I mean, sure, absolutely.
So I mean that makes sense that you would be a Sledger.
But also, I just think it's rude to break up with somebody between Thanksgiving and New Year's. I don't want their depression on my hands.
Well, and sometimes, if you're close with their parents, like the parents have already bought gifts. Like, if me and Mackenzie had broke up before, my parents were buying gifts. I was buying gifts a month before Christmas.
Yeah.
So, like, you got all those gifts and everything. You got the stockings. All the stockings were made. It would have ruined the Christmas.
I was dating a girl. This was before I got married. I married the first time. I haven't been married a second time yet, but I'm going to be.
Allegedly. You're dragging your feet there, Chop.
What do you mean? We're booking the honeymoon.
I know, but was this supposed to be done already? I thought
April.
Or did you do? Is this going to be your second honeymoon? Didn't you do a mini honeymoon previously?
When?
Didn't you go on a trip where you're like, that's kind of the honeymoon?
Oh no! It was our engagement vacation.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm mixing up
you
the
guys
days
do
now.
that? Do I get one then?
Absolutely.
No,
engagement
you don't.
vacation?
No,
yes, absolutely.
No, he
gotta
does
write
not.
that down.
You do what you want.
He's already taken enough days. Julia Tran, you need to be tracking this.
Well, New Year. It starts over, right?
New Year, right?
Starts over.
By the way, everybody's pointing out on the fan text 87, and I totally forgot about this. It was the Scab year.
Yeah, that's
so it
why
was Scab players the first 3 games of the year.
Right. So, I was dating this girl, and New Year's Day rolls around. And we both knew this thing was going nowhere. New Year's Day rolls around. Wake up in the morning, look at her, and says, "Is this working?" And she goes, "No." I said, "All right, cool, see ya." And I never talked to her again. That was it. That was the first mutual breakup in history. It was it. I was like, all right, I was out. I was out, baby. I was out of the danger zone. To me, you can't break up between Thanksgiving and New Year's. The moment you hit that turkey, you're committed. You're pot committed for the rest of the year.
940 Sledger for sure. What's another couple weeks? True. We've also got 817 says, broke up 2 days before Christmas. Remember her name to this day. Very regrettable behavior. I was a Scrooge at 15. Still regret it 74 years later.
You're 89?
Did they mean to put a 7, or were they texting? They meant to hit a 4 or a 1?
Or 24 years later?
Something. A 74. I mean, look.
Props to you, man. We love the 89-year-old Tolos, man.
I love it. But
I didn't expect that. Wow. That's awesome. Good for you, man. Good for you. If you're still regretting something 74 years later when you were 15, that's impressive.
Yeah,
that's a lifetime. That's literally a lifetime of regret. Big time lifetime.
Science Nick over on the YouTube says, like 76% of people I know are sledging.
Okay.
So that's a significant amount. So they're basically most of the people that he knows are committed relationships just because they don't want to be alone right now.
Oddly specific amount of percentage of people.
Yeah,
too.
I almost didn't read it because I just felt like 76% almost might be some sort of bit that I'm not catching on to, and I'm saying something I shouldn't, but I read it anyway.
All right, so you remember let's see, I guess this was back in March. Mega Millions hit 1.12 billion.
Wow, by the way, 817 says they turn 80 in March. So they did mean
wow.
They meant that was 69 years later, not 70 or 64 years later.
Yeah, good for you, man.
Awesome. Thank you for listening.
Congratulations on turning 80 in March. So this was the Mega Millions that was back in like I said, in March. That was a $1.12 billion prize. Well, they just collected it. They just turned the lotto ticket in. They waited 9 months.
What privilege.
They waited 9 months to collect.
Did you wait 9 months to turn?
I think it's brilliant, right? You
let it die down.
Fervor, right? And then you let it die down. Like I would, if we win, because the Mega now is at over $1 billion, and I'm going to play this thing. We draw tomorrow. If I win, I'm not collecting tomorrow.
Is this the one that you and Sean got in on, or is that one already passed?
Yeah, we won $8. We won $8.
Okay, so you've already gone past that one. So there's another one.
There's another one.
So I can get in on the new one.
You can get in on the new one.
Because I passed on the last one.
I know. Peyton, you can get in on the new one.
I just didn't feel the... I didn't feel it.
You didn't feel it. But
I missed out on $2 that I could have split.
Absolutely. $1.75 or whatever it would have been.
Well, wait, did you profit $8 or was it you paid $20 and then you won $8? So really, so you lost money.
We don't look at it like that.
Okay, well,
but yeah, like if we win this, I'm not collecting the next day. I'm gonna wait.
Ooh,
I don't think I can sleep.
We can't collect in part.
No, you can't. We gotta go.
So
all
you're saying?
once.
So see, we need to hash this out.
I would
because you're saying you're in control of the ticket, so we wouldn't be able to touch our money for 9 months.
Oh, I wouldn't wait 9 months. A couple of weeks, right? It's
okay.
A couple of weeks.
I mean, I'm fine waiting a couple of weeks.
It's a couple of weeks.
Can you claim anonymously in Texas?
I believe you can. This was and this was claimed anonymously. This one in New Jersey. So it was.
Yes, you
March
can.
26th.
We can remain anonymous here if we win. I mean, we're not shutting our mouths. We're going to talk all about winning.
I'm remaining anonymous, 100%.
So what about when I start talking about how I won?
You can people. You know what? I'll tell you what. You can talk about it. I will have moved to in Costa Rica at that point. You'll never hear from me again. I'll buy an island off the coast of St. Lucia.
There you go.
You'll never hear from me again.
Okay, fair enough. Can we visit you?
No.
Are we going to know where you went?
Yeah, nobody will know.
You're not even going to tell us.
I wouldn't even give
your brothers who you won the lotto with?
I'm changing my number. Of course, I'll tell you. I'll be at work the next day.
I think I would work even if I won the lotto.
Yeah.
I would just, it would take much less for me to quit.
There would be.
I would like Monday probably would have quit.
There
if
will
I had
be
the lotto.
zero preppy meal sent. I can assure you of that. All right. It's just like I'm showing up.
We're just winging this.
Yeah, I am showing up.
Here's what I think would honestly happen. If we won, to be honest, we're probably quitting. I think. You can say you're not. I think we're quitting and we're just doing the show. We're doing it as a podcast. That's what I think we're doing.
Okay, that's fair.
That's what I guess we do.
I would still give it 2 weeks notice.
Yeah, I wouldn't just up and quit. In fact, I might see my contract through. I might just see through to the end of it and just say, we'll run this out. But after that, I want to be able to just sit around the house and watch Dateline all day and not do anything.
That's how my dad got dementia.
Watching Dateline?
Jerry Springer, Steve Wilkos. I don't want to watch crap.
Dateline's more tasteful than Jerry Springer.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But I love Jerry Springer.
Watching crap all day.
I always love the episodes where it's like, I'm telling my roommate that I'm in love with her and I'm already an attractive looking female.
Yeah.
They were all strippers for some reason.
This is scary. It wouldn't happen to us because we don't work on the ground at an airport, but this United Airlines flight landed in Maui. Did you see this?
I didn't. I did see the Kazakhstan flight that crashed from a bird strike. Did you see that video?
That was a bird strike?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what it said on Twitter anyway. It could be wrong. But that one that crashed in Kazakhstan or whatever.
Yeah, I saw that.
That was brutal to watch.
Yeah, they lost all. I knew they lost all power. I'm
not looking forward to this flight on Saturday. I've seen way too many bad flight news, like way too much bad flight news recently.
That's scary, man. But this took off from Chicago at 9:49 a.m. and arrived in Hawaii at 2:12 p.m. So you're looking at like 7 hours when you're talking about time changes. 8 hours. They land and there's a dead body in the wheel well. Somebody had gotten trapped in the wheel well, like a ground crew worker or something, in the wheel well, and obviously there's no cabin pressurization there.
Jeez.
Unbelievable.
That's disturbing.
It's very disturbing. And I don't think this is the first time this has happened. Like this happened before, but that's super scary. Could you imagine, like, you're just being maintenance and all of a sudden it starts leaving?
No. Yeah, what? Hold on. So where would this
They
have
don't know. They don't know. There's no details about this. They don't know what's
this
going
doesn't
on.
sound right. Because hold on, like, if they're just, because you've seen when they're slowly backing out those, was he just standing on the tarmac?
I honestly, I don't know. Like, this is obviously because yesterday was Christmas. There wasn't a whole lot of reporting on it. I don't know. Like, the last update from this thing was like 18 hours ago. And that's from, like, CNN, New York Times, Fox News. They don't have a whole lot of information on this. So it's only accessible from the outside of the aircraft. So they're working with law enforcement. They don't know if somebody was, like, forced in there. They have no idea yet.
Yeah, I was going to say, this doesn't sound like they just accidentally ran over this guy.
Yeah.
This sounds like some because that's the thing, when they're backing out of the the little terminal area or whatever there.
The thing's open. The door's open. You probably jump down.
But
There's
I
not
mean,
a whole lot of room up there.
it's like they're slowly backing out, and then they're kind of turning, and they're just kind of coasting to the runway.
Yeah.
And then on the runway, they're taking off at a high speed. So either that guy had to be on the runway, or there was foul play here.
I would think so. Over 77% of people who have attempted to hitch an illegal ride on an aircraft have died. That is the most common method used by stowaways in their sort of journeys, is to jump up into the wheel well.
I would never do that.
I
don't care how desperate I am.
I would never even think of that.
Mm-mm.
So that's one of the things that because they don't know. They just don't know yet.
He always let people run over him.
I assume we'll find out today because, like I said, it was Christmas yesterday and it wasn't.
We were busy.
Yeah,
we were busy opening presents, not wheel wells.
And there's not a whole lot of people working. That was scary though yesterday with that flight.
Dude, the Kazakhstan one or whatever. There was something.
I think it was going up and down.
Yeah, and then you see the thing just slow into the ground and catch on. Ugh. I don't want to fly on Saturday.
Some people survived though. There were survivors.
Was it?
I thought there were survivors on that.
Jeez. I don't know how that thing burst into flames
I know.
pretty quick.
I thought I saw that there were some survivors of that, but that was pretty scary. But
817, it was a stowaway. Trust me, I'm an aircraft mechanic. It's impossible to get stuck in a landing gear accidentally.
So a stowaway is somebody who just tries to hitch a ride. You just go up there?
Yeah.
Man,
that doesn't seem safe.
It does not seem safe at all.
817, aircraft mechanic, just listen to like why people think that they can survive that, because that doesn't sound like it's survivable at all.
You would have to go, because there's like pressurized parts of the cargo area, like for livestock, or pets, but it's certainly not the wheel well.
817, flying to LA next Monday. Pray for me. Just need a safe landing. Yep.
That's it.
I will say, you know what the most comforting piece of advice I've ever gotten about flying was that genuinely helped my anxiety about it?
The pilots don't want to die.
That's it. Pilot wants to get home too.
Except for that one Eurowings guy.
Well, yeah, I guess there's that. By the way, they are saying, 30-ish survivors. Actually, most people on the plane survived, it sounds like.
That's good.
Yeah, no, I'm stunned they did.
Was that on landing or was that on takeoff?
I believe that was on takeoff.
Oof. Yeah, that's scary, man. Bird strikes are scary. There was one the other day, a couple of weeks ago that I saw.
Yeah, did you see the conspiracy theory? People were like, "There's no way this is a bird strike. This is a drone strike. This is a targeted attack on that plane."
I mean, that actually wouldn't surprise me.
It wouldn't surprise you if the drone was a targeted attack on the plane. That would surprise me.
No, I wouldn't be surprised if a plane hit a drone.
Sure. Yes.
That would surprise. Targeted attack. I mean, you got to be really good with the drone to do that, I would think. All right, Sean and RJ here, 105 through the Fan. Weekly power rankings are next.
And why the Chiefs aren't in it.
Bobby better have the Chiefs in it.
Us.
Better have them in it. It's next to the Fan.
lower fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Oh, baby. You're going to have to answer for Sean's power rankings, I think.
Oh, was his power rankings bad?
I don't know. I'm just saying we've got Sean's, and the last couple weeks, somebody's always been off, so we haven't been able to carry over. We've only been able to carry over like mine and Peyton's power rankings. So I think we should just have you answer for Sean.
Should we call Sean right now and have him do it?
Oh, he'd love that. He'd be. Yeah, I think we should have called him even earlier than that. Probably when the baby was sleeping.
Why are you calling me?
So, do you have?
I do have last week's power rankings. Peyton Russell, you had Detroit 1.
Genius.
Philadelphia 2. Buffalo 3.
Kind of genius.
Minnesota 4. And Kansas City 5. There you go.
4-1. Maybe.
RJ Shoppy, Sean Sharif, on behalf of you, had Buffalo 1. Detroit 2. Philadelphia 3. Baltimore 4. Green Bay 5. I had Buffalo 1. Detroit 2. Philadelphia 3. Minnesota 4. Green Bay 5. So, by my count, Peyton would be in last place. Because you had Philadelphia in your top 2. We at least got our top 2 right. We had Philly 3rd.
Okay,
so you lose.
place.
Yep, you lose. That's how I look at that. And that's where things are at.
All right, this one's tough for me.
Is this one going to be difficult?
It's tough at the top. I'm sorry, it's not tough at the top. It's tough at 2 and 3.
1 through 5 or 5 through 1?
Where's the drama, do you think, Chop?
I think the drama's at I think the drama's in both spots.
Okay, well then you pick. We going 1 through 5 or 5 through 1?
Let's go 5 to 1.
5 to 1. All right, you lead us off, Chop.
Actually, no, 1 through 5. 1 through 5.
Right, you lead us off, Chop.
We're gonna go 1 through 5. Number 1. You know what?
Are you about to say 5 through 1 now?
No, 1 through 5. Y'all did it to me. You did it to me.
Gosh.
Yes.
All year.
You're gonna do this.
You beat me at a submission, and for a 2-week stretch, I relented and I allowed you idiots to change what I truly believed, and that is that Kansas City was the best team, and that I would have picked them to win any game. They don't look the most impressive every week, but I don't care about that. They would win any game they played on any given day. It took It took Superman to beat them on the road. And Superman ain't going to be able to play at home. He's going to be playing on the planet of Krypton, which is Kansas City, Missouri. So I have the Kansas City Chiefs rightfully back where they belong as my number one.
Beating a team that you consistently tell us is fraudulent in the Pittsburgh
They beat everybody.
Steelers.
They beat everybody all year. They lost one game, and the College Football Playoff Committee chose us that the games don't matter.
Okay.
So
all right, very good. All right,
going full on Herb Street now.
My number one team. I thought about a couple different options here. It was Buffalo or Detroit. And Buffalo beat Detroit. That's why I put them number one. Buffalo then struggles against New England for longer than they should have.
Yeah,
and Detroit wins pretty convincingly in their game. But ultimately, I still think recent matchup, Buffalo getting the win, and Buffalo being healthier than Detroit is right now still gives them the edge. So number one, nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
RJ, I got absolutely destroyed last week for putting Buffalo at 3, even after they beat Detroit on the road. I know, but I left my 1 through 3 the same as it was the week before. Detroit, Philly, Buffalo. Obviously, it's changing this week.
Yeah, it got you killed because Philly lost. So good job.
Yeah, and then Buffalo won by 3 against New England. 15-point favorites.
Dubs on dubs.
Nope, doesn't matter. Okay, Detroit is number one for me. I'm keeping number one. That loss to Buffalo, it's one loss. Dan Campbell dropped 2 F-bombs, maybe 3 F-bombs on the radio. I'm fine with that.
Is that what he did?
I have confidence.
Oh, you didn't hear the audio?
No,
I have confidence.
He got back and he started he went on his weekly radio hit and he dropped a few different F-bombs they had to dump.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Dan Campbell, baby.
He dug in.
Look, they have the 1 seed lined up basically with Philadelphia losing to Washington last week. Detroit is the best team in the NFC. I have them number 1.
Yeah, I mean the recent matchup, it does have to play into it. There's no doubt with those two teams. The difference is Detroit is really, really injured, and it's still at the early part of some of their
really
working
injured
guys in.
Really injured, and Buffalo won on the road. Those are two big checks in their favor.
They are. Now Detroit's going to get healthy, right? They're going to get
a
half
lot of
their
it,
guys back.
Not all of it.
They're not getting Montgomery back. They're not getting Aleem McNeil back. Or they might get him.
They're not getting Aiden Hutchinson back.
They're not getting Aiden back.
That's done. They've lost a lot of guys for the year, especially on defense.
Yeah, the defense. I think they had 17 new
That's why
players.
Buffalo put up 48 on them in Detroit.
Their defense has been good. For the
it's
most
just
part.
they're on third stringers.
They are having to dial up blitz after blitz. It's crazy.
All right, so you got Detroit number 1, Peyton. So we all have different number 1s. That's fun.
We do. I originally had Detroit here.
But you just talked yourself into it.
I just talked myself. I'm going to keep Detroit at 2. I'm going to keep them there. Their offense is so humming. And, obviously they're going to be, they got a really good chance at the 1 seed. They have the inside track. Buffalo can't get the 1 seed. Would I think Buffalo beats Detroit on a neutral field? Yeah, maybe. Allen's tough, but Detroit's got a much better road to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, unless they lose the 1 seed.
Unless they lose the 1 seed.
Yeah, then they're on the road the whole way, basically.
So I'll just put Detroit there.
All right, number 2. I'm going to keep the Detroit Lions. They have a pretty impressive victory against the Bears, all things considered. And again, I think they're right there with Buffalo, neck and neck, especially with all the injuries. If Detroit was completely healthy, this would be the slam dunk number 1 team in the NFL to me. Detroit would.
Yeah,
but it's a little bit of a question with all their health issues, so I'm going to go Detroit number 2.
Look, I give Kansas City credit for just winning games, and that's why I have Buffalo number 2 here, because they just won the game last week. It's a long season, weather, all that, but I know. Well, I have to talk a narrative, Bobby. I have to back up the narrative here. So I have Buffalo number 2 here. I mean, I would still pick them today in Kansas City to beat the Chiefs. If Buffalo and Kansas City reach the AFC Championship game, I would still pick the Bills to beat the Chiefs. I think they're better than the Chiefs. I have the Bills at number 2.
Okay. Yeah, man, I can't argue that. They're fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
They are. I do have concerns about them. I mean, they put up 48 on Detroit. I mean, they still give up 42. I've got concerns about them. They completely fell asleep against Buffalo.
They got Buffalo got open hand slapped against Baltimore earlier in the year. Stuff you're obviously going to ignore some things with any team right now because there's flaws with everybody.
You've got I feel much better like Detroit's going to be focused going into a game than Buffalo is.
I feel like Buffalo's going to be focused. I just don't know that on a given day they're going to be better than Detroit. I bet is Detroit healthy enough?
They reminded me a lot of Alabama this year against the Patriots, where it was like they just played down to a team that they had. I mean, there's no business.
They've played down a couple times this year.
There's no business to beat the Patriots by 3 at home.
Well, real quick, do you worry about Buffalo's schedule going into the playoffs? It's New England, the Jets, and then back to New England. Does that factor into because you're playing easy teams, you're going to win the games?
No, because they're coming right off of Kansas City, San Francisco, the Rams, and the Lions.
Right. I mean, but that's almost a month straight of just no-name teams.
I don't think that. I mean, they still got to go out there and play games. I don't think it matters.
All right, so I have Buffalo at 3.
Number 3 for me is, at some point, results got to matter, gentlemen. And that's why I have the Minnesota Vikings at number 3. Look, Minnesota has continued to... the peripherals are not as good on them as they were in the first half of the season, but they continue to win football games. Sam Darnold continues to step up and play well. And, marketing consultant Cody won't get off my back about him because he's a Vikings fan.
He's a Vikings fan?
He is a Vikings fan. So's Scott Long, Scooter. Scooter's also a Vikings fan.
That's
so
strange.
we got a lot of Skull around here. So I'm going to go number 3, Skull, the Minnesota Vikings.
All right. Peyton?
At number 3, I moved them up for the first time in for a while. The Kansas City Chiefs. That win yesterday impressed me. I know it's an overrated Steelers team. They'll go one and done in the playoffs against the Texans or whatever. But
by the way, this is a little unfair because Kansas City and Baltimore and those teams get the benefit of showing us what they've already done for this week compared to the other teams that we're making.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Very true.
Because you're giving Kansas City credit for something with none of the other teams have gotten their game this
He's
season.
right.
I don't make the NFL schedule. I don't make the schedule. You got to go with what they give you. But yes, I mean that's a bad Steelers team, but it's still a really good defense, I think. And the Kansas City dismantled that defense. So the Chiefs, number 3 for me.
Oh gosh, really, what a hideous game we have tonight.
Yeah, that is a hideous game tonight.
Seahawks Bears.
Ugh.
God, how many snide remarks is Al Michaels going to make during that game?
Is he going to be awake for it?
I assume so.
You have Alsomnia. That's what you call him.
Number 4, I have Minnesota. I really don't think. There's still things about them I don't trust.
But got to be results oriented. If you're going to be results oriented with the
they
Chiefs.
win all these games, man. So give me Minnesota.
Number 4.
How are you going to figure out a way for Kansas City not to be there?
The Philadelphia Eagles. Philadelphia, look, I mean, they had a slip up this week against Washington. They just couldn't finish the game. Ultimately, I still don't know if I trust all of their chemistry issues and issues that crop up there. I still don't trust Nick Sirianni, or Jalen Hurts to throw the football, but overall, that's still a great running football team. That's still a really great defensive team, and so I've got the Philadelphia Eagles, number 4, and I still think Philadelphia is one of a handful of teams that can win the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, they are. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think they're the biggest threat to the Lions overall when healthy. I mean, the Jalen Hurts injury, does that linger into this week or next week? I don't know. I don't think so.
Oh, yeah. Is there an update on that, Robert?
I've not seen one yet. Let's look.
But I know even though they had Kenny Pickett in as the backup quarterback, and you're not assuming to win a game, especially against a playoff team like Washington with the backup quarterback, but they were up by 17, I believe, 14 or 17 in the fourth quarter and blew that lead. Now, that worries me for the defense there. Doesn't matter who you're playing. Philly still should have won that game, but I dropped them to number 4 in my power rankings.
All right, so you have Philly at 4.
Yes.
Okay.
Yesterday, the Eagles had off just like everybody else. So they had Jalen Hurts as did not participate with a left finger and a concussion because that was an estimate. So everybody was off yesterday.
All right. Number 5 for me, I initially bumped Philadelphia, but that was just I had forgotten about them when I was doing this. And I had Green Bay in there. But it's you're right. Philadelphia is the team that could beat Detroit, I think, most handily in the NFC. They're the one team I think that is the biggest threat. Now, obviously, Green Bay scares me. I would not want to play Green Bay.
No, Green Bay's good. I still think, even though I have Minnesota above Philadelphia, I trust that Philadelphia and Green Bay have better opportunities to win a Super Bowl than Minnesota does.
I agree. So give me Philly at 5.
Unless Minnesota gets the number 1 seed, then we're talking about something completely different.
I still think they would be one and done.
All right, so I've run through. I've already had Buffalo, Detroit, Minnesota, Philadelphia, and specifically when I have Minnesota up there, I said results matter. And so results do matter. And that's why. The number 5 team in my power rankings.
Is that who the Ravens?
Is the Kansas City Chiefs. The Kansas City Chiefs appear back in my top 5 for the first time in forever.
Look at that.
And I feel sick about it. I don't want them here.
Look at that.
But, look, I mean, they continue to win football games for now. And when they go 1 and done in the playoffs, I'll still remind you guys that I said I told you so, but they deserve to be in the top 5, so they're 5.
This number 5 team I struggled with because I had it between 2 purple teams, Minnesota and the Ravens.
Oh, God.
I put the Ravens in. Back in. They've been out for a few weeks in my power rankings because they have lost some very winnable games, been a little overrated. But now, the last few weeks, they've really showed their true colors. And so I got Baltimore in there.
Who has more pressure on them going into the playoffs, Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen?
Josh.
Yeah, Josh.
I feel like people have put it on, like there's been so much of a narrative for so long about like, well, it's just been Lamar. That's not the thought this year, but it's been like that so long that I think people have given him a pass for
he
years
doesn't have help.
where he's fallen short.
Yeah.
Whereas with Josh Allen, they're like, you should have won by now, and you just haven't.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think it's Josh Allen.
Yeah.
It should be Josh.
I would agree with that.
I mean, Lamar's also got 2 MVPs.
So who's our top 5 here? Who do you have?
So I have Kansas City, Detroit, Buffalo, Minnesota, Philly.
I have Buffalo, Detroit, Minnesota, Philadelphia, and those damn Kansas City Chiefs.
Detroit, Buffalo, Kansas City, Philadelphia, and Baltimore.
Very nice. That is the power rankings here on 105.3 The Fan. Babe Laufenberg coming up at 8:40, but the Neighborhood Watch.
Why drones are coming to a city near you. That's next in the Neighborhood Watch.
Hectic morning. We've got you. Listen back to any segment on our Fan Odyssey.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cards for Kids. Donate today at cardsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think.
Make them think. Make them think. Make them think. Make them think.
Warning, the following life hacks are unethical and should not be performed. Sean and RJ do not condone these life hacks. Unethical life hacks may cause financial savings, make you cooler, more popular, increase sexual encounters, and provide an overall improvement in well-being at the expense of others. Please report any and all positive experiences testing unethical life hacks to 877-881-1053. Take it away, Bobby B.
Thank you, Chris Arnold. It is life hacks.
So, Bobby said, I got a surprise for you in the 8 o'clock hour. I did not know this.
This is a Merry Christmas for everybody out there. We've said we've canceled life hacks. That went away thanks to Peyton. Peyton got life hacks canceled. I can't tell you how many times I've had listeners come up to me at station events and be like, "Did Peyton really get life hacks canceled, or do you guys just say that as a joke?" I'm like, no, he really got it canceled.
Oh my god,
this is a good hack.
But it was a good hack. But you know, one person was upset, and we got it canceled in the process. So this is we still bring it back from time to time. I think this is like the second or third time we've brought it back. It's just a little bit of a change up. And so I've got some life hacks banked here that we can run through. And if you've never heard Unethical Life Hacks, which has been gone for about a year now, I feel like, This is a segment where we go through, as Chris Arnold said, these life hacks that are unethical, and we bring them to your attention so that you can avoid the moral pitfalls of life. This isn't to have you test these or to do these, but if you do them or you test them out, just let us know how they go and if they actually work or not. And if you want to poke holes in some of these and say, well, that wouldn't work because of this or that, just let us know on the fan text. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, and you can submit your own unethical life hacks if you have any. All right, first one here, Chop. When you move into a new place, make vague comments such as scratches on floor, cracks / minor holes in wall, dents on wall, rips in carpet when filling out the conditions report upon moving in, and that preemptively covers yourself for potential damages.
It's great. I love it.
Now, the only thing I wonder is that kind of stuff already, if they found one of those, would that even show up on a report if you had a vague report like that?
Well, I mean, if you're like, are you talking about like an apartment?
Yeah, like would that even show up? Like would they even count
they're
that if they saw it?
They're supposed to put new carpet in, right? When you move in, they're supposed to. Like now, obviously, like if you get like a really like, if it's like your first apartment and you don't have a lot of money and it's a very cheap apartment, they might not do that. Like an older place, but I mean, if you're in a building that's like anything less than 15 years old, but
they're supposed to change it. It's funny. I remember one time we moved into an apartment. One of the many times I've moved into an apartment because I don't have a house. We moved in and the lady was like, do you think the refrigerator looks a little old, baby? I was like, yeah, I guess. And she's like, okay, we'll get you a new one. She said, we were only allowed to get you a new refrigerator if you mentioned that it looked old. But she helped us out. She was like, yeah, we can't actually get a new one in here unless you reference that you thought it looked kind of old, and then we would replace it.
Okay,
so it's like, that's nice, cool. So you know what? You may try that. There's an unethical life hack. Just complain about how old stuff looks when you move in.
Wow.
And they might change it up for you.
Yeah.
All right. Here,
but I like that's a good one. I mean, like any kind of flooring, you're drafty.
Yeah.
You need new windows in here, man.
Exactly. We're doing unethical life hacks here on 105.3 The Fan. This is definitely one. If you ever break a $20 bill with a cashier, ask for 2 10s and 2 5s. You'd be surprised how many times it works. If you get caught, act like you had a brain fart and apologize.
Oh my God, that's amazing. That's amazing.
Do you think it would work?
I think they're in
no way,
listen,
right?
When was the last time you paid with cash?
Last week.
It's not. I don't pay very often with it.
Yeah, I mean, I pay enough, but I'll tell you this: it is amazing how many times, like the person that's at the cash register, because we're in a cashless society. Nobody is paying with cash anymore, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're not thinking, oh, it's a $16.83 tab.
A lot of them don't have to give change. They don't
have to give change. So they can't do it in their head, right? So they got to look at the thing. And if you just walk up to them and
can I get 2 10s and 2 5s?
And you're just telling them, and they assume it's. I think it's brilliant.
I think
I'm going to try that today.
All right, unethical life hack here. You want to get out of work early? Boy, this is actually a Gavin Spittle special, and I'll explain here in a second. Take 500 milligrams of niacin on an empty stomach with a lot of water.
You're trying to get out of work early?
Yeah, within 10 to 20 minutes, your face will flush bright red, allowing you to claim you're having an allergic reaction.
Oh, brilliant.
Because when you remember Spittle came in here after a niacin flush.
Yeah.
And we saw, and we're like, did you get burned? What happened? And he's like, I took niacin. It I don't remember what it dilates your blood vessels or does something.
I mean, it's in I think it makes your blood rush more, right? Isn't niacin in a lot of like pre-workouts? That's why people feel like they're scratching their face off.
I think that's why it's I think niacin's what does it in like C4 and stuff like that too. Now here's what they say. They say, disclaimer, this will burn and you will become incredibly itchy. But if you only do it sporadically and drink lots of water, it's harmless and will subside within an hour or so, giving you freedom for the rest of the day. I don't think this is bad, because if you walk in there and you come in, because when Spittle came in bright red, it looked like we were like, are you good?
Yeah.
And he's like, it's a niacin flush. But man, if we were to do this, I think this works.
Yeah.
Take 500 milligrams of niacin, just say, I'm having an allergic reaction. I got to leave work early.
How many milligrams are in that bottle?
Let me see here. Does it say? It does not tell me. It says that it's in here, but it doesn't say how much is in here. So I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to find it out. I'll find out and I'll get it. But I know that like C4 used to make me itchy.
It says people, some people are prescribed to help control cholesterol. The recommended daily amount of niacin is 16 milligrams.
Yeah, so
a
500
day.
would make you red.
I mean, 500, your heart will explode.
Can I read the 318's poking holes in that particular life hack, or would you say no?
No, I would say no, Bob.
Okay, all right. Well, 318, I saw you. I thought it was a decent point, but I guess I can't read that. Unethical life hacks here on 105 through the Fan. Temporarily, we're doing a special edition of this, a Christmas present to the Tolos who ask for this all the time. William Birdie on the YouTube, that's illegal, Bobby. Yeah, I know. They said it's unethical. I'm not recommending you do these things at all.
What was I was reading this.
The one about the change for the 20s.
Is that illegal?
You're stealing.
You're just
you're stealing $5
You weren't thinking I was
okay, but you're actively doing it. That's the whole thing. That's your excuse, but you are actively stealing.
Yeah, we did just admit on radio that we're doing it.
We're not doing it. No, we're saying that
RJ did. RJ just said he's going to try it.
We're saying this is what people are doing so that cashiers need to be aware of it. This is a community service, William. That's what we're doing here. All right. Unethical life hacks here on 105 through the Fan. Don't want to serve on jury duty? Look up police misconducts in your area and then complain about how the DA isn't prosecuting them.
Oh, gosh.
I think that's good.
Yeah.
Especially if you now, I think if you complain about it, you're not going to get picked for jury duty, period. But if you end up in jury duty, that's definitely the way when you get in there and they do the questioning. Just be like, why am I sitting here for this one? Why am I not getting all this police misconduct? Why isn't this a case that I'm sitting in front of? The only thing, this would not work if it was a police misconduct issue that you were in front of on the jury. That's the only thing that would.
Yeah, you could, I think you could wear certain things to jury duty.
Dude, I saw somebody when I was sitting in on jury duty one time. They showed up wearing a shirt that said high as F.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, maybe that's what they're trying to do. They're just trying not to
I think if you're just trying to get out of jury, you could say there's a Curb Your Enthusiasm about this.
Dude,
you could get away with. I mean, you can't get. It's like there's a lot of things you could say at a jury duty that would get you.
I said something really awful when I was 20 years old to get out of jury duty that I don't want to repeat on the air. But I said something to get out, and it worked.
I would never try to get out. I want to be on a jury so bad. I want a murder trial. Man.
The defense attorney, they were like, "Does anybody else have anything they want to volunteer before we leave?" And I was like, so I raised my hand and I said what I said, and the defense attorney goes, "Oh, okay." And then right after that, a couple of people saw the reaction, and you had 2 or 3 people go, "Me too. Yep, me. I think the same thing." And I did feel bad about it afterwards. Here we go. If you made a customer mad at work, for those of you that work in the service industry or anything else, made the customer mad at work, when they ask for the manager's number, give them your number and say it's the manager's.
Oh, yes. Good idea.
Then when they call that night, you can address it directly.
Yes.
Good idea.
Absolutely.
I don't think that's even that unethical.
No.
Because usually somebody's complaining for no good reason, and you're just avoiding trouble.
I think so.
Would you like to see some new major motion pictures before they're out in theaters or when they're fresh and you don't want to rent them for $20 on Amazon Prime? Well, on most major,
I want to see the new the Bob Dylan movie.
Here's how you can see it. On most major adult sites, if you filter by new and longer than 90 minutes, or in a lot of cases, I've heard those cap out at 20 minutes is the longest the filter will let you sort by. If you sort by new and longer than 20 minutes, oftentimes there are major motion pictures uploaded to those websites. So the new Hub? Bob Dylan movie could be on the Hub if you sort by new and do longer than 20 minutes.
I'll try that right now.
You should right there on that computer.
I want. You know what? You can do that on this. You can do that on this computer. It's content. We're searching content.
That's a good point. You should do it, Peyton, right now.
I wouldn't. I still wouldn't watch it. I want to see it on a big screen.
Okay, but I'm just saying if there's something
even on my house is big screen, and I don't like to tether.
But if you want to see Moana 2,
perfect.
I assume Moana 2 is up there. Is what I would guess. Here's a good one. Turn your sofa into a bed by telling your wife to calm down. I just like that one.
Turn your sofa into a...
by telling your wife to calm down. That's pretty good.
That's a good one.
I like that one. When flying, always keep an arm sling in your backpack and wear it at the terminal. When they call for pre-boarding, go up and ask if you can pre-board because of your bum arm. This has worked for me 100% of the time.
It would be great at Southwest, right?
Yeah, although, somebody submitted earlier when we were talking about Southwest. They said that Southwest is doing assigned seating now. I haven't flown.
Yeah, you could buy them, right? You could buy.
Is that an upgrade, like you can buy it, or is that everybody is assigned?
No, I think it's an upgrade, like your steerage. If you don't.
Well, even if you just want to get on there and get to your space earlier, just say, hey, can I got the arm, and so this guy said it's worked 100% of the time that he's done this. If you're going on a date with someone, mention to them about how busy your schedule is. If the date goes good, you can plan more dates, and they'll feel special because you're planning them in your tight schedule. If it goes bad, you have an excuse not to see them again.
All right.
That's not bad.
That's not bad.
I think that's just hedging to see, do we have a connection here?
Right. I think it's great. I think it's a good one.
I think that one's solid. Let's do one more here. Peyton, this will be good for you when you get canned for doing something like Unethical Life Hacks again. Start an Instagram and fill it with fake positive/happy stuff. That way, if a job asks about your social media, you have something to show them while not having to give them your real accounts wherein you may have been less than a model employee. Because that is something that they've started asking for it.
Yes, they look at your socials for sure.
So there you go. You can do that. Start a fake account, a burner account right now. Just go start one, fill it up with stuff. So whenever you need that in the future, you can just be like, yeah, here, sure it is.
Yeah.
Just an alternate account, a cleaner one, something like that. So anyway, there's some unethical life hacks.
Unethical life hacks, a surprise edition from Bobby Belt. Wonderful stuff. Very happy that you did that this morning.
Yeah, Merry
Christmas.
Like
a late Christmas present for me and everyone out there in DFW.
Oh, the fan text always loves when we do.
They do, and they also love Babe Laufenberg, and he is next in the fan.
50 years in the Lone Star State, a one-stop shop so you're never late. Proud.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023. And the Fan replay is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt, Peyton and Caitlin alongside. It is we got How Young is Peyton Russell?
Ooh, baby.
Coming up at 9 o'clock. But it is time, as we do just about every Thursday during the football season, we talk with Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst here on 105 through the Fan. Good morning, Babe.
Good morning, guys. I'm already excited about How Young is Peyton Russell at 9 o'clock.
It's a great game, Babe. Have you ever heard us play it?
I have not. I love it.
We will give him a decade, 70s, right, 80s, or 90s, and then he picks either sports, society, or entertainment, and then from there he picks a subcategory. So if it's sports, it's like MLB, NFL, or NBA, and then we just read a name to him and we see if he knows who that is.
I love it
because he's so young, and he has a chance to make money, and he's made very little money before.
And that's like somebody that obviously a younger person, and they'd say, "No, I never saw The Godfather."
Oh yeah, no, but this was inspired by the fact that years ago he told us he didn't know who Freddie Mercury was.
Oh God, there you go.
Right, right. Do you have trivia for us, or did you take the day off for Christmas?
No, I do. Let's start with a Christmas trivia, then we'll get to a little sports.
Love it.
Who was Santa's favorite reindeer?
Oh, Santa's favorite reindeer was Comet.
No,
I have no idea.
It was I believe it was Rudolph, right?
Rudolph.
Sure.
Rudolph.
It's in the song.
We don't even know the other reindeer.
The most famous reindeer of all.
Yeah, but he came in late. I was thinking the original
He
reindeer.
was a late arriver.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's funny. No, we kind of know Blitzer, know a little bit about Donner, but there's no question Rudolph was the teacher's pet. Rudolph was the diva wide receiver of today.
He was.
He was.
Okay, now we'll go quarterbacks. Jalen Hurts, okay, he's got 14 rushing touchdowns this year. The NFL record for rushing touchdowns by a quarterback is held by two different quarterbacks. Who are they?
Cam Newton.
Who holds the?
Are you doing a career?
Nope. Single season. So Jalen has 14. The record is actually 15, and it's held by two different quarterbacks.
Cam Newton is one.
Lamar.
No?
No.
Oh, my
All
gosh.
right. I'll go Vic and Lamar.
No and no.
Oh, my gosh.
Y.A. Tittle and who was the
and Sid Luckman?
Sid Luckman, yes.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah,
Randall Cunningham.
No. Are we going to have to bring in my boy?
I can't believe there's no way this is true. Who am I missing here? Is one of them Jalen Hurts?
We're going to have to go to Peyton.
Bobby Douglas.
Bobby did get one right.
Douglas.
Jalen Hurts is one of them. The other guy plays for the Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen.
No way. There's no way.
Josh Allen had 15.
When? That's
When
wild.
did he have him, Peyton?
Mike Vick and Lamar never had.
Peyton, when did they have him?
That's a good question. That's for you to find out, Bobby, since you're looking up the answer right now.
Dang, he did last year. He had 15 rushing touchdowns.
And Lamar or Vic or Cam
I'm
or
stunned.
Steve Young never did that?
That is a great trivia question, babe, because I had no clue.
Oh, well, there you go. And
Was
you
it
know what?
Red Grange, a quarterback, single wing or whatever?
Well, here's the problem, too, or however you want to look at it. Jalen Hurts, he's got 14 rushing touchdowns this year, 11 are the tush push.
Yeah.
So those guys before that ran for touchdowns literally ran for touchdowns. He's got 11 on the tush push. So I don't know if there has to be an asterisk next to that.
Let me ask you this. When was it McFadden ran it at Arkansas, but if you were running the Wildcat, would you get credit with a rushing touchdown if you're like receiving the snap?
That's a great question, and just the top of my head, without knowing the answer, I would say yes. You're the quarterback at that point. But again, I'm about 90% sure, but that's not good enough.
Okay,
I do love the way you guys say, no, that's wrong. That's wrong.
You're right. I don't question. I can't question Babe Lovenberg. That was how young is R.J. Choppy and Bobby
That
Bell.
was a fantastic trivia question.
Oh, there you go.
Babe,
we
we appreciate
sounds
that
like
one.
then if you get your buddies. You know what's funny? I always said too, before we had, Google and could look things up on our phone, whatever. You're at the bar, you're having a beer. It's the guy who yelled their answer the loudest and was who dug their feet in that usually was, well, I guess you're right. And we all know those people, right?
Yeah,
but now you just say, oh, you know what? Let me check that.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it really. Google has really ended barroom arguments.
Oh yeah, which is great actually, because I'm not a big screamer or yeller. I don't raise my voice, so I would lose the argument.
Babe.
No, you just very quietly say, well, you know what? Let's Google that.
Let's just look it up.
Let's just look it up.
Very good. You nailed it, babe.
Babe Lovenberg joined us here at 105 through the Fan. All right, so you mentioned the Philly running game with Hurts as a running quarterback, but how has their passing game been this year?
Very average, as you guys probably have seen. And I don't know. I mean, the whole thing with Hurts is make him be a pocket passer, and it's just been disjointed. It's very strange. And I've watched some games. I've watched some tape. There are people open, and you just say, throw it. Throw it. And then all of a sudden he starts moving out of the pocket, and on TV it doesn't do it justice, obviously, and for a good reason. But they're kind of following the ball. You're getting a tight shot. You're not seeing people downfield until they come back and show a replay and show you what happened. But there are people open, and I know Drew Bledsoe. We talked at one time, and he said when he was in New England, Parcells would just stand behind him during practice and say, "Throw it, throw it, throw it!" Like the minute he took the snap. He said, I got so tired of that. And he said, the games were so easy because I couldn't hear him. I'm on the field, I'm playing. And when I'm watching Jalen sometimes, I just want to say, throw it, throw it. So, but obviously they're running the ball pretty darn well.
Yeah, and what is it that's been different with Saquon? Has it just been the health, or are they doing different things schematically? Is Kellen, running different run concepts that he didn't have when he was here in Dallas? What's been the difference for Saquon Barkley this year?
I mean, it's just the talent around him. We know how bad the Giants were and are and probably will be for the next decade. He's got receivers here. They've got threats on the outside. You can't load the box. He's got a much better, obviously, offensive line. It's not like Saquon suddenly became a good running back.
Yeah.
It's just now he's got the ability to kind of, show off what he can do. And I think everybody liked him, right?
Right.
Liked him coming out, liked him at the Giants. He was like their only threat almost the entire career that he was there. And I just think, obviously, he's around better players.
Babe, when you look at how well Cooper Rush has played, specifically the last couple of weeks, what's been the difference for him? Are they doing? It felt like watching this game back this past week. It felt like they were trying to do some different things offensively, and that it looked, at least for me, a little more classic West Coast. Some of the slant flat stuff, the get the ball out quick. What have you seen offensively from the Cowboys in the last couple of weeks that has Cooper Rush looking as comfortable as he does?
Well, there was that. The things that you talked about, and then it's funny because those deep overs, those deep crosser routes, they just went away. I don't know why. You could say, well, they didn't trust the line or this or that, but they got really three of them. They got one to Flanoy, one to Cooks, one to CD, and that had almost totally disappeared from this offense. So, that they were missing the big play, and by the big play I mean 20 plus, right? I think Cooks was 29, and they got 20-something to Flanoy, and that was just totally gone. And that was a staple, as we know, of the Kellen Moore offense. Man, they ran the heck out of those things. And, the big plays come off of them. So I personally was really happy to see that coming back into the offense, and I hope it continues. Now, obviously, it is predicated who you're playing, how they play you, but it just totally went away from the offense, and that was of all the things I took out of that game offensively, that made me the happiest.
What do you make of what's your take on Sirianni, the coach?
Honestly, I don't know what to make of him because the guy's been there 3 years. They've been to the playoffs 3 years, and everybody wants him fired. But it's funny. I think that team has some maturity issues. We saw it last week. C.J. Carter-Johnson kicked out of the game. Jalen Carter gets I think it was his fourth unsportsmanlike, and they kind of lose their composure. And how everybody wants to say, the Lions are taking on the personality of their head coach. Well, Philadelphia kind of takes on the personality of their head coach as well. I've never seen a coach. You could say, oh, well, what about this guy who engages the fans like he does, or whatever? All these superfluous things. Their security guy. There's 32 of those guys, but we only know one.
Big Dom.
He's in there getting between Sirianni and the defensive line coach because Sirianni's going to go after Jalen Carter or have words with him. It's almost comical, how they run that thing. And I think you spoke, Bobby, earlier today on the show about their chemistry as a team, and it does seem like there is drama for something every week, right?
Yep.
A.J. Brown tweeting something about the passing game, and the next week it's this guy, and the next week it's this guy, and then it's Sirianni. Probably the good thing is Harry Roseman, he does not talk during the season. He believes it has to be one voice. So you never hear from Harry Roseman. But I think if we did, there'd be another guy that we could say, did you hear what Harry Roseman said? But again, he talks, I think, at training camp once, and then after the season, and then the draft and all. But during the season, he said it's got to be one voice, and it's got to be the head coach.
They've been, and we're talking with Babe Loffenberg here on 105 through the Fan. Philadelphia has been really good in their secondary this year, and the way they've played in that back in that back half of the defense. Is this a game this week where, as good as they are defensively, Philadelphia's pretty all around strong? Is this a game where you say, hey, this has got to be a Rico Dowdle game? Even after Tampa seemed to kind of key in on that last week and slow him down.
Yeah, to an extent, and I do think they have the people, as you mentioned, they can cover people, right? If you got to play cover two all day to help your corners, and you got 7 guys in there to play the run, they can do a lot of things defensively. They're about, you'd have to say, well, what about this team? And I'd say, oh yeah, they may be better, but they're about as talented a defensive group. Player by player. If you said, do you want this guy or do you want your guy? You're going to take their guy. About 80% of the positions there. And the pass defense has gone, to your point, they may have been last year. They're right at the bottom, and now they're right at the top. And Vic Fangio, no matter what you think of him, or he knows how to coordinate a defense. I mean, he is good. And as you recall, that was Cooper Rush's first start, and just totally shut down the passing game in that one. Now, I will say Cooper was rusty. I had an issue in the preseason about not playing Cooper Rush.
Mm-hmm.
It was all about Trey Lance, and I want to say, well, you may want to get your backup, the guy who's going to be your backup, you may want to get him ready to play. So I think what we're seeing from Cooper, because Cooper barely played in the preseason.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like he was Joe Flacco, right? And he's got 200 starts under his belt, and he's played a lot of football. He hadn't. He needed to be out there, working with the offense and doing the in games. I know they're preseason, but they help. And to me, that was at the time. I even said to Brad at the end of the preseason, I don't understand why you're not getting Cooper Rush some work. So he comes back, long and short, his first game. You don't think he was a little rusty?
Oh, for sure.
Against Philadelphia in that game one. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle it. And obviously Philadelphia schematically shut down the Cowboys in that game, and Cooper wasn't good and all that. So it'll be interesting to see the evolution of the offense and Cooper Rush, getting them 6 weeks later, Philadelphia.
Thank you, babe. Have a good call.
Okay, Merry Christmas belatedly to all you guys. Thank you.
Merry Christmas, babe. Babe Lothberg joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. How young is Peyton Russell?
Oh, baby.
Next to The Fan, let's get you over to sodaweightloss.com. That's
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What is it? In the 60s?
Razor Blade.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Nobles? No.
Nutmeg.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton and Caitlin fist pumping all over the place. Peyton short stroking as usual. And that's what's going on right now. We have a loaded 9 o'clock hour as we are going to start off. Well, we got Crosstalk coming up at 9:40. And then we're going to do a little how Adam Schefter became the favorite insider of DFW sports fans.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, he did. But it is time for my favorites. It is how young is Peyton Russell?
I'm 28.
Right.
28 years old.
Peyton is in here now.
That is how young he is 28 years old. Peyton, you have the worst headphone setup in the building. No question about it.
You don't like the Beats?
No, they're fine. The headphones themselves are fine. I just barely touched the quarter inch with the chair, and it knocked it out, and I couldn't hear anything for a little bit.
Oh,
so
yeah.
That was a little stressful. All right, so we're going to play How Young is Peyton Russell? So the object of the game is simple. We try to figure out if Peyton Russell actually knows significant cultural figures from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. So Peyton's going to get 6 names that he has to identify.
All right.
He will pick a decade. RJ will then pick a category. And Peyton will then select a subcategory. For every right answer, Peyton gets $20.
20
in 3 weeks
or whenever of Bobby's money. This is 20 of Bobby's money.
Yes, this is my money.
Okay.
So he can make as much as $120 here, or as little as 0, or maybe he could even double that up to $240 if RJ Choppy knows the answer to an older figure by the end of this game. I don't know. We'll just have to see, won't we? All right, so let's get this thing going. Peyton Russell, are you ready?
No, let's do it.
Peyton Russell, 70s, 80s, or 90s?
Let's go 90s.
All right, Chop, sports, society, or entertainment?
Society.
All right, you want crime, politics, or miscellaneous, Peyton?
Let's go miscellaneous.
Miscellaneous, Peyton Russell. Who is Norman Schwarzkopf?
Norman? That's not a real name, is it? That's not a real name. There's no way.
If you can just tell us his nickname, I would accept that.
Schwartz.
I don't know that I remember his nickname.
Norm.
Oh, wait, no,
he's got to go by Norm.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, Norm.
That is not his nickname. Stormin' Norman was his nickname, right? He was a...
that is correct. Stormin' Norman Schwarzkopf.
He was a general.
Oh, great.
I believe... He wasn't Secretary of Defense.
Gulf War.
It was in the Gulf War. It was under First Bush.
In the 90s?
Yeah 90s.
The first
generals and
they had generals in the 90s. Yes, they had generals in the 90s. No way.
I picked the 90s, not the 50s.
They have generals now.
All right.
Of course they do.
Peyton, you are 0 for 1.
Oh my God.
There's still $100 on the table.
That's all right.
Sounds like there's $0 on the table the way you're answering already.
That's a good one.
Peyton Russell, 70s, 80s, or 90s?
80s.
80s. Okay. Choppy, do we want sports, society, or entertainment?
Sports.
All right. Peyton, MLB, NFL, or NBA?
MLB.
Peyton Russell, who is Dale Murphy?
From a Ranger.
That's David Murphy.
No. Dang it, Dale.
No, that's incorrect.
Is that pitcher?
Who is Dale Murphy, RJ
He
Choppy?
played for the Atlanta Braves. He recently made the Hall of Fame, I think.
He was also he won an MVP.
Yeah, he did win an MVP. He was always
Two-time
one
MVP,
of those.
actually. Got you down.
He's always one of those like very fringe Hall of Famers.
2-time MVP.
Like should have deserved it. But...
No, 7-time All-Star, 2-time MVP, 5-time Gold Glove winner.
Okay.
But he was never thought of as a Hall of Famer in the time. But like history looked on him more kind.
Dale Murphy.
The resume ended up looking like a Hall of Famer. Okay, still $80 on the line for you, Peyton.
All
right, you want 70s, 80s, or 90s?
Yeah, let's do 70s.
All right, 70s. Chop, sports, society, or entertainment?
Oh, society.
Society. Crime, politics, or miscellaneous, Peyton?
Politics.
Politics. Peyton Russell. Who is Harvey Milk?
Harvey Milk.
Careful how you answer this.
Let's see. I did politics. I'm going to say he was Republican.
Well.
Wow, so far off already.
Oh, dang it.
Holy cow.
Dang it. 50-50. All right.
No, you don't know who he is. If just by that one thing,
Yep,
you know who he is. Harvey Milk?
He was the mayor of San Francisco, I believe.
Not the mayor. He was a councilman in San Francisco.
City councilman in San Francisco.
Very, very famous LGBT rights activist as well, and he was assassinated while he was in office in San Francisco.
They made a movie about him a couple years ago called
Starred
Milk.
Sean Penn.
Sean Penn was.
Yeah, he won
Never
Best
seen it.
Actor
By
for
the way,
it.
Sean Penn, did Sean Penn really go seek out El Chapo and try to get a meeting with him?
That sounds like something he would do, so I'm going to believe it. All right, Peyton, you are 0 for 3.
Harvey Milk.
This has been a rough
tough.
run for you.
That's
but
all
you
right.
know what? You got people defending you. We got Sugar Ray Robertson on the YouTube saying Bobby is trash radio, so they don't like it right now. I've got the YouTube turned away from you though, so they can't feed you answers. 70s, 80s, or 90s, Peyton?
Let's go back to 90s.
90s. Sports, society, or entertainment shop?
90s is going to have to be Society.
All right.
These are my favorites.
Do you want crime or politics, Peyton?
Let's go politics.
Politics.
Peyton Russell.
Oh, jeez.
Who is Dan Quayle?
Oh, God. Dan Quayle. He was a part of Al Gore's team, wasn't
Yes, absolutely.
No, in fact, this is
he? Dan Quayle.
that is the exact opposite. He was literally Al Gore's opponent.
Okay, I get $10 then for that one.
Who's Dan Quayle?
Well, yeah, Dan Quayle was George H.W. Bush's
Vice
president.
So literally,
So
the
he
guy
was
Al
the-
Gore was running directly against.
He was the VP from 88 to 92. He spelled potato wrong. Is that what he did?
Yes. Or was it broccoli? I can't remember.
I
He
thought
spelled something wrong.
he put like an E on potato or something.
I don't know. He was considered way too young, and it's a very famous quote
Dan Quayle.
where he said, "I have more experience than John Kennedy did when he was running." And Lloyd Benson in 1988 said, "Senator, I knew Jack Kennedy. I served with Jack Kennedy. Jack Kennedy was a friend of mine. Senator, you are no Jack Kennedy." So
I remember that.
pretty
Lloyd
tough.
Benson.
Yeah, you remember that. All right, 0 for 4. Peyton
That's
Russell.
I don't think this has ever happened
80s
before.
Or 90s?
70s.
70s. Okay. Chop, sports, society, or entertainment?
70s? I'll give him sports.
All right. You want MLB, NFL, or NBA, Peyton?
NFL.
NFL. Okay. Peyton Russell. Who is Cliff Harris?
Former Cowboy. Part of Doomsday, wasn't he?
Well, I mean, I think he was actually part of Doomsday.
He was.
Wasn't he? Okay.
Well done.
Ooh,
Recently in the Hall of Fame.
Cliff Harris with Mosley
Mosley.
on the Doomsday podcast.
That's right.
All right, $20 is in Peyton
Oh,
Russell's
hey, let's
pocket.
go.
All right, let's go. Let's see if we can
Let's
make
make
it 40.
All right.
Peyton Russell, 70s, 80s, or 90s?
I just got a 70s right, but I got to dominate the 80s. I'll go back to 80s.
Okay, 80s. Sports, society, or entertainment shop?
Society.
All right, Peyton,
I just
do you
want
want
obscure
do
references.
you want crime, politics, or miscellaneous?
Let's go crime.
Oh, yes!
Come on.
Yeah!
Crime. All right, Peyton Russell. Who is Mark David Chapman?
Three names. That doesn't help. Mark. I think I'm out of guesses.
Didn't he assassinate John Lennon?
He did. Very
Yeah,
good.
that's it.
Shop.
John
Look at
Lennon.
that. Shop got it right. Yeah. Okay. So this was there was actually a Jared Leto film about him a couple years ago. Mark David Chapman. All right. So this was only $20. This was your worst showing yet.
People want to know if Peyton was homeschooled. They said, is Peyton outhouse homeschooled?
Hell, I was homeschooled. I'm the one who.
And Bobby knows these.
Yeah, and I know these. So there you go. All right. So we're gonna give Peyton an opportunity to win his money a little bit more. Okay. You finished with 20. That's not great. We're gonna give you a chance to double it.
All right.
If you want, double or nothing. Here's the catch. RJ Choppy is just going to be thrown a name. I'm not going to tell him where it's from or anything else, but I'm going to throw him a name, and we're going to see if he knows it. And if he does know it, you get $40. You double your money.
Okay.
If he doesn't know it, you get $0. You leave here with nothing.
Bad
So
Christmas
Peyton
ring.
Russell, would you like RJ Choppy to tap in for you here and try to give the answer.
RJ's like 4 for 4 in these double or nothing things. So you know what? Let's make it 5 for 5, RJ.
All
I got
right,
you. Come on.
Let's do it. Okay, RJ Choppy.
Yeah.
In order for you to know this, I'm going to know if you know it. You can't just name what sector this is. You have to give me an identifying characteristic.
Okay. All right, I'll give my shot.
RJ Choppy. Who is Peter Sellers?
Oh, I know this. Peter Sellers.
Don't you cheat and look down.
Not Larry. You're thinking. Okay, so I'm initially thinking of Larry Digby Sellers, who was he was the writer of Branded.
You need to give an answer right now and stop stalling.
Let him explain.
No. Peter Sellers was a like a music producer. Did he not do some nefarious act?
And
no. Who's Peter Sellers?
Peyton Russell leaves here with no money.
Was he an actor? Was he like Man with the Golden Gun or something like that?
Dr. Strangelove.
Dr. Strangelove.
That was close.
Peyton Russell. Nothing but embarrassment.
Awful.
No money. Choppy comes away looking ridiculous because he thinks Phil Spector is Peter Sellers.
Phil Spector. Same initials.
Which Phil Spector was one of these bonus round answers in the past. So you're digging deep into your memory banks there for that one. But unfortunately, this is no money today for Peyton Russell. I'm sorry, Peyton. You're going to have to come back in here and go back to your regular job of pushing these buttons. So.
Yep. $0, just like my paycheck.
Man, I'm sorry, Peyton.
Boy, that just killed the mood.
Peter Sellers,
Dr. Strangelove, bro.
Yeah,
actor. See, that's why I wasn't going to let you just say actor.
I could see his face.
And Roy Smith points out, it makes a great point on the YouTube, where Peyton should have known who Mark David Chapman was because he's on the Mount Rushmore of assassins for sure.
Yeah, who
Mark David Chapman?
Okay, so you're gonna have
John Wilkes Booth.
Booth's.
You would say Lee Harvey Oswald is not because you don't think he did it.
Yeah, no, I think he not. No, yeah, I don't think Lee did it.
Let's think about this. So I'm going to pass this back over to Peyton now.
All right, so your top, your assassins. Man, yeah, Booth's got maybe because a lot of people don't even succeed. They don't even succeed with the assassination. It's assassination attempts, but they're not necessarily successful. Okay. Yeah, I think he would have to be up there. I don't know. I don't want to talk about assassinations, but
I think it's a little too soon to throw Luigi up there.
Yeah, I mean, is that an assassination?
We haven't even felt the impact yet. We don't know how that
Are we
went.
calling that an assassination? Like, I don't know. Like,
it rises to the level, I think.
Yeah, you're probably right. It does.
If Lennon does.
Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah, I was thinking like to be assassinated, you had to be like a head of state.
What a topic, Roy. Roy Smith with a great topic there.
Yeah, it really is. All right, there we go. How young is Peyton Russell? Very, very good. Tremendous stuff by Bobby Belt. Coming up next on Sean and RJ, how Adam Schefter became every Cowboy fan's favorite insider yesterday. That's coming up next here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Ciroc Vodka, Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Bit of an audible here. We are going to do the story about how Adam Schefter is now the Dallas Cowboys fans' favorite insider. But, you know, we just did How Young is Peyton Russell. So Bobby likes to go in the break and ask him, you know, hey, you know, or Peyton says, what would have been my 90s MLB player or this?
Which I said, B.J. Surhoff.
B.J. Surhoff.
Who he said he didn't know.
Milwaukee and Baltimore.
Orioles,
and I
Braves.
believe he was a Oklahoma State. I think he went to Oklahoma State. They had a tremendous program back in the day. So Peyton goes, no, wouldn't have gotten that. And then Bobby said, well, how about Johnny Oates?
And he knew. He said Rangers.
Right. He said
Bring
Rangers.
him
And
bring yourself up.
And Bob said Rangers what?
And you said, Peyton?
I said coach, manager.
No!
Yeah, he did.
He did not.
Guys, we said, do you know who Johnny Oates is? He goes,
Yeah, Rangers. Pitcher.
And we go,
I went, oh my God.
What?
And he goes, what?
I mean,
he goes, hang on. I mean, first base.
Third base.
I mean,
First base. He just starts naming every position except manager.
Guys, it's all about the bit, man. Come on. It's all about the bit.
Johnny Oates, famed Rangers pitcher.
His number is it's on the wall.
It's 26. He's retired.
It's on the wall.
He won your first 3 division titles here.
Is it not?
I would have thrown in. I would have never put Johnny Oates in there because I was like, he's gonna know who that is.
Is it?
I would have thrown Dick Bosman in before Johnny Oates.
Is it not in left field? Is it not?
Yeah, it's up there. It's up there with Nolan and everything.
I know, but like you know how each marker in the outfield fence is a different distance, right? If you notice, they did it by the Rangers' retired numbers.
I did not notice that.
So like they have like 30s. I think they have a 307. They have 310. It's all the Rangers' retired numbers around.
I had no idea. I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah, it's very cool. So and so obviously like Johnny Oates' number is whatever the distance is. I can't remember, it's 300 or 400.
He was a hell of a manager too. He was a
tremendous.
He was a great for the Orioles before that.
Great here. Yeah,
he was great, and he had a very sad, tragic ending. He was it brain cancer?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, that he passed away from. I think he actually was able to attend the ceremony before he passed, though. I think they put him in before he passed. But he was a great manager. He was a great personality, sweet man. You'd see him in the interviews, and he was just the if you've ever seen Jane Slater's dad, Peyton, that's who Johnny Oates looked like, was Jane Slater's dad. But man, that's tough. Rangers pitching legend Johnny Oates.
Elite mustache. Elite mustache.
I can't believe that.
Yeah,
that was great. That's almost worth giving Peyton that $20 back.
It really is.
Almost.
Yep. All right, so add Pete Carroll to the list of retreads that Jerry would go after if they move on from Mike.
Bro, I think this is a game changer. You tell me Pete Carroll's available and wanting to get back into coaching, I'm letting go of Mike today.
All right, so it is of my belief, based on the things Jerry said, 2 things. One, I think Mike's coming back anyway.
2 things.
And I think I'm fine with Mike coming back. I think Mike should come back. I think Mike's done a good job this year. I don't care what anybody says.
A good job. Missing the playoffs. Good job.
Yeah, missing the playoffs, bad job. But turning the season around, good job.
Good job, Mike Zimmer. You turned the defense around.
Hey, you know what? You can go ahead and do all that.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Finish your line.
But because Jerry will not go college, and he will not go to a coordinator, I don't believe. He has said in the past he's not going to hire a rookie head coach. He's not going to train somebody on the job.
He just doesn't. He thinks this is a win now team. He doesn't have time for it.
So that leaves your candidate list at guys like Mike McCarthy, retreads. You're looking at your Mike Zimmers,
Mike Vrabel, Mike Zimmer,
Ron Rivera, Doug Peterson if he gets fired,
Brian Flores, Vance Joseph.
Yeah, guys who essentially don't, outside of Carroll, don't have the resume that McCarthy does.
Sure.
And that's a big no thank you to me. Now maybe I would talk myself into Pete Carroll. But boy, if you think McCarthy's offenses are dated, what the hell is Carroll going to run out there?
He's got Shoddy already here. What do you mean?
Yeah. Run R2P2. And Vrabel is good, but man, are we not overrating Mike Vrabel a little bit?
Probably. There's definitely, we have a tendency to do this.
What the hell has he done?
We have a tendency to do this every coaching cycle. Do you remember? Was it when was it? Was it the 07 hire when they hired Wade? Remember there was a time there where it felt like Norv Turner was the favorite?
Yeah.
That it was going to be Norv bringing Ron Rivera with him. And Rivera was going to be the DC and Norv was going to be the head coach. And we had a track record that Norv was not a great head coach.
Right.
And people still fell in love with that and were like, yes, Norv Turner, bring him back. Do it.
Yeah.
Do it. Hire him. And there's a little bit of that with Vrabel. But Vrabel had success. I'll tell you the guy who doesn't get enough credit that I would go out and hire right now and not even think twice about it is Matt Nagy.
Yeah, Nagy be the interesting one.
Matt Nagy had a raw deal in Chicago. what happened there. So Matt Nagy, if you look,
They went 13-3, right? 1 year.
So they went 12-4. They went 8-8, 8-8. So 500 or above 3 years in a row. Went to the playoffs twice, and then they went 6-11, and he got fired in Chicago, which has not shown they're any better since they moved on. Eberflus didn't do any better.
No.
And so to me, Matt Nagy, and then he's gone on to Kansas City. He's coached under Andy Reid. I think Matt Nagy would make a ton of sense. But
I mean, I don't care about coaching under Andy Reid. I mean, that thing's on autopilot. Look at Eric Bieniemy. He can't get a job.
But I think you're right. But, by the way, I'm distracted here a little bit by the 214. Bobby is my age. No way he knows half these people he's just baiting on. You know I know all these people I've put on.
Bobby
here.
knows, I would say, 96% of them.
It's 100, but I'll even take 96% as evidence because I do know who all these people are.
Yeah. So here's my Vrabel is. I think Vrabel's a good coach. But,
Me too.
I mean, I think he's a good coach, but if Tennessee fired him, Tennessee's a nothing team, and then he didn't get a job last cycle.
You know who he is? I feel like Joe Girardi.
I think that's great.
Remember when Girardi got fired from Florida and everybody's like, but why is he, why? Yeah, everybody loves him, but why is he free? And I know he's a former player. That's who he reminds me of. He reminds me of Joe
He's
Girardi.
a good man. I think he's generally a good manager.
I think Vrabel's generally a good coach, but are we overrating him a little bit? Probably similar to the way they did with Girardi.
I agree. I think you could win with Vrabel. But yeah, Pete Carroll. Go back to that.
Yeah, Pete Carroll wants back. Adam Schefter had the report on yesterday on Wednesday that Pete Carroll wants back into the NFL and that he wants specifically to be considered for the Chicago Bears job.
You know what? The Bears job is
it's a good job.
It's a good job. And boy, if the Bears, you want to talk about Bear fans getting into a tizzy. If they go and they hire Pete Carroll when Ben Johnson wants that job.
Pete Carroll's a good coach.
Pete Carroll is a good coach.
And Pete Carroll, I think, won out in the long run on some of the Russell Wilson stuff.
Yeah, but man, if you're going to go and you're going to pair a coach with a young quarterback, don't you want that to be an offensive guy?
I mean, I think that Pete's clearly shown a history of being able to put the guys around a young quarterback to succeed. He's had that track record. But Mike Florio wrote about this, said Pete Carroll wants another NFL head coaching job, and it kind of turned into an Adam Schefter hit piece. He writes, Adam Schefter of ESPN.com reports that Carroll wants back in, which means, frankly, that Carroll's agent has specifically told this to Schefter in the hopes that Schefter would broadcast it to the world, in the hopes of generating public opinion. Then Carroll's agent will owe Schefter big time, and that's how the sausage gets made. Carroll, per the report /strategic leak, specifically has expressed interest in the Bears vacancy, which obviously means nothing unless the Bears have interest in Carroll. So it's a little, feels unnecessarily after Schefter. If Carroll's interested in getting back in and they've told it to Schefter should report it. Even if that's the case, it feels odd that.
Yeah, who cares if.
Who else would that come from other than Carroll or his agent?
Right. The story isn't, from Schefter's perspective, the story isn't whether or not he gets a job. Whether he gets a job is irrelevant.
It's he wants back in the market.
He wants back in.
And that's a relevant story.
Correct. It's newsworthy. Schefter, what he has done here is he has reported something that cannot be proven wrong.
Mm-hmm. And look, I like Florio. I probably like Florio. Schefter's a better reporter. I think I like Florio's personality, like the way he is and our interactions with him. I think I like him personally more than I like Schefter.
Yeah.
But he tweets this story and he goes, Pete Carroll wants another NFL head coaching job and his agent is wisely pulling the strings of a prominent media member to fuel the effort. And that's when Adam Schefter, who just seems like he's in don't give an F mode lately. He's just talking about how he chows down, the way he reports, everything else. He's been on a roll lately, and he replied back to Mike Florio. The only thing that would have made this better is if he would have quote tweeted him, but he didn't. He replied back, and he said, everything you say here is 100% wrong. Keep up the guesswork and Merry Christmas. Damn!
Yeah, and that's how Adam Schefter is fan favorite of the Dallas Cowboy fan because most Dallas Cowboy fans can't stand Mike Florio after the Dez thing.
Oh, and I don't even tell me I'm missing the obvious joke here. Thank God the college basketball team I coach isn't in last place in the Horizon League, was Mike Florio's reply.
Thank God the college bass. That's a Doug Gottlieb.
What does that have to do with Schefter?
No, because he tweeted that to Gottlieb after in their first interaction. That's what Schefter tweeted. That's the whole thing.
Oh, then
Schefter
why is he tweeting that to Schefter?
Wait, hang on a second. What are you saying, Peyton?
Schefter tweeted that to Doug Gottlieb last week because you know
said
what
thank
I'm
God.
talking
Yeah,
about?
said thank God the college basketball team. My coach isn't last place in the right. So why is Florio responding back to
It's
Schefter
just a
with
joke
that?
for last week.
Oh, okay.
Because Schefter said something to Gottlieb about, wow, you need
I
to
guess
stop being on
Florio
Twitter.
respects it. Either way, Schefter coming in hot. He does not care. So basically, what happened last week? Gottlieb took shots at Schefter, and that's what Schefter wrote to Gottlieb.
Yeah, well, I don't.
But I
remember
don't
what
know
the
why
shot
Florio's
was.
using it.
Yeah, I don't remember what the exact shot was that Gottlieb took.
But either way, still, I like the Schefter edge and Schefter coming at people a little bit. But the bigger story to me here is Pete Carroll wants back in, and I want him here in Dallas.
All right, there's Bobby's
You don't
new guy.
though? Huh? Could you be convinced to say Carroll's a better coach than McCarthy?
I think they're very similar. They're very similar.
I don't see how I don't see how anyone could want McCarthy over Carroll.
I think they're very similar. Like McCarthy has, I think Carroll's peak was higher.
Sure, Carroll went to back-to-back Super Bowls.
Yeah, and Carroll I thought also was much better in New England than anybody wants to give him credit for.
Yes, he was. He was a good coach in New England. I always thought he didn't get enough
I think
credit
Pete's
there.
a really good coach. I think Pete's fine. I don't want it, but my thing is, you cannot say and complain about McCarthy's offenses being outdated and then bring in Pete Carroll.
Man, from 2012 to 2023, that was 12 years. Pete Carroll had one losing season. He had half the losing seasons that McCarthy will probably have by the time his season is done here in Dallas.
Well, but both of those were when Dak got hurt.
Yeah, they didn't have a losing season this year because Dak got hurt, though.
No, they had a bad start, and a lot of that was
a lot of it was with Dak.
A lot of it was with Dak, and a lot of it was because of Mike, and some of it was with because of Zimmer.
And they were on track for a similar losing season in 2020.
I can't remember.
That was the year where they gave up 49 points to the Browns and then 40 to the Seahawks, and they were losing all those games 40-35 and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, with Mike Nolan.
Yeah,
it was a Mike Nolan special,
which was a Mike McCarthy hire.
It was, but then again, I mean, yeah, I give him credit for Dan Quinn.
Well, I mean, the Joneses forced him on him, but
they also forced Zimmer on him.
Yeah,
and that didn't start out well. But it, I look. I mean, you want to bring in Pete Carroll, fine. I just can't stand. He's just got to stop chewing gum.
That's your big takeaway?
Yeah, he just chews too much. He doesn't stop. I mean, how long? Who chews gum for 4 hours in a row? Who does that? I just can't. He's constantly chewing on the
You're
damn
supposed to chew out all the sugar, and then once you chew out all the sugar, then you can blow bigger bubbles. That's the whole thought.
Gotta get rid of it. All right, crosstalk. The KNC masterpiece is coming up next here on Sean and RJ on 105.3.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
It is Crosstalk with the A&C masterpiece. That's right.
AC.
Yeah,
AC.
look at that.
Cool breeze. It's the cool breeze.
And
AC.
they've got James running the board today. So it's JAC. It's Jack.
Huh?
Jack. Yeah.
FM?
Or the AJC.
Sure.
Or the ACJ.
The Atlanta
or the
Journal-Constitution.
Yeah, the CAJ.
I like Jack.
Jack
because,
FM, they're downstairs.
Yeah.
They are. They are.
Or if they like start sounding off, you can call it like the Jack sound off.
All right. Of course, he was just trying to do this. Boy, it's dark outside.
It's dark in here.
Hey, how about the Cowboys?
Outside. It feels like it's 5:30 at night right now.
Yeah.
Alec and Chris Arnold, what's on the show today, gentlemen?
Oh boy, right out of the gates, Luke is out indefinitely. What does that mean for the Mavericks? 10:40, no Mike Bassick, but we're going to talk some baseball. You brought this up in Crosstalk on Tuesday, the JUCO ruling about the eligibility. Kylie McDaniel, ESPN, put out a piece about how that could change baseball. And we have Kyle Yeomans at 1 o'clock.
Oh, all right.
Kyle.
Very nice. Were you at the Mavs game yesterday, I assume?
Of course.
Yeah. Did you know Luca's injury? Like at the time, I barely noticed it in the actual play of the game. Like
he was being dramatic, and then he literally was mad and had to be helped off the court.
Mm-hmm.
When I say helped off, I mean he wasn't. But guys were walking him to the locker room, and he doesn't leave in the middle of the game. He might go to the bench. Now, the first thing I thought of, and again, we don't know because we're at the game, right? The first thing I thought of was it's got to be the calf because he's always has a calf issue for the last couple of years.
Should drink some more water.
And then it was like, well, it could be worse than that. And then he's like, oh, well, you never know what it's going to be. And I was like, in my mind, when I found out it was calf, I was like, well, thank God it's the calf because he's used to that, or at least he knows what he has to deal with. It's not like an Achilles, it's not like something or a knee.
I thought you were about to say at least it's not an artery. I was like, that'd be really bad if it was an artery.
You have an artery in your calf? You got the
you got arteries that run through there.
Artery that runs through your knee. Because it was like I was trying to figure out because it looked like he was favoring his right leg as he was walking off, but everything you hear is like it could be the left calf. It's like, well, was he limping wrong?
Who knows? I always say with Luca,
you never know.
He played basketball for Real Madrid, who's got a soccer team, and what do soccer guys do? They're so dramatic.
Yeah, they are dramatic.
They flop. That's what they do.
I didn't say that.
All right, so we played How Young is Peyton Russell at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, and we don't want to dunk on just Peyton.
No.
We want to dunk on Alec, too.
In fact, aren't those guys competitors anyway?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
This is a chance to show your stuff.
Isn't he like 10 years older than me?
He is,
How old are
basically.
you?
He is really
23.
old.
Yeah, 5.
So he's 5. He's half a decade. He's
fetuses. I could be your parents.
He's half of Stetson Bennett's college career right there. That's how much older he is. All right, so we're going to do you want to throw up the How Young is Peyton Russell music for him here, Peyton?
Yeah, sure.
All right. He's going to pull up the How Young is Peyton Russell. So we're going to see how young is Alec Medford. We're going to ask you guys the same thing. So we're going to go around, and I'm going to sneeze really quickly here. But we're going to go around and
covering your mouth there.
Yeah, I couldn't do anything about it. I have a hands full. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go to RJ for the decade. I'm going to go to Chris. No, I'm going to go Alec for the decade. RJ for the category. Chris for the subcategory. Okay. So, Alec, you want 70s, 80s, or 90s?
I'll go 70s because I already know I'm going to have no idea who it is.
Okay. Sports, society, or entertainment shop?
Oh, let's go. I love the society ones. Let's go society.
Chris, do we want crime, politics, or miscellaneous?
Crime.
Okay. Alec Medford. Who is John Wayne Gacy?
Oh. I read about this in high school, and I don't remember.
Oh, no! Buzz him. Anybody want to answer this?
He was a serial killer.
Yes.
What was his distinguishing feature?
He dressed as a clown and
got it.
killed young boys.
Okay, well, you could have just said the clown thing and left it at that.
That's
but
why people are scared of it.
We'll go there. Okay, so 0 for 1. He's got to go 2 for 6.
Brian Dennehy played him in a movie.
Brian Dennehy.
Really
what a pull.
70s, 80s, or 90s?
We'll just go up the ladder, 80s.
80s, okay. Sports, society, or entertainment shop?
Oh, society.
Crime, politics, or miscellaneous?
Politics.
Alec Medford. Who is Mikhail Gorbachev?
Oh, you better get this one.
I have no clue.
Oh my God!
This is great. I want to play this with everybody in the
Hang on a
building.
second.
Does Peyton even know?
No, they don't know who Mikhail Gorbachev.
Hey, did you go to school? What do you got? What do they teach in school now?
I was a communications major for a reason.
High school.
What did I pay attention in high school?
Let me give him a hint.
I was a track runner. I did not pay attention in class.
We said politics, right?
Yeah.
He's got a splotch on his forehead.
He's not American politics, clearly.
No, I can tell, yeah.
Mikhail Gorbachev.
He's got a big red splotch.
Or dead.
Do you know?
He's no longer with us.
Do you know who Joseph Stalin is?
Yeah, Russian. Yeah.
But what? What?
That's good enough. Let's not.
Dictator.
Yeah, there we go. He's
Dictator,
right. He's
fine,
right.
yeah.
All right, all right.
That's $20, RJ.
Gorbachev,
He was not the czar, but he was the
General Secretary of the Communist Party.
Yeah, Russia in the 80s. Tear down this wall.
And stay drunk.
The last president of the Soviet Union, Mikhail
Last
Gorbachev.
one.
Kind of a superstar here in America, too.
Is he?
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
well,
I think so.
He had a big role
Him
in
and
Naked
Reagan.
Gun.
Reagan and Gorbachev together. I think he was absolutely kind of a cult figure here in the United States.
Naked Gun, the movie. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
70s, 80s, or 90s,
right.
Alec?
I want to go back to 70s.
70s.
All right.
Okay. Sports, society, or entertainment?
Let's give him a break with entertainment.
Okay, entertainment. Music, movies, or TV, Chris?
He likes music. Music.
Alec Medford. Who is Rod Stewart?
No, you're not.
Oh, my
pausing.
God.
You are not pausing. I do not believe he's seriously
This is better than
wondering.
Peyton.
I didn't listen to 70s music.
But he's huge.
If you
I know.
think I'm sexy.
Yep. Okay, now it's clear.
No, it doesn't count. He
I
doesn't
know it
it
doesn't
is.
count.
We're
I know
not-
it doesn't count. But
All right.
yeah, when
Over 3.
you give me like one line and I'll remember.
What country is he from?
I don't know.
The UK.
Wow.
All right.
He's up there with the Beatles and Elton John. And
All right.
That's his. Those are his peers. Beatles.
This
Elton
is
John.
unbelievable.
He actually
Good
does.
for him.
You are going to play for money here. I am actually going to give you money because now we're 0 for 3 now. I
Give
just feel
him
bad.
2 10s and 2 5s.
Yeah, there we
And
go.
I'm honestly not trying.
70s, 80s, or 90s?
80s.
80s. Sports, society, or entertainment?
Society.
Such a jerk.
I know.
Crime, politics, or miscellaneous?
Miscellaneous.
Alec Medford. Who's Phil Donahue?
Oh, brother of Casey. No.
You nailed it. Yeah.
They can sing. You
Hell
don't
if
really
I know.
You
Nope.
really don't know?
Really
Nope.
don't know?
I'm
Oh,
not
man.
surprised he doesn't know Donahue.
Okay.
Donahue, talk show host.
Yeah, he
He
was
was
like the original.
Oprah.
He was the walk
Yeah.
around the mic and Layla, you want to fight somebody? Come up here. Why don't you fight me? I'll take off my tie. Come up, like that
He
kind
had
of
the
guy.
#1 talk show forever. Then Oprah came along. Then after Oprah,
He was male
Ellen.
Sally
Oprah.
Jesse
Then
and
Sally
Ricky
Jesse-
Lake. And
Yeah. And like
Springer.
right now, it's
Jenny Jones or whatever. her
Maury
name is.
Povich.
Yeah, Maury Povich. He didn't know these names, but he knows Oprah.
You know
And he-
Oprah.
70s, 80s, or 90s?
Or does he know?
We're still
Oprah?
going.
Yeah,
we're
we got
still
2
going.
more. You got to get these last 2 to beat Peyton. We need you to beat Peyton. I need you to beat Peyton.
80s.
You're not even going to try 90s? You've just avoided 90s this whole time?
No, because I feel like it's going to be even more embarrassing if I don't know.
That's true.
That's
That's
like
so.
smart play. Sports, society, or entertainment,
He
Chop?
did 8. Let's do sports. Let's give him a
Okay,
chance.
MLB, NFL, or NBA?
NFL.
NFL. Alec Medford. Who is Eric Dickerson?
Oh, running back.
Yeah, okay,
All
boom.
right,
Ring it
okay.
back.
What a lame ass.
You got Cliff Harris, right? All right, now he's just got to get this
What
one.
school did he go to?
What school?
Yeah.
It was in Texas. It was in the state
You
of
have
Texas.
to get this one.
I don't think there's a lot of people who don't
I
know
think
this.
he has to get. There was a 30 for 30 on it.
Yeah, went to SMU, right?
Yeah! That's even more impressive than Peyton knowing anything.
Yeah.
All right, last one here. This is for the tiebreaker. 70s, 80s, or 90s? Come on, go for a 90s. That's going to be, even if it's embarrassing, it's your chance to embarrass Peyton.
Fine. 90s.
All right,
Society.
You're such a jerk.
Miscellaneous.
All right, miscellaneous. We're going miscellaneous here.
This is not fair.
All right, Alec Medford. Who is crap? I can't answer this. Did you hear the segment with Peyton earlier?
No.
Who is Norman Schwarzkopf?
Ooh. The Norminator, right?
No.
Yeah, the Norminator. That's right, the Norminator.
I know this.
You do?
If you can just name it, if you can give us his nickname, I'll accept it.
Or what he did for a living.
His job or his nickname?
Too much time.
I have no clue.
Norman Schwarzkopf.
He was a general.
He was a general during the Gulf War.
Yes!
The first Gulf War. The first Gulf War.
I remember from AP history. Yeah.
Wait, you learned about him in AP history, but you didn't learn about Mikhail Gorbachev?
No, because I remember he was on an AP test.
So we have a tie.
This guy, hang on. He was in AP history.
Yeah.
And he doesn't know who
What
Gorbachev
year were you
is.
born? 01 or 2000? 01. So you got to remember, he was born a decade after Gorbachev left.
And a decade after Schwarzkopf. But if you're in AP history, you should learn.
Yeah,
all
because my
about
mom
that.
forced me.
They're not teaching it.
Because my mom forced me to be an AP
But they
history.
should teach it. They don't.
I got
teach
a.
that.
Hey, the grading scale on that test was 1 to 5. What do you think I got?
I don't know.
1.
I got a 1.
You got a 1.
Oh, so you were number 1. It's
He
good.
passed the test and
All right,
forgot
so what's
about
your?
it.
You got to text me your Venmo because you won $20 because we
let's
didn't
go.
put it to Chop to double or
I'm
nothing.
banned
So he
from
actually
Venmo,
won. What you are? How did that happen?
That's an off-air story.
Wait,
Yes,
what did he
it
say? I
is.
didn't hear
He's
what he said.
banned from Venmo. I've never met a single person banned from Venmo.
What?
Yeah. No, basically I got lied to, and
Damn.
no. So
So your
somebody.
Cash App. Your Cash App.
No, Zelle. Okay. I don't use
Zelle is what everybody uses now, isn't it?
Yeah, because there's no
Zelle is
fees.
the one. Yeah.
So
Oh, is that why?
And all
Yeah.
banks are on it.
no, basically,
I'll just bring you $20 cash tomorrow. is what I'll
basically
do.
in college, we're at B-Dubs tomorrow, 629
Oh, well,
State Street.
I dropped by B-Dubs. Which
Let's
one?
go.
Which one?
629 Staten Street.
Yeah,
by
which
Seventh.
is by TCU.
Fort Worth.
Oh, TCU. Okay.
West Side.
Nice.
But to make a long story short, a friend from high school said, I have Cash App. This guy that I did his thesis statement for is paying me through Venmo. I don't have Venmo. Can he Venmo you the money and then you Cash App to the money to me?
Scammed.
Yeah. And so I was like, sure. I thought it was going to be like $100. It was like $8,000.
What?
Oh my God!
You Venmoed him $8,000.
He Venmoed me $8,000, and I was like, okay, this is not for a thesis statement. And
What
yeah,
happened?
so then I asked him, I was like, is there something else here? And he was like, you know, what you don't know is what you probably should.
So you said I want to out of this.
Yeah,
Get away from me.
yeah, and I said I want out of this. So I gave him his money, and I was like, I'm cool on that. Ask somebody
You
else
gave
next
him his
time.
money.
Do
just
you
sent
know
it
what you
back.
were?
Yeah,
You were the courier.
exactly.
2%. You took 2%.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah. You let me keep $50. So.
That's not 2%. He's the courier. He laundered money. You laundered money.
Yeah, so
banned from Venmo.
exactly, exactly. Yeah, so after
This
that,
is the greatest story. Why
This
have we
is
not heard this
phenomenal.
one?
No,
because he was legit one of my friends in high school. So I trusted him because he was smart. He was valedictorian.
You didn't talk to this guy
So
anymore
how-
after this, right?
No, I didn't. And
Oh
So
my
how did
gosh!
they ban
I would.
you?
and
How did they
I'm
ban you?
narking.
and-
I'm narking. On
When was this? What year was this?
2019.
Okay, so
Probably should be talking about this. You're
Tell
still
us
in the statute of
how they
limitations, I think.
banned you. How did somebody had to find out if you got banned?
Oh no, it was just flagged for
They see the
suspicious activity.
yeah, the
Oh,
large
yeah.
transaction gets
Okay,
you.
they
Yeah,
flagged.
Yeah.
gets you caught.
And you said, I don't use it.
And for laundering money.
Yeah.
I'm not going to
there you
explain
go.
this.
Venmo didn't buy the research paper story.
The laundering
No,
money.
and I was like, you know what? Probably deserved.
Wow.
No, not deserved. That dude is a POS, whoever your old
Wow.
buddy is.
Yeah.
What's his name? You want to say his name on the air?
No, because he's no longer with us.
Oh,
That's what happens when you launder money.
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know what to say on that one.
Yeah.
KNC Masterpiece. With,
What a story. Great job, Alec. That was a great crossover. All
That should
Alex.
be a documentary.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are they? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. That is the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
My name is Alec Medford. James Tritley on the ones and twos with you. The Turn It On, Leave It On listener. We appreciate you hanging out with us here on a very scary-looking day after Christmas outside.
Is this London?
Here in the Metroplex. It looks like we're in Gotham City right now.
Yeah,
Like,
really. Where's the bat signal?
Yeah.
Can't even see it.
It feels like it's really ominous. It feels like something bad is about to happen, and I don't know why.
Yeah,
But
it looks darker than like the morning. And we're not even talking about the middle of the day. We're talking about morning. It looks dark. But not only, I mean, it looks like it should be nighttime, like 8 o'clock in the evening or 9 o'clock in the evening.
yeah, it feels like I just woke up to do like a fill-in show on the mornings, on a holiday or something. But here we are. It is 10 in the morning, and it is gross outside, but we made it here.
And by the way, it's not cold. For those who haven't stepped outside yet, it's not like in the 30s or the 40s. It's like almost 60.
Well, we made it here in one piece, and that's all that matters. We're going to hang out with you until 2 o'clock and give way to the G-Bag Nation. But just because it's the day after a holiday doesn't mean anything. We are still live and local for you. We're going to have some fun today, but we will be at Buffalo Wild Wings tomorrow.
Hey.
629 Staten Street in Fort Worth, right off of 7th Street. So if you're a partier, you know that area very, very well. Come out and see us 10 to 2 tomorrow. So excited for that. But for now, we are stuck here in this gloomy weather. And to go along with that gloomy mood, we can talk about what happened for the Dallas Mavericks yesterday. They lose 105-99 in what was an impressive comeback effort by the Mavericks, but that lead is going to get buried by the one that came out after the game, where you saw Luka Doncic exit the game early on with what looked to be a leg issue. He gets quickly ruled out with a calf strain, and visible distraught energy from Luka. It looked like he wanted to rip that jersey off. He grabs it by the collar and gives it a squeeze. He wanted to tear that thing right off, but you could tell it was not good.
If the calf were a ref, it'd be in trouble right now.
This is true. And it was not a good sight to see him needing a little bit of assistance off the court. He needed to leave the arena on crutches thereafter. So we heard from Shams Charania of ESPN, still getting used to saying that, after the game, that he will miss an extended amount of time. No time frame really, but he's going to get more testing done, and we will see the extent of the damage with that calf strain. But you saw what happens when you're without Luka. Things looked a little bit different. You saw Julius Randle absolutely explode for
Dallas'
the Timberwolves.
own.
Yep, Plano zone. He got to do it. He even said after the first quarter, did a little interview with ESPN. You know, you could see he wasn't looking at the reporter or anything. He's like, I'm looking at my mom as we speak.
Yep.
She's sitting front row. You know, so it was cool to see the homecoming, but I hate that it was at the expense of the Dallas Mavericks. Everything that could have went wrong did go wrong for the Mavericks, but like I said, they at least made it interesting at the end, because I was getting ready to, lace up the shoes and go over to my aunt's house for the family Christmas there in about the middle of the third quarter, and I was like, yeah, this is done. This is absolutely done. And then I get to her house and I'm like, oh man, it's a 6-point game.
Nobody told Kyrie that that it was done. No, in fact, this is what you have to look for the Dallas Mavericks, and we'll talk about them without Luka later, but had they went into the game thinking that Luka was not going to play, they probably would have beat Minnesota. Seriously, because they win without Luka. But one of the reasons that Luka was upset, he's very competitive anyway, but more importantly, he's very competitive on Christmas Day. For those who don't know, that was the 8th time that the Mavericks have played on Christmas, 3 times with Dirk, the last 5 times with Luka. Last year, it was in Phoenix, and guess what Luka did? 50. He hung half 100 on the Suns, because then again, he owns the Suns, right? Especially Devin Booker. With that being said, he was talking about before the game, oh yeah, he's looking forward to this because everybody in Slovenia can watch it. The time change, it fits perfectly. It's like nighttime viewing for the people, his fans in Slovenia, his family. And then he gets hurt going into halftime. I mean, this was like, he was really, really upset. But the Dallas Mavericks, as they were trying to figure out and find themselves, because the first half was pretty competitive. They were behind most of that part, but they were still like right there within 9 to 10 points. Third quarter, the T-Wolves just exploded. And it wasn't just Ant-Man and it wasn't just Julius Randle. They were just doing all kinds of things. And the Mavericks were just bricking. They were getting the shots that they wanted. They just weren't dropping until Kyrie said, let me take over this thing. He takes over the fourth quarter, winds up with 39 points. And by the way, Klay Thompson in this game, he broke past Reggie Miller for the fifth spot, all-time 3 scored. He had 2 of them in the first quarter. And then in the fourth quarter, he hit the one that broke the record. And of course, there's a little salute for him after a timeout, not stopping the game for him, but afterwards in the timeout, giving him his love and the whole 9 yards. And, the Mavericks had all this momentum, and Minnesota wasn't scoring anything, but they had a lead that had gone up to 28 points. And the Mavericks chopped it down to 2 points with like a minute left to play, less than a minute to play. They just couldn't get the stop that they needed. Ant-Man got a off-the-glass bank shot in, and the Mavericks bricked, and then they fouled Julius Randle. He hit the last 2 shots, and unfortunately, everybody went home disappointed, but they did have a wild ride, which leads us to Luca.
It does, and just a little bit more on the end of that game. The last 4 minutes or so was some of the most intense, crazy, nonsensical basketball that you're going to see in a while, and maybe all season for the Dallas Mavericks. That was so competitive. They opened up the fourth quarter with a 31-11 run.
Exactly. It was all Kyrie. He was leading the whole charge, but then all those shots they were taking in the third started dropping.
Mm-hmm. And that leads to a bigger topic that I feel like comes up this time every year, really for most teams, but especially it feels like the Dallas Mavericks and just overall shot selection. I saw a lot of people were kind of rubbed the wrong way by maybe some shots that Kyrie was taking late in the game too, like a late 3-pointer when all you needed was a 2-point bucket to even up the game. Let
me say this, because for those who don't know, there's a strategy inside the strategy. He threw up that shot, a 3, because he was trying to get closer or get somebody else open, but in their minds, they wanted to have 2 possessions. You follow where I'm going?
Yeah.
It's like you don't want Minnesota to run the clock out on 24 seconds. So he jacked it up because they wanted to have 2 more possessions.
So there was a lot going on there that ended up leading to a 6-point loss and what should have probably been more like a 16-point loss
easily
with the way that they played throughout most of the game. And without Luca, what does it look like for all we know right now is, quote, an extended amount of time from Shams and Tim McMahon, who reported it for ESPN.
And Tim was at the game.
And what does that look like to you going forward? Who needs to step up in his absence? Who's going to get more minutes? A lot of people talking about Najee Marshall coming back from that upper respiratory infection. Maybe they start asking a little bit more from him since he has been so good handling the basketball. Quentin Grimes is going to get probably some extended time with the ball in his hands as a primary ball carrier, which you saw at the end of Luka's last absence. He did really well. So compared to years past, the Mavericks are in a lot better position to handle this. What scares me is it is an extended amount of time. Without your superstar on the floor for who knows how long, you are going to put up, inevitably, a couple of pretty bad games. You can see it coming from a mile away, but the depth that they have built on this roster in a matter of months this past offseason, I think equips them better to hang in there and keep them competitive there inside the top of the West until he comes back, and then they can really shore things up. And, you hear like Jerry Jones say it all the time, I'd rather have this injury happen, in the first quarter of the season than the last quarter in the playoffs. So get this out of the way, and now you can really see what that depth looks like behind him.
In fact, a lot of people, and we totally understand, a lot of people for, basketball, they don't pay attention to it till Christmas itself. It's like they're paying attention to football.
Sure.
Mavericks this season, outside of the game where Luka and Kyrie both did not play. This is the first game against the Clippers last week. They're 6-1 without Luka. 6-1. When he first hurt his wrist, I knew that they would have a winning record because the depth is there. And you also got to look at what everybody's always complained about the Mavericks and Luka, which is his usage rating. He's on the floor too long. He, dominates the ball too much. Well, guess what? You're able to see what this team can do when you don't have to have him dominate the ball to win the games. So in other words, those days of Luka having to have a triple-double and have the ball in his hands the whole time and tie up the clock and he moves at his own pace and that's the only way they can win. Those days are long gone. This season changed all of that narrative, And I expect the Dallas Mavericks to actually thrive. And you will hear crazy stories that make no sense about, well, they don't really need Luka. Yeah, they do. And you definitely need him in the playoffs. And what you want him to do is be fresh in the playoffs. You're talking about Coach is saying, or Jerry Jones has been saying, I'd rather a player get hurt in the first part of the season than the end. It especially applies to Luka. That run they made to the finals last year, people kind of forget Luka was injured during that entire run. And again, this calf injury he's going through now, he's been dealing with this calf for 2 years now. So again, I was saying this in the crosstalk. If Luka were to have an injury, I was praying that it wasn't Achilles. I was praying that it wasn't some kind of knee like overshown. And, you just never know, especially with players around the NBA just getting hurt all this part of the year. So with all that being said, I expect not just Q. Grimes to step up. I'm expecting Spencer Dinwiddie to step up, which he did. And all these guys, you say, well, can they step up? They've done it. You might not have been paying attention, Maverick fans or sports fans, because you're paying attention to the soap opera, which is the NFL, and we understand all that. So as you try to come up with a new narrative, the last you checked on the Dallas Mavericks was last season when you didn't think the coach knew how to coach and the GM knew how to find talent, and Luka and Kyrie can't get along, and Luka's just going to leave. Those things freaking. So catch up with the rest of the world. And I'm saying, well, wait a minute. If you love sports, you're going to catch up. You will catch up. But find out that this is going. In fact, to show you how good the Mavericks were without Luka, there are people who are doing this hypothetical. Was Luka really hurt, or did he just need to see how this team can play without him? I mean, that's how good they play without him. That's all I'm saying.
Something that I'm going to keep an eye on, because I thought this was a fun little case study while he was out with the wrist injury. The Mavericks quietly moved up to 7th in the NBA in pace of play. Ever since his return, they've dropped back down to 12, which is still in the better half of the league. But noticeably, when you watch the game and when you look at the numbers, the pace of play with Luka slows down.
Yep.
And we all know that. That's been the story of his game. It's not necessarily a bad thing either. That's just how he plays the game. I'm intrigued to see if they climb back up, because they're trying to play with a little more tempo, trying to score early, trying to score often.
Exactly.
So that might...
And the defense is a notch better.
Exactly. So the game plan obviously is going to change without him. I want to know if that means faster basketball, which... maybe you could see more 39-point performances from Kyrie Irving. You could see more 20-plus point explosions from a Quentin Grimes, just because they are pushing the ball up and down the court a lot faster. So that's something that I'll be interested to see. I hope they do, because I think that leads to wins for the Mavericks with this roster. If you told me that last year, I didn't think that exactly amounted to anything. That didn't really change my mind. With the personnel they have now, I think pushing the pace does work. So I hope that's going to be the case going forward.
To show you how good and how deep this Mavericks team really is, buddy of mine named Bob, he also loves sports. He talks sports all the time. He said, I think this roster is good enough because of the depth. If they were their own team outside of Luka and Kyrie, they could make the playoffs. They would be a play-in because they're that good and they're that balanced. So again, the Mavericks record's going to be okay. Luka is probably not going to be in the MVP conversation unless his second half is just so off the charts, which I doubt, because it's he wants to win a ring. He doesn't care about the MVP as much as a ring. So he wants to make sure the team is as good as it can be around him for the playoffs. And they need him to be right for the playoffs with less miles on him. So it's a curse and a blessing.
It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some NFL overreaction or reality. NFL, should you just stay in your lane? We'll talk about that next year on The Fan.
The North.
have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Or smart gadgets you bought online? Just send them back. DFW Security has affordable, superior technology with professional installation and local support for your home or business.
DFWsecurity.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. Please drink responsibly. And also Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It is also brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, you can call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With the Frankels, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, we're going to get into some NFL overreaction or reality here in just a moment. And coming up on the other side, how a junior college ruling could impact the world of Major League Baseball. A really fun conversation that I'm looking forward to. But we did have all of the Christmas games yesterday. We will break those down more in depth during Gridiron Gravy. That's going to be at 11 o'clock today because Mike McCarthy will be speaking at about 11:15. So our Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, will join us at 11:40 instead. So we'll break those games down at length here in a little over half an hour. But I've got some questions to ask you, boys, and we are going to start with one. Even though it is NFL overreaction or reality, this is actually based off of a question or a comment rather made by LeBron James after the Lakers game yesterday on Christmas Day. He had this to say.
Thank you very much. Merry Christmas to you, and thank you for another gift on Christmas.
Oh, absolutely. Merry Christmas to my family back home. I'm coming home, and I love the NFL. But Christmas is our day.
I love the NFL, but Christmas is our day. So 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys text line to get involved. NFL overreaction or reality? The NFL should stay out of the NBA's lane and should have never done Christmas Day games.
Too late. You can't go back. The NFL is the most dominant league in all of sports outside of soccer worldwide. And they do what they want to do, and they have proven that they can. And it's not just about television ratings. It's about streaming rights. It's the whole 9 yards. It's the big dog. And unfortunately for the NBA, the NFL decided to take some of their talents to Christmas. A lot of people, I was saying this last segment, they never pay attention to the NBA until Christmas anyway because they're so busy watching football. Well, guess what? NFL is so bold and so big. They're doing Saturdays now. They're doing Christmas Day. They're doing Friday nights sometimes against high school football. They're doing whatever the F they want to do. And LeBron, if you were a younger guy, it might have made a difference. You probably got 2 or 3 years left, son. Yeah, son.
James, are you in or out on NFL Christmas Day games?
Well, I was watching it yesterday, and I was like, the last time we saw live events on Netflix, the entire thing seemed to have crashed. So that was Tyson. The first thought.
And you saw butt cheeks.
Right, yeah. And, 2 things. Well, some people would argue those were butt cheeks type of games yesterday. But at the same time,
this is true.
I will say I did enjoy kind of the different Christmas Day festivities. Obviously, NBA has been huge on Christmas Day. But give us some, everybody loves football during the fall and winter. Give us a little more variety. I'm not mad at it.
See, I'm going to say that this is overreaction, that the NBA just owns Christmas Day sports programming. I'm all for having more sports on days that I am not working, because what do I like to do in my free time? Watch sports. And I feel like that's a lot of Americans, is whenever you have the family around and you have all the kids running around and everything, what is your one escape? Sitting down and watching some sports, no matter what it is. The NHL could have played yesterday, and I would have been all in on whatever games. I wish they did too.
The NHL said, let's stay in our lane. They didn't even have games on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day.
And to your point, CA, where, it is too late and everything, that's why I'm just saying they are asking rather that they should have never done it. The reason that it was going to happen eventually, and even if you just want to broaden that spectrum a little bit, the whole experiment on Netflix was going to happen. The NFL got an extra $150 million in additional TV money just from making that Netflix deal. And Netflix, in turn, makes a bunch of that money back, if not more, and profits off of it because they can sell ads for six figures. And it's Netflix. They have their own original program. You saw a whole section during the Steelers game of people dressed up like Squid Games characters promoting the show, which, guess what, comes out today. So literally the next day, the show that they're promoting is coming out. So it makes more sense than not to try this thing out. And they hired CBS's production crew to run the game. So they had CBS commentators like Nate Burleson, Ian Eagle, so on as J.J. Watt. They had him in the booth, but they're also running ads for CBS broadcasts and CBS TV shows. So the NFL benefits from this in so many ways, more than just one. And one more nugget about that. Netflix says that viewers from over 200 countries tuned in to Chiefs versus Steelers, and nearly 1/3 of all active Netflix viewers during that time window were watching that game.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of people.
And to show you about a lot of people and eyeballs and clicks and streams or whatever you use as metrics, this is not a coincidence that Beyonce did a halftime. We're going to talk about that halftime a little bit later in the show.
Mm-hmm.
But just know this. It was in Houston, where she's from. They were calling it the Beyonce Bowl because the Beehive is worldwide. We're talking about her fans. It's kind of like the Kansas City Chiefs are not mad that Taylor Swift is a fan of their team and her boyfriend plays tight end. Beyonce, if she says, hey, I would do a halftime, can't be a Super Bowl halftime. Well, Christmas Day, that's big. And guess what? I'm in my own hometown of Houston. I can get my part out of it, just like CBS and cross-promote. It just was a win-win-win all the way across because there are people who didn't care about football at all, including all the women in my family. It's the Beyonce Bowl. I said, what's the Beyonce Bowl? You mean you don't know? I wasn't aware, but I found out.
NFL overreaction or reality. Russell Wilson should not return as the Steelers quarterback next season.
I'm thinking it's an overreaction. I think people are saying that because they're like, oh, he's just like Kirk Cousins. But guess what? He had a history of being bad in Denver. I think the bad in Denver thing was his own fault. But at the same time, I don't think it was totally skill related. I think it was a power trip related thing. And so him with Pittsburgh, you can't erase what he did when he took over for Fields. With that being said, he's not coming off of an injury like Kirk Cousins. He's older, but guess what? There's a lot of older quarterbacks. I don't think he's done, and I don't think he shouldn't not take another snap. They've lost 3 straight games, but guess what? It's not all on him.
The Steelers played 3 games in 11 days, all 3 of those against teams with 10-plus wins. The offensive numbers weren't good, but neither was Russ. Pittsburgh averages just 280 yards per game with 13 offensive points per game over those past 3 games, all with Wilson at quarterback, obviously. He completed just 64% of his passes for 550 yards with 3 touchdowns to 2 interceptions and an 82.2 rating. He's also taken 10 sacks and has just a 73.3 passer rating when facing the blitz during that 3-game skid. So he's under heavy pressure. Mm-hmm. He's not making good decisions with the football, which you saw one of those interceptions he threw yesterday over the middle into the back of the end zone into double coverage when George Pickens was wide open in single coverage on the left side of the field because the safety read Wilson's eyes and went to center field and intercepted the pass. So if you watch the games, you see some where you say, like you were saying, okay, I get it. He was under duress, whatever. But then there's some really ugly decisions, and he's just holding the ball a lot longer because he still thinks that he is Russell Wilson of Seattle. He thinks that he can evade all of that. He can't move the way he used to.
Exactly. In fact, McQuarrie, one of the McQuarrie twins who does the broadcasting now, a couple of years ago, he was explaining why Russ isn't Danger Russ anymore. And he says he doesn't extend plays with his legs anymore, and he takes too many sacks instead of just getting rid of the ball. And you just nailed it.
From the 817, they need to play Jalen Warren as running back 1, though, too. Harris is washed. And I think I think that's why they probably declined that 5th-year option on Harris, too, is because they know that we got what we could out of him. We need to get ready to move on, and I think Warren will see a chance at least to be that guy because that 5th-year option is declined on Najee Harris, and he's going to be gone soon.
Here's what's so wild. No one saw Pittsburgh being this good a month ago. You follow where I'm going with this? It was like, okay, that division's the toughest division in sports. Now we find out it's the NFC North, not the AFC North, but still. Baltimore, you already knew, and they just added Derrick Henry. Oh, they got to be the favorite. Wait a minute. Guess what? You got a couple of other teams that are always there and looking good, and Pittsburgh just added Russ. Well, wait a minute. They got Fields, too. That team's not going anywhere. And guess what? They started going somewhere. So it's where's the bar? What is the expectation level?
Sticking with the Steelers because it is Kevin Hagelin's favorite team. It is well documented. Mike Tomlin should be let go as the head coach of the Steelers after this year.
Too much?
Overreaction or reality. I bring this up because I saw lots of fans on Twitter yesterday and even some local media out in Pittsburgh screaming for his job after yesterday's game.
Here's what's so crazy. The man doesn't have a losing season. We know that. Nobody likes a 500 league. He's already won a Super Bowl. We already know that. Do you know what the teams that would snatch him up in a minute? Again, sometimes the squeaky wheel gets the most noise. That doesn't represent everybody. It definitely doesn't represent the entire organization. And imagine what you don't know what he does. The culture in that locker room. You didn't know about Antonio Brown till he left, did you? That's all I got to say.
James, how do we feel about Mike Tomlin?
I mean, if you're going to think about letting go such a legendary coach and that, you've got bigger problems to worry about. I mean, you see time and time again, and again, there's multiple instances where we've seen Pittsburgh not have a successful season, but do we still believe in Mike Tomlin as a head coach? Abso-freaking-lutely. There's nothing. He's going to go down as one of the greatest coaches in the game. I mean, he's kept that job for a reason. They're not just having him around just to be like, well, we don't want to, get rid of a household name. No, he's good for a reason. He's in that position for an exact reason.
And you see that the locker room has his back no matter what. He is a true leader of men. I mean, in a weird way, it's almost like they're the AFC's Cowboys because you hear the same things. The outside noise calling for the job of the head coach, but everybody in that building is so blatantly dedicated to him, and they are in love with the idea of keeping him as their head coach because they believe in him. They believe the vision, and I will say that I feel like their front office in general is not the best. I don't think they help him out. They kind of, just like the Cowboys, they help him be good enough, and that's it. They don't do anything else. Like, they don't develop the quarterback. What do? They go and get Justin Fields for cheap, and they get Russell Wilson for cheap, and they say, well, we got options here. They were doing almost in training camp quarterback by committee, which we talk about here all the time with our running back situation in training camp. If you ever say anything blank by committee, you are setting yourself up for failure. Before day one, even the sun rises on day one of the NFL season, you are setting yourself up for failure. So I think that he has done nothing wrong. If anything, I think it's more of an indictment on the front office.
Yep, and think about this. Name the Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback that followed behind Ben Roethlisberger all the way to Russell Wilson. Think about it.
They had a dude named Duck.
And they've never had a losing record. They've made it to the playoffs most of the time. And by the way, Tolo's texting in, my voice is hoarse. I'm not sick at all. I don't feel bad at all. I've just been talking on the radio every day and doing Maverick games at night and Cowboy games and stuff. So I'm just hoarse.
I want to bring up a point about going back to the Russell Wilson thing. Remember, before the season started, you and I had a show, and we talked about how none of us should pay attention to Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, and now Russell Wilson is looking so successful with this team.
Mm-hmm.
He's just looking a ton better than I think a lot of people predicted. We're like, well, you have 1A, 1B and Russ and Fields, but now you look at everything, and Russ looks like he can be a consistent quarterback and try and get the job done.
Exactly.
From the 214, this is great. You're going to like this, CA. Talking about the Najee Harris thing, they said, please don't talk about washed-up running backs with no contract coming on this station. Jerry's going to hear that, and he's going to go looking for him this offseason. Yeah, washed-up running backs that have nothing left to give them that one-year deal. That sounds great. Him and Rico Dowdle gonna tear the league down. There you have it, NFL overreaction or reality right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, no Mike Bassick today, but we are going to talk some baseball because there's a junior college ruling that might and probably will impact the game of baseball at the collegiate and major league level. We'll talk about that next here on the KNC Masterpiece.
Coming up in the next...
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
So the first wild game I ever had, my mama cooked those squirrels, but I don't remember eating the brains. That's some country ass stuff right there.
Where it starts and where it ends, one station gets people talking in TFW and around the nation.
Delicious. Seriously.
105.3 The Fan.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Langford stays right in the box, waiting at 3-2. The set by Holmes and the payoff pitch swung on and a deep drive to left. That ball is way, way back. That ball is history. A walk-off slam for Wyatt Langford.
A recent college football ruling against the NCAA could end up having a sizable impact on the future of college baseball and potentially players like you just heard, Wyatt Langford. Players of his caliber might have bigger decisions to make coming out of college. We'll get into that here in just a moment. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to get involved with the conversation here. Interested to see what you guys think of what could happen here with college baseball. We'll dip into some gridiron gravy to open up hour number 2 of the program, but I don't get to do this often, so we're going to do it because Mike isn't here. It's time for Baseball Nuggets.
With Alec Medford.
I can kind of understand why Mike is the way he is, because there's almost like an ego boost that comes with that. Thrown into the intro. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I feel powerful now. I like this.
You know who came up with that intro for him? Because you know he didn't do it by himself.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't even request it. Lucius.
Sounds about right.
Back from the G-Bag Nation days.
Mm-hmm. So let's get into this for Baseball Nuggets today, as Mike would say, brought to you by nobody. Kylie McDaniel, ESPN, she spoke with about a dozen executives across Major League Baseball and college baseball about a court ruling that was made last Wednesday. A federal judge in Tennessee granted an injunction to Vanderbilt quarterback Diego Pavia, friend of the morning show here on 105.3 The Fan, allowing him to pursue another year of NCAA eligibility. That means a college athlete's time in junior college does not count toward the overall years of NCAA eligibility. So if this is upheld, this would mean that a player who spends 2 years at a junior college could start his NCAA career as a freshman with 4 years of eligibility left instead of the current 2.
No matter what his age.
No matter the age. So that means a potential 6-year collegiate sports career for a lot of people just right off the rip. That's not counting red shirts, medical red shirts. Any kind of stuff, forbid we were to have another pandemic that would, add another redshirt year. You could see some really old baseball players in college. And just, athletes in college overall. So I wanted to dive into this a little bit because when we were talking before the show, Choppy brought this up during Crosstalk on Tuesday. And I saw this article right after and did a little bit of reading into it. And it was interesting to see the breakdown that McDaniel made here on ESPN. And she did like a hypothetical, breakdown of what it would look like college year 1 at age 19, age 20 at college year 2. It's really, really interesting. And what would change for the players, for the programs, and for the actual pro baseball teams. So for somebody coming out of high school at age 18, she has this scenario built out. Let's just say they turn down a low 6-figure signing bonus in the draft out of high school. They go to college year 1 at age 19. They don't have a starting spot at the Power 4 school that he committed to in high school, and instead of playing part-time, asked for a redshirt season to preserve his eligibility. At age 20, college year 2, the player then moves to JUCO, where he starts making progress as a prospect with everyday reps. College year 3, age 21 already, the player's progression continues and commits to a mid-major college during his second year of JUCO. College year 4, 22 years old. The player is a redshirt freshman and has a great year at mid-major school.
22 years old.
At 23, year 5 of college, the player transfers to an SEC school as a sophomore at age 23 and gets a $100,000 plus NIL package.
Can we name the player Stetson?
Stetson.
As we kind of go along?
Yeah, and that SEC school we mentioned there in this hypothetical was Georgia.
Okay.
So, college year 6, Stetson is age 24, returns/transfers to SEC school as a junior and does the same exact thing at age 25, college year 7 as a senior. There are other scenarios such as a post-grad year after high school, a junior college redshirt, a medical redshirt, etc. that would mean we could one day see a player celebrating his 30th birthday while still playing college baseball.
Stetson. Working that system.
Yeah, just go sell used cars at this point. But one of the key points here...
What, and give up his dream?
would be the dream died a long time ago, my brother. The game
You're
passed
not in the
you by.
majors by age 30.
Yeah, the game forgot you. One of the key points here would be you would have to incentivize players to consider this path that they would be draft eligible nearly every season of their college career. This opens up that opportunity to leave for the pros when their stock is the highest, since MLB rules allow for players to be drafted after each season at a junior college or in a college season where they turn 21 years old by August 1st. So in the current system, players often have to decide taking what is offered to them as a high school senior, maybe like a mid-low draft pick with a decent signing bonus, or if they are really talented, you see some like these Jordan Lawlers and whatnot that come out of high school and they get a massive offer up front, but they're going to be stuck in the minor league system for probably a while. You're talking
and
like
not making much money.
Yeah, upwards of 3 to 4 years. And, the signing bonus is nice. You get all of that up front, and they live off of that. But the everyday
Reps.
earnings of said minor league system, not great. Like you said, living on a bus pretty much your entire minor league career. And
Bassett did that for a while.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people, they've done more in recent history, like some of those agreements that they made with Major League Baseball to where, they have to get better accommodations and whatnot, but still, it's not as nice as getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions, to play in college where you've got the fancy clubhouse setups and you're not playing as often. So it's less wear and tear on the body, preserving your health and whatnot, especially for pitchers. So you could actually see them every start going 9 innings, and flashing some real incredible stuff. Whereas, in the minor league system, they're getting a lot more work, but in front of less people, in front of less eyeballs, and for less money. So for the college programs, junior college baseball would see the biggest immediate impact with this change, as it is not a real path to pro baseball right now. That's the sad truth about junior college. You go there to start. You go there to get a platform and hopefully jump up to a mid-major, hopefully jump up to an SEC school. And in fact,
creating tape.
Exactly. And over the past 5 MLB drafts, how many first-round picks do you think have been selected directly out of junior college in the past 5 MLB drafts?
Not that many. One.
There has been one first-round pick in the past 5 MLB drafts right out of JUCO. And there's only been 1 second-round pick and 3 third-round picks directly out of the JUCO ranks. So it's more common to see them transfer from JUCOs to 4-year colleges, then go early in the draft. But that is still seen as a secondary path at best. The feedback that McDaniel got from MLB scouts and college coaches on what this means for the 4-year schools showed that the ramifications would also be felt all the way up to the highest levels of D1 baseball. The top schools would have rosters featuring a mix of top draft prospects of a typical college age and quote-unquote professional collegiate players in their mid to late 20s, with the latter shuffling in and out nearly every season. So it would almost look like a real pro team at the top of Division I baseball, where you have the young guys that are actually of the age that you expect them to be when you say they're a sophomore, when you say they're a freshman, when you say they're a junior. They're in their early 20s at best. But then every year you're going to start getting this rapid turnaround of guys in their mid to late 20s on college teams that they might stay for one season and one season only, one and done it, and then go to Major League Baseball.
One and done. This is the exactly opposite thing that Kentucky does. Well, when Coach Cal was there, one and done for high school freshmen. They were AAU guys who said, "Hey, come here for 1 year at Kentucky, and we can get you into the league." And so this is a different kind of thing, but it's 1 year. Come over here, and we can get you into Major League Baseball without having to go through the minors.
So she texted, texted with a scout that about the Diego Pavia thing and said the NCAA just got a minor league, is what they got back from a scout. And saying, quote, the SEC will just be big draft guys and 26-year-olds, pretty much.
Yeah.
So you could see a world where the NCAA, like sports in general, but especially baseball, because the path to the majors is not so linear compared to the NFL, compared to the NBA, where you kind of already have that with college basketball, the one and done nature of everything. You're going to see a lot more old dudes like dudes that probably have families, dudes that need to be thinking about starting a family.
Not just Mormons anymore. There's a lot of kids going to BYU who are Mormon. They doing their mission and they come back with all these wives and kids and stuff. Notice I said wives and kids and stuff. Not no more. Just kidding. Back in the day, they could have more than one.
So there you have it. This is going to be a interesting state for college baseball specifically. It's gonna ripple throughout the other sports. I mean, the reason this is happening is because of a quarterback, so football. But the biggest impact is probably going to be felt through baseball, and it won't be an overnight thing.
Right,
So
it's going to be over time, but it'll probably be quicker than we expect.
there you have it. That's some baseball nuggets right here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's take a trip around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy where we had Christmas football and, of course, Beyonce. Next on The Fan.
Full can.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3
I had to
The
go
Fan.
a little octave.
Yeah, man. CA's going through it this week.
It's just hoarse. I'm not sick at all.
This is why he's in 3 Hall of Fames, because he's emceeing Mavs games, getting everybody turned up even when they're not winning. And he's doing radio with us here 10 to 2 all this week. We appreciate him. We appreciate you joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece the day after Christmas. Hope if you did get the day off of work or whatever you need to be doing today, you are enjoying yourself indoors, because it still looks like Gotham City
It
outside
looks like bat signal time.
here in the mighty Metroplex, and it looks like it could start pouring rain at any given moment, so stay safe.
The only thing that's good is it's not like 30 degrees. It's like 50s, 60s. It's like late, probably like 58.
I can't do cold and rain. You got to pick your battle.
Oh, yeah.
Mother Nature, pick one, stick with it.
Yeah, we don't want wintry mix.
I don't like it cold and I don't like it wet, okay? Leave it there. We're going to get into some gridiron gravy here in just a minute. You said it, not me. I was just making a statement. We're going to get into some gridiron gravy.
James.
We got AM on the FM coming up on the other side, and Mickey Spagnola will join us at about 11:40 today. But the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text on his 877-881-1053 wants you to have that ready for the upcoming segment on the other side. But right now, let's take a trip around the entire NFL and dip it into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
He drew that one out today. I respect that. Gridiron Gravy is brought to you by our friends at Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield it with Rhino Shield? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com.
What does gridiron gravy taste like, since we're the day after Christmas? Is it gamey?
Why don't you tell him, Bedford?
That's a joke.
Yeah, I would say it tastes like the Little Debbie Christmas tree cakes.
That's solid.
That's
Yeah,
sweet.
I think it's nice and sweet. I think it's got a good texture. I think it's got some layers to it. You know, you get a little bit of something with every bite.
Sometimes it can be spicy.
Sometimes it can be spicy, but I would not want that in this variety. And you didn't get it yesterday in the NFL.
Right.
Because there was a whole lot of non-competitiveness.
Is it creamy or is it brown? Just depends on who you're talking about, right?
Yeah, I think it's both. We're being honest.
Both, yeah.
I mean, there's a joke to be made there. I know Tritley's already laughing to himself about that, about my taste.
Best taste of the week is tomorrow, by the way.
Yeah, 1:30, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of 7th Street. Get ready for that. So which game do you want to start with, CA? Do you want to start with Chiefs-Steelers because that was the best game of the year? Or okay, we will start with that. So the Chiefs beat the Steelers, Kevin Hagelin's favorite team, 29-10. Patrick Mahomes throws for 320 yards and 3 touchdowns.
On that ankle?
Yeah, on the bad ankle that seemed to be perfectly fine yesterday. I am not on that bandwagon that he's faking his injuries or anything.
No, he's a gamer.
I watched him get folded into a pretzel on that play that he injured the ankle. It's definitely hurt. These athletes are just so good at masking that stuff and dealing with the pain.
And if they have to, they will.
Yeah, and
take a shot.
You know the power of drugs too. Drugs are great in some aspects, but you know this might be one of them. I don't know. We don't know. We
Somebody
don't get
stepped
That's
on his
HIPAA.
foot.
You know that's HIPAA, as Jerry would
we
say.
don't know. Somebody stepped on his foot and he never knew it. Just saying.
There we go. So
it happens.
Patrick Mahomes was 29 of 38 for 320 and 3 touchdowns. As mentioned, the 19-point win was the Chiefs' best of the season.
This team that has only lost one game, and it was like 11 or 12 games in a row, single possession victories, now are blowing people out.
I think it was, I saw a stat, I'll try to pull it up here in a second, that the NFL, the Netflix broadcast had, and it was after the win. I think it was teams that had yet to score 30 plus in a game this year. The Chiefs at that point only had 1 loss. Every other team had 2 or 3 wins.
Oh, it's just crazy.
It was like the Raiders and everybody at the bottom of the standings. Like teams that do not score a lot. This sounds like very, like duh. Teams that do not score a lot typically don't win a lot of games in the NFL. But here are the Chiefs. And on the other side, The Steelers did not look good. We talked about it a little bit during NFL Overreaction or Reality. The Steelers' first 2 drives combined to pick up only 1 yard across 8 plays. So that kind of tells you what kind of day it was for the Steelers. Again, I mentioned that there was probably a wide open touchdown on the left side of the end zone on a straight go route for George Pickens, but Russell Wilson says, no, let me throw it into double coverage instead over the middle. And you could see as soon as it gets picked off, George Pickens starts jumping up and down, having a little tantrum. And I would too, because
he's wide open.
It was a beautiful route right off the jam. He gets 2 or 3 steps. He dances into the end zone if that gets it. Because Russell Wilson, one thing that he is still really good at, that moon ball, as all the announcers call it, where he just lofts it right over the top. It feels like it hangs up in the air forever, but it's not too long. It is the perfect amount of time to drop right into the bucket. If he throws a moon ball to George Pickens, they score, and this is a lot closer of a game.
There's 2 reasons I blame. There's 2 reasons I blame outside of Steelers themselves for losing this game. Number one, I don't think they're built to play 3 games in 12 days. Not a lot of NFL teams are, but you got to be really good to go through that particular grind and be healthy. You know what I mean? So I'm saying that facetiously, but I'm serious. This next one is straight up facetious. I blame Sierra. You say, what did she do now? No, she didn't take away his legs.
Just post on Instagram and get some distracted.
No, it's just real simple.
Gets me
I
distracted.
blame Sierra because she heard Beyonce was having a halftime and she wanted her own bowl too, and they wouldn't let her have it. And we said, but you're not Beyonce. She wasn't having it, and so Russ got distracted.
I don't care if she's not Beyonce. I'll take me a Sierra Bowl any day. That would be amazing. But just to add on to how hilarious the Steelers were at being bad at football yesterday, Russell Wilson was sacked 5 times. Just want to remind you that Chris Jones was out yesterday and did not play for the Kansas City Chiefs.
And he could have had those himself.
And probably if he was healthy, but he had a calf issue in their previous game, so he was ruled out for this game, short rest, so they didn't want to risk it. And they lock up the 1 seed in the process in the AFC. The Kansas City Chiefs now dictate their own path to the Super Bowl. It will run through Arrowhead Stadium, whatever they're calling it now. It's still Arrowhead to me, damn it. But
yeah, that's why some people are like, why is Patrick playing if his ankles? Because they want home field advantage. Buffalo's like right there. They do not want to have to deal with that. I mean, it's one thing. Yeah, Kansas City played in a very freezing conditions, and some people passed away up there last year when they played Miami. But you don't want to go deal with all that snow and stuff in Buffalo and all those Buffalo fans.
Kansas City's next game will be against the Denver Broncos. You don't have to watch that at all because they've already wrapped things up, unless you want to see what Bo Nix can do, because it seems like he's gotten better each game. Yeah. That's maybe the only reason I'm going to watch that game.
He is the Sean Payton project.
He is, and look, I slandered Sean Payton a lot. When he took that job, he got traded to Denver. That's still so weird to say a coach got traded to a team.
That's why he didn't come to the Cowboys.
But
I'm just kidding. That's part of it.
He is the quarterback whisperer. I can't hate.
Ask Drew Brees.
And for the Steelers, they do have a tall task in their final game. It's going to be hosting the Cincinnati Bengals, a good old rivalry game in the final week of the NFL regular season. That game is still to be determined on that schedule. We were just talking about that during a break earlier, these Week 18 games. I want the schedule, and I want it now. I'm impatient. I want to know what's going to happen. I want to know.
It's all about these networks, man.
Like you said, the NFC, the top of it, that 1 seed, the race for it is so tight that I want that. One of those games, I need something involving the Detroit Lions in the next 2 weeks to be on national television.
This is so great because both teams, the Lions and Minnesota, they've only lost 2 games. I mean, it's wild because it's not like, each team has lost about 5 or 6 games. No, these teams have been winning. And so that's what makes it even more spicy, more interesting, more, I got to see it, I got to have it. And what time will they put it on?
I have a question for you guys. What's more embarrassing, getting shut out in the National Football League or only scoring 2 points? Because I'd make an argument that only scoring 2 points might be the most hilarious thing that you can do as an NFL franchise.
Wait. Let me try to get this straight. Did your particular defensive player chase somebody out of the end zone, or did the guy, like a punter, like, well, we don't want to give up anything? We don't want to give up field position, so we'll just walk him out of the back of the end zone. It depends on how it happens.
Yeah, if I told you it was the latter, then...
Is that what happened?
Actually, I have no clue. I didn't even see when they scored the safety because at that point I was already so tuned out because I was stuffing my face with Christmas dinner. But yeah, James, you're not getting anything out of that one. I walked the tightrope there. I saw that smile. Don't look at me like that.
We got plenty of content, buddy. Don't worry.
Yeah, so they only score a safety due to the Houston Texans, and it was a 31-2 win for the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, that game was such blood. Nobody knows when the safety happened.
Yeah.
877-881-1053. That's the Franco Injury Attorneys text line. Tell us, please, when the safety happened. Thank you, Tolos.
The storyline for this, though, because it was not competitive whatsoever, history was made in this game. The Baltimore Ravens signal caller, Lamar Jackson, became the all-time leading rusher at the quarterback position for a career, passing Mike Vick's number of 6,109 yards with, fittingly, he breaks the record on a 6-yard scramble where he's doing all kinds of magic trying to get the ball downfield, but he finds his way.
Oh, you just got Tolos texted in left and right. This is what happened on the safety. What had happened was Baltimore was right there in their goal line, and they handed the ball to Derrick Henry instead of like throwing a little short pass or something. Derrick Henry went to the right, left instead of the right, and they tackled him in the end zone. So Derrick Henry could not get out. He was, instead of going straight up the middle, he just decided to take it to the left. Or as Beyonce says, to the left, to the left.
We'll get to her here in just a second because that was the most entertaining performance that happened on that field inside of that stadium yesterday. Lamar Jackson needed 87 rushing yards to beat Michael Vick's record for the all-time leading rusher at the quarterback position. He got most of those yards on a 48-yard sprint to the end zone that broke the game even more wide open to bring the score to 24-2. A play in which he topped out at 21.25 miles per hour, the third fastest speed reached by a quarterback in the next-gen stats era, and the fastest run of his career.
Who does he think he is, Kevontae Turpin?
And nonchalant to his own greatness, he was surprised in the post-game interview to hear that that was his fastest career rush. He said, quote, "I was jogging."
What?
And
oh my God!
To his credit, if you go watch that play,
it looks like
it kind of looks like he's not really trying.
Wow,
that's the craziest because he breaks through. It was a design quarterback run. He pulls it on the read option. He goes up the right sideline, and once he gets that second or third block, he turns his head and sees that nobody's really near him. So it feels like he kind of lets up, and you can see him kind of double take. Like, okay, nobody's catching me. So the fact that that was his fastest ever, he was even kind of blind to that. Like, cool, I guess. So there you have it. Not much else to really talk about in that game. I was hoping that it would be the Derrick Henry explosion so he could get closer to 2,000 yards.
Break Eric Dishwasher.
I think he needs 213 more to reach 2,000. Don't think he's going to do that in week 18.
No,
don't think he's going to do that in week 18. That makes me sad because I'm a Derrick Henry stan, if you will.
Me too. I like him. And I didn't when he was at Alabama.
Yeah.
I just didn't.
And part of it is because I drove through his hometown in Florida a few years ago. It's just right off the side of the highway. You would never see
What's
it. You would
near?
never. It's
Is it
outside.
in the Panhandle?
It's up north. It's outside of Jacksonville.
Oh, okay.
Because crossing through Georgia, you get near it really quickly. It's called Yulee. And literally, it's just a few houses, and then you see a tiny wooden sign that says home of NFL superstar Derrick Henry. And that's it. There is nothing else in that city.
Hey.
I love it. And, of course, I would be remiss if we didn't mention the wonderful halftime festivity that
Beyonce
happened
Bowl.
at halftime. They were literally handing out bracelets that said Beyonce Bowl on it, and that's
She's
what
from
all
Houston.
the graphics
They
were.
love Beyonce.
I'm sure we'll talk more about it coming up on the other side, but I do want to bring some audio from it that has one of our friends from DFW in it.
Come on, you pretty little thing.
You got jeans.
Boy, I wanna take you home. Girl, I like to be in Levi's jeans. The way you popping up my phone. I love you down to the bone.
She brings out DFW's own Post Malone.
That's right.
As a surprise guest because he was featured on the album Cowboy Carter on that song Levi Jeans, which I'm glad that they didn't go too in-depth in, because if you read the lyrics, it is a very freaky song.
It's double entendre.
I had to chop that one up a little bit
Yeah.
because I was like, well, this sounds good.
It
Because
is-
Posty starts singing, and I was like, well, hold on. We can't do that.
It's-
It's a family show.
It's double entendres all over the place, and after like the second listen when the album dropped, I was like, that song is nasty. Very nasty.
She had an excellent show, and she also had Shabuzi. I was on social media seeing the reactions. I watched the whole thing with my wife and kids because they're the ones who reminded me it's the Beyonce boat. And when Shabuzi was out there were people saying, "Is that Future?" Because Shabuzi was wearing
Because he's tall and he has dreads?
He's tall. Wait, tall dreads, cowboy hat. That's before he started singing.
Yeah.
He wasn't singing yet. She came up to him with the big marching band. Everybody was wearing white cowboy hats, white spats, and just boots, everything. And there he was, and he
was
did
a
not sing.
spectacle,
He
man.
didn't sing Tipsy. He sang the song he did with her on her Cowboy Carter album. In fact, she is the one that got him into the country music. In all seriousness, he had not done anything yet. And then he did the songs with her, and then he did Tipsy, and the rest is history for him. But she had a nice, big performance, and even her daughter, Blue Ivy, was there looking like a grown-up. I
Yeah.
was impressed.
She straight up copy and pasted Beyonce's face. Like they look exactly the same.
That's
now.
an AI Beyonce.
Oh man, yeah. It looks like someone got on that Twitter AI, that Grok AI, and they just said, "Hey, if Beyonce had a kid, what would it look like?" And it's exactly
It
Blue
was a
Ivy.
flawless performance.
But of course, it was followed up by, on social media, as soon as the concert ends, a tweet from Beyonce's account that just has the date, January 14th, 2025.
Dropping some new music.
And
Gotta be.
And if you pay attention to that stuff, if you even care, Live Nation, the promoting company for most of these major tours, retweeted it.
There you
So
go.
I'm telling you right now,
Everybody won.
It's a Cowboy
NFL
Carter
won.
tour.
Everybody won. Yeah, Cowboy Carter tour. That makes sense. Everybody won. Beyonce won. NFL won. Netflix won. That's why they all did it, and she had to do it in her own hometown. She didn't have to leave out the house.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it is time for AM on the FM. We got the question of the day, plus $18 million fake jewelry. What does all that have in common? We'll talk about it next here on the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Los Traffic Control Provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by Ciroc Vodka. Please drink responsibly. Also sponsored by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, you can call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With the Frankels, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to get involved in the conversation. Answer today's question of the day here in just a moment. It is the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. I am Alec Medford. He is the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
And we got James Tritley on the ones and twos here for you today. Just want to remind you before AM on the FM that tomorrow we will be on the road for the Friday Football Feast. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth. We are going back for what feels like the millionth time to the great city of Fort Worth. 629 Staten Street over there by 7th and TCU. So if you went out there, if you're a party goer, you are very familiar with that Buffalo Wild Wings. It's one of my favorite locations, one of the nice cozy little ones. I like it.
I love that whole little area over there off of 7th Street. I mean, West Fort Worth on the other side of Trinity. I mean, that's the cool spot.
Yeah, James knows I love that place. James knows I love that place. There's been plenty of late nights out there.
There's a bar stool with your name on it?
There should be at this point. There should be a.
I mean, you had to have signed your name in a stall by now, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
I just don't remember it.
There we go.
I mean, you had a good time.
You know the text line, 877-881-1053. Use that to answer the question of the day because it is time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. We're back. We took the day off yesterday because, it was that day that you spend with family and open gifts called Christmas. But we're back live and local, just the way you like it here around the holiday season. It is AM on the FM. We got the question of the day. Going to talk about $18 million worth of fake jewelry and ignoring phone numbers just because you don't know them sometimes can block your blessings. It's a great story that you're going to like. I think you're really going to like this one, CA.
Because I don't answer a phone number I don't recognize.
I don't either, and this almost costed somebody that might be important to you. We'll get to that here in just a second, but the question of the day, Twitch and YouTube, please want to hear from you as well. This is purely for research purposes, totally not so I can add you to my interesting list of people to rob. What is your favorite gift that you got this year for Christmas or the holiday season? 877-881-1053. And if you're not the big gift receiver, I have an alternate question for you. If you want to answer both, you get to choose if you want to do that. What is the gift that you were most proud of that you acquired and you gave to someone? So that might be good for the parents to answer out there, or maybe the lovers, that got a significant other, something that you were really proud of. What did you hit a home run on, or what is your favorite gift that you got? 877-881-1053. Anybody want to start us off?
Okay, I'll give you. Okay, I don't really care that much about gifts anymore. I'm old. I don't care about gifts so much. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, whatever. But my family surprised me with a pair of sunglasses. Now you say, what? That's not that big of a deal. I don't wear expensive sunglasses.
Same.
Because I lose them all the time. But I wear sunglasses when I drive because I don't want to have a headache. I just have to have sunglasses except for at night.
Yep.
So I'm always wearing sunglasses while I drive, but they're always, $5 sunglasses. They got me some really cool sunglasses I never heard of before. I don't remember the name of them, but I got them, and I'm going to have to take care of them.
Need to get you some of those Coach Prime blenders.
There's something like those. They're
Need
not.
to get you some of those.
They're not blenders. I have to look at it. It's like off. I can't remember names. Off something. They're like, these are really, and it had an instruction thing to it. And I'm like, what the hell? I said, I'm not going to read these instructions. I'll just look it up on YouTube and watch how you wear these things.
James?
You know, I think I texted you a couple of them. One of them being the Austin 316 shirt that we're gonna fancy some Monday Night Raw in middle January.
As one does.
As one does. You know, there were some good bottles of bourbon and whiskey that I received that were pretty good. Four Roses
All
small
right, Bruce
batch.
Bochy.
Let me tell you, have you ever had Four Roses small batch? I know you're a big Buffalo Trace guy. We were talking about that the other day.
I have not.
I think you'd enjoy it. It's a pretty decent, like, priced bottle, and it's smooth. Now, I also got this one's really cool. So, TX Distillery out in Fort Worth, they do experimental blends. And so they'll only brew they'll only distill about 900 bottles of it, and then whenever they get rid of it, it's gone forever.
What?
It's experimental. So this one was a holiday blend. It was their number 11 TX bourbon whiskey. My gosh, it was phenomenal. I mean, you would love this stuff. See, are you a big whiskey guy?
No.
No, not really.
No, I never really like brown liquor. I will drink some margaritas every now and then,
There you go.
vodka back in the day, some red wine. By the way, the name of those sunglasses, Off-White.
You got off-white glasses?
I never heard of it. What? Tell me more.
That's Virgil's brand.
What is that? Who's Virgil?
I got to educate you during the break. We don't have enough time for all this.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I just got them yesterday.
It's a solid
those
thing.
those are hard to come by.
Whoa!
Very hard to come by.
I better not lose them.
Yeah, off-white anything is hard to come by. One, because they're just rare in general, but two, Virgil is no longer with us, so he's not designing anything new. So
I should never wear them. Just keep them.
might not be a bad idea,
it's
but
like a collector card.
just know those are a flex. They're a true flex.
Also, they really did me right, huh?
They
because all I
definitely
got
did.
was sunglasses.
Probably because that's going to put them in a financial hole for a little bit.
We'll just auction them off later.
yeah. Take them to Heritage Auctions or
Pay
something.
for that electric bill.
Yeah, StockX. I don't know. Yeah, it could probably pay your bills for a month.
Wow,
yeah,
okay.
I'll have to. I haven't really looked into their sunglasses. I'm more into their shoes and their like apparel, like shirts
I've
and whatnot.
never heard of, but I'm not Mr. Fashion Guy.
They have some of the craziest looking Air Force Ones and Nike Dunks. Jordan did a few collaborations with them, like the 4s. There was actually something going around, the United Healthcare CEO murderer. The pictures of him getting walked to court.
Luigi?
There was a cop wearing a pair of off-white Jordans.
A cop?
And everyone was like, he knew he was going to get photographed, so he
put on his best
He put
stuff.
on his best shoes. That is hilarious. But yeah, just know they did you right.
Okay.
Let's go to the Frankel.
I'm sorry,
and Frankel.
James. I didn't mean to ever. I just.
No, you're good. You're
Off-White.
good. Yeah,
Dude.
those are solid.
Those are more than solid. Those are
I have to bring 'em up.
impressive.
I'll bring them up here.
Please do. I need to see these.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued. Let's go to the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. From the 817, I like this one. Jake Ferguson jersey. It's signed and it's greatness.
Wow.
The Big Biscuit signed your
Yes.
jersey, huh?
Yes.
That is awesome.
That's cool.
From the 817, my first set of Topps baseball cards.
There you go.
Love that. This is lovely. This just makes the heart warm. From the 214, stepdaughter changed her last name to mine. Best
that's
gift
really
ever.
cool.
That
Yeah, it
is awesome. I swear every now and then around this time of the year, you go on TikTok and you'll start seeing those real sentimental videos of people doing stuff like that, or like they'll hand them the adoption forms and stuff. It's just those get me every time. Like I never experienced any of that, so like there's no personal tie there.
But you
it's just
know.
like I'm just like, dang man.
Yeah.
Like I'm sitting here at like 8 a.m, like trying not to tear
I'm
up.
not crying. That's an onion.
Yeah, like somebody making like fajitas downstairs and there's onions or something like at 8 a.m. Let's see, your favorite gift or your favorite gift that you gave this year for the holiday season. From the 817, they got a Nolan Ryan rookie card. Look at that.
And
gotta be-
the 469 says, I gave my sister the gold edition of the Josh Young jersey.
Yeah.
Those Rangers gold World Series editions.
I told myself I was going to get one, and I never got around to it, mainly because I was indecisive on what player I wanted. I do have the hat, though. I do have the gold-trimmed hat. And
yeah, you did. I saw that.
Yeah, I keep that. I keep it in the back of my car as like an emergency hat in case like I'm having a bad hair day or it starts raining or whatever. Like today, luckily I wore a hat. But Mike would kill me if he saw me wearing this. It's a True Brand hat. He would have an absolute aneurysm. From the 817, my parents got me tickets to a Mavs game. There you go. Go say hi to CA while you're there.
Yeah.
From the 817, new Stetson Cowboy hat. Look
That'll
at
work.
that. Look at that. I know that costed some money. Those
Hell
are
yeah, brother.
Those are
469 says wife surprised me with Metallica tickets at
Ooh.
Energy Stadium in Houston in
Look at
June.
that.
Set it up. There you go.
And look at this, James. We might have to meet up with said person from the 469 Monday Night Raw tickets for me and my son.
Hey, there we go.
So there you go. What section are we? 106?
106.
We'll be in section 106, and it's January 20th.
20th. Please come find us, talk to us.
At the Double AC, we will be there sitting together.
Oh, and this one right here, especially for G-Bag fans. 254 says, my brother got me a bottle of rock and roll tequila in
Look at
honor
that.
of the late great Kenny and Quinlan.
Rest in peace. Yeah. Miss hearing that every week, you know, and 2 shots of rock and roll tequila. Every time I see it at the liquor store, I always think of Kenny. Every single time. I've yet to pick up a bottle. I need to.
You want
I
to
need
hear
to
something
try it.
wild? If you ever go to the African American Museum in Dallas, Kenny's picture's up there. Now he's like, wait a minute, what's this white guy's picture doing up there? He told me about this. He said, you got to go see it. He's on the track team that won state, and he was one of the legs in the relay.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
What a legend that man is.
Kenny.
Let's see here. The headline reads, over $18 million worth of fake jewelry and watches seized by federal agents. 'Tis the season for counterfeit goods, I guess. With holiday shopping, you know, it's always at a fever pitch this time of the year. U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers in Louisville saved customers from potentially being ripped off when they seized over $18 million worth of fake designer jewelry and watches. The watches, bracelets, necklaces, and earrings were discovered coming into the United States on December 17th and 18th when 2 shipments arrived from Hong Kong and China, destined for residences in Arizona, Virginia, Florida, and New York. 962 pieces of fake jewelry were seized. So there was fake stuff from Cartier, Chanel, Fendi, Hermes, Louis Vuitton, Van Cleef, and all kinds of other brands were mixed in there. Over 440 watches with fake Rolex logos on them.
Wow, this whole story is making me remember this movie I saw last night. We had this movie on in the background after the Beyonce Bowl. Have you ever seen Will Smith and Margot Robbie in this movie called Focus? It was on Netflix.
Yes. Yeah.
Very good.
It's a heist movie, and they deal with all these. And I was like, what? And that story you just read is making my mind whirl about that.
That stuff always intrigues me. I know some people might be like, okay, cool. Like, one, how they find it.
Yes.
Because these federal agents they can find anything. And 2, how in 2024, this is still such a big market.
Yes.
It's still such a big deal that fake jewelry and designer apparel is such a big deal that federal agents have to get involved. And the fact that it's fake and it's still added up to $18 million worth of stuff because there's enough people that bought into it, the idea that they were getting something real.
And sometimes people don't even care if it's fake because it looks so much like real and they want to live that Kardashian life.
Yeah, like replicas are one thing. If you advertise that, hey, this is not the real thing, it is a replica, that's different. There's a whole market for that. And there's people who do it. And I respect it because, hey, if you don't want to pay $2,000 for a pair of off-white Jordans, get a pair of reps. It does not hurt my feelings. Like, I do not care. There are some people that are like, it's the worst thing to ever happen on planet Earth. Replica shoes, replica glasses. I don't care. Live your life. It doesn't hurt me.
But don't tell you it's real and then...
Exactly. Just don't lie to me.
Yeah.
Don't tell me that it's real. Just be real with me. I'm not going to judge you. I'm going to say, cool. You know, they look nice. Good job. You know, you picked some good ones. Some of them are awful. Some of them you can tell right off the rip, they're fake. But some reps, you're like, I would have never known. I'm not one of those sneaker enthusiasts where I can smell it and be like, fake. You know, that's not me. That's not me. I'm not like the guys at Soulplier or whatever that, you know, thought I was scamming them out of some Travis Scott ones and took 45 minutes to look at them. One more thing before we get out of here. This is fun. The Oklahoma Sooners landed a big fish.
The quarterback?
In the transfer portal, John Mateer, the top-rated signal caller in the portal this offseason, formerly of Washington State. We all know, we've talked about it before.
Relationship with the offensive coordinator.
But obviously recruiting is a big thing when it comes to the transfer portal. So you know who OU used to help in the recruiting process of Mateer?
Who?
Baker Mayfield.
Why not?
So whenever Mayfield found out he was hitting the portal and there was a possibility, quarterback, Oklahoma, big program, sure, makes sense. Mayfield called him.
That's what you do.
And Mateer said, quote, I actually didn't answer his first phone call.
Didn't want to believe it?
It was from a phone number I didn't recognize. And I don't really answer numbers I don't know. And then he said after that, he said Mayfield left a voice message, like a voicemail after.
Nobody listens to those.
And he said, quote, I was freaking out. I was like, there is no way Baker Mayfield just called me. Super cool moment. He talked to me, super humble, nice dude, everything. It really helped. But he ignored Baker Mayfield's phone call trying to recruit him to OU because he didn't know the number.
I understand, but boy, that would have changed a lot of things. I will say this. This is my solution. I tell people, I give my phone number out to different people that I meet, and I think I might run into them later or something, whatever the reason. And I always say, text me first. Please text me, because I said I'm not going to just answer the phone on a phone number because it could be one of those robo calls. Hey, you just won $5 million.
So there you have it. That's AM on the FM right
Baker
here
Mayfield.
on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, so let's chat with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
for the 2025 Texas Rangers Award Dinner Friday night, January 17th at Lowe's Arlington Hotel and Convention Center. For tickets, go to rangers.com/awards dinner.
This segment on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Back that thing up.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Alec Medford, Chris Arnold, the three-time Hall of Famer, and James Tritley, who you just heard from right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation. Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus is the configuration.
You mean the pregame show?
Yeah, pretty much an extended pregame show getting you ready for this coming Sunday. Just all week, and it's been lovely. It's been great radio. You should listen 2 to 7 weekdays here on 105.3 The Fan. But right now, let's turn our attention to those Dallas Cowboys and chat with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir. How's it going?
Just fine. How are you guys?
Hey, Mick.
Doing lovely. How was your holiday?
Quick.
I can imagine. You're back here listening to Mike McCarthy, huh?
Yeah, exactly. And he just kind of finished up a few minutes ago.
Do we have anything of interest from his press conference today?
You know, they still are kind of tentative on the injury progress of guys like Eric Kendrick, CeeDee Lamb, guys that kind of either played or didn't play or played through stuff on Sunday. And since they, they're kind of a day behind on the injury update stuff since they didn't practice yesterday. They did a light practice on Tuesday, which a bunch of those guys, they just held out since it was so close to the Sunday night game. So he said they'd have a better idea after today's practice on just where some of the guys with the injuries are, and CeeDee Lamb's just been heroically playing through that shoulder. And I would imagine that they have to judge just how many days does he have to, get in before the thing maybe starts feeling a little bit better. But we can all see the grimace on his face when he hits the ground. I think the wise thing for him is don't get tackled. Just go to the end zone.
Yeah, just score.
Just score, so you don't have to hit the ground.
Hey, Mickey, I was telling CD when he first hurt the shoulder, you and I were both in New York when Emmett hurt his shoulder in that Giants game.
Yeah.
And I was telling CD, I said, you have no idea, but every time he carried the ball and got hit, he'd have this pain, and he's just looking up in the air, and he's like, oh, and everybody like, oh, the pain he's going through. And then the other guys in Largo said, we do that all the time.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys that play through those AC joint injuries. Now, for the running back, you are going to get hit, right, for sure.
Emmett used to say it's like going through a car wreck every time he got hit.
Yeah, and this is similar now because, when he goes to the ground, we see he needs to take a knee for a moment, and it's like, oh, okay, I think I'm good. I'll get up, man.
Yeah.
But, yeah, credit to him. And, and Kendricks has been doing this, for several games before they held him out Sunday night. And the other guy, Nick Vigil, who took his place, probably hasn't practiced in a month. He's got a foot injury. But yet he plays every game since the foot injury started bothering him. And then, prior it was special teams. Well, this past game, I think he played like 90% of the snaps.
Yeah.
And so kind of, that was a tough effort on him. And played well, led the team in tackles, and it was the first time he had started since 2022 when he started all of 2 games.
Okay.
So, yeah, think about what he's been able to do also.
Yeah, you said he was never on a practice report because he couldn't practice, right?
Well, he was on DNP'd.
Yeah.
For at least the last 3 or 4 weeks. And then he'd play on Sunday, and there he goes. And he didn't practice last week, and led the team in tackles on Sunday night.
Mickey Spagnola joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. I've got a pretty open-ended question for you. Who is the most underrated defensive back in the NFL, and why is it Jordan Lewis?
You know what? That's a real good one. And and that's another guy. He's playing with an elbow injury.
Yeah.
That they got to wrap up. And I was told if he was a pitcher, he wouldn't be pitching. It's that type of injury. So, and he's another guy in that category where he's on the final year of his contract. And, what are you going to do? In the coming offseason with him, everybody brings up Rico and Osa, and it's like, well, Jordan Lewis is in that same boat. That's a guy you want to keep on the team, and you just hope he's not pricing himself. The market doesn't price himself out of being able to re-sign him because you want him on your team somehow, some way.
Exactly. Oh, since Mike talked today, did he say anything at all? Anybody ask him if he's coaching the team differently this week at all? Unlike last week, because they didn't know until just before the game Washington was eliminated. So, they, even though the math was small,
the preparation was,
right.
I understand what you're saying. It sounds like from whatever, he had to say early in the week, or Steven or Jerry, that they're in it to win it, and
spoilers,
and try to get to get that winning season, get to 9-8.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, there's another prize right there. I got you. Got to have a goal.
I don't know how, talking to some of the guys on Tuesday, they didn't realize that, oh yeah, that's right, it's a winning season if we get to 9-8. And I think I mentioned it last, or I keep saying last week, before Christmas, I should say, that, it's been a while since they've strung together 4 consecutive winning seasons. And I know that's somewhat of a consolation accomplishment, but if you think about it, you got to go back to 2005 through 2009 to find a longer streak than 4 straight with the winning season. And even the streak for 3 consecutive playoff appearances, you got to go back to 91 through 96. So I know there's a lot of unhappy people out there because they haven't progressed far in the playoffs, but these last 3 or 4 seasons, they've done things that haven't been done around here in a long time.
You kind of mentioned a couple guys like Jordan Lewis and Osa that are impending free agents that might price themselves out of the Cowboys' price range. Is there anybody that maybe we aren't talking about enough outside of J. Lou? Because one that came to mind for me, even though he's a restricted free agent at the end of the year, is Brock Hoffman.
Hoffman, I want to say this is only his 2nd full year.
I believe that's right.
So he's got next year and then becomes a restricted free agent.
I thought it was 25. I can check.
Well, I can tell you if you keep talking for 1 second.
Okay, we'll keep talking for 1 second. As you look this up, I'm going to throw this out there. The free agent that nobody's talking about, because they just assume he's back, and I'm assuming he's back too, is Brandon Aubrey. Butter.
No, he's not a free agent.
He's not?
No. They've got him under control through 20 next year. It'll only be his 3rd year, Chris.
Good looking out. Thank you.
So they've got control through restricted free agent in 2026. And as for Hoffman, he is restricted in 2026. So next year will be his 3rd year. He'll be an exclusive rights free agent, which means they can't go anywhere if you don't want them to go anywhere.
Exactly. Now I remember what made me think about Butter being a free agent. Somebody was, we sat there in the press box killing time, and somebody just kind of brought up, hey, what if Aubrey decided he wanted to leverage this thing like Zach Martin and hold out?
Well,
That's what they were saying.
the guy you got to worry about is a Cavante Turpin, because he'll be restricted next year, which means he can entertain offers from other teams, and Cowboys have the right to match it. Because I could remember after his really big rookie year, his agent, been a friend of mine for a long time, and it was like, I was thinking, okay, he probably signed a 1-year deal. He's coming out of the USFL, and He knows about him, and now he had to sign a 3-year deal. And so I called my guy up, and I go, what's the deal? Why would you sign a 3-year deal for him? And he goes, well, when no one else is knocking on your door and nobody else really knows much about you, you probably take anything they give you to get started. So he's done well his first 3 years, and he's his average on kickoff returns, and I know they don't get a chance to do many, but these days with the new rules and everything, but it's 34 yards an attempt, which would be a franchise record, and the record's at 30. So this Dwayne Harris, you remember him?
Oh yeah,
yeah. He owns the record. I mean, this is better than anything that Herschel Walker did when he was just a return guy. By the way, when he came back.
Yep,
So
when he came
yeah.
back.
I mean, somebody, and again, how much would you pay a guy that doesn't get that many opportunities, right? The kickoff returns are sort of regulated. Punt returns, they won't punt it to them. They'll kick it sky high, try to just force fair catches or kick it out of bounds. So, but you see his value even in the offense when, this last game, a couple of times when they handed him the ball, as a running back, that gets everybody's attention when he's back there, regardless if you hand it to him or not, just because his speed and his elusiveness.
Appreciate the time, Mick. We'll talk to you tomorrow, and you know what time it is. Have a prediction ready for us.
I will have that ready.
Let's do it. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Thanks, man.
See ya.
There he goes, Mickey Spagnola, DallasCowboys.com, our Cowboys insider right here on the KNC Masterpiece. And coming up next, we post the question to you, 877-881-1053. What are you hoping to see in the last 2 weeks of the Cowboys season? And do you even care about playing spoiler at this point? We'll do that next year on The Fan.
If you're
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
from our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
It is the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. That is the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
My name is Alec Medford of the KNC Masterpiece. His name is James Tritley on the ones and twos. And of course you, the Turn It On, Leave It On listener. We appreciate you being and doing just that, as it now looks like it's midnight outside.
That's where I was going with this. It's high noon, and it looks like it's midnight in Dallas-Fort Worth. I mean, it is dark, clouds.
so
It's one thing to be cloudy and rainy. It is dark. It's almost like an eclipse.
Now, it's supposed to go away here in the next couple hours.
Please, because we're out of here in the next couple hours.
I know. I don't want that terrible drive back to Arlington.
And like you said, Alec, it's like Gotham. It's like Batman movie out there.
And the crazy thing is, like, more towards Arlington, I can see even darker clouds.
Dun, dun, dun. It looks ominous out there.
It looks so weird and so creepy.
Well, see, that's why we got to be glad the Tolos are hanging out with us, because we got you. Thank you for letting us ride shotgun with you on Boxing Day. Happy Boxing Day, Alex.
Oh, yeah.
And James.
Everybody's getting Boxing Day drunk today. We already know it. That's why you're at home. You're not working today.
Yeah, and for those who don't know, that's a British holiday. The day after Christmas, they throw away the boxes.
Yeah.
Or take it back to the store.
Man, I do that every Tuesday for recycling. What are we doing, man? That's I should be able to celebrate every Tuesday.
I thought you did.
I don't like this. Yeah,
TD
I do.
Tuesday?
Oh, he celebrates.
Oh yeah, TD Tuesdays. You know, that's why Chiafalo popped his head in here earlier.
Exactly.
But the question I posed to everybody here, that was a crazy lightning strike. I'm like a golden retriever. I apologize. What are you hoping to see in the last 2 weeks of Dallas Cowboys football? Because there's really nothing left to be desired, right? Like, you're out of the playoffs. You've got 2 division games in which, you know, Philly isn't too worried about you at this point because they've been so successful this season. The Commanders are fighting, trying to keep themselves in a playoff position, and they looked really, really good in doing so while turning the ball over 5 times against the Philadelphia Eagles and still getting a win this past week. And I want to know, what are you even looking for at this point?
As a fan?
Yes, as a fan. Like, is there something, like, are you sitting down and listening to these games hoping to hear something, hoping to see something happen? Is there a position group that you want to see the depth, that you want to see improvement in? Is there a player that you want to see continue to play good or continue to progress? Like, maybe you've changed your mind about Mozzie Smith, and you want to talk about him and say, I want to see him continue to improve because he's only gotten better this season. For me, it kind of goes back to what we were talking about with Mickey just a second ago, is the offensive line. It's been so beat up. I think last I checked, you had the 4th most offensive line combinations in the NFL this season.
Yeah. Oh, steady rotation.
And it's because guys are getting hurt in game. It's because guys are having to miss extended amounts of time. Example, Zach Martin. Chuma Edoga didn't even play at the beginning of the season because he broke his toe in training camp. Like, there's been a lot of mixing and matching.
You even lost your starting tight end for a concussion for a while.
Exactly.
He's on that offensive line.
Yeah, and that's a scaled down offensive lineman right there. He's a decent inline blocker. So for me, I want to see...
Hear that thunder?
There's a lot going on to put both ears in so I can stay focused. There's a player that I mentioned last segment that I think needs to be on this team next year.
I agree.
But I think that the league is catching on to, 1, his mean streak that all 32 teams wish they had in every single offensive lineman, but 2, how well he has played in light of some of these injuries, and that's Brock Hoffman.
Yes. If he was a hockey player, they'd call him a goon or an enforcer. You got to have at least one on your offensive line.
You do, and the whole situation with him has been interesting to watch because he was drafted by Cleveland in 2022. He didn't even make the team. They cut him, and they signed him to the practice squad after he was drafted. And he gets signed later on in the year after he gets waived to the Cowboys practice squad in 2022. And he signed a reserve/future contract with them to stay on the team throughout the offseason. In January of 2023, he gets waived in August of 23 and then signed back to the practice squad. And about a month later, in September of 2023, he signs a 2-year deal with the Cowboys. So Spotrac has him as a restricted free agent next year. I believe that is the case. I know Mickey said 2026, but
we're going to have to get to the bottom of this because he's too important.
Maybe Broadus will know better. We can ask him.
Well, somebody do some research on this. Will McClay, give us a call because we want to know if this guy, he's too important to just let him walk.
He's 25 years old. I've looked at different outlets that track all the cap stuff and contract, whatever, and it looks like he is a restricted free agent next year.
Let me tell you why this is important as well. We mentioned all the stuff that he does. Somebody's got to follow Zach Martin. If Zach Martin says, you know what, I can't come back, or if he comes back, he's in his last year or two, and he's got to be rotated in and out because he's hurt. Like Tyron was hurt the last 3 or 4 years. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not going to be Zach Martin. He's plugged in. He's going to Hall of Fame, and he's doing every down. You need Brock Hoffman.
He's played so good for you, and not just the on the field play too. You heard it throughout training camp. He did an interview. I want to say it was with G-Bag, but it was in the afternoon. It had to be G-Bag with Brock Hoffman. Sat down with them, and you could just tell he is a great dude to be around.
He is. I just talked to him a couple of weeks ago for the player profile. He is the nicest guy, or at least he's sensible. He just flips a switch when he steps on the field. It's kind of like Ndamukong Suh. Ndamukong Suh never did anything bad off the field. He just, are we still on the air?
Yeah.
Okay. All this crazy weather. Because I can't even see a hand outside that window.
Oh, yeah. You literally can't see anything now.
Okay. So we're in the middle of these clouds. But go ahead. He's a great guy. Great team guy.
And you've heard, even whenever we kind of thought coming out of training camp he was going to be your center. It sounded like
he told me he played center most of his life from grade school on, and he said that his mom told him, you can't be SOFT. You're going to play. And his dad was a coach, too.
It did seem like he was going to win that starting center job week 1 because Cooper Beebe, everyone was like, yeah, he's fine. He's a rookie. That's kind of the vibe we got. Like, he's progressing. He's learning. That's his job. And then Hoffman, it seemed like, well, he's got the rapport with Dak Prescott, which is really important between center and quarterback, and he's looked really good in doing so, so it felt like that. And then he was like, oh, BB's starting, okay. He handled that like a pro, and he steps in anytime his name is called, and he plays very, very well when his name is called.
On the speaking of names being called, isn't it ironic that the center's name is Cooper and the quarterback's name is Cooper?
Yeah, Cooper to Cooper.
And what if Amari Cooper had stayed? Well, I just never mind.
Cooper. So the ball would have went from Cooper to Cooper to Cooper.
1, 2, 3.
And then they're playing the Eagles, and Cooper DeJean tackles him.
Correct.
Yeah, Cooper to Cooper to Cooper to Cooper. I don't like what I just did there. That was a lot of words.
But you're saying what people are going to be looking for?
Yes, and we already got some responses on the Frankel & Frankel injury attorney text line, 877-881-1053. From the 972-0. I just want the season over. Let's go Rangers. I think you mean go get Rangers.
Get it right.
From the 214, this is Mike Bassick texting in. I want to see Mingo get 10 targets and see what he does with them. Which, to be fair, I wouldn't hate it. Like, you just say opening drive, we're putting Mingo in. We're going to try to get him the ball twice in that opening drive, see what happens vertically downfield, because at this point, I'm going to say this quietly, I want to start throwing those deep balls to Mingo more than I want to Jalen Tolbert. So,
yeah, Tolbert's had a lot of chances to show what he can and cannot do, and so far, no, he has never replaced Amari Cooper. That's what they said when they let Amari Cooper go, basically, for a 5th-round pick. It's a shame. But let me say this.
He has the talent.
This leads into, it does. But this leads into what I've been saying since the Cowboys surprised Washington. And people were like, let's just skip the season. Let's go straight to the draft. Because people love the draft. Don't get me wrong. And there are people saying, tank. And I've said this a million times. Tanking is a strategy. It's complicated, but it is a strategy. That being said, you can't just count on that. The thing I've talked about ad nauseum this season is this team is built wrong. The assignment for the coaching staff and the veteran core is to get out of the freaking first round. And what do in the offseason? Absolutely nothing except draft. So what are you watching? On-the-job training. So people who want to watch the rest of the season, on-the-job training. Well, guess what? You do need to see some on-the-job training. I'm not saying in lieu of victories because it's a balancing act. You got to keep the locker room, keep the culture of winning. And that's what makes it hard to be a coach. But at the same time, I want to watch who's making business decisions, who's trying. I want to see who the competitors are. Because let me tell you what you're not going to do. You're not going to cut everybody on the roster and say, guess what? I'm looking at the combine and just nothing but draft picks. You're not going to do that. So with that being said, you want to find out, I got to keep Brock Hoffman. Oh, guess what? I also look at Schoonmaker looks good when he's healthy. I can go down the list. Oh, guess what? They finally decided to make Rico Dotto a feature back, not a back by committee. Maybe we figure out a way to make him a tandem, not a starter, but a tandem with somebody that can bring some skill set as well. I mean, you just never know. All I'm saying is you've got to look at what you have. And I'm not even talking about starters. And guess what happened? What happened is frustrated people who just want to look at the draft and combine, and because that's an exercise in itself that a lot of people get excited for. But guess what messed them up? Guess what? These players never quit on the coaching staff, including Zimmer, and all of a sudden this defense is better than you thought it would be, and now there are people saying maybe you want to keep the coaching staff. Well, guess what? You may or may not keep them. All I got to say is you've got to let the process work out because you're not starting from scratch. This isn't Carolina. This is the Dallas Cowboys, and the assignment still hasn't changed. When Mike McCarthy was hired, they could have kept Jason Garrett. Jerry loved Jason, but he could never finish the assignment, which was get out of the freaking first round. Mike McCarthy has only done it one time. That's it. His record is 1-3 in the playoffs. To me, that's not good enough. But guess what? You don't have any other options. With that being said, the last two games, Micah Parsons said this after the game in the locker room. I was in there, and we got the audio, but we can't play it right now. He says, guess what? Some of the stuff we're going through, it carries over to the next season. People don't want to believe that, but guess what? You learn what not to do. You learn who can't handle a situation when it's overwhelming. In other words, he can shoot the basketball in the first quarter, but don't give it to him in the fourth. He can't handle the pressure. You find out about people when they go through adversity, because everybody can be great when everything's perfect. When the field is dry, when you got those conditions indoor, everything's perfect. But what if you got to go to Buffalo? What if you got to go to Philadelphia? I want to know who I got. That's what I'm looking at the next two games.
I think the only other thing that really holds any substance for me going forward into the last two games of the Cowboys season is just seeing this defense continue to hopefully improve, because I've already said it on record that I've kind of given my signature of approval to have Mike Zimmer as your defensive coordinator next year. The way that
if the new coach would take him,
Well,
we know it's McCarthy.
I think Jerry, even if there is a new head coach, would say Mike Zimmer's your defensive coordinator. You know, you can find everybody else. Mike Zimmer's your DC. But I think that's the only other thing, because it has progressively gotten better since the bye week, and you're starting to see something that I feel like doesn't get talked about enough is the buy-in from those key playmakers, because there's nothing to indicate that Micah Parsons is like uncoachable or anything. That's blasphemous. But when you have a superstar player that you know is really good at something, they fall into a habit of doing said thing. Mike Zimmer has asked him to do other things, and he has willingly done it.
And gotten successful.
And he's done it at a high level.
Yes.
And you know what that does in turn? It creates buy-in of other players, but not just that. On the field, moving him around creates other opportunities for other people like a Marshawn Kneeland, like a Maris Taliafoul, like Oso Digizua, who is having a career year and might even price himself out. So
here's again, they got to see who they're going to keep as opposed to letting that depth walk away with Dan Quinn last year. And for those, I hate to be harping on this because, you know, a lot of people can't handle the heartbreak of a Cowboys losing season when they want to see them go to the playoffs. Other people just love the math, and I don't care. I'm into team building. They wanted to get rid of all this entire team back in October when they totally sucked. Well, guess what you found out afterward as the season kept playing out? Zimmer's great. In September, he sucked, didn't he? They didn't understand his system. They didn't. The players that they got off for other teams' waiver wires at the end of August, they just learned his system too. You didn't know about some of these other guys until starters and Pro Bowlers got hurt. You've got to let it play out. It may be painful to watch, or you may just want to, I don't care, I just want to get to the good part, which is I want to look at the draft. Because drafting is a sport too, but you got to know who you're going to keep, because everybody, it's not a clean slate every year. This is not Carolina or Jacksonville now.
That was a fun experiment. Coming up next here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan, it is time for the Expressway. We go commercial free up until the top of the hour. I have a college football trend that might end up being a disaster. Alternate broadcasts, yay or nay, plus CA Stories Confidential. All of that and more coming up next.
Are you ready for some commercial?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Inside the 30, inside the 20, Vic into the end zone. Falcons win in overtime. A 46-yard touchdown run. His second touchdown run of the game. Scored from 28 earlier, and he finishes with 173 yards rushing.
A college football trend that might end up being a disaster. We're going to get to that here in just a moment. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to get involved in any and all of our conversations here today. We are live on Twitch and YouTube as well. Feel free to party there and get involved as well. But welcome on into the Expressway. We go commercial free up until the top of the hour. We will wrap things up with CA Stories Confidential. But right now, this is based on a conversation that I had with our own Carter Freeman last week. It was when we got
He's
the
our
report.
college football guru.
He is. He knows way too much.
He writes a lot, too.
I'm going to use my favorite sports cliche about him. He has forgotten more college football than I will ever know. And he's only like 7 years older than me. So I was talking to him. It was when we got the report that Michael Vick was a serious contender for the Norfolk State football head coaching job. And then inevitably on Monday, this past Monday, he gets introduced as the program's 19th football coach. So Michael Vick is obviously a very polarizing character for more reasons than one. But talking about his on the field and his football career, obviously until Lamar Jackson entered, the greatest rushing quarterback that we had ever seen. His record just got broken.
Oh, yeah.
Career rushing record by a quarterback just got broken by Lamar yesterday. But he was an enigma. He was different. Teams had to redesign the way they play football to account for people like him, and now you're seeing that reincarnated. The thing is, he has very little coaching experience under his name. He coached in the American Alliance of Football. Yeah, the one that folded within a year of even existing. He did some like front office work, just kind of like as a special assistant in the past before he got his broadcasting job, and ever since then he's been broadcasting. He hasn't done any like high school football coaching, any college coaching, any of that. So whenever this came across, the first thing Carter said was, I hope Deion Sanders didn't ruin the idea of finding the next great head coach for especially smaller programs. Just getting an all-time great NFL player and saying, you're a head coach of a football program. Not just a football program, a collegiate football program where now there's money involved. And two, recruiting, and especially for a guy that's never coached. And the reason that caught my attention and got me really thinking so much is because a lot of people don't realize that Deion, one, was not an overnight success.
No, not at coaching.
And two, he was a coach before. Like, he was a high school coach here in Texas.
Sure was.
He has been around been around football programs before. He understands how roster building works. And I know that people love to hate on him just because he was flashy and he didn't act the way that people wanted him to in the 90s. That's fine.
There are people, because he's Coach Prime, they don't like that whole persona.
Exactly.
But he knows how to coach.
But that's the thing that gets buried. He is a leader of men. He is a great coach. And It's taking some time, especially because now NIL is just now being introduced. He's figuring out how to recruit.
Yeah, and by the way, he's real. To refresh everybody's memory about how he's always wanted to coach kids, etc. When he was told he had made it to the Hall of Fame, he was with kids when they had to find him to get him to the phone. And then when he had his ceremony, the whole couple of rows in his section was nothing but the kids he was coaching.
So there's a lot more to Deion Sanders' Coach Prime
than just his name and being a flashy former athlete who wants to coach.
And his first time being a head coach of anything Michael Vick is a collegiate program. And this is a big change that he says he's thought about and everything. He consulted with the family, but a lot of people don't realize these coaches are never home. They are in the office 24/7, game planning, recruiting, watching high school tape from kids that they want to try to bring into the program, getting ready for a game that Saturday. There is a lot more to it.
In fact, to piggyback off of that, there's more to it. Sometimes former players find that out. The great Drew Pearson, who is in the Hall of Fame, one of the greatest Cowboys of all time, the original 88. When he retired prematurely, he said, I'll just be an assistant coach with the Cowboys. And he did that for like a year, and then he quit. And I said, Drew, why'd you quit? He was an assistant wide receivers coach. He said, man, it never ends. We're here past midnight all the time. He said, I appreciate Coach Landry giving me the opportunity, but no. And that's what some of them find out. And believe it or not, there are some successful former players who wind up being assistant coaches, but you're talking about the head coach of a college.
You are the guy. You are the voice. You are the representation. You are the final say.
Yeah, in other words, sometimes even the guys who wind up being assistant coaches and work their way up to be the head coach, they're looking at the guy, even though he played and was successful as a player, they're like, wait a minute, he skipped some steps. I've been in these trenches being an assistant coach, 10 years. I'm looking for my shot. And because of their name, they'll get an opportunity ahead of some guys who actually worked hard, even if they were a successful professional football player.
And Vic did acknowledge in his introductory presser how hard this really is going to be, the transition from just talking about it to actually doing it, and managing the transfer portal and whatnot. He said, quote, I've done more work in the last 2 weeks than I've done in the last 5 years. It's really cool to dive into what it takes to be a head coach. This is something I was planning on doing years from now, but it came a couple years sooner than I expected. So he always wanted to do this, but he even admitted he kind of wasn't ready for it. He wasn't expecting it yet.
In fact, these same questions that he's answering at that press conference, some people had those questions about Belichick, even though he was a professional, like arguably the greatest NFL coach in history, arguably. And he's got more Super Bowl championship rings and trophies. But that being said, it's like he doesn't know the college game. So imagine a former player, he doesn't know the college game. And a school thinking, oh, look at Deion, Coach Prime, that's successful. He's the lightning rod for the recruiting. Well, you got to have a staff to go with it. I'll give you two quick examples. Ed Reed wanted to be a head coach, HBCU. He got to be the head coach, and Ed got mad because guess what? They weren't keeping that thing. He had his own standards that were really, really good. So it wasn't like he wanted the players to play like he did. It was about how they got clothes all over the locker room floors. Wait a minute, what's going on here? You got to have that. In other words, he was meticulous, and he knew they couldn't do it the way he would want it done. And then on the other end, Doug Williams. People forget Doug Williams, a great coach for the Washington football team, won the Super Bowl and all that. He went to Grambling, right? He became the head coach at Grambling and was successful. The reason he became the head coach there, and they asked him to, when he did not have any assistant coaches experience or any, because who can follow the legendary Eddie Robinson? We got to have a name to get kids to come to Grambling. Well, he was the greatest quarterback in Grambling history. He won a Super Bowl ring with Washington. He's in the Hall of Fame, the whole 9 yards. That's one of the reasons why he was named the head coach. He was able to be the lightning rod, and he also knew some plays and all that. He didn't have to carry the system was in place. The assistant coaches weren't going nowhere. They just needed him to come back, and he did. So with Michael Vick, I think it could be some circumstances we don't know. But at the same time, if there's any school out there just thinking, oh, we just need to get a big name like Coach Prime and we'll get all the recruits. No, it's more complicated than that.
And he did address some of that with NIL, the transfer portal, and everything. He said, quote, some will come here and prove, have some eligibility, and maybe go on and play at a bigger school. But it all starts right here. There's going to be a lot of young men who will appreciate the opportunity to come and play here at Norfolk State. It's an opportunity to create your own legacy. Some of these guys might not be here for 4 years, maybe 1-2 years, because opportunities will happen if you play good football. That's what I expect. But in the process of doing that, that's just getting wins for us. So he knows.
He's realistic.
It's a small school.
Yeah.
You know, these kids probably want to go play in the SEC. You know, so he says.
Could. Or maybe when Deion was at Jackson State, you could steal a Florida State recruit and take him to Jackson State and then take him on with you to Colorado, and he could wind up winning the Heisman Trophy and being a first-round pick.
And I think
Travis Hunter.
I think a lot of this is going to depend on the staff,
of course,
that he puts around him too. Because if they give him a big enough budget to build a staff of really experienced people, then he's going to be fine. Because then it will just be the Mike Vick effect. But if he's got a bunch of vanilla coaches around him too, and he's
Are you saying vanilla as in generic?
As in generic, yes. And
Not
don't
like
get
the
that twisted. Yeah, don't
Not
get
like
that
the
twisted. Just as in generic,
I'm vanilla, baby.
they have a little bit of experience, or maybe none at all. But if he brings in a whole new staff too of just people that are young and haven't done this before, it's going to be a massive failure. But I'm sure they're going to put some experienced people around him, and they'll help him navigate the issues of even things that you still see in the NFL that really shouldn't be issues nowadays with, you know, all the technology we have and stuff like clock management, like stuff like that. I bet they're going to put people around him that will help him with that stuff.
They don't want it to fail. If he's putting his name out there, he's not going into it without some of those things in place. Because he knows he's got everything to lose.
The interesting thing is he did reach out to Deion.
Of course.
Because he said Deion has been a mentor for him as he's been thinking about doing
for
this.
the Falcons.
And he said that was the first person he reached out to whenever he found out there was mutual interest here. And he said, we talked about it last year, and Deion was like, quote, I don't know what you're waiting for. You might as well go ahead and get into it.
Yeah.
And there's going to be comparisons between those two pretty much immediately. Two high-profile, iconic NFL players getting their first head coaching opportunities at HBCUs. Like, the parallels are absolutely there. But Vic and
they're
Sanders,
going to wonder if Michael Vick's going to leave. You know, they'll be doing that too, like Deion left.
They're two different people with two different styles, so they're gonna deviate from each other pretty quickly. And I think this was pretty telling to wrap up his presser. He said, quote, a lot of people are going to ask, are you going to be the next Deion Sanders? He said, I said there's only one Deion Sanders. His soul, his spirit, the way God created him. He created an amazing man, and Deion is Deion. But I'm Michael Vick. And he ended it there. So if he can establish quickly, which he will, because he said it right there, he's not Deion Sanders. He's not the big flashy guy. If he just establishes his own culture from day one and says, this is how we're going to run a football program, he should be fine. I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about the persona. I know that he had issues in the past that are way behind us now that I think he's grown from as a human.
He paid his price. People act like he just got away with something. No, he went to prison.
Exactly.
So let it go.
I think that's all behind and everything. And if anything, I think that's going to be great for coaching to say, hey, you know, like I did stupid stuff in the past. And I got through adversity.
Yes, exactly.
You know, so
there's something to be said for that.
He'll have good testimonials to give, even though the perfect person doesn't want to have to detail their experiences from prison and, you know, breaking the law and stuff. But he'll be able to tell these 20, 21, 22-year-old kids, 18-year-old kids coming in as freshmen, like, hey, you know, I've lived that life before, hanging around the wrong people. Get away from that. You know, there's a lot there that I think the man is fit for the job. Is the coach fit for the job? That is yet to be seen. And all I can say to that is get the right staff around you. And I see what the 254
says. He gonna put some dog in them players. Yes and no.
Oh man,
he does want some dogs, but
all the jokes,
not little D dogs.
Yes.
He's gonna hear the jokes. They're gonna come. Come on now.
I mean, from the 3-2-1, do you think he's gonna make his way to the SEC so he can play the Bulldogs?
Georgia.
Yeah. I'll give you that one.
Okay,
I'll give you that one. But before we get into CA Stories Confidential, good conversation there. I was just intrigued at the idea
Keep it in mind.
all kinds of, especially like that, like Norfolk State, a lot of smaller programs saying, we have the chance to get a guy who has never coached in his life, but he is one of the best football players we've ever seen. So maybe because of that, we can afford.
Did you know the University of Tennessee wanted Peyton Manning to be their coach?
Yeah.
When he retired?
Yeah.
Sure did.
So I think there are some people who are just built for it that are just like
Dan Campbell.
Exactly. He was never a star player. He wasn't even like an assistant head coach or anything. He was an interim head coach at one point. But this dude coached tight ends.
Yeah.
Like that. He was a position coach. That's almost unheard of to say position coach all the way to head coach. And look, like we were just saying, like you pointed out, he was made for this. So maybe Michael Vick was made for this. And 10 years from now, he's coaching an SEC school and he's dominating. I don't know. Maybe he falls on his face. But it's all about buying into the vision and putting the right people around him.
Yep.
One more thing I want to get to, just because I was telling you about this because you were busy doing your thing at the AAC yesterday. And I was channel flipping during all the NBA games. And I saw something I was not ready for. There was an alternate NBA broadcast. That was a Mickey Mouse broadcast.
I heard about this, but of course I was American Airlines since I didn't see it. But it's kind of like the Simpsons when they did the Thanksgiving thing with the Simpsons.
Yeah, just like the Funday Night Football.
Funday night. That's right.
Yeah, for the Simpsons.
Yeah.
It was the Spurs at Knicks game, which we're going to talk about that game at 1:20. That was a classic on Christmas Day. But they had an alternate broadcast called Dunk the Halls, and it was a Mickey Mouse themed broadcast where
that sounds goofy.
All of the players were animated and they would convert some of the players into Mickey Mouse characters. So for any of the parents out there or maybe siblings where you have a younger brother or a younger sister that's of that age, do you see this working? Have you tried this? And do you even care? And I even want to know from an adult's perspective, does this seem smart to you? Because they're trying it in so many different ways now. These animated broadcasts to try to, cater to a younger audience that they see a character that they like and they're like, I'm going to watch it because it's Mickey Mouse.
They want to suck them in because they looked at what happened in baseball, and baseball started losing their younger demographic because guess what? Everybody can't afford to bring their kids to baseball games and baseball on television if you're not working. In other words, they say, we need to get some younger demographics. We need Gen Z. We need the kids younger than Gen Z.
And what you're seeing now is NBA. It's a very poorly kept secret that they're struggling right now with ratings, with attendance, with everything. It's not drastic, but ratings are down. Interest overall in the league is down. So how do you manufacture new fans? You go to the source, which is you teach them young. You hear it all the time. You start them off young. So if you can sit down, a 6-year-old kid in front of a TV and say, look, that's your favorite character. And in turn, they're starting to learn the game of basketball. I understand the method, but I have no idea. And this is still a new thing. The alternate broadcast is a new thing.
It's like the
generally.
Manning cast. It's all different kind of ways. I think the Manning cast is for adults. I think those.
I think it's wonderful.
Yeah,
I think that one works.
Right. And as far as the Mickey Mouse and let's go to the Simpsons and all those, I think they're doing that, and it doesn't mean that you have to sit there with your kid. You might start off, but it's kind of like Thanksgiving. You have the card table for the kids to eat the food off of.
Sure.
They can go in their room and get indoctrinated at a young age into that particular sport, and then they might say, you know what, I like this, and I'm going to sit in the room with the older kids or the older adults.
Yeah.
Y'all not cussing so much.
Yeah, can't pick up
It's
on
kind of
that
like
stuff.
when I was growing up, I got into sports. Guess how? Going to the barbershop with my daddy on Saturdays. And they had the TV on, and everybody was arguing and fussing and laughing and cutting up all about sports. That's when I got into it, not just playing.
I will say, though, like seeing Mickey Mouse break away in transition and just hit a pull-up 3, like a bleep you 3, is just the most amazing thing ever because I never thought I would see that in my lifetime, but, I will give them credit for going all in on it, too, because, I mean, like, even the commentators are addressing them by the character name, not by the player.
Right.
Like, it's just in Mickey Mouse for 3.
Hearing Goofy with the dunk.
Yeah.
Like, that was the weirdest, way to listen to that.
Yeah.
Isn't it just... it feels like you're tripping off of acid or something as an adult, but I don't know, maybe to the kids it's absolutely working.
And they have Dora do it. She did it. She did it.
I would hate that.
Dora the Explorer and the monkey.
From the 817, I've put it on for the kids before. It didn't really interest them anymore. I switched it to watching NBA yesterday when the kids weren't around and watched it for a minute. Yeah, and I watched it for a minute just because I was channel flipping and I saw ESPN2 and it didn't say on my channel guide, it didn't say alternate broadcast or whatever. It just said Spurs at Knicks. So I clicked on it and I see Mickey Mouse. I'm like, what in the hell? And I watched it for maybe 5 minutes and I was like, my adult brain can't handle this because I don't know what's happening inside the actual game of basketball. So as an adult, obviously that's not who they're catering to.
Nope.
They don't give a damn what I think about it. They don't care that I'm sitting here saying that I thought it was bad.
You're not the future.
But for the kids, it might be really entertaining. So, when James and I actually, do something right in the dating pool and we get to that point where we're raising kids and trying to teach them to be sports fans, maybe this is a lot bigger of a thing and a lot more common, and maybe they've kind of refined it and they kind of have some things and tools like buzzwords and stuff that are really going to hook in the younger demographic. But for right now, I think it's a smart idea that needs work. I think that's it. I think it needs work.
They just try, at least they're trying. Think about it. They don't want to be passe. They don't want to assume that all families can go to games. It's not affordable, but guess what? Maybe the kids who are gamers can consume it in this level. It's all about how people consume their information.
And you know what does not need any work is another Hall of Fame edition of CA Stories Confidential.
Well, since I was mentioning I was at the basketball game last night, someone brought this up to me and I had to tell the story. And since the NBA season has begun, I'll tell you a story that I actually did address back in June. Minding my own business, my phone started blowing up. By the way, thank you, Alec. Thank you, James. Thank you, Alec Tolos, for allowing me to share some of these stories over covering all these sports and entertaining things all these years. And you can turn the volume up. And back in June, my phone blew up because All the Smoke, a podcast featuring Steven Jackson and Matt Barnes, former NBA players, it is like big time. It's like we're talking about people consuming information, right? A lot of people prefer podcasts than anything else because players are keeping it real and the whole 9 yards. They had on former NBA superstar Sean Kemp. And my phone blew up because in this interview with Sean Kemp, and he's talking, and by the way, Sean Kemp is arguably the greatest in-game dunker of all time. One of the greatest dunkers, period. He's a great player. Went to the finals a couple of times with the Seattle Sonics and him and Gary Payton. Well, in this broadcast, I'm just going to go ahead and let Matt Barnes start off because he asked Sean Kemp, and there's more to this story, by the way, but this is what he asked Sean Kemp on the air.
So, is this an urban legend? You got your first practice through a radio dunk contest?
I did, bro. Is that crazy or what, man?
Radio dunk
man, I'm gonna keep this 100 with y'all.
Got to. What you mean?
Now, I'm in college at Trinity Valley, and we ain't but two damn restaurants there. It's a Dairy Queen and a McDonald's.
Athens, Texas.
That's your choice of restaurants you go out to, bro. And in Eastern Texas. And they came on the radio and they was like this. They said, hey, there's a dunk contest next Friday night. And the winner of the dunk contest gets to practice with the Mavericks all weekend. 3 practices. Yes.
Oh, you
they said 3 practices if you win the dunk contest.
So here's what's so crazy. That's where it started. I'm on there at K104, and I tell K104 we need to have a dunk contest because I had been in Chicago a couple of months earlier where Michael Jordan did the incredible dunk contest against Dominique Wilkins, and everybody wanted to see a dunk contest. Nowadays, it's kind of lame, but back then it was like unique and different, and Michael Jordan turned it out. So we had this dunk contest for all comers. Now said on the radio, Reunion Arena, be there at this certain time, and we'll take the top dunkers, and they'll get to dunk at halftime of a Maverick game. Sean Kemp shows up, and nobody knows who Sean Kemp is because guess what? He never played 1 minute of college ball, junior college ball. He played high school ball, but not in Texas. He tells me later after I was like, what? And he makes it to the final round. And I tell all the media guys, I said, there's this kid. His name is Sean Kemp. He goes to Trinity Valley, but he never played there because he just transferred there. And I said, you don't want to miss this. I'm telling you, he can dunk with Dominique and Michael Jordan. And I told him, don't miss this. So, of course, he wins the contest. And then this what happens.
Man, we was down there at the Dallas Arena, man. It was probably 60 contestants, man. And I won the dunk contest that night. And I got a chance to practice with the Mavericks. Now, I get to the Mavericks practice, and guess who's on the damn team? My teammates. Detlef Shrimp, Sam Perkins. They on the team. And I come in and I get a chance to practice with them.
What was that like?
What? I wear their ass out.
And he could. He was that good. So he wins the dunk contest and he gets to practice with him, but it gets even deeper than that. Now, what does that have to do with me? To this day, Sean always says, I discovered him. And he kind of told that story on there. I'm going to tell you a little bit more.
If you don't, there's a guy that works for the Mavericks, man, light-skinned guy, Chris. His name is Chris something, man. I can't think of Chris's last name. He still works for the Mavericks, I believe. Their TV guy.
We'll find him.
He was on the radio. They sent me to the locker room. He actually came in the locker room, and this is where it kind of started. This is the night it started at. You know, because junior college, you hung fucking dog.
Yeah.
You ain't popping off. You ain't in Kentucky no more. Chris Arnold. So Chris Arnold comes back in the locker room, and he was like, hey, man, you, what? He's like, man, you ain't got no agent? And I was like, man, he's like, that. Let me be your agent, man. You gonna go hard tomorrow. And then I was like, man, I think I'm ready. I didn't know if I was ready then, but by the time I got back to Trinity Valley, I knew my ass was ready. Because he had just told me that. And that's when I started making these inquiring phone calls, man.
I'm telling you, this is exactly what happened. The only thing that's a little different is I didn't say I need to be your agent or I should. I said, if I were your agent, this is what we would do. Because I was telling him, you are better than you think. You really are really, really, really good. So here's where it gets kind of crazy. So he does this dunk contest at halftime Mavericks game in May. In June, they have the draft. Mavericks headquarters, that's where I'm doing the Mavericks draft coverage and all that for K104. And we're just watching it on TV, and then we're waiting for the Mavericks to do their picks. The announcer said, and with the umpteenth round, the first round, Sean Kemp goes to the Sonics. Who's this Sean Kemp? Oh, I almost spit up. Sean Kemp! That's my guy. Everybody's like, what? I said, he never played. How did the NBA find him? He never played. So when he says I came to the locker room, I circled the calendar. I said, as soon as the Mavericks play the Sonics, I got to find him and ask him, how the hell you wind up in the NBA and you never played? It wasn't like, straight out of high school where he was named somebody straight out of high school, went to college. It wasn't like that. He just came out of nowhere. I went and I said, Sean, how in the world do you wind up getting drafted by the Sonics? He said, man, it's been the craziest few months. He said, after the dunk contest, I got a hold of Magic Johnson. I said, how you even know Magic? He said, I was Mr. Indiana in basketball, and I got a scholarship to Kentucky. I go to Kentucky, and before the season even starts, somebody steals the coach's son's necklace. And so I wasn't going to snitch. It was somebody on the team, but I was going to snitch. And they were like, well, we're going to hold you out. We're going to let you play until you tell us who did it. He said, F that. So he transferred to Trinity Valley Junior College in Athens, Texas. Nobody saw him. I said, well, how you meet Magic? He said, Magic heard about me. He knew about me. He said, come out here to L.A. in the summer league, and Lakers, we're going to get you. And he said, the Lakers are going to draft me? He goes, oh, yeah, we will spend a pick on you. He said, so he's turning it out in the summer league in L.A. Well, the Sonics have a scout, and the son of the owner of the Sonics said, hey, come down here to L.A. There's a kid. We got to look at this guy, too. And he said, so he told me the Sonics stole him from the Lakers. So I said, okay. And he said, I said, this is what you got to do now, Sean, now that you're in the NBA. Because, see, he still wasn't, like, really, really confident. I mean, he's a great player, nicest guy in the world. I said, Sean, when you play games on the East Coast, if the game is in hand, you got to do some dunks, man, in the game. I'm talking about just show out, because you could do it. And I don't want to embarrass anybody, but especially if you're in New York, I said, or Boston or Washington, that East Coast media thing is for real. Meanwhile, I know the vice president of communications for the NBA. His name is Brian McIntyre. I'll tell McIntyre when they're looking for the All-Star stuff, because they're looking for rookies and stuff. I said, keep an eye on Sean Kemp. And I kept telling, and all the writers that came through, Stephen A. Smith, come down to Dallas or wherever I was, Stephen A., Michael Wilbon, I was like, there's a guy named Sean Kemp. Watch out for Sean Kemp with Seattle. Because I knew Seattle, Washington, they weren't paying attention to those games late at night, not the East Coast media. So by the time it got close to the All-Star game, Mavericks had another game against the Sonics. He comes into town. He said, Chris, you won't believe this. They've invited me to the All-Star game. He did not win the All-Star Slam Dunk because he's like 6'7". And even though he's very impressive dunker, just look on YouTube, Sean Kemp highlight reel in game. He's amazing. Just jumping out there and dunking on the, he's so tall and he made it look too easy. And I think they gave the championship to D Brown that year because he did the close his eye and all that kind of thing. But anyway, so the relationship between me and Sean Kemp is real, is legit. Last time I saw him, when Dirk retired, Dirk said he had done this interview that nobody knew what it was going to be. And he did not know the Mavericks were going to do a salute for him. So after the game, he had mentioned his heroes were Larry Bird, Charles Barkley, Detlef Schrempf, Michael Jordan. Jordan couldn't make it because same night Dwayne Wade was retiring. And Jordan said, I'm not going to choose one guy over the other because he'd be mad at me. So he didn't do anybody's ceremony. And he said, in Sean Kemp. So I talked to Sean that night, and we were all telling those stories back there in that little private room back there where Cuban's little apartment is underneath the building. Me, Larry Bird, Sean Kemp, Detlef Schrempf, and Scottie Pippen and Barkley. We just talking about Kemp was like, and Chris is the one, man. He's the one that told me to do this. And I don't take credit. I just said, man, I'm just glad you did it. That's the CA Stories Confidential.
Another Hall of Fame edition in the books. That's one of my all-time favorites right there, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we go out to the D&M Leasing Hotline and welcome in our buddy from DallasCowboys.com. It is Kyle Yeomans. We'll talk to him next here on The Fan.
The boys are in the city of...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour of the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. You just heard the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
My name is Alec Medford of the KNC Masterpiece. We got James Tritley on the ones and twos for you. We are getting ready to give way to the G-Bag Nation. They will crosstalk with us here at about 1:40 today, and coming up on the other side, we will recap the madness that was NBA basketball on Christmas Day. Wemby makes history and some more news and notes. But right now we go out to the D&M Leasing Hotline, where we welcome in our friend from DallasCowboys.com. He is Kyle Yeomans. Kyle, how's it going, man?
Hey.
What's going on, guys? Happy holidays. Hope you guys had at least a little bit of a break throughout the week.
Oh yeah, we got yesterday off. We were having some family time, but we're back here live and local. I did want to ask you real quick though, CA. Kyle, how was Christmas with
The
triplets?
triplets,
Yeah.
yeah.
How did that go?
We saw some pictures on Facebook.
Yeah. How was the celebration like? What was the shopping like?
2 boys and a girl.
Break it down for us.
It was awesome, guys. It was everything and more. I mean, we had like my wife's side of the family on Christmas Eve. That's like their whole big thing. We do a big Christmas Eve deal. And so we had that whole scenario on Christmas Eve. And then we got back home and it was just me and my wife for Christmas morning. And that was so special, just getting to open up presents with them and see their faces light up really with the tree and the paper. Like the wrapping paper was a huge hit throughout the year because they're still only 10 months old. So that was a ton of fun. And then both sides of the family kind of came over to our house last night, and we had a big dinner. My dad cooked up some Tex-Mex and some fajitas and stuff, so we had a really good grub as well. And then today, actually, I worked this morning, had a couple of shows for DallasCowboys.com that are coming out later in the week, had Talking Cowboys in our podcast this morning, and then now it's my side of the family's turn to have their Christmas. So we had to play it by ear and kind of stretch it out a little bit.
You're on tour.
Our holidays continue, but man, we are so blessed, and it's been so much fun getting to celebrate the holiday season as a family of 5 for the first time, which is still crazy to talk about and crazy to say, but wouldn't change it for the world.
I can't believe you talked your wife into naming the kids Michael, Emmett, and Troy.
I know. I still can't believe it either. And I know Troy, whenever she grows up, it's going to be interesting for her. She's going to be like, Dad, are you kidding? Oh, no.
Yeah, how did you do this to me?
We do have a Michael. We do actually have a Michael. We've got Michael, Leo, and Noel. And so Noel being the Christmas name, certainly she got a little extra shine this time of year, but it's so much fun.
You love to hear that. We do still, this week has been so discombobulated along with the whole Cowboys season. They're out of the playoffs, but you still got to play 2 games left on the schedule, and this week it's Philadelphia in Philadelphia. Even though there's nothing left to play for, it still feels like this game holds some intrigue with Micah Parsons, saying F Philly in front of the media. And, there's still the bad blood there. There's still the rivalry. Does it seem like the locker room is still energized to play this game?
Yeah, so they just held open locker room a moment ago, and they had yesterday off for Christmas Day. So it's kind of tough to get a good feel of it right now. I know Philly's kind of going through their own things. They're trying to ramp up for the playoffs, and they have Jalen Hurts with a concussion. They've got Kenny Pickett that's dealing with a rib injury. So it does. I think you're right. It has some luster. It still has the rivalry feel to it because neither one of these teams want to lose to the other, no matter if they're 10-2 or they're 2-10. They do not care. They want to win this game. So, yeah, it has that, but it does. It feels like there's maybe a little bit of a step back because Philly, even though they're still fighting for playoff seeding, pretty much their whole playoff fate has already been decided. They're trying to wrap up a better seed, better division, all that kind of playing into their favor. Where the Cowboys are really just playing for pride and playing for their coaching staff right now. So I'll get a better read of it whenever we get there, but just based off of the way they played last week when they knew going into Tampa Bay's matchup that there was nothing to play for, I expect them to still have some fight and bring it to Philadelphia this week.
Can you tell all the Cowboy fans or different Tolos out there the personality of Martis Leofau, because he's a really cool, laid-back guy, and he's going to be my player profile for this week. But at the same time, he's got a famous cousin out there playing for the Rams.
Yeah, he's of course related. It's Puka Nacua, right?
Yep.
Playing or who he was related to, but he's very. And honestly, I think he probably mirrors Puka.
Yeah,
in that
he
that,
really
that
does.
Mentality. And they're both really chill, laid-back guys. But when it comes to football, they are uber focused, and they're very smart. That was the first thing whenever I met Maris last year during the draft process. That was the first thing that stuck out to me was, wow, this guy is sharp, and he picks up on things. He's very, very articulate with the way that he vocalizes, whether it's communication on the field, communication to the media. He's just an uberly smart guy, and that probably comes from the fact that he comes from a football family. He comes from Notre Dame. He's got a great background, and that's probably why Dallas was so enamored with him through the draft process enough to take him in the third round. So you're starting to see that step forward, and you talk about the player spotlight that you're going to have this week, CA, and I think one that's going to be great. Two, spotlight is the right word for him because these final three games, starting last week against Tampa Bay, is a chance for Maris Leofau to say, hey, I'm in the spotlight to end my rookie season because DeMarvion Overshown kind of took that spotlight first year playing full active roster after his injury in 23. And boy, did he turn into the star that he ended up being. And, of course, the injury was so unfortunate at the end. But now Maris Leofau says, hey, I've got some extra snaps. Mike Zimmer drafted me to be a blitz-heavy linebacker and somebody he wants to play downhill, and he showed out in a big way against Tampa Bay. So I think this week when you look at Leofau and his tape, it's going to be very reminiscent of what it was in Week 17. He's going to play sideline to sideline. He's going to play downhill. He's been more decisive at the second level, which was a knock against him early in his rookie season and all the different tape that he put out early. I think he's learning the game. It's slowing down for him, and that's a lot of positivity in the linebacking core for the Cowboys after this season is said and done and going into these final 2 weeks.
Marist is one hell of a singer, too, if you didn't know. I heard,
is that right?
Yeah, I think it was actually your crew, Kyle, out there when I was doing a Cowboys crosstalk. They showed me the tape of him singing Tennessee Whiskey.
Oh
my
wow,
gosh.
he conquered that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
He killed it.
It was really funny because DeMarvion Overshown, it's funny that I just compared the two of them a second ago on the field. Off the field, during the rookie premiere, it's every year going into training camp, we do a rookie premiere for Bank of America, and it's a small corporate event, but it's me and Isaiah Stanback that host it, and we interview a panel of the rookie draft pick. If you're a draft pick, you're up there. And so we're having these conversations, and we like to have some fun with it. And last year, DeMarvion Oversone stood up and sang a country song at an incredible level. And this year, we basically asked, like, all right, hey, Demo did this last year.
Mhm.
We got to find out, is anybody a singer? And Maris jumped up, threw his hand up in the air and said, hey, he's like, I got it. Hand over the microphone. And we turned it into a competition. It was between him and Ryan Flanoy of, like, who was going to be the best singer, because both of them were very active and saying, hey, I can do this. And so we handed the microphone to Maris, and he steps up there and just kills it. I mean, Tennessee whiskey. He's got some boots on, full personality, full force.
All that long hair.
Oh man, it was perfect. It was so good. And the crowd goes nuts. Everybody's excited, and then we're like, "All right, Ryan, what you got?" And Flanoy stands up there. He goes, "I'm gonna sing a song that everyone knows. All right, here we go on 3. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to
Playing this same, yeah.
And we're like, we're dying laughing, but it was all about Maris, man.
Oh,
he
yeah.
stepped up to the plate. Great singer. It's an awesome video. I believe Pat Doney, who tweeted it out at some point along the way, but it was really a great
Oh, you
video.
have to dig that up.
A snapshot of his personality too.
Mm-hmm.
I asked Mickey Spagnola this earlier, Kyle. Who is the most underrated defensive back in the NFL, and why is it Jordan Lewis?
I love how you and everyone else is looking at J. Lou right now, man. He's been tremendous for a while, but it's even better this year. And what he's done from a consistency standpoint, you could throw him, not even underrated, but you could throw him into some of the most consistent defensive backs in the NFL, because he really doesn't get too high, doesn't get too low, and when he has a moment like he did against Tampa Bay with the interception at the goal line, I mean, that's just it encapsulates what he brings to this defense as a leader on the field and in the tape, but also he's a huge part of this defense and their mentality and how they've made the transition between coordinators really since he's been here in Dallas. He's been constant all the way through. So I think if Jordan Lewis were to really be, you talk about underrated, if this team was a winning team, like a winning record or even close to being in the playoff contention these final few weeks, I think Jordan Lewis has had a Pro Bowl season. And I would challenge anybody in the nickel cornerback spot to show me who's had 3 or 4 players in the NFC that have had better years as a nickel corner than Jordan Lewis, because I really don't think they're out there. I think he should get a Pro Bowl nod because of his talent this year. I just don't know if it'll happen, because part of it is a team success category, part of it is a popularity contest, and he's not trying to win a popularity contest. He's trying to win football games. You can see that with the way he's played this year in this defense.
Kyle, we appreciate the time. As always, my man, take care, and we'll do it again next week.
Yeah, thanks, Kyle.
Yeah, thanks, everybody. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
We'll talk to you again soon. Thanks, everyone.
There he goes, Kyle Yeomans, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline right here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Something just happened, and we've got to shout out this Tolo. Not only is it Tolo, he is a great guy that we've done a lot of work with.
Mm-hmm.
Dave Swavey, the CEO of Guns and Hoses, North Texas. We've done a lot of things with him. He's always raising money for families who lost someone in their family, a firefighter or a police officer who passed away during service. He just, out of the blue, he just sent this to me. He just got nominated for the 2025 National Law Enforcement Officer Hall of Fame Lifetime Achievement Award.
Wow.
So props to Dave Swavey.
Congrats to our friend Dave. That is awesome. We know that you mentioned it. We do a lot of work with them, and it's always a really fun cause. Did a remote out there before their event this year. Fred and Blake were out there. It's always really cool to see the community get together for a good cause, and he's been doing this for a long time. It's cool to see him get that Lifetime Achievement nomination there, because he's put a lifetime of work into
Seriously.
it. So congrats to our buddy Dave.
If y'all run into Dave and you know Dave Swavey, please text him and honk your horns and whole 9 yards, because he does a lot of great things. So does Guns and Hoses themselves.
Absolutely. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, let's talk about the madness that was the NBA on Christmas Day. Wemby makes history. The Lakers take this one, and Jimmy Butler wants out for real. Next on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fort Worth. Join us from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. for a Cowboys ticket giveaway. Enjoy Miller Lite 22-ounce drafts for $4, the only beer of the Dallas Cowboys. Please drink responsibly.
This segment of the Fan is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Also by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, you can call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. For the Frankels, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Season high 32 points. Wembanyama, you bet! 42 for Wemby.
Well, unfortunately for Wemby, he did not make the difference yesterday as the San Antonio Spurs fall in Madison Square Garden to the New York Knicks. We're going to break that down and more here in just a moment. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, getting ready to crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation coming up here in about 17 minutes or so. Thanks for hanging out with us here today. And if you've been here...
hate to tell you this, Bobby Belt renamed our show.
Yeah, I'm not going to...
It's the ANC. Oh, wait a minute. That was choppy. The ANC Masterpiece.
I'm not going to say the other name that he thought of.
Yeah, he's including James in that.
Yeah, don't think it's FCC friendly.
No.
But I'm okay with getting left out on that part. The way that he worded that was not family friendly. It sounds like a fine coming. It's not a good idea.
I mean,
that's Bobby Belt's brain.
He did say it. You could just hit the rewind button on the Odyssey app to hear what he said, but just to dance around it. Just imagine if you were wearing a jacket and then you decided I'm hot, so I'm going to take it off. There you go. So let's talk about some around the association yesterday. As the NBA yesterday was peak hoops. It really was. There was so much good basketball yesterday. Everybody put on their best performances for their teams yesterday. And we're going to start with what we came back with there. Victor Wembanyama makes history, and it still wasn't enough to get a win against the New York Knicks in the Garden yesterday. Look, the NBA has been playing on Christmas for 77 years, and this is going to be one of the performances that people will talk about for as long as they continue playing on Christmas Day. 117-114 is the final score. The Knicks win, but nobody's talking about the Knicks actually winning this game, even though the end of that game was madness. Victor Wembanyama put up a final stat line. Can't even put on a straight face looking at this. 42 points. 18 rebounds, 4 assists, and 4 blocks in 40 minutes.
Only 4 blocks? What's wrong with him, man?
Well, part of it is because Dante DiVincenzo decided, hey, mid-range stuff, we're doing it. It was really good. Or whoever. It seems like the Knicks always have a really cold white guy on their team.
Yeah, Dante plays for...
He plays for Minnesota now, doesn't he?
Yeah, he was at the American Airlines Center.
Who's the one that they have now
that I'm
thinking of? Mm-hmm. I'm blanking. I'll find his name. But the mid-range game was working for the Knicks. Josh Hart is just a ball of energy for them. He's like if Josh Green was a little bit more refined at basketball because there was a couple of attempts where they would go for the long three and he would just bull rush the rim for a putback. Jalen Brunson seems like he's Iron Man every single time he plays because he takes some sort of weird fall or he gets dinged up, kind of like Luca.
Yeah.
Like he gets dinged up in some weird way.
They learn from each other.
Yeah, I don't know
Both
what it
drafted
is.
at the same time.
But there was a weird bit, I want to say 2 minutes left in the game. He kind of fell into the bench and it took him a minute to get up, but then he gets back up and he makes a key play there inside of 2 minutes.
Did Wemby block him?
But I don't think so.
Maybe?
I don't think so. Remember, only 4. Only 4. We're going to knock him for that. Only 4.
He had done 8 blocks back-to-back before that game, and they were thinking, can he do it 3 times in a row?
And for the Knicks, Mikal Bridges had equally as an impressive game as Wemby did, if we're being honest. 41 points, 17 of 25 from the field, 6 threes. This is the Mikal Bridges that they thought they were getting when they were trading for him.
Yeah.
Because to start the season,
he wasn't doing none of that.
Disappointing is probably an understatement. Yeah, especially with the New York media and how they cover that team and what they gave up to get him, too, in that trade from the Brooklyn Nets, excuse me. But he was fantastic. It seemed like everything was working for him. The mid-range was there. We talked about 6 3-pointers made. He was automatic, and there was he was heat checking. It felt like every time he got the ball, he was pulling up from 3 saying, I deserve this, and he definitely did. But this is what the NBA needed on Christmas Day a competitive game between one of the game's most historic franchises and one of the franchises that nobody's really talked about in a while, but has their future superstar on that roster, and he performed to the highest of his abilities, and they still couldn't get the win because the Knicks have such a well-rounded roster. And right now, Boston is still so unfair with their construction and how their roster is built, but the Knicks are slowly starting to show that after a full season of play, we might be able to make some noise in the East.
Let me tell you something. The East is interesting because people are sleeping on Cleveland. Boston's got a championship ring, so in other words, they don't have this pressure. You better win a ring. So anything could happen in the playoffs against them. The Knicks have all the players that they need. They think they can knock them off. It's just a wild, wild situation where the East has some interesting pieces out there, especially with these teams and what they might do. But the West is even more dominant and loaded with some teams people forgot about, like Memphis and Houston.
And Wemby almost ties Wilt Chamberlain's record of 45 points in a Christmas debut. It was Wemby's first time playing on Christmas Day. That record has stood for 65 years.
Wait a minute. Wilt Chamberlain's record where? Because Luca had more than that last year. Luca had 50 last year.
A Christmas debut game.
Oh, debut game.
Yes.
There we go. Debut.
Yeah. So in his Christmas debut, he had 45.
Got it.
And that was 65 years ago, and that's going to continue to grow.
Wemby's just amazing.
He got so close, and it felt like for a minute at the beginning of the game, it was within the second quarter, they were already talking about Wilt's record might be in danger, and it really felt like he was going to beat it. But there were some unfortunate shots that didn't fall for him. Like there was a 3-ball that would have broken the record for him, more than likely, that rimmed out that I audibly screamed no. I never thought I would be this invested in a Spurs game.
Well, you're just watching the history. You wanted to see the guy.
Exactly.
It's not the Spurs, it's the guy.
Exactly. And that's why I was that one unpopular dude that anytime Brady made the Super Bowl, I wanted them to win just because I was like, I'm watching greatness. I want to see him pile on. I really do. So that happened yesterday, and that started off your Yuletide schedule. Obviously, the unfortunate game was next. The Mavericks and the Timberwolves, and Anthony Edwards had himself a game. Julius Randle, the Plano native, had himself a game, and Luka Doncic did not have much of a game because he didn't play much of it because he exited with a calf strain.
But that doesn't mean that the Dallas Mavericks did not put on a show in the fourth quarter.
No, not
in
at
fact, the guy who put on a game was Kyrie Irving, who had a better game than Anthony Edwards, had a better game than Julius Randle, our own. He had 39 points, and he was doing it. Kai was Kai. They couldn't do nothing with him. And the rest of the team stepped up when Luka went out with his calf strain just before halftime, and literally they cut a lead that was a 28-point lead that, the T-Wolves had built up in the third quarter while the Mavericks were trying to figure out how they want to do this thing, and the shots were not falling. They were bricking really good shots, but they were bricking most of the team. And then they cut it down to 2 points. 2 points in less than a minute to play. Crowd was going nuts. It's like a playoff atmosphere. These are two teams that were in the Western Conference Finals, and they were up by 2, and Anthony Edwards makes an off-the-glass shot. They gave it 4. Mavericks couldn't get a good shot off. By the way, in this game, props to Klay Thompson, who passed Reggie Miller as number 5 on the all-time three-point shots made list, and they didn't stop the game down, but during the timeout, they gave him his props, the whole 9 yards. So it was good, but everybody's like, man, what's going to happen with Luka now? How long will he be out? But more importantly, what are they going to do without Luka? Well, the first test is tomorrow night. They play at Phoenix. Well, guess what? Phoenix is so good, the Mavericks have yet to beat them this year. They've lost twice to them, one time by 1 point. The other time they got kind of blown out in Phoenix. I think this team's going to be fine because their record without Luka is 6-1 if you exclude the Luka and Kyrie game where both of them were out. So the depth is there. It's just a matter of holding it down. And you were talking about maybe something about the trade deadline, what people might be looking at?
Yeah, I was wondering earlier, we were talking before the show, there was a lot of people for the most part, it seemed like with the Jimmy Butler situation that we're going to get to here in a minute about the whole, does he want to trade out? Does he not? He would prefer, this list of teams that includes the Dallas Mavericks. And,
he ain't coming.
And a lot of people seem to be against that just because of what you would have to give up, which I'm in that group. I don't want to do it. I feel like it would ruin something that you already have going. But I wonder, since the calf strain is such a touch and go injury. I mean, people brought it up earlier in the show when we talked about it in the 10 o'clock hour that calf strain is what Kevin Durant had, and then he comes back and tears his Achilles.
He came back too soon.
Came back too soon. So it's a very touch and go thing. You have to absolutely know when it's ready to go.
Here's the deal about Luca, though. He's dealt with his calf strain for the last 2 years now, and so is the Mavericks medical staff and the trainer. So unlike KD, I'm qualifying this because a lot of people don't take a deeper dive. He came back too soon because people were berating him for not playing in the playoffs when they said, hey, look, he should. This is the same year that Klay Thompson also had. This is the year that Kawhi and Toronto won the whole damn thing. And at that time, KD decided to give in to the haters who saying he should play. He's not playing because he's trying to leave. And so he played and got hurt worse.
But the point being, he's going to miss an extended amount of time, which is still,
Luka, yeah.
Yes, it's still unknown. We're still awaiting testing, and we'll get that report whenever it's time. But I wonder if there are some people that might kind of change their mind on not getting, a multi-time all-star like Jimmy Butler, making that massive roster depleting and draft asset depleting move, but maybe making a move for another ball handler, or making a move for something that could fill that void, because we've already seen the reports the Mavericks would like to buy at the deadline. It's just a matter of who's available and what are they willing to move, because they do have their first-round draft pick available next year.
This is what's so great about the Dallas Mavericks and Nico Harrison. Nico Harrison has made a move at the trade deadline every freaking year. He has never said, oh, we love our guys. He never stands pat and says, he's kind of like Chris Young. You better enjoy CY and you better enjoy Nico Harrison because they are into team building. And the one thing about Nico Harrison, he will get you assets that you've never heard of before, and you're not satisfied until you say, oh, wait a minute, I didn't know. You're like, Shaq, I'm sorry, I wasn't familiar with your game. You didn't know anything about P.J. Washington. You didn't know anything about Daniel Gafford. But as soon as they got him, guess what? Mavericks never lost 2 games in a row until the NBA Finals. That's the kind of moves he can make. So you're saying, okay, if he's going to make – and this was so wild about Nico as well. Let me give him his props because the people don't recognize how clever he is. You were just mentioning, and not you personally, but anybody talking about the assets you have to give up for Jimmy Butler. When Nico Harrison got here, they were saying the Mavericks have no draft picks to trade. They have nothing to work with. They have no assets that anybody want. Guess what? 2 years later, they make it to the NBA Finals. So don't sleep on Nico like you don't sleep on Chris Young. But more importantly, it's fun to play the game of theoreticals and what could possibly be traded for and who they might get, because team building is a sport, and I'm all for it. But be aware, don't think the Mavericks are just going to sit there. And if Luka's hurt, don't think that they're still not going to. It won't be a reactionary thing. It'll be a thing that says, you know what, Luka is coming back, and we still want to have more assets for him to work with.
And wrapping up the NBA schedule yesterday was the 53rd matchup between LeBron James and Steph Curry. The latest chapter in that storied rivalry, the LA Lakers are victorious in that game, 115-113, and yet another classic game yesterday.
Steph has 7 threes?
Yes, and with that, this is without Anthony Davis amid that three-point flurry.
It's a mild sprain by people. He's out for like a game.
Yeah, it was nothing crazy. He was able to walk out of the arena with no issues. But the Lakers leaned on Austin Reeves, who had that game-winning layup with 1 second left. It capped off his first triple-double of the season.
White Mamba.
26 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists, just the third of his career. He stepped up big with AD going out. But to wrap things up here with the NBA, this is actually hot off the press from ESPN. Yesterday, Shams Charania reported that Jimmy Butler wants a trade out before the deadline in February, and he has his list of teams that we've talked about numerous times on this station. That hasn't changed. Phoenix Suns, Golden State Warriors, Dallas Mavericks, and Houston Rockets are the 4 teams that he would want to go to in a trade scenario. But I was going to poke fun at Shams putting that in his back pocket until Christmas Day just so Jimmy's agent would have to pick up his phone during his family time and go tweet about how Shams is a liar. Pat Riley just put out a statement about this reporting saying, quote, "We usually don't comment on rumors, but all this speculation has become a distraction to the team, and it is not fair to the players and coaches. Therefore, we will make it clear. We are not trading Jimmy Butler." End quote.
So, Jimmy, your wish is not going to happen this season.
The Heat play in Orlando today. Butler did not fly with the team to Orlando last night. He twisted an ankle in Miami's loss to OKC on Friday, but missed the remainder of that game and the next two games at the Orlando Magic last Saturday and against the Brooklyn Nets on Monday with illness, not the ankle, cited as a reason, so quote-unquote illness. So he still wants out, but Pat Riley just put his foot down today, this afternoon, and said, we're not trading him.
Because he doesn't want a fire sale on top of all that. The one thing you don't want to do is give up leverage like, well, you have to trade him because he's going to leave anyway or he's going to be unhappy and pout. He's like, let me just squash this right now, and Riley is the bottom line.
And one fun thing that I did see before we get to crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation, this was a story I was intrigued by.
Mm-hmm.
Ian Rappaport and Tom Pelissero have a little show on NFL Network called The Insiders.
Mm-hmm.
They had Teddy Bridgewater on, I think it was last week, just talking about his high school state championship run because he's a coach of his alma mater now.
Mm-hmm.
They win the state championship, and he hinted that might be going back to the NFL here soon.
Yeah, he's talking about he wanted to get back into the league, even though, man, he overcame so many injuries just to play quarterback. And he was a really good quarterback, not a great one.
And some conversations were happening, he said. He said it might be happening soon.
That.
Well, it happened today. He is unretiring, and he is expected to sign with the Detroit Lions ahead of their playoff run. So there you have it.
You know, there's a Dan Campbell connection there because I want to say Teddy was a backup quarterback for the Dolphins when Dan was the interim coach for the Dolphins.
And Teddy did play for the Lions in the past.
Yep,
So
there you go.
Reuniting there, Teddy Bridgewater, one of the all-time good guys in the NFL, is back, so maybe he'll get a ring. That would be pretty cool for Teddy Bridgewater. There you have it, a trip around the association plus the Teddy Bridgewater update that you totally expected to happen today. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, let's crosstalk with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Tomorrow, we will be on the road for the Friday football feast. In Fort Worth, 629 Staten Street at Buffalo Wild Wings. Come take a load off with us. Corey Majors will be back for that one, so we'll have all kinds of fun. Jerry Jones at 10:30 as well. But right now, presented by D&M Leasing, we welcome in the G-Bag Nation, Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus. Merry Christmas, guys. How we doing?
Merry Christmas, gentlemen. Doing all right. Doing well.
Can I mess with you guys a minute? I got to mess with you guys for a minute. I was telling this to Alec. I told Broaddus a little bit about this as well. You know how when in the evenings on the Fan After Dark, while it was doing different things with Reg and KG, and sometimes I would pop in, and Gavin Dawson would say, tonight's configuration.
Yeah.
So today's, I was telling Alec, and I was telling this to Broaddus, the G-Bag Nation has subset configurations. Let me explain. If you're familiar with the R&B supergroup New Edition, Bobby Brown, Ricky Bell, they've got configurations. You got Belle Biv DeVoe, Poison, but they're still New Edition. You've got Bobby Brown's whole career, but he's still New Edition. You got Johnny Gill, New Edition. Ralph, New Edition. In the G-Bag Nation, the configuration, if it's you and Wolchuk, Eric, it's the nosebleed seats.
That's right.
Today's configuration, is the pregame show.
Pregame show.
That's right.
If
Cowboys pregame.
if it was Broadus and Wolchuk, it'd be
The post-game show.
All right.
you got configurations.
Can I ask you? You talked about your configurations.
Mm-hmm.
Who am I working with today over here with this Italian
what is this?
This is like
No shirt?
no
Hey, he's
shirt.
got the taco meat out. What are we doing, man?
Yeah, he got the zipper all the way
Showing too
down
much
the front.
cleavage? Am I showing too much cleavage
my
for
man,
you?
My
I see the
man,
ink.
I mean, Chris Sims is doing, or Broadus is doing the Chris Sims buttoned up all the way up to the Adam's apple deal.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
I'm gonna show a little skin on the fan cam.
my neck's getting smaller, so
Yeah.
I needed.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I'm trying to.
Hey, good for you.
But my man, I'm working with Don DeVito here.
Forget about it.
And you got some homemade stuffed Italian bread
I saw that
to
in the
enjoy.
fridge.
But that's more than taco meat. That's a tattoo. That's
got
a
it all.
flag.
He's got it all. He's got
I don't have the piercings like Medford there, but I do have a little tattoo action.
All right.
there.
I'm going shirtless at B-Dubs tomorrow just to prove a point.
This is exactly what I wore. Yeah, and you get to go to B-Dubs tomorrow and soak in. You actually get to, instead of just hear them talk about the great food.
Yes, I can actually eat the food. This is wonderful.
That's a huge victory Friday there for Medford. But this is my exact, I haven't changed the clothes from yesterday. This was yesterday's Christmas clothes.
Okay.
Fell asleep, woke up, and I've remained
So
in
did the
them.
entire family give it the Italian look that you are throwing down today?
I probably leaned into it more than anybody.
All respect
And
to
he
the
got a
Italian.
chain too. He got a chain too.
My man, he's got seriously, it's
Courtesy
like
of my grandfather.
It reminds
Look at
me
that.
so much that guy that I told that story that time I was in Vegas and I placed a bet and the guy behind me in the same exact outfit you're wearing right now.
Yeah.
He's like he bet $10,000. Like I bet like $40 on a game, and like he bet right behind me. He bet $10,000 Illinois minus 3.5. And I turned around and he looked at me and I looked at him and he gave me the thumbs up. And so all he was looking for was somebody to convince him to place the bet.
Yeah.
And after I kind of talked him through it,
You gave him the vote of confidence.
I gave him the vote of confidence. But my man was wearing no shirt, zip up, like a velour suit.
Yeah.
And you're throwing it down.
Talking to me.
So-
You talking to me.
Ready for the gabagool, boys.
Yeah.
I do have a rule of thumb with the outfits, though. Like working here specifically, if the fan cam didn't see it, it didn't happen. So I recycle hoodies, T-shirts,
Same
whatever. If it didn't get shown on camera, I
dress
didn't
for
wear it that
comfort.
week. So for all you know, I wore this yesterday too.
Yeah.
For all you know,
And I love that move. I mean, I will wear things all the time. I mean, I don't think about it. That's
Really?
one of the best parts of this particular job.
You-
Yeah, because you're
Yeah.
not outside sweating.
There is just yes.
You and
exactly.
I work with a gentleman, Gavin Dawson, that did not pack a bag for a trip. We were on a fight. We were at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Vegas last year. He said the day got away from him. That was his
The day
excuse.
got away.
The day got away. I think he realized,
Like, we'd been
right when
talking
he was
about-
leaving for work that day, that,
Yeah.
oh, crap, we're actually getting on a flight going to Vegas after the show. And so he just went, he just winged it completely.
He
Did
did
he
not
buy
he did not-
clothes?
Well,
I think he bought, he says he went to
bought
CVS or something and bought, or like
underwear.
some, Walmart.
But he wore the same
pants.
same jacket every day that we were there.
Well, part of his deal is you don't ever see him outside of the show. He's back in his room again, right?
Yeah,
So he wasn't going
that's right.
nowhere.
Yeah.
He wasn't going nowhere in his
Well,
mind.
he was enjoying him some Vegas casino action this time around. So you can find
A little
Dawson at the
table.
No,
table.
he's a poker player. Yeah.
He's the real deal.
real quick before we talk about what's coming up on the show, just a level of concern after yesterday's game between the Mavericks and the Timberwolves. Luca, calf strain. How we feeling?
Not good at all.
No,
I mean that took the wind out of my sails. I'm trying to have a joyful Christmas holiday, and then he goes gimping away, and then when he never returned, and they're like, "Yeah, he's out." You're like, "Okay, he's actually hurt."
For how
now.
long?
And then now for how long? And you see the Twitter doctors. This could be what? I mean, this could be 6 weeks.
Could be.
Who knows?
Who are
You never know.
On the Cowboys, we seem to always deal with these calf injuries.
They're tough.
and
They're
they never,
tough.
and they it's 4 to 6 weeks every single
Yeah.
time.
Lucas had this calf injury for forever.
This
at
left
least
leg has been a
at least the
problem.
Mavericks doctors and trainers are used to this. For him, it's not out of. I was always thinking last night. I was like, I'm glad it's not an Achilles. I'm glad it's not like a torn knee, some kind of overshown or thing. I was like, at least it's a calf that they're used to working with, and also at least they're deeper this year.
Well, who's the most famous
sure.
calf? Kevin Garnett? I mean, not Kevin Garnett. Kevin
KD.
Durant.
Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
Does he have the most famous calf of all time?
Well, no, the injury that
In
kind of
the playoffs.
Calf strain that turned into Achilles disaster.
Exactly.
He missed the whole next year.
One, yeah.
I'll never forget the way that thing snaked up his calf.
Yes, the slow motion.
Oh,
that was
gosh. Yeah, it sucks. No Luca, but like you mentioned, the depth. They've done well without him this year. They should be able to withstand. I mean, heck, that second half, that fourth quarter.
Yep,
pretty
the
impressive.
comeback.
Chris tried to bring him home.
I tried. We're getting the crowd all excited.
Ooh-weeing your balls off yesterday, Chris.
I have no voice because of that.
You were the one that was leading the Rudy Sucks chants, weren't you? You're the guy can blame you for that?
Low key under my breath.
I did enjoy that.
Not on the mic. I joined in.
What do we got coming up on the program today, fellas?
Pure Mail It in Gold, as always, here,
yes.
Medford. Thanks so much for asking. Among other things, of course, we will have the Eric Kendrick show. Hopefully around 4:40 today. The schedule might be floating around a little bit.
With a calf.
And then we will be talking some Mavericks with All City Dallas's own Bobby Carella, 520 Expressway, and at Ask Broad Us Anything during 540, which is usually LA Live. Lucius did the smart thing, the adult thing, got ahead of things, and took the rest of this week off after Christmas. That's a veteran move.
That is a veteran move, and a couple veterans ready to take over your ear holes. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Back tomorrow, live from B-Dubs in Fort Worth. Until then, you've been Masterpieced.
Full KNC Masterpiece.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
quarter fun, and now we're on Luca return watch. And I don't think we should be holding our breaths on this one.
No, I don't think so either.
It's going to be extendo period without Luca.
Yep, sure is.
Might be looking at, Valentine's Day time? Might be just looking at All-Star. Can they get to the All-Star break without having to exert him?
Sure.
I don't know. It's definitely unfortunate, but he's been dealing with that left leg for a while now.
Yeah.
And when you go from a super deep finals run to Olympic basketball, you don't really get that time off. So the wear and tear is there, and now we'll just cross our fingers that the depth of this roster, what Nico Harrison has done putting this thing together, they can withstand. And they did a nice job of that just a few weeks ago when Luca had to miss some time with the wrist, and he came back better than ever. So hopefully some time off and just keep this thing afloat, and then make a nice little spring run once again with healthy Luca, hopefully.
Luca,
if that's even a real thing.
Luca getting in shape during the wrist injury and all that, we were kind of loving that.
I sure was.
Do you think Luca not playing basketball during that time had something to do with this? Like the injury?
This injury?
Yeah.
No, I think he just hasn't had enough time. I think he's been dealing, this calf has been bothersome. They've been just trying to Band-Aid it a little bit, and now they're at the point where can't.
He went a good couple of weeks not playing, right?
It was only, he missed, I think he missed like 5 games or something.
Yeah, it felt like more than that.
I think they're 6-2 on the season without him, so he's missed a total of 8. But
I just wondered if, that maybe this was something that, the off time that he was having to deal with that wrist, maybe got him a little bit, maybe messed him up a little bit in the conditioning and things. I mean, the conditioning and stuff was, I guess, fine. But when you don't play, does it?
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of why all of a sudden, my man's dealing with it. I know he's dealing with a calf, but I didn't. This is pretty devastating.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. And then you gotta make sure that it's 100% before you get him back, and hopefully the team will win enough to allow for that.
Yeah.
Give him the time that he needs, and then we've seen the Mavericks be a much different team in the postseason. So now is this going to make your seeding right now? You're like top 4 in the West. Are you going to remain that way without Luca? Probably not.
No.
But we know what this season's about, and it's not about anything other than taking care of business when it matters in the postseason. And we've seen the Mavericks rise to the occasion when you have Luca and Kyrie and just the experience that they have, Jason Kidd. Everybody just gets better in the postseason for them. So if they don't have home court advantage or something like that, at least you have a healthy Luca at that point. And that's what it's all about. So that's now what we're gonna be on. We'll have Bobby Carella, All City Dallas, one of our favorite Mavs buddies, joining us in the Expressway at 5:20 today. Break it down a little bit more. But yeah, that was unfortunate yesterday. Took the wind out of my sails. And overall, even the football games, I mean, that Ravens-Texans game was brutal.
No.
I mean, the Texans are an absolute disaster right now.
They are.
That is such a funny score.
Yeah. With the 2.
Medford was making the case today on the KNC Masterpiece that it would actually be better to just have had the
shutout.
Just have had the 31-0.
Yeah.
We've seen that before, and they wouldn't have been the first team this year thanks to what the Saints did on Monday night, being shut out. So they wouldn't have had that sort of joke going around. But either way, it's a disaster. 31-2 is hilarious. Derrick Henry on that safety you're kind of wondering what were you doing there, Derrick Henry, backed up on your own goal line, running backwards 5 yards. But it was a nice play by the Texans, and it's really the only nice play you can think of. It was all Baltimore all the time, and they punish people.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's Baltimore, and for the last few years, and they just haven't been able to put it all together, keeping Lamar healthy enough for a postseason run. Maybe this is the year for him. Because he is clearly playing the best football of his career, despite the fact that he's already a multi-time MVP. He's just continuing to level up.
Yeah.
So maybe this is the year for him. But man, when they get on you, sometimes they tear teams up, dude. And the Texans, they got no shot.
No.
Everybody wants to play the Texans.
Well, see, that's the thing.
Please put me against the Texans in round 1. I'll go to Houston, no problem, if I'm one of these wild card teams.
Yeah, that's the issue, and it's probably going to be Houston. Traditionally, is that Saturday afternoon when the playoffs start. And it always
they're always this. It's either the Texans or the Bengals.
It's the kickoff game. It's the kickoff game for the playoffs. Here we are. We're all going to go to Houston now. But some of these teams, man, with the Cowboys, I think the Cowboys playing better. You know, I'm trying to kind of tie the Cowboys in, but you played a lot of teams that were good initially and now don't look so good. Saints, we'll see what Atlanta does. But and you also talk about maybe what Houston. That doesn't look like a very good team right now, does it?
No, not at all.
And then here you are, you just got demolished by them.
For sure,
big yards.
That's when the Cowboys. The Cowboys.
Yeah, you'd like to at least think that maybe you could play. If you played these teams later in the year, that you might have found a way to win the game, instead of just looking just terrible when you played them first time around.
Yeah, the Saints for sure.
Yeah.
Perhaps even the Falcons.
Saints.
But it's such a long year.
Yeah.
Like, it's such a long season. And
but it does matter when you play somebody, I think.
Oh, it definitely does.
I think it matters. There's some of these teams you just don't want to play early in the year. I don't think you want to play Cincinnati ever late in the year. Because Cincinnati always looks like crap the first part of the season, and then they kind of they figure it out. Then Joe Burrow, they start getting healthy, Chase, do some things on defense,
Yeah, they've been one of those weird teams that has some rough Septembers and then kind of gets it together. Unfortunately for the Bengals, their defense hasn't been able to get it together for the most part, but they still have a playoff chance.
Yeah, absolutely.
Still have a playoff chance.
Well, I think that's where we're talking about those teams that were going to potentially get flexed. Because I know we were having discussions about the Cowboys and the Commanders. That ain't going to happen. Those two flex games, I think, are going to be Minnesota, Detroit. That one's going to be potentially for the number 1 seed, right?
Yeah, so you're talking about Week 18 final
games.
game, final week of the season, and how they're gonna put the games.
Yeah, I think Cincinnati and Pittsburgh's the other one. I think Cincinnati's going to be playing for a spot there, depending on what happens. So I wouldn't be surprised if the two games that we see that night, that Sunday night, are going to be the Detroit, Minnesota, and then Cincinnati and Pittsburgh. That'd be my guess.
I could see that for sure. Yeah, 31-2 is not actually scoregami though.
That's not.
No scoregami. That score has happened 2 times before.
When's the last time? You have it?
September 19th of 1965.
Oh yeah.
Now, I don't even know the 2 teams that were playing there, but I followed the NFL Scoregami account, and they informed me of that because I think the halftime score was a halftime Scoregami. We'd never seen a first half score, whatever it was, something to 2. But the 31-2 has been seen before. Unfortunately for Texans fans, it hasn't been seen until last night. Hadn't been seen until September 19th of 1965. So just a truly hilarious score and a team that looks terrible right now. Offensively, I mean, dude, C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick, who was the play caller for them, came from San Francisco last year with D'Amico Ryans. It was a nice year. His stock was up, and obviously so was C.J. Stroud's. But now it is down in the basement. I don't know that Bobby Slowick's going to keep his job as the play caller for the Texans. I mean, C.J. Stroud, since week 9, he's completing less than 60% of his passes, under 7 yards per attempt, and he's got just as many touchdowns as interceptions. And they've won 3 of 8 games in that time.
Yeah.
Just spiraling down. Fortunately for them, they're in an awful division.
Yep.
So it keeps them afloat.
Keeps you afloat. That's what you got to have. I mean, like I say, that's that team. If you wish you'd have played them, play them late when they've really got, they were really firing on all cylinders when you played them. And now here they are, they're struggling to get into the tournament, and you're nowhere near the tournament.
Now, we will have some more Christmas football takeaways. We'll look at the Christmas basketball stuff as well. I do have a Jalen Hurts update after Broadus gives me this nugget.
Yeah, you talked about things that yesterday. I mean, you had a good day, right? Overall,
I had a great day. Other than the Luca stuff and the Mavs getting down by 1 million, and then the Texans putting up no effort. I mean, everything else was great. I mean, watching the kids open the gifts. Yeah. My brothers, this is pretty special. And we'll talk about what was the best gift you either received or gave this holiday season. You can text that in, 877-881-1053, before G-Bag of the Day here in just a few minutes. But I I'll go ahead and spoil mine. My older brother came to my house the other day, and I could tell he was just kind of like, he was not impressed with what he saw, and I couldn't really tell what it was. I was like, yeah, it's a little bit of a mess. I got a bunch of kids, but I could tell he left. And then yesterday I find out he was watchdogging my TV situation.
Oh.
So him and my brothers and my parents went in on a new TV
look at that.
for me and the wife, which was a great gift. Totally surprised. 58-incher. Yeah. I mean, Chris Strong, 58 inches of television screen. That's the biggest I've ever had. We're going from like 42 with a power button that doesn't work, and I got to have my wife use her small finger to fit in the little power hole because it's been out. It's a Sanyo. It's probably a 15-year-old television. If you turn it up just loud enough, you can hear the rattling, the audio. But it's been fine. It's gotten the job done. But my brother came over the other day.
I'd say your family's pretty observant.
Yeah. My brother was like, dude, we can't be having this.
No,
so Merry Christmas to me. That was the best gift I got.
That's unreal, and that was a complete surprise, too. You weren't expecting it whatsoever.
Total shocking surprise.
That is awesome. I'll tell you this real quick, if I can. I'll try and make this a quick story. All right, yesterday.
We got all day.
Okay, yesterday, Bennett, so it's Bennett, my mom and dad, and Bennett's mom. We celebrate, the Christmas together. We have opened up.
You did the Mexican feast, Tex-Mex, right?
It was excellent.
How was the enchiladas?
Excellent. Mom with the chicken sour cream enchiladas. She was top shelf. Did a great job.
Way to go.
So we do all the gifts, open up everything, and then we move on. So I go back over to Bennett's. He and I get together, and I pay his tuition for the University of Texas for the spring. So he could do it on his computer, but it's fine, So it's
fine, but it sucks. It's fine,
but it's fine.
But it blows.
Well,
it's fine.
I've come to learn that Bennett, when he went back to Austin for the playoff game against Clemson, lost his mom's keys to her car. He was driving, like his mom was out of town. He was driving her car, lost the keys to the car. She has a BMW car.
Wow.
And so
he was really high rolling.
Oh, he was high rolling. Well, he has his own. He's got his own. His mom got him his own car, but he left that in Austin, came home with friends, so borrowing mom's car while he's driving around. Well, he just so happened when he went back to Austin that he took the keys, his mom's keys, with him, and they were in his pocket when he went back to Austin.
So he dropped the car back off here in DFW,
and then took the keys with him.
Oh, so schmuck of the week? We could probably award him.
Well,
I've done that a million times.
Schmuck of the week. He takes the keys. He loses the keys.
Oh, geez. He's doubling down.
He's doubling down. Mom is the Apple that the way to find the, when you lose the.
Oh, she's got like an air tag on
Air
them?
tags.
Okay.
She's got air tags on her keys.
Hey, that's a heady play. She knows her son well.
Yesterday we're trying to find the car. Okay, so she pulls up. Air tags show that the keys are somewhere in Abbott, Texas.
I don't even know where that is. Where's Abbott, Texas?
Outside of, it's going south. It's right around Hillsboro is where it is.
Oh, okay.
So about an hour and a half, 20 minutes from here. So I look at Ben and I'm like, get in the car. We're going to find these keys.
Wow.
And so
brought us ready to save the day.
So but Bennett's kind of like, Dad, do we really have? I mean,
it's Christmas, Dad.
I'm like, Bennett, your mom is not too happy with you right now. You need to get your ass in the car and let's go.
Wow,
let's go.
The A word on Christmas. Pops is serious.
I was serious. So we get the ping. We get the ping from the Apple tags. And it's like literally, he's like, all right, Dad, we're like driving.
I got to be honest with you about what I was doing this night, Dad. Here we go.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, exactly. Him and the buddies were pulled over on the side of the road to on the exit ramp area down there, service road, to use the men's room. Keys were in his pocket. He's messing with doing his business out there. Keys fall out.
Is he just taking a leak outside? When you say side of the road, you mean literally?
He is. Yeah, him and his buddies are driving back.
Yeah,
like they have to use the men's room.
Yeah, no gas station.
So they jump out, but the keys fall out of the pocket right here in front of this big ranch. There's got this big cattle ranch. So, Bennett gets out of the car. We park, and he's like, "Okay, it's pinging. I got to ping here." So he got this big circle on his phone, and he hits it. He goes, Dad, we're 17 yards away from these keys. So
wow, that thing's dialed. It knows exactly
I started
down
walking,
and distance.
I started walking north. He started walking. He was walking. I was walking south. He was walking north, and all of a sudden these cattle are down there by the fence, and they're thinking they're going to get fed. So they're all hustling over. They're thinking I'm showing up to bring food.
They got ball sack.
No, they got ball sack because I'm literally just looking for keys.
You're looking for keys, and you're hoping you're
keys.
not going to find them in horse doo-doo.
Yeah, Bevo and friends are over there hanging out. They're thinking they're getting fed. Not today. So literally, I walk all the way down. I start walking back, and I look up the hill, and Bennett's he's
doing the touchdown dance.
He's doing the touchdown dance with with the keys, and I'm like, all right, way to go, good job. And I go, how'd you do it? He goes, in that circle, you hit the button, and it tells you exactly where it takes the circle and makes it to where the area is.
Okay.
So
those things really work.
I'm telling you what, this thing is that Apple. I thought when people were like, oh, we AirTag and this, that, I'm like, nah, what an idiot.
You wish you had the AirTag on that 2016 Chevrolet.
Oh, God, tell me about it.
Yeah.
Tell me about it. But yeah.
So that's how you spent your Christmas?
Spent Christmas.
At least 3 hours worth, right?
No, wait, listen to the Mavs game. Listen to Coop with the fourth quarter coming back.
Oh, I bet that was electric.
Oh, it was electric. And then Bennett turned on his phone because he was dealing with fantasy football and his stuff. So anyway, but yeah, that's my Christmas.
Broadus.
And then did that. So
you've outdone yourself.
I'm going for Dad of the Year. Trying for the Dad of the Year stuff.
Well, you're in the lead right now. Heavy favorite is Brian Broadus. Merry Christmas, ladies and gentlemen. We got Chris Strong, who just broke some personal news to us off the air. We're going to bring it to the air coming up at some point here. He's in for Lucius Alexander, and we got the G-Bag of the Day coming up here in about 11 minutes. What was the best gift you received or gave, and how would you grade your Netflix football experience? That's next right here on The Fan. But ladies and gentlemen, I don't know about you, but I love drinking beer that's made in Texas by Texans, and that is the opportunity that Martin House Brewing affords all of us here. Martin House Brewing Company in Fort Worth, best known for the best made pickle beer. They just released 2 new brews as well. My favorite, the Mayday IPA, 6% West Coaster. And then you got Broadus's favorite, the Dr. Bach Easy Drinking Bach. You are going to love it when you try it. They got a gorgeous tap room and a large backyard on the Trinity River just east of downtown Fort Worth. That's where we were partying for our Fan Hang holiday party just a couple of weeks ago. It was legendary, and it's always family and dog friendly as well when the party is happening at the brewery. You can find Martin House beers at your favorite grocery store near you as well. Check out the socials for more info. It's Martin House Brewing Company, made in Texas by Texans.
Fellowship at its finest. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when we used to be, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Sweet Herb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
You said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
4 years. You haven't gotten to see your fiance in 4 years.
That's some love
Goodness
right
gracious.
there.
Yeah, that's the truest of love.
Yep.
Getting that, especially that being a surprise. You know,
that sounds like a heart attack level surprise.
Yeah,
like one that will make you fall off your feet.
Yeah, you're questioning for a second, like, is this actually happening? Yeah. Oh my gosh, flood of emotions.
Well, congratulations to both of them.
Seriously, man, that's great. I don't know if anybody's going to be able to beat that. We do have some other heartwarming gifts, though. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's one gentleman here who received. Let's see. He received a custom hoodie in the 214. Wife made me a custom hoodie with dad spelt out with the first blanket our son was wrapped in.
Wow.
So you take the swaddling cloth and you cut it up to spell dad. You make a hoodie out of it. Bada boom, bada bing. I mean, that's the heartwarming stuff right there. You know, that's thinking outside the box.
That's another well thought out gift.
It is.
It takes effort to do things like that, and congratulations on getting that done.
Our buddy Tony in the 214 says he was watching basketball. He was not doing any Netflix football. He does note that he wishes us happy holidays here. So I guess he doesn't have Netflix, so that just boxed him out of the football.
Yeah, my mom and dad were the same way. And my mom absolutely loves watching Pat Mahomes play. And she knows Andy Reid from the times in Green Bay. And so, it's just really kind of, I wonder how many people, but there's a lot of people that do have Netflix. And it was good to see that it didn't, I guess they had some audio problems.
They had a couple of hiccups there. Yeah. They were still working out the kinks a little bit. They didn't come out of the gates on fire because they opened up with the lovely Kay Adams.
And you couldn't hear her, could we?
And her whole opening monologue setting up the day of Netflix football. Yeah. Welcome to a new era in broadcast sports. You couldn't hear for the first 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's a shame.
And so I'm sure a bunch of people were, hitting the remote, trying to figure out, wait, what's going on? Did we mute it? Is my sound bar broken? Nope, it was Netflix. Probably just some random producer who forgot to pot up her microphone or something like that. Something that simple and silly can get the best of you sometimes. But overall, I mean, I thought it was a pretty good presentation. They're, of course, bringing in a mixed match of broadcasters.
CBS was involved, huh?
Yeah, CBS was the one that was really putting on the telecast. Mm-hmm. So there weren't really any hiccups from that standpoint. A couple of people on the text here noting that some of the camera angles and stuff like that were cool and unique. I liked the score bug. I thought that was all fine. They did inadvertently have only 2 timeouts for each team on the score bug to start the game out.
Oh.
So that was just another sort of glitch in the Netflix matrix yesterday. But I mean, I didn't have any
bulldogs though, right?
There was no bulldog mistakes.
Okay.
So they didn't.
That's a start. That's a good start.
That's true. They can look at the worldwide leader at ESPN
and say, hey, can't have the bulldogs.
They got bulldoged on their bowl game. At least we didn't have that happen.
True.
I'd rather be muted for 20 seconds and give the teams 2 timeouts than bulldog an entire university, when this is supposed to be a happy time. They made a bowl game. So otherwise, though, I mean, it was cool. It was fine. You saw some familiar faces, but they weren't used to working together, so there was that dynamic, like particularly in the booth. But you had the Eagle family,
kind of like
Ian and Noah as play-by-play guys,
like Tom Brady and working with his guy, like kind of awkward.
Still
like week 17, still kind of
trying to make up for lost time there. It's tough. It's tough to work all that stuff out.
Kevin Burkhardt, and Kevin Burkhardt having
he loves
like
saying
they never
KB.
really worked together.
He loves just calling him KB all the time.
He loves using the nickname. He's a nickname guy. Brady's kind of always using everybody's nickname. He's a Cookie. Remember that one?
Oh, yeah, with Brandon Cooks.
Yeah.
That was a nice educational moment with Brandon Cooks. I wonder, we need to ask Eric Hendricks today if he calls Brandon Cooks Cookie.
Yeah.
If that's something that happens in the Cowboys locker room or if that was just a Patriots thing.
I'm sure.
469 said they didn't like the score bug. It was too big. Agree to disagree on that, but I get it. Overall, they didn't crap out on you. You didn't get the buffering thing. I had, when the game was going on, I didn't have any issues from that standpoint.
Well, is the score bug too big for that person, but not for you on the 42-inch TV.
Yeah, that's true. Watching it maybe on my new TV once I get that
it's
put
like,
up.
oh, it's too damn big.
Which of course I'm going to need my dad's help. I mean, is that shameful at 30?
No,
that
no.
TV's not going on the wall until my dad comes to my house. So I'm on his time now. I'm on his time now. All right, now it's time to go into the Pimp Cup where Christopher Strong has today's G-Bag of the day.
Yes, sir, guys. On Netflix, that was a pretty good group of broadcasters. I mean, halftime, too, with Kay Adams. It was a good sight.
Yeah. You appreciated that, huh? The holiday spirit?
It was definitely a good sight.
You know who's looking damn good, too? Manti Te'o. That dude
he's on the
he does some NFL Network stuff.
Yeah, the morning Good Morning Football he's on.
He was doing his thing. They got RG3 out of his fired retirement.
Yeah.
Put him in there. He was goofing around. He put his face all up in that football cake. We'll get to the football cake stuff too, because they were trying to do the Thanksgiving turkey leg MVP stuff with the players.
Yeah.
They weren't really participating too much, but it was a lose-lose situation. I'll explain that a little bit later on in the program.
Yeah, Mina Kimes, RG3 too. It was great. But here we go. G-Bag of the day for Thursday, December 26th, 2024. Grateful, blessed to fill in for Lucius Alexander. He'll be back on Monday. But for now, the one-time winner is Pat McAfee. He was on the broadcast for Tennessee, Ohio State. I don't know how this got over the air.
Same here.
I mean, might be pretty questionable to the ESPN producers, but yeah, this guy on the air.
You boys are down there in front of the Tennessee fans. There has to be a lot of regret coming from down there.
Oh, yeah. It's terrible. I honestly am starting to feel bad for some of them, and the worst part is Thick Nut, a.k.a. Slim Nut, is busting his all over their face because he is partying in front of them right now.
Yeah, anytime a nut goes wild, things get crazy.
Unreal.
It is.
Do we just not care anymore?
It's truly unreal. I don't know. I mean, he is. I'm thinking maybe next week we do the most influential people in sports for 2024 for like a top 10 list or something. How can McAfee not be on that list just with the way that he is pioneering an entirely new way of doing things in culture as it pertains to Disney's ESPN?
Family network.
It's like, boom, dude.
They don't care.
That was a heck of a description and super funny, and I can't believe that it was on ESPN.
I'm grateful for the change, but also that felt like it might have been taking it a little too far for like the parents and home and all that. But we respect that. We respect that here. Let's look at our nominees for today. Oh, we have some good ones. Coach Prime.
Oh,
they're down in San Antonio for the Alamo Bowl. They're taking on BYU, and Coach Prime, he doesn't want his players smoking in the hotel.
Last but not least, if I smell smoke on any floor, or if I get somebody that tells me somebody's smoking on that floor, that would be your last puff. Yeah, I'm just trying to tell you, it's gonna be your last puff. That's gonna be your last puff. I hope it was good, because that's gonna be your last one. I promise you, if I smell smoke on your clothes at practice in the morning or at breakfast or anything, that's going to be your last time.
Your last puff.
I mean, I think it's a pretty fair request of your team.
Yeah, you don't want to ruin a hotel, man. You're down in San Antonio.
Let's not hotbox the hotel room.
Yeah, let's not smell up a room for sure.
But I think he was also kind of just saying, just go the gummy route. Like that. I was just kind of like just thinking like he was saying without saying, like he just kept saying smoking. Don't want to smell it, you know. Do what you got to do, and there's other ways to go about this these days.
If you need to feel a little better, get that soreness out of the way, that's the gummy route.
Do it professionally. Okay, let's be buttoned up in here.
I've held on to this one since the last time I filled on G-Bag Nation, and this is Aries Spears stand up. He had a crazy laugh in the crowd. That's a laugh.
I swear y'all gonna try to repeat tonight. Nobody's gonna believe you. What you mean? It was a girl that sounded like a fire truck. It sounds like she needs some oil. Remember the Wiz? slide some oil to me. The Wiz was a black version of...
There she is.
What's your name, brother?
Lee.
Where'd
you meet her?
Where did you meet her?
Playing basketball.
Playing basketball? Yeah. Was she the horn? Well, we could never commit a crime together, and I tell you a joke. Police be like, where the that?
She's the buzzer.
The buzzer.
What an off. How is her mic, it's being picked up. She's from the crowd. That laugh is being picked up all the way from his microphone. That's unbelievable.
That crowd noise is impressive. That's like when you have next to Eric Nadel, Matt Hicks, you have the peanut guy walk next to the crowd mic.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
But it's just the loudest laugh you've ever heard in your life.
Brings the broadcast to life a little bit. But my goodness, man, that's a deal breaker laugh. Like that's one of those.
There's a lot of things, but that would be the number one for you?
I don't know if that's the number one, but it's on the list of deal breakers. A laugh like that, when like half the point of being in a relationship is to try and make your counterpart laugh. You want to laugh
and
together.
You don't want her to laugh at all.
I don't ever want her to laugh ever again. So, I mean, taking your significant other to a comedy show might be a part of the process of determining. Yeah, it's a little bit of a test. Let's see how you really belly laugh here, because that was a line crosser for me. She stepped over it. She's getting an Uber home after that comedy show.
You have to drive home yourself. Yeah, if it's not a red flag, it's a yellow. Like you're halfway there with that laugh.
I go full red on that. That's not full red for you?
I think there are other things other than the laugh.
Wow. All right, agree to disagree.
Yeah.
I got one more for y'all today. This was yesterday. The New York Knicks, they had a broadcast where they had Donald Duck as a player. It was called Deck the Halls on ESPN, similar to the Simpsons broadcast we had for the Cowboys game a couple weeks ago. And the play-by-play for it just sounds hilarious.
Donald Duck, the offensive rebound, and the basket, and the foul.
Shot goes up, relentless on the glass, even though he's the smallest guy in there.
It's Donald for three. Bullseye!
Donald came to play.
There's Donald. Oh, man! Anunoby surrounded. It's Donald for three. Money again! Donald Duck!
Wow.
I like the little sound that the duck makes, after each three.
So this was another broadcast you could watch during the game?
Yeah, it was an alternate broadcast, exactly. Just like the Simpsons thing, or like the Nickelodeon.
Sure, that's what you're saying. I mean,
it's the exact same thing, but I had no interest. I just saw some clips. Like I've never sat down and actually consumed one of those.
I never did either.
I didn't know they were doing that. It was a surprise to me. It really was.
It was out of nowhere, too. I didn't hear any advertising about it.
None.
At least we knew about The Simpsons like a couple weeks beforehand.
Sure.
My goodness
I
gracious.
think they were testing it out for future
Test that on a random Tuesday where you're only watching the game if it's a league pass or you're the ultimate degenerate.
Okay.
Test it there. Testing it on Christmas is a bold move. It's not offensive to me if somebody wants to watch it that way, as long as you're 10 years old or less.
Yeah.
I'll give you the high five on it. All right, is that it?
That's all we got today.
Very good. Let's get to the voting here. Is it your one-time G-Bag of the Day champion? How does McAfee and his crew keep getting away with this? Is it no bowls for the Buffs bowl game in San Antonio? Bowls-free environment.
Bowls-free.
Deal breaker laugh at the comedy show? Or is it the Donald Duckets that we just heard yesterday? Alternative broadcast. I think I'm going to go with the champion here. Chris, what say you?
I'm rocking with the champion, Pat McAfee, as well.
All right. Broadus's vote is rendered useless.
I will go for the crazy laugh, though.
There you go. I love it. All right. And now your two-time G-Bag of the Day champion. It continues to be McAfee and his crew. How do they keep getting away with this? NFL News of the Day, top of the hour. We're loaded up today. Eric Kendrick's show coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. We'll also have Will Chambers swinging through for a little Will Chambers Power Hour. Let's get you a sports hodgepodge. We got a media beef. We'll address it next year in the Nation.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, it is a football Friday. We got Mike McCarthy at 6:30, the Junk Drawer at 7:40, and Nick Eatman previews the game over the weekend at 9:20. It's a Friday morning on The Fan.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 469-579-3500. 469-579-3500.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-580-7766. 800-580-7766. That's 800-580-7766.
We've all seen it at games. A fan holds up a sign that says, "Believe." Well, Ford offers vehicles you can believe in, like F-Series, America's best-selling trucks 47 years straight. That's why your Texas Ford dealers are a proud sponsor, the official vehicle of the Dallas Cowboys, and proud sponsor of Believing, based on 1977 to 2023 CY total sales.
Ford is the best in Texas.
We've all seen it at games. A fan holds up a sign that says, "Believe." Well, Ford offers vehicles you can believe in, like F-Series, America's best-selling trucks 47 years straight. That's why your Texas Ford dealers are a proud sponsor, the official vehicle of the Dallas Cowboys, and proud sponsor of Believing, based on 1977 to 2023 CY total sales.
Ford is the best in Texas.
Coaches, players, GMs, you know the fan is dialed into the biggest names in football. Thanks to Ciroc Vodka, we're replaying their thoughts all week long. Cheers from Ciroc, made from French grapes, made for football. Please drink responsibly.
Whether it's a home game or away, Specs has the spirits to make any Cowboy fan's game day. Our largest selection is ready for any tailgate, and our lowest prices make watching at home equally great. Ice-cold beers, bold bourbons, canned cocktails, we got it all. And don't forget our gourmet snacks that pair perfectly with any play call. Just one quick trip and you'll be ready to cheer. Specs, the fun starts here. Official partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-511-3535. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-511-3535. 800-511-3535 or biglou.com.
Hey, it's Gavin Dawson here from my friends at Men's Tea Clinic. It is the holidays. We're getting ready to head into a new year as well, and Men's Tea Clinic can get you feeling great and get you all the energy you need and more. They'll get you fixed up. You get in there, get your blood test. They'll tell you where where testosterone is and how to make it better. If you're losing muscle mass, if you're fighting brain fog, if you're not feeling like yourself, you need to get that edge back, go to Men's T Clinic. Convenient clinic times, affordable cash, and insurance options. Just go to mensteclinic.com. They call 972-GO-MEN'S-T or go to mensteclinic.com. Salute.
Ranger fans, it's baseball time once again in Texas. 105.3 The Fan is proud to sponsor Texas Rangers Fan Fest, Saturday, January 18th at Globe Life Field. Meet your favorite current and former Texas Rangers with autograph sessions, Q&As, a baseball card show, run the bases, go deep in the wiffle ball home run derby, and so much more. Tickets sell fast, so pick up yours today at Rangers.com/FanFest.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
I promised Walchuk while he was out we would honor Hanukkah. Each and every single day, we will find a way to honor Hanukkah. And I think we're just going to keep playing. They're just going to keep hitting the same note each and every day over the course of the next 8 days that we have a show.
Yeah.
And this is our favorite Hanukkah sound. It has been for the last 4 years. This is now the 4-year anniversary of this lovely Smokey Robinson cameo.
Hey, Marco. How you doing? Surprise, surprise. This is Smokey Robinson. I know you didn't expect to hear from me. But I was contacted by your sons, Jeff and Jared. And they told me that you used to live in Detroit across the street from me. And gosh, that's beautiful. How you doing again? Nice talking to you again, I guess. But anyway, you're living in Vancouver now. And they wanted me to wish you happy Chanukah. I have no idea what Chanukah is. But happy Chanukah because they said so. Anyway, God bless you, babe, and enjoy Chanukah. Have a wonderful time.
God bless you, Smokey Robinson, who could be seen standing on the sidelines of yesterday's Steelers game.
Mm-hmm.
He's a Steelers fan, funny enough, because apparently, I guess he grew up in Detroit. That is a cameo from 4 years ago.
Wow.
Where a man named Jeff Jacobson tweeted out the video so that we could all consume it for our enjoyment. But he says, my mom grew up on the same street as Smokey Robinson in Detroit. So for Hanukkah, I wanted to reunite them via cameo. And then he says, but the video takes a strange twist. Of course, that twist happens with about 20 seconds remaining in the clip where he starts mispronouncing Hanukkah, which I will be honest with you. 4 years ago, before understanding, because I've only seen Hanukkah being spelled with an H.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's like the English way of doing it compared to like the more traditional way of spelling it. But like 4 years ago, when I saw the Chanukah spelling of Hanukkah, I would have said it the same way.
You thought the same thing.
I would have said it the same way. So I don't blame Smokey to an extent, but it doesn't make it any less funny. God bless you, Smokey Robinson, and happy Hanukkah to the Woolchucks and those alike who celebrate. Like Bennett, he's got 8 days worth of presents to open.
Yeah, he's got it. He's got it all. He's like I say, we're going to give him some more.
What a beast.
Those Apple AirTags is what we're going to.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needs.
Need some more of those. Yeah.
Well, did you see the media beef that we had brewing yesterday in the world of
why are dudes,
pro football?
Why are dudes like all my age like going after each other on this thing?
They can't help themselves, man.
Why are we so angry? We're an angry crew, aren't we?
Yeah, you get old, crotchety, and crusty, and you start calling people out. And that's what Mike Florio decided to do after Adam Schefter was in his bag of reporting and letting us all know that Pete Carroll wants to make a return to the NFL sidelines.
Sure does.
He's only been out a year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why it feels longer than that.
This is surprising to me, though.
That Pete Carroll wants to come back. He's fired from Seattle last year.
Yeah.
He's taken the sabbatical. We haven't seen him at all. He hasn't done the Bill Belichick, find a camera anywhere you can and put your face on it.
That's what I'm saying. I figured
he's just kind of gone away. And he's a year older than Belichick, even though he looks 15 years younger.
Yeah. Pete is like, when when you get his age, that's what you want to look like.
Oh, for
you don't
sure.
want to be walking down the street, looking like you don't want to be like Bill Belichick. You don't want to be Bill Belichick.
Belichick's pulling though.
Yeah, but that's a good point.
I'm sure Pete could pull as well if he wanted to. I don't know what his relationship.
Maybe we don't know Pete. Maybe we don't know how Pete is pulling. Maybe Pete's doing a good job of keeping that under wraps.
Yeah, he likes to.
Where
he doesn't want to kiss and tell.
Nobody wants to look like Bill walking out with the doorbell cam. Nobody shirtless, gut hanging way over the pants.
I can't believe that video has been proven true. Like we had so much fun with that video, but we all knew in the back of our minds it's probably not actually Belichick. Turns out that's Belichick leaving a 23-year-old's apartment so he can get back to coaching what was a terrible Patriots team last year and this year for that matter. So anyways.
But can I say something real quick? I just kind of felt like that Pete was going to, once the Seattle stuff was all over with, that he was going to move back to Southern California and surf.
Just kick his feet up.
And do all those things he likes doing. And
chew gum and.
Yeah. Just chew gum violently.
And watch football only for the punts.
I don't understand this one at all.
He's maybe the only coach in football history that enjoys a punt or a field goal more than Jason Garrett did.
I think your guy Harbaugh.
Harbaugh appreciates a field goal.
I think your guy. I think
Jim, right?
I think Jim
with the Chargers.
I think Jim appreciates a punt.
He does
because it's like hey, we're not giving the ball up.
We're gonna play defense. We're gonna run the football.
We're gonna run the football. We're gonna play defense.
If we win this game 3-0, so damn be it.
That's all they care about.
I know. Yeah. It's disgusting. I don't want Pete Carroll. For those curious of like the McCarthy stuff, and we'll get into McCarthy because just more and more now national voices on the inside of things that are talking about McCarthy being back with the Cowboys. So I don't even think Pete Carroll's a realistic option for the Cowboys. I wouldn't want him, though.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want him.
There's some stories that McCarthy might have some opportunities with some of these other teams. Jets, New England. I saw an article.
Bears.
Yeah, I saw an article. Don Yee,
his agent.
Is one of the most low-key guys ever. He just does not want to be in the media.
You know him well.
Yeah, he's my agent. So Don wants nothing to do with being in the media. But, he has brought back a couple of coaches. He's got, we're talking about Harbaugh. He brought him back from Michigan into the NFL. He's negotiated brought Sean Payton back, after his year of being gone. So he's pretty good at resuscitating a career or getting a guy to another spot. So, but Don, I've seen Don's name appear in a couple different articles here. It's very surprising to me, but it's not like that McCarthy might have some options if he wants to take them.
Yeah, we'll see about that. That would be fascinating.
Surprising or fascinating? You use the word fascinating, but it'd be surprising.
It would be both. It would be both. That the idea of McCarthy saying thanks but no thanks. Jerry wants McCarthy to return, but McCarthy says no. He's a free agent coach. His deal's up, so he could decide to go somewhere else. That would be both surprising and fascinating.
I
to
do
me.
Keep an eye, and this is one of my favorite things to say. Keep an eye on McCarthy because I do believe that the words that we're hearing about him worrying about his assistants. I believe that's true. I believe he really, really wants to make sure that his assistants are taken care of. And,
gotcha.
And Mike's got his money put away. A lot of these assistants don't.
Mm-hmm.
And Mike's concerned about that.
Well, yesterday we got the Christmas report from Adam Schefter that former Seahawks coach Pete Carroll has expressed interest
doing that story.
in the Bears head coaching job. And would like to return to the sidelines. So that's the report. Yeah. Okay, whatever. Then you get a story from Pro Football Talk, Mike Florio, a friend of the station and mostly the morning show, but he decides to tweet out an article, and the headline reads, Pete Carroll wants another NFL head coaching job, and his agent is wisely pulling the strings of a prominent media member to fuel the effort. So the article is basically Florio being, I guess, salty at the idea that Adam Schefter is reporting that Carroll wants in and that basically like Schefter is just doing a solid for Pete Carroll and his agent to get word out there. Mm-hmm. And he thinks it's some type of bogus thing that Adam Schefter is doing. He's questioning the integrity of Adam Schefter for something like this. It's like Adam's going to scratch
the John Heyman situation here?
I guess to some extent.
Yeah.
But I don't really have a problem with it at all. I think that's Adam Schefter's job. If he gets a report, if an agent tells him that his coach wants to come back, why wouldn't he report that? I don't know why that's a big deal. But Schefter commented on the article and said, everything you say here is 100% wrong. Keep up the guesswork and Merry Christmas. Adam Schefter now, like twice in the last month, because what he did to Doug Gottlieb.
Oh, yeah, Doug Gottlieb, yeah.
Gottlieb came after him. Schefty's firing back, dude.
Yeah.
He's got clips ready. So if you want to try and go toe to toe with Adam Schefter on his reporting, then he's going to have something to say about it. And Florio continues to always wants to poke the bear and ruffle some feathers.
Sure.
But Pete Carroll maybe coming back. I wonder how interested teams will be in him. He's a defensive-minded guy, so keep that in mind. And his offenses have always been relatively Stone Age. Yeah. So I don't know. I would not be in favor of this if I was, a fan of any team and they were kicking the tires on Pete Carroll. Thanks, but no thanks on that one. All right, let's get you the NFL news of the day. We'll take a look back at the Christmas Day football action and the Jalen Hurts report. Will he play on Sunday versus the Cowboys? That's next year in the nation.
It's afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
I'm Mark Malusis with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Christmas Day was a good day for NBA Commissioner Adam Silver because even though the NBA not as popular as the National Football League, the product on the court, not even comparable, significantly better than what you saw in the National Football League. So the NBA on Christmas Day, that was a winner all the way around. I'm Mark Malusis.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to HIMSS.com/joy. That's HIMSS.com/joy for your free online visit.
Take the guesswork out of buying and selling your home with Orchard. Will your home sell in time? Which upgrades are worth it? Can you keep your home show ready with a busy life? Orchard has all the answers. With Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, you can buy your new home before selling your old one. It's simple. Orchard gives you an equity advance on locking cash to buy your new home first. That's right. You don't have to wait for your old place to sell. You can move in right away. And no more rushing out for showings or constant cleaning, because Orchard sells your old home after you've settled into your new home. Orchard even handles repairs and improvements at no out-of-pocket cost to you. Their local pros know which upgrades bring you the most money, so you sell for top dollar. Buy before you sell and skip the selling hassles with Orchard. Start with your free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Customer loyalty is hard to earn. At Berkey's, we've been working at it since 1975. That's 50 years of dedication to our craft, doing the best job at a fair price for every customer, offering the best warranties and financing options in town. Berkey's is your one-stop shop for all your plumbing, AC, heating, and electrical needs, including generators and water filtration. You can save $75 on any plumbing repair. Call or book online at Berkeys.com. License M37968.
My son Ryan went with a friend and they visited Mexico. They purchased medication and it turned out to be complete fentanyl and it killed him. This drug does not discriminate. One pill can end your life and change your family's life forever. One pill kills.
To learn more, visit onepillkillstx.com. Sponsored by HHSC.
It's the original Fort Worth Gun Show, this weekend only at Will Rogers Memorial Center. Don't be confused. This is the biggest in Texas, with the most guns, the most ammo, and the most supplies and accessories. Over 1,200 tables. Come and buy, sell, or trade. Whether you're a first-time buyer or looking for that special piece to add to your gun, knife, ammo, or militaria collection, we have it all under one roof. Visit our website, fortworthgunshow.com, or call 817-732-1194. That's the original Fort Worth Gun Show at Will Rogers Memorial Center this weekend only.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Window Nation, the star of window replacement and proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, can help you fill your house this season with savings. Right now, get 50% off all style of windows and receive 0% interest for 5 full years. Fill your home with energy-efficient windows for a customized, authentic Dallas Cowboys jersey while supplies last. You can even help fill the Cowboys house and win tickets to a game. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com/Cowboys for details. Window Nation, proud partner of your Dallas Cowboys.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, is Jalen Hurts going to play on Sunday? This is big for the Eagles. Got the concussion in the L to the Commanders. Now the Cowboys on deck. Might we getting Cooper Rush versus Kenny Pickett? Exactly how the NFL drew it up.
Kenny Pickett has rib problem too.
That's a huge problem. Welcome Ian Book to the conversation then, as the Eagles have just re-signed the former Notre Dame quarterback to the old practice squad in preparation for potentially not having Jalen Hurts DNP in practice once again. Concussion stuff. We know how that goes. You're usually missing a game.
Yeah,
that's just the nature of the beast.
I feel like this is something the league is very, very mindful of, and it doesn't allow. It's from an outside doctor. It's not like team gets to say, "Oh no, you're good to play. Let's go."
Yeah, you got the independent doctor. No skin in the game.
Yeah, so you need to kind of figure those things out. So I will. If he didn't practice today, I'm willing to say that he might not be playing this weekend.
I feel like that's where it's heading. Even the line has shifted. What do you think it started at when they were assuming that Hurts was going to play? Cowboys going too filthy. Guess that spread.
Was that was it 7.5?
That's what it is now.
Okay.
It was 9.5.
Okay.
Eagles were a 9.5-point favorite, home favorite versus the Cowboys, but now with the Jalen Hurts DNP practice status and the nature of it being a concussion and the Eagles bringing on Ian Book now, having a third quarterback on that roster, all of a sudden signs pointing to having no Jalen Hurts for the Eagles on Sunday versus the Cowboys. Yeah. So that's
and here they are, and they've got to try. They need.
It would be so funny. As much as I want the Cowboys to lose, it would be phenomenal to play spoiler in some way to the seeding of the Eagles.
Let me ask you
make life a little bit more difficult.
Let me ask you this question, and this came up on. I'm on with Ambar Garcia, Derek Eagleton, Nick Harris.
The Cowboys break. Cowboys.com.
And so the question was posed to us of CeeDee Lamb and his availability because of the shoulder. And we're hearing that, Lamb cannot, injure the shoulder any further. It's a matter of pain tolerance, playing through, And, Ambar was to the point of like, listen, you almost have to take care of these players because they won't take care of themselves. She's thinking the rehab needs to start now. You're not playing for anything. Why? But I want to know where
We are playing for fantasy Super Bowl championships.
Okay, that I understand. Well, I say I understand that. I just learned that.
No, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. It doesn't matter. If you're CeeDee Lamb, if you're the Cowboys, you're not factoring in the fact that my Chupacabras are one win away from unseating Sean Sharif as this station's fantasy champion.
But you're in a situation where, okay, just say you're not playing for the fantasy championship.
Okay, I'll try to imagine a world where I'm a loser, Broadus. Certainly not reality.
And you're in a situation right now, where do you feel about the CeeDee Lamb situation this next 2 weeks as far as him playing?
Yeah, I would be totally on board with shutting him down. He's done a great job. I love that he's performed the way he's performed through being banged up, being obviously one of the highest paid players on the team, being one of the faces of the franchise, and not cutting any corners with the way this thing has gone. Now, I don't think that if CeeDee Lamb wants to play and medically he's fine, like he's been fine. Obviously, he's banged up,
right?
But he's not. Is it even fair to say that he's not injured because he's hurt? It's an AC joint thing, pain tolerance. As long as I'm knowing from the doctors, like this isn't something that is getting worse by the week or anything like that, then I would just leave it up to CD. Like, hey, man.
Okay, I've had people, and this is interesting. I've had people tweet at me that like they understood the caution about, hey, sit him down, get him rehab, get a start on this, help him get ready. If there needs to be a surgery, go ahead and get that scheduled and everything.
Oh, if there needs to be a surgery, then let's do that.
But the discussion on my timeline has been about people saying it's the Eagles. He has to play.
Okay.
There's such a hatred for the Eagles that they're like, you know what? CD has to play against these guys. Does that make sense, or is that being really, really selfish?
It's a little,
as a fan.
It's a little short-sighted because big picture, his health going into next season is going to be of the utmost importance.
Right.
But he's proven over the last 6 weeks or so that it's fine. He's playing every game. Yes, he's hurt, but an off season, it won't take long for him to be recovered from that. Now, if I know there's a surgery or something involved, then I would say forget all the stuff, the rivalry. I get it. You want to play spoiler to some extent with the Eagles. They're in the playoffs. It's not like you have a chance to bounce them out of the postseason. Right. This is just you're playing for pride and for some bragging rights. And again, I understand that it is the Eagles. I know how important that is. And again, as much as I want the Cowboys to lose right now because they're out of postseason contention, I want the higher draft pick. I want McCarthy probably not to be here next year. The best way to do that is to lose. But the fact that it is the Eagles makes it a little bit more fun of the idea if they could go win and just make the Eagles suffer as a fan base and everything like that a little bit more.
Right.
So, but
I thought it was, because I just wonder with the fans, they're like, nah, I don't care about your health. I shouldn't say not care, but they're thinking like,
we want to beat the Eagles.
We want to beat the Eagles.
We need CD to do it.
And we need CD to do it.
And he's proven that he can do it. He's relatively fine. He's hurt. He's shown his toughness. There's no question about that. He's still playing at a high level.
Right.
It's all great.
Yeah.
So I don't have a problem with it. And if CeeDee Lamb wants to play, then I'm going to keep playing him.
Sure.
Because I respect what he's doing, showing everybody else in the locker room, I got paid, but I'm not just going to, we're out of the postseason.
But aren't we to the point there where CD is, the contract is, he's been worth it? I mean, he's already proven that it was the right thing to do by the way he's playing. I mean, he doesn't need to prove toughness or anything.
No, he doesn't have to prove that anymore.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to. I love what he's done. If they decided that they wanted to put him on ice the rest of the way, I wouldn't really have a problem with it. Yeah. But it sounds like CeeDee Lamb is very passionate about playing.
He has a problem with it.
Yeah, he has a problem with it.
He has a problem with it.
And as long as medically, as he's not making it any worse, CD, you want to play? Go out there, man. Go out there and play. Let's do this thing. I wouldn't have a problem with it at all. But, yeah, it looks like Jalen Hurts trending not to be playing this weekend for the big game. Now, we have elsewhere around the league, if the Vikings win on Sunday, then it
sets up a week 18, eh?
It does. just with the Vikings win, it doesn't matter what happens Monday night with the Lions playing the Niners.
Right.
It'll come down to an all the marbles game for the 1 seed for Week 18, final week of the season, if the Vikings win versus the Packers on Sunday. So that means on Monday night, the Lions will know what the situation is. If the Vikings win,
they got to keep playing.
Yeah. But if they don't, then they could hang them up. But then Man Campbell's like, no, we're playing this game.
Oh no, they've proven that they'll keep playing.
Yeah, he's all about we're playing, we're not resting, we're not doing any of that. We play every game to win.
Yeah, I mean, if he finds a way to win the next 2 games, he knows that he has a bye. He's the number 1 seed, so he's going to keep playing. And I think even with it clinched, as injured and banged up as they are, that son of a gun's going to keep playing.
That's his mentality.
Because they had a chance. Remember when they knocked Green Bay out and they knew their playoff fate and they were eliminated in the last week and they went to Green Bay and they eliminated Green Bay as well? Man, that's what that team does.
Yeah, that's what they're built on.
That's what they're built. They're F these picks, F those injuries to them.
Yeah. They're that's their culture, and I don't think he's going to venture away from that at all.
No.
The Lions also added a familiar name to the roster today, Teddy Bridgewater, coming out of retirement and signing with the Lions.
Is he on the practice squad?
Yeah, I guess he'll be signing to the practice squad.
Yeah.
But they'll have now a little bit more veteran insurance there behind Jared Goff. And he just won, Teddy Bridgewater.
State title.
He just won a high school state championship.
Miami.
First-year head coach at his alma mater of Miami Northwestern.
Mm-hmm.
What an awesome year. What a great storyline for a guy to be able to, in first year as a head coach, you go back to your alma mater, you win state, and now you're rejoining the NFL as a backup quarterback on the top seed in the NFC, basically. Mm-hmm. What a year for Teddy Bridgewater, man. Good for him.
Doing it well.
More love for Mike Vrabel around the coaching circles, and he's being connected to a bunch of teams here. And the stuff out of Vegas with the Raiders of just doing the player swap, coach swap for Pierce and Vrabel. And you know about the Vrabel-Brady connection, of course.
Sure.
And Brady's got plenty of say within that organization now as a minority owner of the Raiders.
They have done the New England thing without success, though. New England general manager guy, and they also did our
Josh McDaniels.
Josh McDaniels there.
And that was a disaster.
Yeah.
But Vrabel will be, him and Ben Johnson seem like the 2 hottest commodities there when it comes to this upcoming coaching cycle.
Does Ben Johnson price himself out of an opportunity?
I think there's a chance that could happen. Yeah, and
Vrabel's interested in getting back in the league, and he's not going to price himself out. And these owners, they're okay, but they don't want to pay this coach. They would rather pay Vrabel $5 million, $6 million to coach than pay $12 million to a guy that's never coached.
Yeah, I think that's a real thing.
Yeah,
because Ben Johnson, he draws lines in the sand. Like he doesn't feel like he needs any of these jobs. He's turned them down for the last 2 cycles. So I could see that potentially going down where it seems like, forget it. If I can get Vrabel for half the price or whatever, then maybe go ahead and do that thing. So we'll see. But the love for Vrabel is real for a bunch of teams right now.
There's absolutely for real.
You had the Bills offensive linemen doing the reverse Christmas present thing. It's always the quarterbacks getting the gifts. Now in Buffalo, might they have just jinxed their quarterback? Because they got him
a
lovely chain.
Yeah. Pinned it.
Yeah, it's a chain.
Yeah.
And it's his jersey, number 17, all diamond encrusted, but instead of saying Allen as the last name on the back of the jersey, it reads MVP. All right? And we just saw what Lamar Jackson did last night.
Sure.
And this is a for real conversation. Josh Allen has been leading when it comes to the odds for who's going to be the MVP, both having phenomenal seasons.
Mm-hmm.
Lamar and Josh Allen, both playing really at the height of their powers. But it went from going into yesterday's Christmas game, you had Josh Allen as a heavy favorite, -500, and then it was Lamar Jackson was second at plus odds, plus 375.
Sure.
Now it is minus 225 is the favorite for Josh Allen and plus 180 for Lamar Jackson. So, and Lamar just passed Michael Vick for the rushing yards from a quarterback standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a historical moment for him. And he's had, I mean, the numbers on this are totally crazy. And I think that one thing that doesn't get mentioned enough either is the impact that he has on Derrick Henry and the type of season that Derrick Henry's having. Obviously, a ton of credit to Derrick Henry and the offensive line, but the presence of Lamar Jackson makes the Ravens so difficult to defend. It's not like Derrick Henry in Tennessee where you just know that's the guy you got to stop on the ground. Lamar Jackson opened things up in a huge way for Derrick Henry. Last night, 48-yard touchdown run. He actually reached the highest top speed of his career on that run, 21.25 miles per hour.
Mm-hmm.
But he says he was just jogging on the play.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't actually trying as hard as he possibly could there. But, I mean, right now, this is where it stands for Lamar Jackson. He needs 45 passing yards and 148 rushing yards, 1 passing touchdown, 1 rushing touchdown to have the first ever stat line for a season that's 4,000 passing yards, 1,000 rushing yards, 40 touchdowns, and 5 rushing touchdowns, 40 passing touchdowns, 5 rushing touchdowns. Like, that is crazy. What a stat line that would be. And how do you not give the MVP to a guy like that if that's the season that he's having? Like, his counting numbers are going to be better than what Josh Allen's are, even though Josh Allen, again, has had a phenomenal year.
Do you feel like, though, the lack of playoff success is now going to hurt him in voters, that every year we vote him the MVP and then he unfortunately doesn't have the success?
I don't know if it's that or if it's just the fact that
guy's a three-time MVP of the league, and he has a record of like 1-5 or something, something crazy like that.
That'll
look at the Hall of Fame. I mean, he's going to get in the Hall of Fame one day, and they're going to talk about, man, he was electric. He did everything different. He was he's a once in a generation type player. Playoff record 2-8. You always worry about that with him.
Yes, that'll be that's
the
his
one
legacy
thing,
and all
the
that
legacy.
stuff.
That's the one thing. Like, people will talk about like all the regular season success that he had, but then it turns into, what's his playoff record? Did he ever win a Super Bowl? And you just
when you start going all time with careers and stacking them up, that will weigh heavily for him. But when it comes to the actual voting of the MVP,
it's a no-brainer that way. It's a no-brainer to vote for him because of all the things he does. He's one of the best players in the league. But playoff time, he's one of the worst.
Yes, and so he's going to have to overcome
Health
that.
has been a problem with that sometimes.
Totally.
Yeah, health has been a problem. But you're going to look at his resume one day, and if he doesn't have any playoff success, you're going to look at his resume, and everybody's going to talk about what a great player he was. And then the next word out of someone's mouth is going to be, but the playoffs, he just couldn't get it done.
And it might be the Mahomes thing. Like, Michael Jordan just kept a bunch of championship-worthy players from ever winning a title. And Mahomes might be that for Lamar, Josh Allen.
Good point.
Maybe to some extent Joe Burrow, even though Joe Burrow has beaten him and gone to a Super Bowl, just didn't win it, of course. But yeah, that'll be the legacy conversation. But I don't think the playoff stuff impacts the MVP voting as much as just the fact that he's been the MVP. The voter fatigue stuff. We see it in every sport. Guys who still deserve to be the league MVP not getting it because somebody else had a really awesome season as well, and they just want to give it to somebody else. That, to me, would impact like Josh Allen getting this year's MVP over Lamar Jackson more so than people just thinking, but his playoff record.
If Barkley breaks Eric Dickerson's record,
it'll be the perfect candidate for Offensive Player of the Year.
Why do you hate running backs so much?
It's not that I hate running backs so much, but
that record,
Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson mean more to their teams without question, and they're having the production in the season with the stats to show.
Saquon Barkley hasn't meant more to his team?
No, Saquon Barkley hasn't meant more to his team than Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. There's no chance. I mean, Dick Fangio and the defense have meant more to their team than even Saquon Barkley has. And it's not to slight Saquon Barkley. He should be the offensive player of the year. He should be the offensive player of the year.
No, you're sliding him right now is what you're doing.
If I'm sliding him by giving him the offensive player of the year, then I guess we'll just then so be it.
He's on the
That's the ultimate
He's
slight.
on the cusp of breaking a record that not many thought was going to be broken.
I get it.
Especially with the way running backs are this day and age.
Okay, we need to see. I'm sorry. I want to have this fight with you. I do.
No, I'm not going to fight you.
No, I want to have a day after Christmas fight, but we're not because we have breaking news right now. After we just had the CeeDee Lamb should he play, should he not play conversation, bleeping my fantasy championship hopes.
Yeah.
The Cowboys have gone ahead and listed him out for the remaining 2 games of the season. CeeDee Lamb. I just saw it from Nick Harris here.
Yep.
Had additional testing. CeeDee Lamb had additional testing on his shoulder this week, and he is now going to be out for the remaining 2 games of the season. So there it is, breaking news right here on the Fan. No more CeeDee Lamb, no Jalen Hurts. We might. This is maybe we can get Mingo involved. Maybe Mingo can get himself a catch.
Yeah, you put a 70 number on him, you surely can get him involved.
All right, there it is. NFL news of the day here in the G-Bag Nation. Let's go ahead and crank open a post-Christmas Day rim sesh next year in the nation.
This nation is growing, and it's thanks to you. Let your friends know that the hottest afternoon show in town is G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
Gavin Dawson here this holiday season while we're spending time with family and friends and well-deserved relaxation. Let's not forget the importance of staying safe on the roads. That's why I want to remind you about Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car wreck attorneys right here in DFW. If you or someone you know is involved in an accident, Frankel & Frankel are here to help. They make it easy. From the free consultation to the first phone call, they handle everything with no out-of-pocket costs. They only get paid when you win. They understand how stressful these situations can be and are committed to standing by your side. That's why I love them. Called the Frankels multiple times over the years, and if I'm ever hurt in a car or truck wreck, they're the first people I think of. This holiday, let's celebrate safely. Save this number, 214 or 817-333-3333. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Visit frankelfirm.com. Frankel & Frankel, your go-to car wreck attorneys here in DFW. Stay safe, stay smart. Have a happy holidays. Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2024.
Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
We're here at Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, and all year we've been asking customers what the it means, and Huffines has it. And right now, it is the most attractive deals of the year. And at Genesis of Plano, we're talking low payments, no hidden fees, and the biggest incentives of the year on new G70 sedans, GV70s, and GV80 SUVs. Start at genesisofplano.com. And don't forget about our award-winning customer service.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can easily find coverage options that fit your budget. If only it was that easy to name your baby.
How about Jaden?
Nope.
Okay. Michael?
Went to middle school with a glue-eating Michael.
Sebastian?
Dated one in college.
How about Damien?
Vampire name.
All right. Greg?
Not feeling it.
Okay. No worries. No worries. Jeffrey?
Oh, love that one.
Wait, really?
No.
Find coverage options that fit your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states.
You met with the stable boy despite your father's orders. He hoisted you onto the saddle and you wrapped your arms around him, embracing his silent strength. He lay you down amongst the wildflowers. You experienced love like never before while you were buying dish soap. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover heart-stopping romance titles on Audible.
Get seafood savings at Whole Foods Market. Get 20% off all caviar and raw, cooked, and breaded shrimp with Prime through January 1st. Plan a decadent New Year's dinner without the splurge. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
What a moment for the Gordon, Texas Longhorns. Now back-to-back state 1A 6-man division high school football champions. Congratulations from Whataburger and DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Got you down.
See Sports
SportsCityToyota.com/blog for details.
It's Toyotathon, and it's happening now at Sports City Toyota. I'm Gary Gray, General Manager. We have a new 2024 RAV4 lease for just $299 a month. Or lease a new 2024 Tacoma SR5 for only $239 a month. And right now, you can get a new 2025 Tundra with 2.99 APR financing for 72 months. Don't miss Toyotathon. Call us now, log on now, do it now at SportsCityToyota.com.
Martha was ready to switch to a career in IT.
There's always a need for IT specialists, especially with AI coming out and cybersecurity. It's practically recession-proof.
My Computer Career even provides job placement help.
The career specialists, they're very helpful. They care about you as a person. You're not just a number to them. I would recommend My Computer Career wholeheartedly to anyone.
Take the free career evaluation today. Become an IT pro in just months with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. Not available in Washington State.
How many of you don't know the options of turning equity in your house into cash? TexasLending.com can help. There are many ways. Maybe you can get a cash-out refinance, a fixed home equity loan, a second lien home equity loan. TexasLending.com does them all. Call us today. Find out your options. Get the best rates. Call TexasLending.com for your home equity line of credit, cash-out refinance, or HELOC today. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Miller Lite.
Tomorrow, the KNC Masterpiece are live from Buffalo Wild Wings at Left Bank in Fort Worth. Join us from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. for a Cowboys ticket giveaway. Enjoy Miller Lite 22-ounce drafts for $4, the only beer of the Dallas Cowboys. Please drink responsibly.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, they go to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, the breaking news here over the last few minutes is that the Cowboys wide receiver CeeDee Lamb had additional testing on his shoulder this week and is going to be out for the remaining 2 games of the season. So the season is over for CeeDee Lamb. Cowboys play the Eagles coming up this week. Looks like Jalen Hurts is going to be missing that game as well. That Sounds is how like it is trending. Mm-hmm. But additional testing on the shoulder, I do wonder. It's been an AC joint. Hasn't been so bad that he can't play, but I wonder if there's been more damage done. That would be a bummer.
Yeah, reached out to a couple of different people, and we got a few more hours left to kind of figure this one out. But yeah, it's something that he's had to deal with, and I think when you look at it overall, it's like they say you can't hurt it. But in actuality, maybe the degree was hurting it. The degree, how it was like he was playing,
and it was just getting a little bit worse.
It made it worse and worse compared to prior what happened to him. So every week he's like dealing with pain, and then you can't hurt it any worse. Well, to a degree you can, And then the next week he keeps playing. And then it can't hurt anymore. Now it's hurt even worse. So he, by doing this, I think that the part of it with the, like I was saying, the degree part of it, of the pain he's having to deal with, and then the degree of how he was having to deal with that was becoming too much for him. Each game that he went out there, to the degree of the injuries, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. All right, CeeDee Lamb going to be out for the rest of the season. We'll get more details on that as they come in here. We'll get to Krusty's Corner coming up here in just a few minutes, but right now we cut the lights out. We put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer. G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when we get a Mike Breen double bang call. The rare double bang.
One.
That's what Steph Curry brought to the table late last night as the Lakers end up beating the Warriors. We'll play that sound here for you in just a moment. We got to start here locally with our Mavericks falling short after a valiant comeback, being down 28 points to the T-Wolves. They end up losing 105-99, and Luka Doncic goes down late in the second quarter, dealing with a calf strain, and it's super unfortunate. We all were met with a sad situation as it pertains to Luka and the Mavericks yesterday, and we were trying to fight through with the Christmas spirit. Hopefully, we won our individual battles with that, and we'll see if Luka can win his individual battle with this calf that's been bothering him. His left leg has been an issue dating back to last season a little bit. Then he goes on a huge finals run. Then he plays in the Olympics, and the wear and tear there, the calf finally said, no, enough is enough. And now we wait. Is this going to be 4 weeks? Is this going to be 6 weeks? Are they going to try and get this thing to the All-Star break? I don't know. Of course, having a healthy Luka in the postseason is what matters the most. And good thing for the Mavs, the depth now is enough to keep them afloat here. I mean, they're 6-2 without him this year. So they're certainly not better without him, that's for sure. But they should be able to keep things together enough. I mean, you saw what they were able to do, especially in that fourth quarter yesterday, and Kyrie playing some of the best basketball of his career. Dude, this season he's been outstanding, and he understood, okay, Luka went down, let me put the team on my back here. Goes on a huge run, and they come up just short, and we'll see where the Mavs can go from here, but it was a struggle bus yesterday. The T-Wolves defense is outstanding. That was obvious and apparent. Their offense has been a nightmare, but Julius Randle, local legend, every time he comes back to Dallas, he finds a way to play his best basketball, and that's what it was yesterday. So we will wait for more Luka updates. It's a bummer. We're starting this segment with Lamb being out the rest of the season. We're dealing with the Luka stuff, but we're trying to be happy. We're trying to remain positive.
It's going to be a tough stretch coming up for the Mavs. I know that they head west. They've got Phoenix. They've got Portland on a back-to-back. That's a Friday, Saturday. So that, and then they got to go to Sacramento on the 30th. But then it comes home, and it's like, it's the Cavaliers, it's Memphis, then it's the Lakers, and that gets you to January 7th is what that. And I don't think Luke will be back before then.
No.
So can you navigate these games? Can you go to Phoenix? That's going to be probably a tough one to deal with. But you should be able to handle Portland. It's the second night of a back-to-back. We'll see.
They've torn up the Trailblazers this year.
They have.
That's been a favorable matchup for the Mavs.
And we'll see with Sacramento how that all plays out.
They're struggling in a huge way.
They are.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect to see Luka until February.
Yeah, I forgot, by the way, Houston's in that mix too. As far as one of the teams you have to play. Houston, Memphis.
Got to be a tough stretch.
Lakers, Phoenix. I mean, those are all top 8 teams right now as we speak. So, and right now your record is you're 19 and 11. Are you hoping to be, are you hoping to win half those games? What are you thinking that's going to be? Like 19-11 now. So if you could just somehow win half those games, you just can't completely fall apart.
No.
You got to find a way to make sure you take care of Portland and make sure you take care of Sacramento, and but like I say, those other games are going to be without Luca is going to be difficult to win.
No doubt, man. No doubt. And Luca's been playing some great basketball since returning from the wrist injury. And so now we'll have to play without him here for a while. Elsewhere around the Christmas Day basketball, Victor Wembanyama. What a monster he was yesterday. He is meeting all expectations in terms of individual dominance. Now we just wait to see if the Spurs can put anything around him and go on some runs here. We don't want to see it, but he is a joy to watch. It's just crazy. He's a true marvel. 42 points, 18 rebounds, 4 blocks. At that size, what he's able to do, just pulling 30-footers. It's unbelievable. But the Spurs continue to lose. But last night
they're playing 500 basketball. You know, the records. I mean, it's
sure.
You kind of worry, but you're thinking like, you know, is how many, you know, they had, you know, they got a little bit better last year with him, you know, still far from where they've been in the past, but the fact that they're kind of like, they're not just going on massive losing streaks, I think says a lot about, you know, about their team. And, you know, they're having to deal with Greg Popovich not even being in the mix.
That doesn't help things.
No, it doesn't at all. So this guy is doing a hell of a job of keeping his team afloat, and the coaching staff doing a heck of a job of kind of managing things while Pop's gone.
I think the Spurs are really keeping an eye on things in Sacramento with De'Aaron Fox, because he's made it known like he doesn't want to re-up with them unless he feels like they're going to be true contenders. Yeah. They had the 1 year a couple of years ago,
they were good,
having fun, but the bottom has fallen out to some extent, and I think the Spurs might be trying to pair, because if you pair De'Aaron Fox with Wemby, now you have the type of young duo that you feel like you can really build around. That would be some scary stuff, but Wemby was out of this world yesterday on Christmas. We'll get to some other stuff. Maybe we crank open an additional rim sesh. The rare, if we get the rare double bang out of Mike Breen, we might as well do a rare
double bang here,
rim sesh here over the course of the next few hours here. G-Bag Nation, we will get back to some basketball. We do have Bobby Carella of All City Dallas talking Mavs with him during the Expressway at 5:20. But coming up next, though, it's time for a Thirsty Thursday edition of Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Heating and Air.
Yeah, I'm going to walk you through there, Chieftain, what we should expect from this Philadelphia Eagle offense. We'll do that next.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, it is a football Friday. We got Mike McCarthy at 6:30, the Junk Drawer at 7:40, and Nick Eatman previews the game over the weekend at 9:20. It's a Friday morning on The Fan. Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Coaches, players, GMs, you know the Fan is dialed into the biggest names in football. Thanks to Ciroc Vodka, we're replaying their thoughts all week long. Cheers from Ciroc. Made from French grapes, made for football. Please drink responsibly.
If you are a truly great heating and air conditioning technician,
but you're not getting the salary, the schedule, or support you need,
I think you should make more money on a happier team
with us.
Exceptional HVAC techs. Apply online at Elmer.com.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line. Golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up, it's golf.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-770-2727. 800-770-2727.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-242-1551. That's 800-242-1551. 800-242-1551.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Make your holidays bigger and brighter with Prize Picks, the best place to get real money action while watching your favorite sports. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. The app is really simple to use. Pick 2 or more players across any sport. Pick more or less on their projection, and you could win up to 1,000 times your money. Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, is available to play in more than 40 states, including California and Texas. Join now because this holiday season, Prize Picks is giving away 2 free picks in December. And they're giving away $30+ million in rewards during Pixmas. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code TOLO and get $50 instantly when you play $5. That's code TOLO on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even have to win to get the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. Run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Randy White with my team at the all-new Dodge City McKinney. Wrap up the year sales event. Get a 2025 Ram 1500 Lone Star with $11,000 off MSRP or 4.9 APR for 72 months. Several units to choose from. At Dodge City McKinney, we buy and give you the most cash for your car. Lifetime powertrain warranty protection at no charge. Our online price is what you pay. No games, no gimmicks. With the largest, newest state-of-the-art sales and service facilities, stop by and check us out today. Family owned and operated since 2005. Check us out at DodgeCityMcKinney.com. Dodge City McKinney, where our people make the difference.
Shop's back! 50 years in the Lone Star State. A one-stop shop so you're never late. Price is so low that you want to know
which way to Specs.
Come on, let's go.
Specs, wine, spirits, and finer foods. World-class service, that's all about you.
Shop Specs, it's how we do. A huge selection since 62. Shop Specs, low priced, amazing. Here's to you. Shop. Cheers to savings.
Hey guys, it's Jim Costa from Cash the Ticket. If you're planning on betting college football bowl games, good luck. No, seriously, it's never been harder. And you don't want to be hurting your bankroll. You want to make sure you're doing your homework. Listen to Cash the Ticket. Mike Valeni and I will be breaking down every single bowl game, dropping new episodes nearly every day throughout college football's postseason. Spicing things up with a 12-team playoff. Can't wait to see some of those teams from the South come up north for the snow. Be sure to subscribe to Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Jerry started the nationwide conversation on The Fan.
One of my favorites is squirrel. We all had our favorite pieces. My mom and I wouldn't even ask for the brain in a squirrel.
Oh, man. And our Tolo pitmaster, Matt Pittman, added his expertise.
So the first wild game I ever had, my mama cooked those squirrels, but I don't remember eating the brains. That's some country-ass stuff right there.
Where it starts and where it ends, one station gets people talking in TFW and around the nation.
Delicious. Seriously.
105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
I believe you not. I just saw a video of Panthers wide receiver Xavier Legette bringing in leftover raccoon for lunch in a Tupperware into the locker room. And it seems like media members might have been trying it, and he was pretty proud of that. And I'm proud to tell you that the Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus has a Thursday edition of Krusty's Corner ready for you right now, hot and fresh, brought to you by Reliant Heating and Air.
Thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate that. I think the smell was, that one of those smells you'll never forget?
Yeah, I can't imagine that. I mean, maybe if the seasonings are enough, but
the fact that Jerry just basically was like, he was serious, like, oh yeah. Sister and I would, we'd talk about, having the brains.
It's a wild bunch, man.
I tell you, got to do what you got to do. I bet you his mom prepared it well. Seriously, like if it was something, it's the thought.
It's an offense to anyone who's ever eaten anything.
Yeah.
But if you had never eaten anything in your entire life,
and then you had squirrel,
you'd probably say, "All right,
oh wow, this is good."
Is that the Arkansas coming out for Jerry? Is that
there's no question.
That's an Arkansas recipe. If there's like a cookbook for Arkansas foods, it's there.
Yeah. Squirrel's in that mix.
Squirrel, possum. Yeah, I think
deer.
So. Yeah, deer. Yeah, duck.
I'm here for the deer. I'm here for the duck.
Duck's another one. I told you that time I had duck and bit into it, and there was still some shot.
Some bullet in there.
Buckshot that I bit down on. Thought I chipped my tooth.
That's tough to come back from.
I spit it into my hand. I'm like, okay, I guess I'm done with the duck today.
I don't blame you for that.
Yeah. I've lived in some of the most huntingest, fishingest states in the world. Louisiana, Florida.
Huntingest, fishingest states in the world.
Yeah. Wisconsin.
They do a lot of that over there.
And I am like a terrible. I'm a good fisherman, terrible hunter. Terrible.
I've never.
If I had to hunt for food, I'd be done.
You're a gatherer. You're not a hunter.
Yeah.
You're a gatherer.
I'd be like getting sick, eating like bad berries and walnuts and stuff like that.
Yeah, you'd be in real trouble.
Speaking of real trouble, if Jalen Hurts doesn't play in this game, I think the Cowboys' run defense is in trouble. I mean, they have played better. The last time they really got gashed running the ball was Philadelphia.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have a good showing the other night versus the Buccaneers.
No.
I mean, the Buccaneers ran pretty well on them.
Yeah, but
Not enough to win the game, but you're talking about big chunk gains. Yeah, because without Jalen Hurts and with the looming record-breaking opportunity for Saquon Barkley, my guess is this is going to be a heavy Saquon game.
I think
get him as close to that record breaker as possible, and see if there's still a chance to break it in Week 18.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
I mean, God help us if he breaks it this weekend. He's like 250 yards away. Yeah. I think he'll put a serious dent in it.
You think he'll go for $180 against the Cowboys?
I think it's certainly on the table, but what do I know? I thought the Bucs were going to run away with victory the other night.
Yeah. We were both.
You never know how that game, especially with the backup quarterback. I mean, now that's the great equalizer. This game could be.
You think Kellen Moore will try and show us how smart he is by having Kenny Pickett just launch a couple, just throw the ball all over the yard?
Oh, it wouldn't totally surprise me, but I think objective number one is to pound the rock with Saquon.
Barkley's got 42 runs of 10-plus yards.
It's been explosive.
How about that? 42 runs of 10-plus yards. Gainwell, the other back, he's got 11 runs of 10-plus. So between them, that's what? 53. Pretty solid, wouldn't you say?
Very solid.
Think about Barkley. He's going to, just kind of going through my notes. Barkley's going to attack. He's going to be fine or attack all the spots along the defensive line. You know how we sometimes say, Joe Mixon, he's really good running to his left outside. 5.9 yards a carry.
Tendencies.
Yeah, tendencies. This guy doesn't matter.
He can hit you inside and out,
yeah.
left or right.
His best runs come, though, outside left. Everything, though, is well over 5 yards, 6 yards a carry.
Pick your poison.
Yeah, he averages 7.7 yards a carry off that left side. That's over with Jordan Mailata over there.
Giant human being.
Giant human being over there. Where opponents have slowed him down a little bit. Run stuffs, that's a stat that they keep. I was curious. I'm watching all these runs he has. I'm like, where they stopping him? Because it doesn't look like they're stopping him. So I had to look it up. Run stuffs are 0 yards or negative plays.
Mm-hmm.
19 of them outside right. So of all his carries, they've struggled to run the ball a little bit behind. No, I shouldn't say struggle.
But where
Lane Johnson's side.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't got the traction that they usually get from Jordan Mailata's side.
Okay.
So Dallas needs to find a way to win. They need to find a way to win on the Jordan Mailata side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're going to want to hit you, gash you on the left side.
Exactly. And I don't know how much do you want Micah Parsons rushing over there against Jordan Mailata? Because I think it's better for him to rush against Jordan Mailata than it is to rush against Lane Johnson. Lane Johnson gave up 2 pressures last time they played. No sacks. I kind of feel like this Mailata didn't play, but I kind of feel like with how big Mailata is, that there's guys that have run by him. Just speed rush it to the edge, bend that corner and go.
Yeah, I think obvious passing situations, you would want to put Micah on Mailata, or maybe in the interior if they have a guy, one of those guards or something that you could take advantage of.
Yeah, I think this.
But their offensive line's really good.
Yeah, theirs good. I'll tell you where I would take advantage of somebody. Went back and looked at the last game. Osa Odigizua against Cam Jurgens was a bad matchup for Philadelphia.
Okay.
When he was matched up 1-on-1, 4 pass rushes, 2 pressures.
50% pressure rate's pretty strong.
Yeah. So, that's where I think Dallas, I think that and this is a game at the last game too, where that Mozzie Smith played pretty well. Mozzie Smith had 5 tackles in the Philadelphia game last time. So if you could find a way, if Mozzie Smith continued to play at a better level that way, I think that maybe that tends to help, with Oso Digizua. And what happened in that game last time around too, Mike Zimmer did a really good job of attacking Philadelphia with the way he mixed his fronts and then the coverages, because it confused. Now, that was Jalen Hurts. They had all the
and that
sacks.
was overshown as well in the mix.
That's what's going to kill you in this game.
The defense was really good in that game versus
Damn
the
right
Eagles.
they were.
The offense just couldn't score when they were gifted the ball inside the 5-yard line.
They just could not. That was Cooper Rush's first game back as being a starter.
It was a beating,
and they were awful. They were awful.
The defense did so much to win that game.
They did. It was 7-3 with 2 minutes left in the half, and they created a turnover. Right, like you mentioned, right inside the 5-yard line, and have to kick a field goal. Can't have that. But what they did was that mug look, what we call that mug, where they put both linebackers in the A gaps.
Just crowd the line.
Crowd that line, and it really caused Jalen Hurts a bunch of problems. Dallas in that game pressured him 54% of his dropbacks.
Wow, that's a ridiculous rate.
Yeah, sacked 5 times, 54% on pressure rate in that thing.
That is domination.
So what they have to do is, like I say, definitely keep an eye on Osa and Cam Jurgens. I think that's a really, really good matchup. I said 2 and 5. It was, or 2 and 4. It was 3 and 10. My bad on 3 pressures on 10 pass rushes.
Okay.
Still 30%.
Yeah, 30% is great.
No overshown. I mentioned that's going to kill you. That's 11 tackles, 2 sacks, 4 pressures. That's going to be huge. Mozzie Smith. In this game last time, Philadelphia went after Carson in this game. So AO, better than Carson. We'll see. We'll see how that all plays out. But they attacked Carson. They had 5 receptions for 108 yards against him.
A.J. Brown was getting it done.
Yeah. Zimmer, surprisingly, in this game, too, Zimmer played zone defense 75% of the snaps in that game, with as much as he tried to rush and stuff like that.
Yeah, zone blitzing these guys.
Yep.
But now everything without Jalen Hurts, I mean, we criticize Hurts, but
it's going to be all run.
Yeah, they're going to load this thing up and just try and hammer you.
Yeah, I agree.
And they'll probably have some pretty good success doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully Eric Kendricks is back, and we'll get to chat with him coming up here within the next 30 minutes or so.
Yeah. You think he'll tell us? He's not going to tell us. He's going to tell us he feels good.
Yeah, because we didn't have much of an inclination that he was going to be missing that game on
he
Sunday.
basically was practicing. I mean, he was on the field warming up, and then all of a sudden he
must have just not been feeling good in those pregame warm-ups. He was a late scratch.
Very late scratch.
But Nick Vigil stepped up in a nice way.
Sure did.
Maris Leofau had a solid game.
Yeah.
So you get those guys stepping in the right direction. But in terms of containing Saquon in the rushing attack, you're going to want all hands on deck.
You're going to need them all. And Dallas is one of the worst teams in the league when it comes to playing loaded box, by the way.
They bring extra guys to help defend the run, and they still get pushed around.
Still get pushed a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the run defense has definitely gotten better over the course of the last 6 weeks or so, but you can see in almost every game, and last week in particular with the Bucs.
There's a hint.
This isn't fixed. It's not like they're not steel curtain on this thing.
No.
There are still some serious holes, but when the game gets out of whack due to, like last week, Cooper Rush and those guys pushing the ball down the field and scoring some points, game plans start to change. But I do imagine Kellen Moore wanting to get Saquon Barkley as close to that record as possible and make sure it's within striking distance for Week 18 versus the Giants. There it is, Krusty's Corner, looking at the Eagles' offense. CeeDee Lamb, the news on him, he's going to be out the rest of the season. Further testing on the shoulder revealed that it has gotten a couple of degrees worse than what it had been over the course of the last 5-6 weeks.
The MRIs every week were getting a little worse. So that's why they did what they did.
So no Lamb for the Cowboys. Likely no Hurts for the Eagles, and just how the NFL drew it up, Rush versus Pickett, or I don't know, Ian Book or something like that.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a lot
Tanner
of Saquon Barkley. Yeah, Tanner McKee.
Yeah.
My goodness gracious. All right, we'll have the pregame show, by the way. This is going to be a noon kick, so pregame show is going to be Sunday morning, 9 a.m. with me and Broadus. Looking forward to that. Also looking forward to the Will Chambers Power Hour starting here in just a couple of minutes. We'll have a college football conversation, then we'll get to Eric Kendricks here at about 4:30 next year in the Nation.
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship, and quality sports conversations. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
And the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
I'm Mark Malusis with an Odyssey Sports Minute. As you enjoyed Christmas Day, the National Football League, the games, well, they weren't particularly close, but what you did see was the stars met the occasion. Patrick Mahomes thrown for 320 yards and 3 touchdowns in a victory for the Kansas City Chiefs over the Steelers. And how about Lamar Jackson down in Houston, thrown for $168 and 2 scores, running for 87 and another touchdown? I'm Mark Malusis.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-770-2727. 800-770-2727.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group. Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line. Golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up, it's golf.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Hey, Cholos, you thinking about buying a new car? Well, stop right there. Before you make any decisions, you've got to experience a Mazda with our friends at Hiley Mazda of Hearst and Hiley Mazda of Arlington. Mazda builds cars with the idea that they should make your heart race even before you get behind the wheel. Mazda cars are built to move you, and their design and engineering can transport both body and soul. Don't buy anything until you test drive a Mazda. You won't regret it. Visit our friends, General Managers Matt Lero at Hiley Mazda of Hearst and Mark Welch at Hiley Mazda of Arlington. They're Cholos just like you. you, and they're going to make sure you have the experience you've been looking for. Mazda, a season to move you.
An accident or injury can derail your life in an instant, leaving you struggling to pay for medical bills and daily expenses. At Thomas J. Henry, we believe every Texan deserves justice, no matter their financial situation. That's why we offer our no-win, no-fee promise. You don't pay us unless we win your case. We know how difficult recovering from an accident can be. Let us handle your case while you focus on getting better. Thomas J. Henry, the name you know, the firm you trust. San Antonio, Dallas, Texas.
It's the season of New Traditions year-end sales event at Moritz Kia. And now is the time to save on a new 2024 Kia EV9 from Moritz Kia, priced $10,000 off the MSRP. For example, the 2024 Kia EV9 stock number 023616 has an MSRP of $78,315, less $7,500 Kia customer cash from KMA and a Moritz discount of $2,500. Your sale price is just $68,315 plus TTNL. From the Kia Niro EV to the Kia Telluride, we've got them. Explore what's new from Moritz Kia. Stop by today and join us this holiday season in stocking the shelves of the LVT Food Pantry by donating non-perishable goods at one of our 3 convenient locations. Moritz Kia, the best name in the business, backed by the best warranty in the business. Moritz Kia in Fort Worth, Hurst, and Alliance, or visit moritzkia.com. Offers end January 2nd, 2025.
I'm Mark Frankel with the law offices of Frankel & Frankel. Our firm helps people injured in car and truck wrecks. It's what we do every single day and what we've done for 3 decades. We know the ins and outs of what to do and not to do after a wreck. We'll get you the medical treatment you deserve and the results you expect. And there are no upfront costs to hire us. When you're in a wreck, call Frankel first.
FRENKEL. Call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED in my 12 years of practice. But now you can get world-class care for ED 100% online by going to hims.com. So what are you waiting for?
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy.
Fellas, let's talk about the holiday season and you're out shopping for gifts. Maybe you're doing that right now and you're thinking, gosh, I don't know what I want for myself. If you haven't been to Men's Tea Clinic, I say you ask for that. It works tremendously. It's been working great for a decade. Men's Tea Clinic number to call is 972-GO-MEN'S Tea. What if it's about your hair vitality? They can help with that too. mensteaclinic.com or 972-GO-MEN'S Tea. Get the gift this season for yourself of Men's Tea Clinic.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Well, there's no question that Quinn Ewers, Texas quarterback, is the most interesting individual in these college football playoffs. We'll see how long the Longhorns last here on this run, but Quinn Ewers, there's so many different ways this thing can go for him, and we'll try and piece together what maybe his future holds. 877-881-1053. Welcome into the G-Bag Nation, ladies and gentlemen. We just got news on CeeDee Lamb in the last hour. He's going to be out for the rest of the season. Cowboys did some further testing on the shoulder after what was an extremely gutty performance the other night versus the Bucs, and really for the last 6 weeks or so for CeeDee Lamb, fighting through the shoulder pain, still being extremely productive, even though he's the only weapon defenses really have to account for, and he's got Cooper Rush throwing him the football. So nothing but love and respect for CeeDee Lamb. Great season. Hate to see him go now, but looks like he's avoided surgery. And now they will try and rehab this thing and get him back to 100%. Hopefully this offseason it'll be a quick recovery for him. But, hey, listen, when the season's out of hand from a postseason standpoint and that shoulder starts to get a little bit worse, That's a big investment right there. He's already proven the toughness. He's already done the thing, being the high-paid player that is just putting it all out there week in, week out, being super productive. He could have thrown the towel in a month ago, easily, but he did not do that. So this has been a really good, when you talk about the way last season ended for the Cowboys and the body language and the offseason stuff about CeeDee Lamb's mom and not liking Dak and all that stuff, questions about kind of the way he goes about his business from that standpoint, he's been outstanding this year. And him and Micah both, I think, deserve some credit, being on a down-and-out team, both fighting through injuries, but playing fantastic football.
No, you're absolutely right about it. And with CD, and you could tell how important it is. There's guys have goals and aspirations, and when you still there's things to fight for. And CD, we were all kind of surprised, like, oh, who's leading the league in receptions? Oh, it's CeeDee Lamb. And you're kind of thinking like, wow, with a backup quarterback, this, that, and the other, you're just like, you're surprised. But in reality, you shouldn't be surprised. That's just the way CeeDee Lamb goes about his job. Such a pro's pro. He goes out there, he plays banged up, as we've all seen the last several weeks. It's important to him. There's been some times where body language has not always been great, but you have to look at that in the way of like, hey, he wants to be involved. He wants you to throw him the football. He wants to be the guy that's making all the big plays. And that's his demeanor. That's just the way he plays the game. And so for him to be not being able to play these next 2 weeks, that says an awful lot. I mean, of the things that he was having to deal with. That shoulder just, was not going to allow him to play, even though playing at a very, very high level, it just was going to be potentially get a little worse.
All right, Will Chambers is going to be joining us here in just a few minutes, and I believe he was getting his hair cut, and the weather. That was one of the worst drives I've experienced here with the amount of rain, flood patches.
Are you dealing with like bad windshield wipers?
No, my wipers are pretty good. I got the wiper.
Did you figure out how to use the defrost?
Yeah, I'm in on that. That was Lucius's issue yesterday.
I thought I was wondering. I couldn't remember who was dealing with the defrost problems.
No, the thing that just kills me is when there's patches of deep water, and then the person next to you, maybe it's a truck, and the water just comes pouring off the windshield, and now you're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah. Wipers can't go fast enough.
I just want to come to a complete stop here because I can't see anything now. That must have happened to me 10 times on the way here. So Will Chambers fighting through some of that, but he is going to come in here with a fresh cut and probably a pretty solid buzz as well.
You kind of, is that with the haircut or the lunch that he had?
That's lunch.
Will's got kind of like, I'm talking about hair. Right? I shouldn't be talking.
He's got great hair.
He does have great hair. Did it look like he needed a haircut?
There he is. Okay. As a matter of fact, right on time.
Yeah.
Did he need a haircut? I'd say no.
My man's got
damn good.
My man looks like he could be coaching like in the Big East in the basketball, with like Rick Pitino and all these
yelling to his guys to get
John
back on defense.
Get back. He's got the hair.
Guys, 30% of the time he's going to miss to the left. Damn it.
Will Chambers.
The random pointing.
Yeah. Act like you're doing something.
Oh, always. I could definitely play a role in a movie or a TV show as a college coach. I couldn't act worth anything, but I could definitely act like a college basketball coach.
You could be like the opponent in Hoosiers.
Yeah.
Could you be the opposing coach in Hoosiers?
Absolutely.
Wear like the thin tie.
Oh, yeah. Always,
have a program
always
rolled
adjusting, and just kind of flattening it back out. Absolutely. I could kill it. But
good to see you, Will.
It's good to see you guys,
in your Carolina blue.
Trying
to get Quinn Ewers to Bill Belichick.
Juke and Ryan told me to tell you said hello.
Thank you. Yeah. That is, we get our haircut at the exact same place. Fun fact about me and Will Chambers.
Okay. Are they two different styles of haircuts? You both go for the same? Because I've noticed you've gone for the kind of the slick back kind of look too.
No slick. I'm not really. I'm not putting stuff
kind of
in
like
there.
like the vampire. You got a vampire haircut working.
Yeah,
he's got
the hair where
for the vampire.
Like you don't have to do anything really to it.
Right. Yeah. I just kind of let it ride. I'm not wearing a hat most of the time.
He doesn't shower. He's got the same damn clothes on yesterday. He slept in his clothes. Yeah. He was on the couch. Yeah. And he woke up and he came to do the show today.
It's Christmas, man.
Sounds like my Christmas morning.
Why would I change my undies in my socks if I don't have to?
No, there you go. By the way, this is the most Italian look you've ever given in your life. I mean, the chain with the quarter zip open with some chest hair.
Thank you, Will.
Seriously.
Everybody, I mentioned this, when in the crosstalk, and Medford and CA are like not even acknowledging that. I'm thinking, I'm working.
How are you not? He looks like a jeweler.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, he looks like, Italian man.
I mean, like
Inside
a jeweler.
job.
And I mean that in the sense like the uncut gems.
Oh,
like degenerate gambler, jeweler, probably with some fake jewelry that I'm trying to sell. Yeah, that's me. Welcome to the program. It's good to see you. Merry Christmas, Will.
Merry Christmas. All right,
Thanks for being here almost on time.
Yeah, guys.
We're paying you a lot to be here on time.
No doubt.
Yeah,
I mean, I was moving down 114. Something that occurred in a conversation yesterday, with just some friends getting together. My brother-in-law's mother has like an open house on Christmas Day, so it's like a bunch of people were all getting together, friends, and I was talking, and he asked me, and I went, "That's a great question. That what kind of chaos could we be seeing over the course of the next couple weeks with these CFP games because of the transfer portal? What if we have some injuries?" And this was coming off the news that Devin Brown
with Luca and Lamb, we got enough injuries.
Well, all right, so Devin Brown is gone. This is where we really, the first thing that needs to happen after this season as far as changes go, it's not the seeding or getting rid of all the conference championship bye stuff. The first thing is the portal cannot open until the national championship is played. It cannot open.
Well, how about adjust the portal? Can you do this for teams in the playoffs? Everybody else can move if you're not in the playoffs.
Okay, I'd be good with that too.
But
that's a problem because then
if you get eliminated, well, okay, but you're right. The guys from the championship teams, the final teams, aren't they going to be the better players? They're probably going to jump in the portal. Would that be?
I don't know if it's fair to say that. I don't know if it's fair
I've said a lot of unfair things, and that you're probably right about that.
Well,
I wonder, are you?
It's musical chairs.
Are you penalizing anybody? Are you penalizing anybody by if they're, if you're trying to keep the playoff teams together?
Yeah, you got to go to where if it, like Bo Prabula, the backup quarterback for Penn State.
Right.
Devin Brown was backup at Ohio State. Well, the opportunity to go start. Yeah, could they wait and get another one? But you got to strike. If you're like, this is where I want to go, but I have to do it now, or else this team is just going to go get another player.
Right.
So it forces them into doing it. If you don't allow those teams to have their players to transfer until after the season is done, that creates the problem there of, all right, well, the places that they may have gone to get their starting opportunity or NIL or however we look at it, it'll come and go. They may not get that. It's just, I started to think, I was like, wow, what an advantage for Texas if indeed we do see some injuries. Carson Beck is already gone. You got Gunnar Stockton. I don't even know who it is. The another backup for Ohio State just left. Like Devin Brown and then some other guy.
Air Nolan.
Yeah.
Which is one of the most amazing names
I know
for a quarterback. First name Air.
No kidding.
Can't get on the field.
I mean, Gunner's awfully good too.
Gunner's not bad. All right.
That was an interesting question. I was like, I started looking at it, I'm like, damn, that could be.
They do need to move some stuff around with that.
You guys, I was talking to my dad with this yesterday. My dad's 85, so give me a little latitude here. But I was telling Dad, should college football have 1- and 3-year contracts?
Players?
With players. Like if you sign a player or you recruit a player, he could sign a 1-year deal or a 3-year deal. But he has to stay the whole year if he's the 1-year deal. He can't leave or anything like that. Are you guys opposed to that, or would that be something that you would favor? And that way, it would help me for team building. that I know I only have these guys for 1 year, and I have the rest of these guys maybe. Now, you could sign a full 4-year thing if you want, but I kind of feel like that maybe they need to have 1 and 3 year deals is what they need.
I do think they should have contracts.
I think we're going to go. I think we're going to get to that point anyway. I mean, I think there's going to be collective bargaining. There's going to be all that kind of stuff because there needs to be some sort of order in it. So I would agree. I don't with the 3 years just because you're really beholden to that. I think that there needs to be where you're going with this is you want a little bit more of a governor on the transfers, right? I think that's
exactly.
You shouldn't. Like we were joking about that kid. He may even be a local one, but he ended up at Southern Cal. I think Jared was complaining about this, and rightfully so.
His first name was Bear, I think.
Yeah.
He's the defensive lineman.
He hadn't even
transferred
been there
a million times.
Yeah, he's like transferred high school 3 times, and now so far he's done it like 3 times in 2 years in college. And you're like, wait a minute here. That's a problem. I'm all about the ability to go somewhere else. You know, if you've got a coach that leaves, you should be able to go too. But let's get some guardrails in there to where, like you have to be there at least a year. Like, let's give it a year. I think with exceptions if a coach leaves and all that kind of stuff. The 3 years, I think it kind of holds you a little bit too much. But I think that that's up to whatever. I mean, if the player wants to sign a 3-year,
I kind of feel like, though, if you commit to the 3 years, you know, you get enough of those players, I think you're going to have a pretty good team because you'll know the continuity and you can recruit. They got to do something also, too, about these coaches going and recruit. You have to recruit your players twice.
Yeah.
You have to do everything to keep your players on campus because you're getting them poached by other programs.
And the fact that it's happening while the season is still going on is insane.
That's where I have an issue.
Yeah.
And I know my buddy Mike Lombardi is down there in North Carolina is talking to agents and all that. He's trying to steal players from other teams.
Yeah, look, you've got
they have so many years they probably have Belichick for what, 2-3 years maybe? They got to build that thing as fast as they can.
Well, right now you've got 2 windows, right? You've got the fall and the I guess this winter window.
Yeah.
Now it's winter and spring, excuse me. Yeah, because the other one's in April. Make it 1. Make it like 45 days, and you know that's 1 window right there. Then also the red shirting, because you can red shirt, I believe 3 times if you include medical. And then once you do that, I mean, I think that's what that kid did, the Slukel from UNLV. I probably just butchered his name, but he was a starting quarterback for the first 4 games for UNLV.
Yeah.
Wasn't getting any money or what he was promised. And so
and then you redshirt,
So, he redshirted, and now I think you got to calm that down, too. Because we're getting these guys that are playing 8 years. The news that came out within the last few days, I heard Choppy and Bobby talking about it with the JUCO thing. I don't think that's an awful idea. I mean, I know that we've always had it to where it's high school, then going to college, but you all think about it with LSU. I'll think about it with Kentucky. You know, think about it. All right, what if I had football players or basketball players that were coming in? They weren't 18, but they were 20, and they were pretty seasoned. That's a better product, right?
Yeah.
I don't hate that. What I hate is the constant moving.
I'll say this, though. I know my years of scouting, I always look forward to the juniors to declare it early. There would seem to be a better crop of junior players than there were senior players.
Yeah.
When it came to the draft. The list, the early declare list, I'm always thinking like, man, there are better players than these senior
they're
players.
more talented. I mean, there's a reason why they're not coming back for their senior year.
But we had guys, because of NIL, guys were making good money to stay the full time. There's no sense of coming in and being a 4th round pick or 5th round pick or something like that if you're going to
Quinn Ewers. That's what we were kind of talking about the other day.
Yeah, we need to have a Quinn Ewers conversation. We'll have more college football and the Eric Kendricks show live from the Star in Frisco. All that coming up next right here on The Fan.
commercial-free G-Bag. Salute! It's our commercial-free expressway. Afternoons at 5:20 on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here. Holidays are filled with joy and stress, right? This year, I am prioritizing my well-being with great home fitness equipment at Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Their exercise equipment is made for more than just a workout. It's for better sleep, mental breaks, personal victories, and you can get up to 50% off treadmills, ellipticals, bikes, and home gyms, and with the largest selection of massage chairs in the state. Wow, they're more than just for relaxation. They're made for recovery, for stress relief, for lowering your blood pressure, and they're all on sale now.
That's right, RJ. This is Craig Lewin with Johnson Fitness and Wellness, and right now, on top of our massive discounts, free delivery and installation. Plus, you'll receive a pair of free Bowflex adjustable dumbbells up to 52.5 pounds on any purchase over $24.99.
7 DFW locations. Get ready for your great in-home workout and make 2025 the new year, new you. Discover Johnson Fitness and Wellness today, the #1 specialty fitness retailer in the U.S. Find out what you're made for at johnsonfitness.com.
See sportcitytoyota.com/blog for details.
It's Toyotathon, and it's happening now at Sport City Toyota. I'm Gary Gray, General Manager. We have a new 2024 RAV4 lease for just $299 a month. Or lease a new 2024 Tacoma SR5 for only $239 a month. And right now, you can get a new 2025 Tundra with 2.99 APR financing for 72 months. Don't miss Toyotathon. Call us now, log on now, do it now at sportcitytoyota.com.
Hi, I'm Nick at Dowerth Restoration. What would you do if your business was suddenly struck by a disaster, a flood, a fire? What if water soaked everything inside your office? Well, it's never pleasant to think about such things, but you never know when it'll happen to you. That's why you need to remember this one thing. DowerthRestoration.com. Since 1976, we've been there for the ones who thought it would never happen to them. It's good to have friends in the restoration business.
Babe Laufenberg here. As a former professional athlete, I know what it takes to stay in the game. And trust me, there are lots of healthcare choices out there, but Game Day Men's Health offers personalized wellness care by board-certified clinicians. They're not about hitting a testosterone number or trying to sell to you. They're about making sure you always feel your best. With quick appointments and immediate results, they're a team invested in your success. Visit GameDayDallas.com for a complimentary consultation. Trust me, you'll feel the difference. That's GameDayDallas.com.
What a memory and what a last-minute drive. Congratulations to the Munster Hornets, Texas Class 2A Division II high school football champions from Whataburger and DFW Sports Station, 105.3 The Fan.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Since 1993, Thomas J. Henry dedicated himself to building a firm that injured clients can trust and respect. A firm backed by a track record of success and a commitment to our clients. If you've been injured, trust Thomas J. Henry. San Antonio and Dallas, Texas.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Whether it's a home game or away, Specs has the spirits to make any Cowboy fan's game day. Our largest selection is ready for any tailgate, and our lowest prices make watching at home equally great. Ice cold beers, bold bourbons, canned cocktails, we got it all. And don't forget our gourmet snacks that pair perfectly with any play call. Just one quick trip, and you'll be ready to cheer. Specs, the fun starts here. Official partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Attention, Dallas. Experience unparalleled excitement at the world-renowned Spearmint Rhino, the leader in adult entertainment. With 2 clubs in Dallas now offering free lunch. That's right, free lunch at both of the Dallas Spearmint Rhino locations. Location 1 at 10965 Composite Drive and Spearmint Rhino North Dallas, located at 10920 Pedal Street. Go to SpearmintRhinoDallas.com to see our live entertainer lineup in real time on our visual roll call. That's SpearmintRhinoDallas.com. Spearmint Rhino Dallas. 2 Dallas locations, 1 big Rhino party.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry, it's your last chance to donate for 2024.
Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by DFWsecurity.com.
Frustrated by the DIY cameras or smart gadgets you bought online? Just send them back. DFW Security has affordable, superior technology with professional installation and local support for your home or business.
DFWsecurity.com.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, to go to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, Eric Kendricks, Cowboys linebacker, set to join us here in just a few minutes, live from the Star. He missed last week's game versus the Bucs. Hopefully he's ready to go versus the Eagles. We got the news that CeeDee Lamb is going to be out for the rest of the season as he's going to start the recovery process on that injured shoulder. So salute to CeeDee Lamb. And, I think Jalen Hurts is probably not going to be playing on Sunday, so it's going to be a who's who of slop when it comes to the offense. Probably a lot of Saquon Barkley, probably a lot of Rico Dowdle, and we'll see how this one ends up. Let's have a little college football conversation here with Will Chambers as he sits in for the Power Hour here.
What's up?
And we will get to Eric Kendricks as soon as he's ready to go. Do you guys know who the odds-on favorite is to win the title, the college football playoff? Who do you think is the favorite? Because I find it interesting that Ohio State is favored to beat the Ducks.
But still Oregon,
see,
maybe.
I looked this up because the college football playoff, they said name the finalists, okay, and they put the two teams together who are likely to be the finalists for the college football playoff.
Oh, okay.
So plus 500 is Texas versus Penn State.
That's the most likely matchup.
That's the favorite to be the most likely matchup.
Gotcha.
Texas versus Penn State.
Boy, I'll tell you, if we had Carson Beck playing, I would guess it would be Georgia, because it's obvious the top of the bracket looks like the much tougher end of it right now, because you got Ohio State, Texas, and Oregon, where you've got Boise State, Penn State down there on the bottom. But
you got one team. Who do you think is the current favorite? I got it from FanDuel.
I'm going to say...
I wonder if people think Notre Dame's got this thing. Notre Dame is always a fan favorite to bet.
Well,
I'm going to say Georgia.
Think Georgia's the favorite?
I'll say Notre Dame on a flyer.
Well, the odds-on favorite at FanDuel right now is actually Texas.
Okay. Yeah.
At plus 310. And then quickly thereafter that, at plus 330, it's Ohio State.
Okay.
So those are your top two favorites right now.
That's based off last weekend.
Okay, well here's the top. If you talk about the finalists, here we go. Plus 600 Georgia and Texas.
Yeah, so Texas is
plus 650 Texas and Notre Dame.
Look at that.
Plus 650 again Penn State and Ohio State. Plus 750 Oregon versus Penn State. Plus 750 Georgia versus Ohio State. Plus 800 Oregon versus Georgia. Plus 800 again Notre Dame versus Ohio State. Plus 900 Oregon versus Notre Dame. Plus 3,000 Boise versus Texas.
Yeah,
that's
Boise
now we're
State.
getting into the
Boise State has the longest odds here at plus 8,500 to win it all. Then it's ASU at plus 6,500. Then Notre Dame.
I think Boise lost their backup too to the transfer portal. I don't know. It's just off the top of my head.
But the pressure's on Texas, man.
Yeah.
Texas is the odds-on favorite. You just gave the top three most likely matchups all involve Texas in the title game.
But I think that's fluid. You know, that's coming off of the performance they had against Clemson. The questions about Texas all stemmed from the offense, right? It's all from the offense. And then look what the offense did, against Clemson.
Yeah.
So, and the same thing with Ohio State. Ohio State on their first drive, all 75 yards were through the air and by penalty. So, I know we'll get back to it. But
yeah. We'll get to some more college football. But good news, ladies and gentlemen, Eric Kendricks is now on the program. Live from the Star in Frisco. Eric, thank you so much for giving us some time, man. Happy Thursday and Merry Christmas to you. Did you have a good holiday?
Merry Christmas. Sure did.
That's awesome, man. How does the schedule get changed? Because it's a work week, obviously. How much did you get? Did you get mostly an off day yesterday? I don't even know how that works.
Yeah, we got an off day yesterday. So usually our off days on Tuesday, but we came into work Tuesday, and then we had yesterday off, which was nice. But now we're back to work.
How was that case of Pennzoil you got in your stocking? Was that was that helpful for you?
I used it to, immediately.
Immediately, yeah. You just went out in the back. I'll see you guys later. Everybody else kind of opened up the presents. I got to do some work out here back, yeah.
No, it's funny because my cousin who lives in town, their son loves work. He's like 3. He's 3 or 4, and he loves like screwdrivers, hammers. Yeah. So I got him a shovel for Christmas.
That's practical, man. It's a practical gift.
And he was telling him, I gotta go work. I gotta go shovel. So
that's awesome.
He already was putting it to work.
I love it. Now, were you up like on Christmas Eve? Are you having to building toys or putting things together? Was that a part of this year's Christmas festivities?
No, Christmas wasn't really the same. My wife is in California with my 2 kids now.
Oh, okay.
So we kind of had to do the split Christmas this year, but hopefully that's the last one ever. So.
Heck yeah! Well, that would be wonderful. Now we were bummed to see you not playing last week. Kind of a game time decision thing there. How you feeling now?
I feel good. Just waiting to see. We have a couple more days running around, so we'll see.
Your guy Nick Vigil, Maris Leofau, though. I mean, they stepped up. Vigil with 10 tackles. Were you a proud big brother?
Nick's my bro. He's not. I want to say big bro. We're like we played together in Minnesota together. Obviously, I know what he's capable of. Been next to him. He had some really good games, and this is the NFL, like I said, and we have a really good linebacker group. I feel like we all push each other to be better. So I was super proud of the boys because it was like a tenacity that they carried with them the whole game. It was like a relentless effort, which I was most proud about.
Which play impressed you the most? There was a couple of phenomenal plays, but if you were doing like a SportsCenter top 10 power rankings, would you have the Jordan Lewis interception or the Deron Bland strip walk-off style at the end of the game? Which one would be your number one?
Oh yeah, the strip was crazy, but the J. Lou interception was nuts because I feel like as a defender, we all know that kind of position you're in, and it's a losing position, and it's not a losing position, but chances are, you can't see the ball. The receiver knows exactly where the ball's at. They can run into you, get a PI, you know what I mean? So to stay in a good position and not only, sometimes, the best thing that comes out of those is usually PBUs, you know what I mean? Or like a drop.
Right,
but
right.
To stay in there, to stay in good position and to get an interception, I think I've only done that once my whole entire life during a practice, and it was like not even to that caliber. So very hard to play to make. Hats off to him. He did it in the game.
Hey, Eric, okay, you were talking about Nick, and you guys work on drills and stuff all the time. You need to coach him up on how to recover those fumbles near the sidelines. Is there, I was thinking like, okay, scoop it back into the field of play, but man, it's kind of like that Baker it's kind of weird how that kind of all went down right there, that he was diving on the ball and couldn't keep it in bounds. Is there something to that, a technique, or is that just luck?
It's so much luck involved. I feel like when the ball hits the ground, you don't know where it's going to bounce.
Right.
It's a football. It's weird shaped.
Sure.
But not only that, but that play was crazy. Like in itself. So for everything to go on, and then you're just like trying to just jump on it, get on it, and then it's like the grass is you never know what's going to happen. But
Sure.
It was close.
Eric, Will
It was
Chambers
close.
here, man. Good to meet you. Haven't had a chance to talk to you. I'm just hanging out with the guys here today, but that was some inspiring football, especially on the defensive end last week. And you go into the game knowing, the fate of the team and the season. What's it like? You're a veteran. You've been here before, where it's unfortunate that you got games left. What is it like as a player coming into these last few weeks, and what you're trying to do to get yourself motivated, as a professional?
To be honest with you, I feel like, especially now, I like where we're at. Obviously we're not where we want to be. Let's be real.
Sure.
But as far as our mentality and as far as like the chip we have on our shoulder and like, how we're playing, as a team and stuff like that, it's like, okay, now this is the brand of football that we want to play. Everybody's just trying to match that brand. We're inspiring each other out there. We're playing together. We're communicating well. Like it feels like we were humbled early on, and now it's like we're playing with that edge that we should have played with at the beginning of the year. But no future in the past. However, it was cool. It was so cool to see. Obviously I wanted to be playing, but just the energy and the physicality, everybody was hitting.
It was fun to watch.
Yeah, it really was.
And everybody was just, it wasn't an easy game by any means, but everybody was scrapping just to win, and it was inspiring. I really was proud of everybody.
Eric Kendricks with us here on The Fan. How do you guys receive that news when you're officially eliminated from postseason play before the game starts? Does coach walk in there, let everybody know, or how do you even find that out?
No, I didn't even know. No, I think someone like said it, and I was like, what? And then they were like, yeah, like I think Washington beat Philly or something like that.
Yeah,
and I was like, oh. And then it was just kind of like, whatever, we got a game.
Yeah, back to business, man. And you guys came out inspired. It was a fantastic performance. Hopefully we'll get to see you playing these Eagles coming up this week. How does it work when Jalen Hurts, the status of the starting quarterback, kind of up in the air? It looks like he's trending towards not playing. How do you go about preparing for a couple of different quarterbacks?
You just prepare. Obviously they're a really good running football team, really good in the air as well. They have weapons everywhere, so you just prepare for them and their style of offense. We saw a quarterback in the last game come in a little bit, so maybe we can get some reads off that. But to be honest with you, we just got to play our keys, play our brand of football. The cliches, stop the run, get the second and long. Those things are just going to help and play complementary.
Eric, there is a lot of challenges with dealing with Saquon Barkley, and you know about that. But is there an added sense of like he's close to an NFL record, but it ain't happening on our watch today?
I guess you could say that, but at the same time, we got a job to do.
Yeah.
We know what kind of caliber player he is. I guess you can kind of know what's at stake, I guess, in a sense.
Sure.
But that shouldn't be the ultimate factor. However, you don't want that to happen. Come on now.
Yeah.
Do you guys talk about like what's ahead for Philadelphia and what you can do to spoil it? Does that ever come into the conversation?
Never. we just at this point we're just trying to beat everybody. So that was that's been our goal. So I mean it's just you can the victory will probably taste it'll probably taste sweeter if that's the case. But I really have no idea anyone's standings.
Yeah.
But I feel like in college that's how it was like always like at the end of the year when the bowls were kind of getting figured out.
Sure.
It was like teams would just be trying to be like, oh, let's beat this team. So
Spoiler.
How can we screw Southern Cal? Is that what you're always like week in, week out?
I remember there was I think we were playing Stanford or something like that, and they weren't having the best year, but they were trying to go to Vegas or something like that for their bowl game. So they came out like guns blazing, like coming out hard. But I never beat Stanford in college.
Well, how do you like playing in Philadelphia? Is that the most just hostile place that is really in the NFL right now?
Probably, for sure. I think they're known for that, which is crazy. But I feel like it makes it kind of cool too. I always like away games. I always like a little bit of hostile environment. A little bit not in your routine. You have to kind of get uncomfortable. You hear the boos. It kind of gets me into the game a little bit quicker, to be honest. But yeah, Philly's one of a kind for sure. My brother played there for numerous years. And I got some crazy Philly stories. So
Oh, give me your best one.
I mean, we all know how brutal their fan base is, but
Sure.
when we played against them in Minnesota, in the championship game, I heard I heard people getting peed on in the bathrooms. You know what I mean?
No, I don't really know what you mean.
I heard people. I mean, obviously they throwing stuff at our buses. What else? I feel like too, for if you're a player on that team as well, you're not safe either,
Right.
Yeah, if you play bad, they're ready to boo you and get you.
Oh
the heck
yeah,
out of town.
quickly. But I feel like, but there's such a rich sports history, like town. You know what I mean? Blue collar, hardworking.
Sure.
They want to see their teams win. They want to see their teams succeed. So I don't know. They get that crazy rap.
Hey Eric, do you like the way the league schedules these divisional games at the end?
I do.
You kind of feel like that, this year, hey, it's not where it needs to be for you guys, of course, but you feel like that you have a chance to, we were talking about maybe knocking somebody out or doing something. Do you like the divisional games the way they are?
I always like the divisional games at the end. Obviously, I think getting a taste of them earlier in the year is cool. They kind of spread it out, scatter it around a little bit, and then you get at the core of it at the end. I've always liked that because I feel like it made the stakes a little bit higher. And especially going into playoffs, it was just always it just makes things interesting. NFL, the games are always so close. I'm talking about the individual games earlier in the year, but then you see towards the end of the year how close things really always are. And it's always amazing. You always think someone's out of it. You always think someone's in it. And it's crazy how it all shakes out.
Could you give us a little bit more details on that peeing situation you referenced a second ago?
Yeah,
my imagination's running wild.
I just heard of people going to the bathrooms with the wrong colors on. You know what I mean? And it's like you're at a urinal. You know what I mean? And your back is turned.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Eagles fan peeing on Vikings fan, right? I mean that's unbelievable.
No, I mean it's crazy.
High intensity, man. Eric Kendricks with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, what type of Christmas gift exchanges went down in the locker room? Did the linebackers do anything? Did you see? Did the quarterbacks get the offensive line? What?
Yeah, we had a gift exchange in the linebacker room. We had a couple e-bikes going around, little electric bikes. Some designer bags, wallets. What else we had? We had some cologne. Just some real good Christmas exchange.
I love it, man. I love it. Well, we got the bad news on CD Lamb. He's going to be out the rest of the year. I don't know. Maybe I'm breaking that news to you right now, Eric. It happened in the last couple of hours. But when you see a guy like that, he gets the big money contract. The team is obviously fluttering, not going where you want to go this season. But him stepping up and despite the backup quarterback situation, going out, having a big year, toughing through the pain. How much does that just resonate in the locker room? Like, hey, that's leadership stuff right there from Lamb.
Yeah, I feel like he's a great player, and obviously he's a guy now on his team. Solidified with that contract. But his tenacity when he plays the ball, especially when he has the ball in his hands, everybody can feel that on the sideline.
Absolutely. And then one more wide receiver question. We heard a few weeks back Tom Brady referencing his old teammate Brandon Cooks when he was calling one of y'all's game. And he said that his nickname, Brandon Cooks' nickname was Cookie, at least in the Patriots. Is that the same with the Cowboys?
I mean, I've heard that, so I went to school at UCLA with Brandon Cooks' best friend from his hometown. And he called him Cookie. So it's been a nickname for him. I'm pretty sure everyone calls him that.
I love it. Well, we hope to see you playing against Filthy and keeping Saquon Barkley contained on Sunday. Thanks so much for the time, man. Merry Christmas, and we'll catch up with you next week.
All right, appreciate it. Take care.
Yes, sir. There he goes, Eric Kendricks right here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Let's continue a college football conversation with Will Chambers in the building next here in the Nation.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, we are live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, 629 Staten Street. And at 10:30, we have Cowboys owner and GM Jerry Jones live. Come take a load off with us, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. here on The Fan.
With MSC Cruises, Texas-sized discoveries await. Starting November 2025, MSC Cruises will sail year-round from Galveston to the Caribbean. Get ready to discover new horizons on one of our newest ships, MSC Seascape, named the best cruise for families overall by Forbes Vetted. Enjoy thrilling experiences like Robotron, the only robo-coaster at sea, and more. Book now with up to 30% off cruises, plus kids sail free. To book, visit msccruises.com or contact your travel advisor. Restrictions apply. Ships registered in Panama and Malta.
Chia follow back here, and ladies and gentlemen, it's time to take control of your financial future. And good news for all of us, we can look no further than Trajan Wealth, our trusted partner for all of our financial needs. Offices conveniently located in Frisco, Arlington, Southlake, Fort Worth, and McKinney. Trajan Wealth is just around the corner, or a click away. You can check them out at trajanwealth.com, or give them a call right now at 469-579-3500. Schedule that free, no obligation consultation, because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they prioritize your financial well-being above all else. And when you succeed, they succeed. So they want to see you win. They're in this with you. Trajan Wealth is also family owned. They're veteran led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape. We all know that could be absolutely daunting, but good news for all of us. Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Bowl season is in full swing. I'm Kate Constable, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The first round of the college football playoff is in the books, and the semifinals are fast approaching. Georgia and Notre Dame will face off in the Sugar Bowl, and the BetQL model likes Notre Dame plus 1.5 against the Dogs, who are without their starting quarterback Carson Beck, as a 4-star best bet. I'm Kate Constable. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Randy White with my team at the all-new Dodge City McKinney. Wrap up the year sales event. Get a 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4XE with over $10,000 cash allowance or 0% finance for 72 months. At Dodge City McKinney, we buy and give you the most cash for your car. Lifetime powertrain warranty protection at no charge. Our online price is what you pay. No games, no gimmicks. With the largest, newest state-of-the-art sales and service facility, stop by and check it out today. Family owned and operated since 2005. Check us out at DodgeCityMcKinney.com. Dodge City McKinney, where our people make the difference.
When you're injured in an accident, you shouldn't have to face it alone. At Thomas J. Henry, your fight is our fight. You will have a dedicated legal team fighting for your best interest every step of the way. We've given over $1 billion to our clients in just the past 4 years and have earned more than 12,000 5-star reviews on Google. Trust the firm that fights for you. Trust Thomas J. Henry. San Antonio, Dallas, Texas.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, layoffs on the line, golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up, it's golf.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors.
Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
We're here at Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, and all year we've been asking customers what the it means, and Huffines has it. And right now, it is the most attractive deals of the year. And at Genesis of Plano, we're talking low payments, no hidden fees, and the biggest incentives of the year on new G70 sedans, GV70s, and GV80 SUVs. Start at genesisofplano.com. And don't forget about our award-winning customer service.
Hey, Chiafalo here with a little word to the wise. I get my beers from Martin House Brewing. There, I said it. Martin House Brewing Company. It's in Fort Worth. Delicious beers all over the place. They got the best made pickle beer. They got the Mayday IPA, brand new 6% West Coaster. Don't forget about the Dr. Bach as well. Easy, smooth drinking Bach, and you're going to love it. The tap room's absolutely gorgeous. Large backyard on the Trinity River. I love bringing the family and the friends out there. It's always a great time, and we will be partying at Martin House Brewing in Fort Worth on Saturday, December 14th. It's the whole station, all the Tolos, drinking the best beer made in Texas by Texans.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Miller Lite.
Tomorrow, the KNC Masterpiece are live from Buffalo Wild Wings at Left Bank in Fort Worth. Join us from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. for a Cowboys ticket giveaway. Enjoy Miller Lite 22-ounce drafts for $4, the only beer of the Dallas Cowboys. Please drink responsibly.
Celebrate Corey Seager, White Langford, and all of your favorite Rangers at the 2025 Texas Rangers Award Dinner, Friday night, January 17th at Lowe's Arlington Hotel and Convention Center. For tickets, go to rangers.com/awards dinner.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
All right, the Longhorns have the best odds to win the national championship. That adds a nice little layer of pressure. And I think the most interesting individual throughout these college football playoffs is Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers. This can go so many different ways for him. If he really starts to light it up here, you're talking about a guy who could be winning a national championship and being a first-round pick in the NFL draft. Or he could be benched for Arch Manning in the first quarter of the next game for the Longhorns. And then what do you do from there if you're Quinn Ewers? Do you declare for the draft and see if you're going to be a first-round pick? I think a lot of people view him as maybe a day 2 guy. Or do you take a nice little NIL bag and go to a quarterback-needy team, name that team? Maybe it's Bill Belichick with the Tar Heels, Lincoln Riley with the Trojans. The Miami Hurricanes just did a 1-year transfer portal quarterback with Cam Ward and had a great year. I don't think they have anybody to replace him there. There's 3 options for you. Go make money and improve on what has been an underwhelming season.
Let me ask you a question here.
For him personally.
No, I was going to ask you guys a question real quick.
Oh, who's got the question of the day?
Who has a better chance to develop you, Sark or Dan Lanning?
Oh, going to Oregon. That's a great opportunity right there because Gabriel will be gone, right?
Because the last 2 quarterbacks that have rolled out of Oregon,
Bo Nix, Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah, have we'll see where Gabriel ends up as far as the draft orders and stuff. But I just wonder, has Texas made their decision on Arch Manning?
I think that decision
and
has
now
been
he's
made.
Yes. They're quietly telling him there's no NIL bag for you here anymore.
Quinn?
Yeah, you need to move on.
I think that's how it'll play out. My question for you was, how many, if you can remember, this is an inexact science, obviously, and we've talked about. One guy that you and I both got wrong. Like, I remember Joey Harrington.
Oh, yeah.
I thought he was going to be great. But who was drafted high, like a first-round draft pick that you had maybe a third-round grade on or something to that effect?
Bo Nix.
Okay.
Bo Nix.
But because of their success.
Yeah, I had vision. I had vision of, like, I felt like he was in the perfect situation. I still had this thought about him playing at Auburn. And I'm thinking, like, well,
it's hard to get out of your head.
Well, no, it was like, was this just a one-year deal?
Right.
Was this guy just?
He was not good at Auburn. He was
not at all. He was horrible at Auburn. And I was thinking, like, okay, this was one of those one-year wonder deals. You know, Ryan Leaf, 1 year wonder. Keely Smith, 1 year. You know, Mitch Trubisky, 1 year. You know, that was my phobia about the player. And so I was absolutely. Now, he went to the perfect situation.
Yeah.
With Sean Payton. You know, how Sean was going to use
it's worked out for him. It certainly worked out for him.
Yeah, I think with Quinn, you know, to be an NFL quarterback, you got to drive the football. He just doesn't do it.
Yeah.
I think he's got the ability. I mean, you will see outlying, you know, throws here and there, but for the most part, he really leans just into that, you know, that floating long ball. NFL safeties are going to eat that up big time. I think he needs to develop more because that's really his only pitch, and he doesn't throw with anticipation. How you can do that and be successful, but you got to really, like Caleb Williams right now is not throwing with anticipation, but you got to do that at some point in the NFL. Caleb Williams' arm is insane. It's still going to come back to bite him if he doesn't, you know, get better in that area. So to me, I think that he should, you know, he should stay and develop that for the betterment of his career. I think he's going to move on.
If I'm Ewers, man, I'm looking at other places here. I think the
right with
the
Southern
Oregon
Cal.
one is interesting.
I don't know right now what USC's situation is, but like
they
going
just
to
lost
Lincoln
their
Riley,
guy, right? Their guy just left. The quarterback that started at
Miller Moss.
Yeah, Miller Moss left. Yeah,
there's a handful of different opportunities that could be out there for him. I don't even
like
know
$4 million. Is that out of the question for you? I wouldn't think so. I think
$4 million seems pretty dang high, but even for $2 million.
But for a guy that's led, you know, his team to the college football playoff 2 years in a row, and they're going to go in another direction. I mean, I think
that's what
that would be the asking price.
Is it despite him, or is it because of him?
No, look, I think that he's a good, not great quarterback.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he's got great playmakers around him. He's got a really good offensive line, too. So I think all of that together is part of the machine that is Texas right now. They looked awesome. I mean, like I was saying to you guys the other day, opened up the game with 3 drives that ended in touchdowns. They didn't do that all year. He played well, but he does, you know, things. I don't know if you can win a national title with him. I think you need both he and Arch to do that, but you can't. Arch is going to be the quarterback. You're not going to ask him to sit on the bench, you know, next year.
No, that's why it's like Quinn, you either declare for the draft and see where the chips fall, and I think he's probably a day 2 guy, or you go get a 1 year bag with a ready-made college football program.
Were there any bridges burned in Columbus?
Go back to Ohio State. Yeah, because they're losing Will Howard. I don't know what their succession plan is after him.
I mean, they're losing quarterbacks by
Ohio
the day.
State always has a guy, don't they?
Well, you'd think that, but they have Will Howard right now.
Okay, you also have Jeremiah Smith for the next 2 years.
Yeah,
I mean, I can't.
A monster wide receiver.
Right. That's wide receiver but you know you got Jeremiah Smith.
I'd like to have a word with you at LSU, please.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Yeah.
It's a good counterpoint. As Broadus wears his LSU sweatshirt.
They are good, but the Ohio State, I mean, there's so many of them.
Oh, no, I mean that.
But LSU is definitely right there.
Yeah.
Well, it'll be fascinating. This college football playoff stuff's going to be awesome. We'll get more college football coming up tomorrow for sure on a Football Friday. No question about that. We do have football's finest, though, and that's next with Will Chambers in the building.
Fellowship at its finest. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Sleeper. A Blitz product. Just download the Sleeper app today. Must be present in certain states. Visit sleeper.com for details. It's clear the three best teams in the AFC are the Chiefs, Bills, and Ravens. We already know the Chiefs have locked up a bye, and barring any upsets, we'll probably see the Ravens against the Bills in the divisional round, and the winner of that one will probably have the right to try and prevent the Chiefs from winning the AFC again. If neither Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen can get the job done against KC this year, then we'll all be left hopeless for years to come. I'm Zach Gelb.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Hey, Cholos, you thinking about buying a new car? Well, stop right there. Before you make any decisions, you've got to experience a Mazda with our friends at Hiley Mazda of Hearst and Hiley Mazda of Arlington. Mazda builds cars with the idea that they should make your heart race even before you get behind the wheel. Mazda cars are built to move you, and their design and engineering can transport both body and soul. Don't buy anything until you test drive a Mazda. You won't regret it. Visit our friends, General Managers Matt Lero at Hiley Mazda of Hearst and Mark Welch at Hiley Mazda of Arlington. They're Cholos just like you, and they're going to make sure you have the experience you've been looking for. Mazda, a season to move you.
Make the most of your holidays with the Kroger app. You can enjoy over $600 in digital coupons every week. Get access to low prices and earn fuel points to save up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. The Kroger app makes it easy to save this holiday season. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply.
Save big on DiGiorno pizza. Select varieties are on sale for only $3.99 each with your card and digital coupon. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL. Presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on their iPhone 16 Pro.
An accident can leave you struggling to pay for medical bills. At Thomas J. Henry, we believe you deserve justice, no matter your financial situation. That's why you don't pay us unless we win your case. Thomas J. Henry, the name you know, the firm you trust. San Antonio and Dallas, Texas.
The Season of New Traditions year-end sales event is in full swing at Moritz Kia. Drive a new 2025 Kia Soul for just $19,990 plus TTNL. For example, stock number 249087 has an MSRP of $21,840, less $750 Kia customer cashback from KMA, and a Moritz discount of $1,100. You could be driving a new 2025 Kia Soul for only $19,990. And right now, Kia is offering 1.9% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Kia Sportage or 2025 Kia Sorento with credit approval through KMF at a cost of $1,750 per month per thousand financed. Stop by today and help us give back by donating non-perishable goods to the LVT Food Pantry. Moritz Kia, the best name in the business, backed by the best warranty in the business. Moritz Kia in Fort Worth, Hearst, and Alliance. Or visit us online at moritzkia.com. Offers end January 2nd, 2025.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, let's get you a little football finest here. Welcome into the G-Bag Nation, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Eric Chiafalo alongside the Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus. We got Will Chambers in the building and Chris Strong in for Lucius producing the program. Dawson and Wolchuk will be back at some point next week. I mean, the holidays, you know how it goes, man. And Wolchuk got that paternity leave. See, I got to capitalize on that last year.
Mm-hmm.
Dial up 2 weeks off at the end of the year. Just go cruise control style.
There you go.
That's what Wolchuk did.
Celebrate Chanukah.
Tip of the cap to him. Yeah, Chanukah.
Chanukah, that's right. Sorry.
Thank you, Smokey
Smokey
Robinson.
nailed it.
Yeah, he really did. All right, NFL news of the day, of course, is that CeeDee Lamb has been ruled out for the rest of the season with the Cowboys dealing with the shoulder issue. It's gotten progressively worse, and they want to be a little bit more cautious with it, start that rehab a little bit early here. So no more CeeDee Lamb the rest of the way for the Cowboys. He's had an outstanding season, and we salute him in his recovery. Hopefully he's back.
Boy, it could have been better
than
season,
ever.
too.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that there's
no surgery required, by the way, which is good.
Yeah, do something the right way, because they did not handle it the right way, with his contract. Because remember, we were told over and over by Jerry on how, him not being in these preseason games doesn't mean anything. It meant nothing. Remember, how many times did he say that? And it totally meant something.
Oh, yeah. The first 6 weeks of the season was a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, he and Dak did not look like they were on the same page at all. So, I mean, we were fed a bunch of garbage there.
Yeah, we totally were. We thought everything was going to be fine, and the entire offense, everything was just awful.
Yeah.
And it was nice to see him get it turned around, especially doing it with a
such a
backup
good player.
quarterback.
He's a tough player. He's gotten bigger, too. I mean, he's, in order to kind of endure the hits and everything that he does, because he's really the focal point of the offense.
Yeah, and now we see who's able to reap the benefits of this. Can we see a little bit more? I mean, can we see anything from Jonathan Mingo? My goodness. Of course, you got Tolbert, and
we have more footage of the Loch Ness Monster than we do of Mingo playing football.
Just blocking. That's all he has done to this point. So maybe he gets a little bit more of an opportunity. We do know that Jalen Hurts has been listed as DNP for practice for the second straight day, with the Eagles dealing with that concussion. Kenny Pickett's been banged up, as Broadus mentioned earlier, with the rib, but I just saw from Adam Schefter, Kenny Pickett was a full participant today.
Okay, so then he'll likely start.
Yeah, so he'll be in line to start if Jalen Hurts is unable to go on Sunday. So it might be Cooper Rush versus Kenny Pickett. Rush without, of course, CeeDee Lamb. It'll be the Saquon Barkley show for the Eagles, very likely, as they try and get him the single season rushing record. He's like 250 yards or so away from it.
They're going to try and get him close.
Try and get him as close as possible. And then Giants, that would be pretty fitting.
Yeah, to get it against the Giants, it'd be great.
It really would be. Speaking of Eagles, former Eagle Deshaun Jackson and Delaware State are finalizing an agreement for him to take the head coaching job.
I never pictured Deshaun Jackson as coach material, and maybe it's just because I've never gotten out of my head the dropping of the football before crossing the goal line.
As a head coach, I mean, it's Delaware State, so I guess it doesn't really matter. But it is pretty amazing that
we've had some coaches, though. I mean, some of these former, if you look at, with some of these guys have stepped in. I mean, you go back to where former players like with the Deion Sanders.
Deion came in like immediately won at Jackson State.
But he had been at least a high school coach. I mean, we can joke about it, but he had been a coach. Eddie George having any coaching experience?
Well,
I'm not.
The Tennessee. Who am I thinking of? I'm thinking of somebody else. I'm not thinking of Eddie George.
Derek Mason.
No, who's coaching at Tennessee State? Why don't I should look this up. I thought it was Eddie George.
It might be Eddie George, actually. I think you're right.
You got it?
Yeah, it's Eddie George.
Okay, you guys. Thank God, you guys looked at me like, "What the hell?"
No,
I'm sorry, I'm not up to date with Tennessee State's head coaching.
But I'm just saying, some of these guys.
It sounded familiar.
Some of these guys are getting opportunities. Michael Vick's about to get an opportunity. So you just wonder if like the Deion Sanders way of going to like, okay, we have a program. We're going to have to try and raise money.
It makes more sense to me than the guys that just go like first coaching
Jason
opportunity.
Witten, head coach of the Cowboys?
Well, no, like well, not Mayo. What's the guy with the Raiders?
Antonio Pierce.
Yeah, Pierce hadn't coached at all, right?
No, he's at Arizona State.
With Herm Edwards.
He's with Herm Edwards, yeah.
I don't. Hey, look, it's worked for Deion. I think Deion's a great coach. I don't know any of these guys personally, and it's probably incredibly unfair to judge Deshaun Jackson on something he did. Like he might have been a rookie when he did that.
Yeah. I just think that maybe you're in this day and age where these guys are coming in and they're going to have to generate money for their programs, and hire, maybe you're hiring a dynamic type of a guy to come in, get boosters excited. Maybe you identify, they got Deion Sanders, got the Heisman Trophy winner to go to school at Jackson State to start his career.
Yeah.
Maybe you need these coaches, these former players that you bring in, have that kind of ability.
It's the name of the game. You have to have it. Money's always the name of the game, but now with the collectives and all that, you have. Hell, even at schools that you wouldn't imagine. You hear a lot of complaining, like, we don't have as much as everybody thinks that Alabama and Georgia just has the most, and they very well may. But sometimes it's not a lot. Like, people would assume LSU just rolling in cash. That's really not the case. It depends if you've got those billionaire boosters, or you can get this whole thing together, because now they're looking at it, they're treating it as a business, right? These kids are payroll, and they run other businesses.
Right.
So that was like kind of the thing that was talked about with this Slukar. I should look up his name.
Well, there's some talk that maybe this is why Nick Saban got out of the game, because he saw, even though Alabama generates $100 million a year just in the football program, that maybe this was going to be, maybe he didn't want to play that game. Maybe he didn't want to have to. Maybe he didn't want to have to play the game of having to recruit some of his players.
Yeah. Well, he said the meetings that he was taking, like the players that were coming in, they were asked, the first thing that they were talking about once the season ended was their NIL money.
Well, that's the thing, that there were some of these players that were not going to visit schools unless they got X amount of money. It's like, I was not going to visit your school unless you went ahead and paid me $10,000 to come visit. And there's no guarantee that I'm even going to go to your school, but it's going to cost you $10,000 for a visit. So maybe he just didn't. I think a lot of these coaches don't want to deal with that, but that's where we're at right now.
Deshaun Jackson is signing up for just that. Just the idea that he's being a head coach right now is maybe the last thing I would have imagined that we'd be talking about today on the program. Just shocking.
Nothing surprises me anymore.
Okay, last night we had the NFL on Christmas, and did you see the way they were doing it? They were trying to make it like the Thanksgiving turkey leg for the great players.
Yeah,
and
the cake.
Yeah, with the football cake. This is Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson refusing to consume the red velvet football cake after the game last night.
Red velvet.
Does that mean you want to try it?
Nah.
Come on, someone's got to take a bite. Derek, I won't tell anybody, even though you want to have a chicken breast.
Hey, El, watch out. You better watch out, man. Go ahead, El. I'm good.
One bite. No one's going to take a single bite. Do I have to?
You do it.
I have to?
Yes, please. How was it?
It's delicious.
Victory.
Come on.
El, you can take one piece, bro.
One piece.
One piece, bro. I need to eat real food.
Come on.
And dessert. Okay.
This is delicious.
See, Derrick Henry knows that he can't just have a blood sugar spike like that. He invests way too much money into his body.
Yeah, that's not how
to just put red velvet cake in there before you put something else with a little bit more health, and then you come over the top. That's how you offset the blood sugar spike. I thought Lamar Jackson might attack that, though, but he didn't.
Do you think they have a problem with red velvet cake?
No, not at all. Nobody has a problem with red velvet cake.
Well, they obviously did. They did not want to even take a bite.
I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was.
I think
about
it just looked weird, like the shell of it. You know what it reminded me of? And I can't figure out if it was from a movie, but I feel like I've seen a movie where they had a cake and it was made like an aardvark, like some weird character, and it was an aardvark. Because that's what it looked like, the white, like the shell, and then you open it up and it's like red velvet.
It looked delightful.
Everybody else in my family and all my friends yesterday looked at me like I was nuts anyway, too. So
we just did that, too.
Yeah, I know.
We just did that, too.
Somebody out there is going to know what I'm talking about, and they're going to text it in.
Is that Steel Magnolias, the armadillo? No?
That might have been.
Chris Strong just hit the nail on the head.
That's my answer.
We're going to go with it.
Okay.
Well, the ball does look like an armadillo shell, but you said aardvark. So I was
or armadillo. Yeah.
Okay.
Either way.
Tomato,
For
right?
a minute, I thought maybe necessary roughness too, but I'd have to go back and watch it. I bet it is still Magnolias.
This was a lose-lose for the players, though, because on one hand, you have the Ravens players, Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson, refusing to eat it. And
How about the robes they were wearing? Those were pretty cool, weren't they?
I like those a lot. The all-red, like, Santa jacket looking deal.
Yeah.
I didn't catch it right away or, like, from the very beginning of, like, Netflix is like, the first game. Were there issues? Because I didn't witness any. There were no issues on our end from what I was watching.
No, there was no connection issues, really. Everything was pretty good and clear. There was no buffering, so that was all good. They had a couple of mistakes. The first 20 seconds of the broadcast, Kay Adams is opening up. She's doing her monologue, setting the stage for Netflix and Christmas, and her mic was just muted for like the first 20 seconds.
Oh, that's good.
That was something that people were...
Is that more or less awkward than having Manti Te'o on the team, on the broadcast?
You thought that was...
It feels awkward to me.
He's doing NFL Network stuff.
He's doing a Good Morning Football. Oh, yeah, he's Good Morning Football. Like, he does 2 days, and then our wide receiver from the Cowboys.
Isaiah Stanback
does 2 days. Yeah.
Yeah, I hadn't seen him on anything. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. When I was looking at him, it was like, it feels awkward. The jacket and the turtleneck and the whole deal.
I thought he was wearing the hell out of that thing. He was looking
Rocking
good.
It.
One commenter with Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson refusing the football cake, they said, imagine being the baker who made those cakes, all excited that these stars would eat it, and they look at it in disgust. So that's one side of the spectrum. And then on the other side, you had Travis Kelce after the Chiefs win. He started tearing that cake up.
Yeah.
And one Chiefs fan said the Chiefs postgame interview on Netflix is awful. Of course, that fat-ass Kelce had no problem tonguing down a football cake. So it was just like, it was a lose-lose situation there for these guys. You turn it down, somebody's upset, you crush it, somebody's fat-shaming you. That was the bed that the NFL had to sleep in yesterday. Now, I do want to play the first ever with Will Chambers, a surprise installment. Week 17 edition. Guess that spread. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We start with Brian Broaddus to kick off the proceedings. The Chargers travel to Foxborough. Noon kick to take on Drake May and Gerard Mayo fighting for his job. Chargers on the road in New England. Brian Broaddus, guess that spread.
Give me Chargers -6.5.
Okay, Will Chambers.
I'm going to say we got J.K. Dobbins back.
Potentially. He returned to practice. The window is open, but I don't know if he's going to play. Might be the Gus Bus.
-2.5.
Chargers by 4.5. Swing and a miss for both of you. Wow. We head to Cincinnati where the Broncos and Bo Nix come to town. Playoff implications. This is Saturday football, by the way. Will Chambers, Broncos at Cincy. Guess that spread.
Cincinnati -1.5.
Ooh, Cincinnati's the favorite. Okay. How
Cincinnati
about you?
-2.5.
Cincinnati by 3.5. You both swing and miss once again. You only get points if you're within a half a point.
Wait, we were like, you were giving Dawson points for just like saying the team's names right the other day.
I was pandering. I could tell he was in a bad mood. I wanted to lift his spirits.
You were closest, Dawson. Oh, once again, Dawson. I think I have something out for Gavin. No, I really don't.
Cardinals Saturday night in Inglewood. Cardinals head to the Rams, SoFi Stadium. Divisional
Rams.
game. Broaddus, guess that spread.
Rams -3.
Will Chambers?
Rams -11.
Wow, that would be a fat spread on that one. This is going to be Rams by 6.5. Rams by 6.5.
Division game.
Oh, I'm going to take
that was close, Will. Good job. Dawson, you get the points for that.
Arizona.
Dawson's not even here. Get the points for it.
All right.
Arizona's a mess.
Now we have a line shift with the Eagles with likely no Jalen Hurts.
You've told me this, so I
Will Chambers, guess that spread. Cowboys at Eagles.
Eagles 2.5.
No, it's 7.5, I believe.
Eagles by 7 is what it currently stands at. All right, Brian Broaddus. Dolphins.
With Kenny Pickett as quarterback?
With Kenny Pickett at quarterback, they still have the Eagles at home favored by a touchdown. Dolphins go to the frigid temperatures of Cleveland, Ohio. Dolphins at Browns. Broaddus, guess that spread.
Dolphins. You're gonna love this one. Dolphins -2.5.
Will Chambers?
I'll go -2. That's what I was going to say, 2.5.
Dolphins by 6.5.
Yeah.
No love for
and you're gonna sit there and tell me like, Oh, they played terrible in
Well,
cold weather.
Well, they do. They do.
It's DTR, isn't it? Is Jameis out?
I think it's DTR, but I don't know because DTR also got
They
benched, so we'll see.
They wear vacation uniforms.
All right, Lucius said that. I just agreed with it. He was 100% correct when he said it. All right, let's see. We have the Bills hosting the Jets. It's in Buffalo. Will Chambers, guess that spread.
Bills minus 8.5.
Broadus?
Bills minus 10.
Ooh, y'all are close. Bills by 9.5. Nice work. All right, the most disgusting game of all time is Raiders and Saints. We're not even going to mention it here.
Why not?
Not even going to bring it up.
Why not?
It's just a terrible, terrible matchup.
That's awful.
That's Vegas at Saints?
Yeah.
Give me Saints minus 4.5.
Will Chambers?
I'll go complete opposite direction. Vegas minus 4.5.
Vegas by 1. Road favorite, excuse me. All right, now let's see. Let's go with Packers and Vikings. Vikings at home. Big time playoff implications here. Brian Broadus, guess that spread.
Minnesota minus 2.
Dang.
Will?
Minnesota minus 1.5.
Ding, ding, ding. Will Chambers is on the board. It's Minnesota by 1. And we'll close it down here. Sunday Night Football. Commanders at home, welcoming Penix and the Falcons. Falcons travel to Landover, Maryland, Northwest Stadium.
You love Northwest Stadium, don't you?
Will Chambers, guess that spread.
Washington 5.5. 5 and a hook.
Washington minus 3.
Washington minus 4.5. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Nice work. Thank you, Will Chambers.
I didn't get one of them right today.
We appreciate you, Will Chambers, for hanging out.
Love you, boys. Merry Christmas.
Yes.
Merry Christmas to everybody out there, and happy Chinooka as well.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very
good to
much.
see you guys.
There he goes, Will Chambers, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a basketball conversation with one of our favorite Mavericks friends, Bobby Carella of All City Dallas, joins us next, and then we go commercial free. We hit the expressway. Ask Broadus anything coming up at 5:40. That's next right here on The Fan.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Hey Tolos, RJ Choppy here. Holidays are filled with joy and stress, right? This year, I am prioritizing my well-being with great home fitness equipment at Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Their exercise equipment is made for more than just a workout. It's for better sleep, mental breaks, personal victories, and you can get up to 50% off treadmills, ellipticals, bikes, and home gyms, and with the largest selection of massage chairs in the state. Wow, they're more than just for relaxation. They're made for recovery, for stress relief, for lowering your blood pressure, and they're all on sale now.
That's right, RJ. This is Craig Lewin with Johnson Fitness and Wellness, and right now, on top of our massive discounts, free delivery and installation. Plus, you'll receive a pair of free Bowflex adjustable dumbbells up to 52.5 pounds on any purchase over $24.99.
7 DFW locations. Get ready for your great in-home workout and make 2025 the new year, new you. Discover Johnson Fitness and Wellness today, the #1 specialty fitness retailer in the U.S. Find out what you're made for at johnsonfitness.com.
Todd thought it would be secure to jog in the cheetah savanna. Todd believed the big cat repellent he bought online was reliable. And now, Todd is trying to be faster than this cheetah that can run 80 miles per hour. But the good news is, Todd has AT&T 5G that is fast, reliable, and secure. And he learned the best thing to do is stop running and toss her the backpack with the beef stew. AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, secure.
5G requires compatible plan and device. 5G may not be available in your area. See att.com/5G for you for details.
What a moment for the Gunter Tigers, making UIL history as the 20th team to win 3 straight state titles. Congratulations from Whataburger and all of us at 105.3 The Fan.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a Colonial with high ceilings, hardwood floors, and a peaceful neighborhood. And you found it. Now, every Saturday at 6 a.m., you get to wake to the sound of your neighbor's leaf blower. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Whether you're in the courtroom or on the field, winning matters. As a proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, Barberi Law Firm understands the stakes when your life is on the line. Our clients have a lot to lose, so we use our 25 years of criminal defense experience to handle each case with precision and dedication. Led by board-certified attorney and specialist Heather Barberi, we provide VIP treatment and a relentless pursuit of justice. Choose Barberi Law Firm for a masterful defense. Call 682-LAW-STAR.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
This holiday at T-Mobile, I'm joined by a special co-anchor.
What up, everybody? It's your boy, Big Snoop D-O-double G.
Snoop, let's talk about T-Mobile.
Okay, cool.
This holiday, get 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence and the all-new camera control on us.
Let's get cracking at the breakfast egg.
You can use those eggs to make some eggnog, Snoop.
Respect.
And people do love T-Mobile, where you can save on every plan versus the other big guys when you switch.
You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
Always a great stocking stuffer, Snoop.
We up out of here.
Hold your horses, Snoop D-O-double-G. Let's remind people one more time.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get 4 iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us, plus 4 lines for $25. Now drop that J.
With 24 monthly bill credits for eligible trade-ins and 4 new lines without our pay. Well qualified customers plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits or credit stop and balance on required finance agreement is due $999.99. Credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save on wireless and streaming versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence requires iOS 18.1 or later.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here. Guys, are you feeling tired, low energy, or struggling with performance but can't find the right health care? I'm here with Dave, one of the owners of Game Day Men's Health. So Dave, many guys I know put off going to the doctor. Why is that?
Well, Babe, we're all busy. We think we're invincible. We fear the unknown. You can come to our clinic for free, be in and out within an hour, and have a customized plan. Wouldn't that bring peace of mind?
It certainly would. So what's the process like?
It's simple and stress-free. Start with an in-office blood test, get your test results in 15 minutes. Then we create a customized plan tailored to your lifestyle and goals.
Anything you'd like to say to our guys out there?
No matter your age, and especially if you're over 40, come into the clinic for a free consultation. It includes a PSA test, which can be an early marker for prostate cancer. We have 11 Game Day clinics in the Metroplex, and early detection can literally save your life.
Take it from Dave. Try Game Day Men's Health. Book an appointment today at GameDayDallas.com.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by BioT.
Do you have low energy or muscle loss or low sex drive? It could be your hormones. Visit myhormonelevels.com to connect with a BioT provider. That's myhormonelevels.com. myhormonelevels.com.
The Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
All right, yes, sir. Let's go commercial free to the top of the hour. Bobby Carella, All City, Dallas, set to join us here in just a second. Talk a little Mavs and the Luca injuries and where does this team go from here. Ask Broadus anything coming up here in about 15 minutes. Text in 877-881-1053. Draft questions, football questions, or really any questions you might have for Broadus. We will get those answered coming up here in just a few minutes. Commercial free to 6 o'clock. And now we go to the D&M Leasing Hotline and welcome in Bobby Carella, All City, Dallas, and wish him a Merry Christmas and a little Mavs conversation. Bobby, thanks so much for the time, man. How the heck are you?
I'm pretty good, gentlemen. How are you?
Doing well. Yesterday's Christmas was great outside of the Luka injuries and being down 28. Shout out to Kyrie Irving and company for making it a fun game there at the end, but the Luka stuff is certainly a bummer. What do you think the timeline is? Just what do you know on all things Luka right now?
I mean, the closest estimation that I could give is what he experienced in 2022. It's the last game of the regular season, and he suffered a calf strain. Now, I don't know. The Mavs haven't put out any word as far as like whether it's a grade 1 or grade 2 or whatever, but Luka missed after that. There was a 4 or 5 day, break between that game and the start of that first round series against Utah, and Luka missed the first 3 games of that series, came back for game 4, And at the time, we were like, wow, that's pretty quick. Back then, that's 10 days, 12 days, something like that in a playoff scenario. So, I don't think they're going to be necessarily eager to rush him back this time because obviously, he's been banged up so much this year and going back to last season's playoff run that I don't think they want to bring him back until they know that he's not at risk of hurting something else. I mean, he just keeps on picking up injuries on his left leg, and that is just not sustainable if the whole point of this season, which they have said now, they've said out loud, the whole point of the season is to win the title or at least go on a very, very long playoff run. And you're not going to do that unless you have a healthy Luca. And so, if it takes weeks, then it's going to be weeks. If it takes too much longer than that, then there might not be a playoff run at all unless Kyrie can keep doing what he's been doing so far this season. So, it's going to be a tricky tightrope to walk, but they've got to get it right.
So you're thinking that, and this is just your opinion, Bobby. I mean, this is nobody from the Mavs saying, I mean, this about keeping him out for a month or so or more. I mean, is that something, I mean, you're talking about that, but is that something you realistically think they will do?
Maybe, they need to stay afloat in the Western Conference, and that's easier said than done because I don't know if you've taken a look ahead at what's coming in January.
No, absolutely. Yeah. I read that for Eric just this afternoon of the games that are ahead for you. So,
it is going to be a beast. And so, I mean, even going 500 during that stretch with a healthy but kind of banged up Luca would have been pretty tough, but without him, that's going to be really hard. And so, it all depends on the severity of the calf strain. I don't want to speculate on that necessarily, but Jeff Stotts in Street Clothes on Twitter, he tracks every NBA injury, has a big database, and he said that a calf strain, even if it's like a moderate kind of mild calf strain, could be 2 or 3 weeks.
Sure.
And we don't know how long Luka's is, and so I mean, if the plan is for it to be 2 or 3 weeks, but you wake up a week and a half, 2 weeks from now, and you've lost 5 out of your last 7 games, then you might be feeling a little pressure to bring him back sooner because your season could be kind of sitting on the edge of the knife at that point, depending on what everyone else is experiencing in the West. I mean, there's a lot of banged up teams right now. This season has been brutal, but you got to make the top 6. You got to find your way in the playoffs, and it's gonna be a lot tougher for them to tread water without Luka. But to their credit, they have won a lot of games without Luka this season. They've only lost twice, not counting yesterday because he played part of the game, obviously, but they've only lost 2 out of 8 games that Luka's missed. And one of those losses, Kyrie also missed that game. So they've built a really, really deep team that has a lot of talent, a lot of scoring, a lot of shooting and all that stuff. And, that depth is going to be put to the test for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, thank God for Kyrie's presence. He was really otherworldly there in the second half of that game in that fourth quarter. So having him will be huge. Seems like he's having one of the better seasons of his career, Bobby. Where have you seen the improvements from Kyrie this year?
He's been amazing. I mean, whether it's playing off Luka or playing without Luka, he's been really, really good. The Mavs have a lot of spacing. Obviously, they have the bigs that are getting a lot of offensive rebounds and, protecting the rim and doing a lot of the things that a guy like Kyrie, he's 6'1". Kyrie is not going to be able to necessarily assert himself on the defensive end. So you need to surround him with guys that can. Well, the Mavs have done that. Kyrie is not necessarily the level of playmaker that some of the other top point guards in the league are. I think guys like Luka or Trae Young, that can rack up 10, 12 assists. Kyrie is more of a scorer. Well, they have Luka. They have Najee Marshall even. They're trying to get P.J. Washington to handle the ball. Dallas is trying to build a team that complements Kyrie's strengths and sort of, plugs up in any sort of holes in his game. And that's with or without Luka again. I mean, this team is built to succeed with one of them, with both of them, and sometimes, depending on the caliber of competition, without either of them. But, in this run without Luka, my concern is that Kyrie is going to have to exert himself so much. He's going to have to do the things that we saw him do yesterday so much that at his age and at Klay Thompson's age too, by the time you roll around to April and May, I mean, I don't know how much they're going to have left in the tank. And so it's one of those things. I mean, Kyrie is going to have to be that caliber of player for the Mavs to win a bunch of games. But if he's that caliber of player for too long without any or much time off, then, Luka's going to need to wear the Superman cape whenever he comes back. So it's very tricky. But Kyrie has just been spectacular this season. He's been absolutely amazing.
Yeah, Bobby, there's no way to get around it, though. I mean, you mentioned the schedule and stuff like that ahead. you would think that maybe if they played more games like with Portland and maybe Washington and people like that on the schedule that they could just go ahead and sit Kyrie and try and win with depth. But they just can't afford to do that right now, can they?
No, because, that would mean no Kyrie and no Luca, and Derek Lively's listed as questionable for tomorrow. And, Jaden Hardy is just now coming back from a sprained ankle, and he's been out. And Najee Marshall just missed a few weeks with an illness, and he hasn't looked totally right since he's come back either. So, they just don't have the benefit of being able to sit Kyrie, without Luca. It's if you do that, you are almost guaranteeing that you're going to lose unless somebody else steps up big time. And that wouldn't be too big of an issue if you were facing a stretch of schedule that didn't have a lot of back-to-backs. But the Mavs have quite a few coming up over the next 2 or 3 weeks, and they're tough ones. I mean, they have a Memphis Lakers back-to-back. Yeah. Tomorrow they play in Phoenix, and then they get on a 2-hour plane ride and play Portland. And, okay, Portland's maybe not the best team in the NBA, but second night of a back-to-back after 2 hours of travel, your third game in 4 nights in 3 different cities, 3 different time zones. It's really, really tough. So it's going to be a bit of a grind over the next couple of weeks. But, I mean, Kyrie he's demonstrated that he's up for the challenge. You just have to hope that his body cooperates and holds up in the meantime, too.
It's Bobby Carilla, All City Dallas, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. It seemed like yesterday was a big blinking light for missing Derrick Jones Jr. and the point of attack defense, the perimeter defense. The blow-bys were consistent, especially after the T-Wolves started so hot from the three-point line. Najee Marshall dealing with what he's dealing with right now, still recovering from being apparently extremely sick, but were they expecting him to be more of that point of attack defender, or where can they go from here to try and bolster that?
I think the idea is that Najee and Quentin Grimes can do some of that, but they come off the bench. Now one of them, or I don't know if the lineup will completely change, but without Luca, probably one of them will be starting and playing more. So you'll at least have a little bit of a different look out there. But with their normal starting lineup, Luca, Kyrie, Clay, PJ Washington, and then one of the bigs, really none of those guys is a point of attack defender at this point. Clay was earlier in his career, but he's not really anymore. PJ Washington can stay in front of some wings, and he's got the strength to bang with bigs, but he can't really. He was struggling with Ant yesterday, and Ant is really good, obviously, so that's no knock on PJ, but Ant is more of a wing, let alone like these cat-like quick guards that have given the Mavs a lot of problems this year too. So, it's going to be tricky. I think all along, I've thought that they need to add a little more size, a little more length, especially to help on the defensive end. And this Luka injury could only exacerbate that need, or the fact that they're going to replace him with more of a defensive-minded player that might make their offensive, might make them seem like they need to upgrade on the offensive end of the floor. So, we'll see what kind of weaknesses arise in the meantime. But, right now on the roster, Derrick Jones Jr., you're sorely missed, bud. He was so good last year. But that just really goes to emphasize, you have to be able to do something at the point of attack. You have to make it tough on them. And the NBA guys are so skilled. They're so fast. The rules make it very, very difficult to be too physical on defense. So you have to be able to move your feet and stay in front of these guys. And if anybody, not just your main defender, if anybody gets beat on the perimeter, somebody has to sag off their man to help. And then you're in the blender. And then it's just drive and kick, drive and kick, drive and kick. And it's going to lead to either an open three or a dunk every single time down the floor. And to the Wolves' credit, they've been a really lousy offense for the last month or so.
They have, yeah.
Yeah, but yesterday they started 14 of 25 from three. And so the Mavs had to overreact to that, started closing out a little more aggressively, and then they started getting beat backdoor with drives and cuts and passes, lobs to Gobert and things like that. And then, the whole house of cards fell apart. So, they've got to shore that up for sure, because they're starting to play a lot of really good teams here pretty soon.
Hey, Bobby, I know it's been a short time and short sample size for you. The guy's a legendary player, but with Klay Thompson breaking Reggie Miller's record, or getting past Reggie Miller, just your thoughts on how, what that is to you, and then also, though, how he's played here as the season's gone along.
And he's been an unbelievable player to watch for so long. This guy scored, 60 points on 11 dribbles or something in a game. It's just, he's done stuff that's almost too insane to believe if it wasn't on tape. But, in Dallas so far, it really felt like up until a couple weeks ago, fans and media and really everyone was kind of like, okay, we're kind of still waiting for Klay Thompson to show up.
Sure.
there's a guy out there that's averaging, 11, 12 points a game and shooting in the mid-30s from three, but he's just kind of out there. But over the last few weeks, he's woken up, and that is in line with his career numbers. Reggie Bullock was a guy that played here for a couple years, and he was another guy that was notorious for getting off to really slow starts. He'd be shooting like 25% on Thanksgiving. You're like, what the heck is going on with this guy?
Right.
And then come January 1st, it's already 40%. And Clay, I think going into last night's game, was about 38, 39% from three. So he's right there. He's starting to heat up. And without Luca, that's really important because, whenever Luca was out for this most recent stretch, they started running Clay off more screens, started getting him on the move, giving him the ball at the top of the key, saying, go make a play, really involving him more on a possession-to-possession basis. And that's going to be super important because it's not just that you need someone to pick up the scoring, without Luca. You also need someone to pose the defensive problem. And whenever Klay Thompson's running off a screen, guys start freaking out. They start overreacting to that, saying, hey, I got to step out. And then all of a sudden, their guy can cut back door. Or, hey, what if I need to stay home on my man because P.J. Washington is shooting well too? Well, then Klay's open for three. So it's a different kind of pick your poison away from the ball. And then it's up to Kyrie and the playmakers to make that decision. Do I want to get him the ball? Do I want to get him a touch? Or do I want to attack this off-balance defense myself? So it's really, really valuable for the Mavs that they have that element to add. It just, might have taken a little longer than expected to realize it and kind of see it come to fruition.
Bobby Karalla, All City Dallas, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. All right, what about Derek Lively? Have you seen the improvements from him this year that you were hoping to see? How would you evaluate his season?
It's kind of been like up and down. At the early part of the year, he was struggling with foul trouble. It felt like really league-wide they let guys get away with a little more down the stretch last year. And, Lively was getting called for some stuff this season that he might not have down the stretch. And a lot of guys took some time to adjust, but it felt like it took Lively a little longer to adjust to that. And then now all of a sudden it seems like he's caught up to it. He's not really dealing with foul trouble hardly at all anymore. He's had some great moments at both ends of the floor, offensive rebounds, effort, obviously throwing down lob dunks and things like that, but then also coming up with some big blocks in crunch time. And, he was really good on switches yesterday, but it's kind of been almost a little shaky. There was that game against the Clippers last week. He really struggled against Ivica Zubac, despite playing pretty well, I thought, against Nikola Jokic, who's bigger and better than Zubac. So, the consistency piece, I guess, isn't really there, but he's still young, he's still growing, and I think it's only a matter of time before he's going to be considered probably one of the 5 or 10 best defensive bigs in the league and one of the most game-breaking defensive players in the league. I mean, his ability to switch, protect the rim, run the floor, rebound, do all of the little things, like it is just super valuable to have that on this team. And again, with the Mavs probably rolling out a more defensive-oriented lineup over the next couple weeks, I think you're only going to see that even louder watching games. They might be a really, really good defense over the next couple weeks if they can fix some of the issues that have been bothering them over the last, few games.
Well, Bobby, we appreciate the time, man. You're a super beast. Thanks so much. Loving your work right now with All City Dallas. You're the man, and hope you have a happy holiday and a happy New Year.
Hey, thank you guys. You too.
Yes, sir. There he goes. Bobby Karalla, a wealth of Mavs knowledge always for us here in the G-Bag Nation. Kind enough to join us after working. He had to do a lot of heavy lifting yesterday. Yeah. Watching those Mavericks, and that was a struggle bus watch for 3 quarters, and things got turned around. Hopefully this Luca stuff, that's a pretty bleak picture, the way he, is painting the way this thing could go with Luca. If this thing is going to bleed into February and the schedule in January being as tough as it is, going to need some guys to step up in a huge way.
Absolutely.
All right, now it's time for the Tolos to step up, and for the crustiest king of them all, Mr. Brian Broaddus, to step up. We are going to hit you with a little ABA, Ask Broaddus Anything, here in the G-Bag Nation, and I mean anything. Okay, you can get as freaky deaky as you want here with some of your questions.
All right,
and we will get them answered. Why
are you doing that? Why you're encouraging
just any questions,
uncomfortable,
just anything? It's an ABA. Ask Broaddus anything. I don't want them to feel like they have to be pigeonholed into just draft questions.
No. I just but you have the ability to read the questions.
Yeah, I'll be reading them.
Yeah, so if I
Read 'em in wheat, baby.
If I choose not to answer the questions, what does that do to our segment?
You'll just bow out.
Just like
you can plead
we'll
the
never
fifth.
do
Wait,
this
I didn't
again.
know in the bylaws of Ask Brought Us Anything, I didn't know there was a plead the fifth option.
But I've never done this with you, and I know how you operate.
Mm-hmm.
So you will pick like the most uncomfortable questions, because I know the Tolos out there will ask some uncomfortable questions.
They'll do that.
And then
from time to time.
you'll say, huh, that's a draft question. He'll like actually know something about that. Let's ask him what kind of does he use I don't know. I was going to say something really rude there, but I didn't want to say it.
Well, we found out that you are a standing wiper in the bathroom. You revealed that last week.
I did.
And you said you've always been that, right?
Always been that, yes.
All right. We have a couple. We're starting off with some food questions here. We're going to keep it light.
Okay.
903.
I'm going to ask you the exact same question you asked me. Get ready. Ask Eric as well.
We'll see if I have a great answer to some of these.
Yeah.
The first of which is how many batches of crawfish did it take for you to perfect it? How many years of crawfishing?
There you go. You know what? That's a really good question, because I felt like that when I first started, I knew that I had to do something different with the spice, and I wanted to find a way. I've eaten crawfish before down in Louisiana where it makes your nose run, and you get the sensation of the crawfish and all that. And I just didn't feel like I was getting that the first couple of batches. And then I kind of started doing these, like going on YouTube. I just love to go on YouTube and watch guys and gals cook crawfish.
Yeah. But
they were coming up with ways of like making like instead of the vegetables, like all your spice stuff, making it a liquid instead of a solid. So everything you're trying to do is get the flavoring into the crawfish tail. Well, you don't do that with the solid. You do it with the liquid, because that's
how it really soaks in there.
It penetrates that, and it makes the crawfish taste better. So it took me a good 2 years to kind of figure some things out that way, is what it did. So
couple years. You got to put that work in.
It absolutely did. It absolutely did.
Okay, let's see here. We have Hey B in the 501.
Yeah.
My wife and I are buying a minivan. Should we get the Toyota Sienna or the Honda Odyssey? Two great options, man.
Have you ever had a minivan?
Yes, I have one right now. I have a Toyota Sienna. I think it's the 2017 version. Bought it used whenever I was selling cars. Got a nice little deal ski on it, but yeah, I mean, I had a Honda.
Fantastic. I had a Honda for a long time in my life, way back in the day.
Sedan?
No, just like a coupe. Like a
little two-door Civic kind of deal?
Coupe. Yeah.
I had one of those as well.
And I'll tell you what, though, that thing never missed a day. And I drove it until I got my truck in Green Bay, until I got my Explorer in Green Bay. And it was great in the snow. I know here we're probably not dealing with snow and ice and all that stuff.
Well, they're in the 501. Let me see that area code.
501. Yeah, that's right. But I'm just telling you, I know you talk about your product. I thought the Honda was super reliable, and I thought when you had to do maintenance on it, I thought it was very reasonable.
501 is Central Arkansas.
Okay.
Little Rock and most of its suburbs.
Okay.
So
we're dealing with some cold up there.
Yeah, you'll get a little bit of that, a little bit more terrain perhaps. But I think they're both great options. I have the Sienna and I love it, but I've also grew up in a Honda family.
Yeah.
So I think those are going to be bang for your buck. Can last you forever, right until the wheels fall off.
Totally agree.
You can't really go wrong. If there's any car experts out there, Odyssey or Sienna, you just let us know. But I think they really are both great options. Kia Carnival being texted in. My brother, my pilot brother, just got a new one for his wife, and they're liking it quite a bit. They're sleek. They look good. Mm-hmm. The minivan game has really leveled up in a big way. But you can never go wrong with Toyota and Honda. So salute to you, 501. 817 wants to know, Broadus, if you've ever been arrested.
I have. My dad, I had an alias ticket on me, and I didn't know that I had. And this was actually in your neck of the woods in Denton. I was with some guys. I was in a car.
You were bar crawling?
Yeah, where the guy we went and saw Memphis and North Texas play basketball. And so we went to some of the bars afterwards while we were trying to go back home. Guys got pulled over for DUI.
Oh, damn.
So
your DD was a boozer.
So yeah,
That's
so
tough.
So what they did was they checked. Well, this is before we had all these, all those things. But anyway, they checked all our licenses, so I gave mine to the police, and they're like, Mr. Bross, you're going to jail too. So everybody in the car got put in jail, and mine was, and then my dad was going to leave me there. Like if it wasn't for one of my best friends, like his dad bailed me out.
Wow.
Like I call my mom and dad, and I'm like, hey, Mom, can you put Dad on the phone? And she's like, oh my gosh. And I'm like, Dad, hey,
I'm in the slammer.
I'm in
Pops.
slammer for this ticket you said you were going to take care of. And he's like, oh, well, I'm sorry, I never got to it. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. So he was going to leave me in jail if it wasn't for one of my best friends' dad. I would still probably be in Denton jail.
That's hilarious, dude. Yeah, my dad always told me and my brothers, like, if you ever get put in jail,
you're staying overnight.
You're staying overnight at bare minimum.
Yeah.
Which is actually for the better, so he could maybe simmer down a little bit. Because if I just got put behind bars and then my dad came and bailed me out, and he was just seeing red, that would actually potentially be worse than actually just being sleeping there overnight. Let's see. Certified Mechanic says Toyota way better. But then another person in the 214 says Honda holds great resale value. I think they both do.
Yeah.
And then the 940 said the Toyota Sienna has more cup holders for whatever that's worth.
Okay.
So just we got some experts out there. All right, 877-881-1053. A little Ask Broadus Anything. Broadus, what is your favorite snack in the film room when you're just studying dudes left and right, putting your scouting reports together? What are you snacking on, Brian Broadus?
Well, it's funny. When I was in Green Bay, we had candy, so there was always candy dishes, and this is where I kind of when we were with Jeff Kavanaugh and Kevin Turner and those guys were scouting with me. I've always had candy. I've always had relationships with people. Like I had a friend that worked with the Mars Company, had another friend that worked with the Hershey Company, so I'd always get like their candies. They'd send me like cases of it during draft season. So I always had a candy dish on my desk. And so I personally now, I use popcorn. I like low salt, no butter.
No butter.
No butter. They would say light butter.
Wow.
But I'm not like the heavy, but
I'll take his butter then.
Yeah, I just like to snack on popcorn while I'm watching game film. Now, you got to be careful because the grease on you don't want to get it on your controller.
On your clicker?
You don't want to get it on the clicker. You don't want to mess your clicker up.
Yeah, that's hazardous.
You have to be careful. But I always had KT and Jeff always came in and ate the candy out of my candy dish when we were like the Reese's peanut butter cups.
Oh, it's on point.
All that stuff, yeah.
214 Broadus, we've heard you get into all sorts of fights with so many people. Myself, Wolchuk, Dawson, Baskey, Mickey, Mike Fisher. Yeah. Who on the station will be your next victim? You got your eye on anybody?
Wolchuk.
Doubling down?
Yeah. Oh, no, I've already fought.
You've already fought Wolchuk.
I've already fought Wolchuk, fought Dawson. Don't want to fight. I'm not going to fight Lucius.
No.
Bobby, maybe?
Yeah, and I'm sure you guys have gotten into it on Love of the Star or whatever. But
yeah, Bobby and I haven't got into it like you and I got into where I stood up like during the break.
Yeah.
And it was like MFing you.
Really got after me.
Yeah.
That was impressive.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, I think that Bobby might be the next one that I really have at, because Bobby will be on with me on the draft show coming up here when the season ends here in a couple of weeks.
That's true.